Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Championship powered by Mobileye. We are at Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia for the opening round at this very exciting endurance racing championship, and I cannot wait to take you through all of the drama and action as it unfolds today live here on YouTube. So, enough talking from me. We're about to get racing on the track, so I'm going to throw to our commentary team and let the action commence.
Well, here we go then, ready to race again. Thanks to Paul there, as finally, after a bit of a delay to the start of the season, we have finally arrived at the virtual Down Under, ready to race for a 5-round run across 5 continents in our race for the title. Legendary circuits abound after the season. We head to Belgium for the 24 Hours of Spa, we head to North America with Laguna Seca, Japan with Suzuka, and we finish the season in South Africa with Kyalami. But before we get all the way there, we have to head to the mighty mountain. Whilst day in and day out the circuits typically is for public roads and standard use, when we roll into town the vibe changes significantly as it returns fittingly to its racing roots. For half a day we will race over and over and over the top with walls ready to swallow any mistakes made by our exceptionally talented grid, and that is what makes this circuit so great. Only the very best will take to the top step of the podium. Let's not waffle along for too long then, as it is time to begin the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports 2022, as it's the opening round of the season, and of course the Bathurst 12-hour. In the commentary booth for the first few hours, it's myself, Lewis McGladen. Alongside me is of course one Mr. David Christie. And DC, we love to race around here. We've had to wait a little bit longer than expected for this, but that's what makes it so special.
Oh my goodness, it's so good to be back, isn't it? And I'm only just recovering from the sight of Paul Jeffrey in a suit jacket. I'm absolutely okay with that, but we are back for 2022. What a season we've got in front of us, and so much to talk about. The entry list for the season, Lewis, is absolutely absurd, and yeah, you can already hear it in my voice. It's like they wanted to get the one that's going to break us as commentators out of the way immediately, and yeah, here we go then with the entry list.
I mean, so many big teams in here, of course. BMW partner teams in the form of BS Competition at the top and a couple of others. You've got Mercedes, AMG, Esports as well, partnered with the Haupt Racing team and with Unicorns of Love. Honda in HPD, the Yaz Pro team, they've got a couple of those. McLaren, Veloce, GT, so many big names, big teams and stuff. And of course, Lamborghini as well. Qualifying, by the way, has been underway. We'll catch up with exactly what's gone on in that session in a few moments time, as we can see some of these. Obviously the legendary Rocket SimSport, hashtag no bias, and Brabham as well, no bias on that side. A couple of really good teams even in the silver category as well. SOP Esports and Prime E Racing, two to really look out for. The GTWR R8G Academy as well. Honestly, every single page we see on here is full, absolutely full of talent.
It really is, and if we were to go through the entire list, Lewis, we'd need a separate 45-minute pre-show programme just to go through the entire quality of the field. The silver class makes me chuckle a little bit. You and I both do a lot of work on drivers on Assetto Corsa Competizione, on different championships, and all of those drivers that are in that silver class, my God, all of them are so devastatingly fast. You mentioned qualifying just finished there, and actually that's a brilliant segue into the Lamborghini Real Race programme, because of course Jordan Sherritt taking pole position there in that 63 Lamborghini. I tell you what, if they wanted a way to advertise their esports programme, I think they've pretty much done it, Lewis.
Yeah, they really have. I mean, showing incredibly fast at the moment. Whilst they have got some plans up and coming, I think we should probably take a look. I mean, I listed all of the manufacturers and stuff that have sim racing backing on their resume. Lamborghini joining that as well, and it's fantastic to have them along. And like you said, going very, very strong around Bathurst here with pole position for the 12 hours of Bathurst. We'll see the grid in a few moments, but what a way to start the season.
It's a strange one, isn't it? Because obviously we start with Bathurst in the 12 hours, and we've seen all of these names, or at least 90% of these names, on track at the same time together. But it seems to be this competition, Lewis, this exact championship, that means so much more to the drivers and to the teams, because they get their elbows out in a way we don't see in any other championship. They really want to win this one, and it all rests on today. Make no mistake, the quality of the field that we've got here, they have to have an excellent result on this first race of the championship to really get their season up and running.
And momentum is everything in both sim racing and with motorsport. We've spoken about this time and time again over the last year or so when we've commentated on championships. Whether you're starting here at Bathurst or at Donington Park or Laguna Seca, wherever you're starting the season, you've got to make that first race count, especially with it being a 12-hour race here as well. It's a very, very difficult challenge. If you crash out in the early stages, you're losing track time over everyone else. Fair enough. You're kind of a little bit on the back foot just generally when it comes to track time.
Absolutely, and listen, Bathurst is one of those tracks, and I know obviously you said about the fact that it could be anywhere in the world that we start, but it's so intimidating to have this track, to have your very first race of the championship right here. A lot of these drivers may be going to new teams, to new manufacturers, new cars and everything. We've had so many new cars coming out since we did our last championship. There's so many stories that are unknown going into this first race of the season, and let's not forget having 40, 50 cars, Lewis, on this narrow section of the track. There is going to be constant chaos.
Well, you can see Lamborghini there on pole position with the Automobili Lamborghini Esports car on the front row. Dara McCormack for Williams will start alongside. He's got Jakub Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski in the car alongside him before we get to an all BMW row 2. The G2 Esports car in that freshly liveried G2 Esports car, which I think looks absolutely fantastic. Robbie Stapleford did the work there. Got an R-Factor 2 specialist in the engineers booth. Of course, Dennis Jordan jumping in for those, trying to roll their strategy through the race. Then it's the GTWR RHG Academy black car before we get to Veloce, potentially one of my favourites for this race. That McLaren's going quite strong around here, and we know how fast Veloce are. James Baldwin then alongside a sort of sister teammate in the form of the Yaz Heat of Stutsenko, Niels Nyox. Obviously in BS competition, typically we associate him with G2 Esports, but moving over to BS competition at the start of 2022, he'll roll off from 7th place. Bastian Richter in the first of the Mercedes AMG HRT cars, but of course sort of a sister teammate in the form of the Unicorns of Love alongside, just behind it in that number 14. They'll go very, very strong. And then Yiga Ogorognikov in that Simware.pro car, and we know if there is a car that can work their way up, it would definitely be the number 41 of Simware.pro. This though is a massive grid rolling down the grid. There's 47 cars on it. It's absolutely crazy, and every single one of them just stocked with talent.
It's unbelievable. Like we keep saying, you get the entry list ahead of time, and we look through it, and off air we're muttering a few expletives about the sheer level of talent that's on display here. It's fantastic because obviously it serves as a wonderful benchmark for the skill of some of these esports competitions. I'm going to touch the desk here before whatever actually happens on lap 1 here. But I'm also stunned at some of the results of qualifying. I mean, let's talk a little second, Lewis, about Dan King. It's starting up there in, 4th position for GTWR RHG Academy Black, sharing the car with Andrea Miato, Michelle Nerbel and Chris Hartveld as well. Formidable team there. But that silver class shows that really it's a name. It doesn't actually mean that the drivers are of any less skill and of any less talent.
No, absolutely not. It's these lot can win, whether they're in the pro class or the silver class. It's such a talented group. As we're rolling down, though, we can kind of see a few teams that are out of place. One of those was the number 51. Of course, you might remember them last season as being the FDA Esports, the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team, and David Tunitza behind the wheel. A bit further down the order, 15th spot they'll start. Maybe Ferrari's not particularly a Bathurst car, but you can see other ones as well. FFS Racing on the right hand side there, another one of the Williams Esports cars, will be starting from 27th position. That's the one that has Tinko van der Velde, Igor Rodriguez and Fidel Morea in. Kind of surprised that we didn't see Tinko van der Velde teaming up with Dara McCormick. We know how good those two are as a partnership on ACC, and we're just consistently going down. There is just so many cars. By the way, 20th place, number 10. That one is the Triton Racing car. And I think, David, we might remember the last time we probably did a Bathurst 12-hour, which was, well, it might have been a bit before that, but it was earlier on in 2021. That was the car that ended up winning. And I don't think they qualified particularly well that day either.
Yeah, and that's another great point as we start to up the pace to somehow get over the mountain of cars that we've got. See what I did there. But I mean, the thing is that any car outside the top 10 can realistically have a shot at winning this. Any car that's actually in the field has a shot. We don't know what is going to happen here. One thing that I wanted to point out is that I'm very confused as to the 93-94 Hondas. That's the Works HPD Jazz Pro outfits down there, both side by side in 42nd and 43rd. Makes me think that they just didn't bother with qualifying.
They clearly didn't make the most of qualifying. I was having a little chat with Nico Hillebrand, one of the drivers that qualified there in the number 93, saying that potentially isn't the most confident when it comes to qualifying. Expect a little bit more out of the race, provided they can avoid some of the carnage. They're not so sure about their pace, but they are fairly confident in their own consistency as we begin the formation lap. To say about the pace, by the way, in the Honda, we know that the Honda's actually not awful around here. It's plenty fast enough to take on the mighty mountain. Obviously loses a little bit over the straights, but gains so much over the top, so much so that Jordan Grant Smith has qualified in 17th position in one of those Hondas in the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro car. So there's plenty of pace in that Honda. I think it might be more of a bit of a race car though for the HPD Yazpo Europe cars. Yeah,
it's an interesting thing to see them side by side at the back of the grid. That could be a tactical benefit for them as well. We know these drivers like to get in amongst each other, and on lap 1, lap 2, that's going to be the most important parts of this race. The first hour is going to be absolutely critical to make sure you stay out of danger, stay out of drama, keep yourself nice and clean, and make sure you don't get any damage onto the car. So maybe them hiding back there isn't as much of as a disadvantage as it would normally be, as we see this beautiful shot from the what I'm presuming is going to be the brand new Mount Panorama blimp. You can see the cars coming up through the corners here, and of course we had the real life race last weekend over at Bathurst, and it's scary to see how almost identical the pictures are, especially the sun just starting to come up here in New South Wales. It's a beautiful, beautiful sim, this.
Yeah, it really is, and it will be quite blinding in the first portion of the race when that sun does start to rise. Obviously, picking out your apex coming down through Skyline is kind of difficult at the best of times, but when you've got this quite large glowing orange orb really right in your eyesight, it can make things very, very tricky indeed. But they would have practiced those bits, they will understand what's at stake, and I don't think it will cause too many problems. They just need to get through those first couple of laps. With 47 cars funneling their way over the run over the top of the mountain, that is not going to be easy.
It really, really isn't. You can see the iconic skyline here down through the Dipper and through the S's as well. This is my favourite part of the circuit behind the wheel, because it's just absolute adrenaline, because you daren't touch the brakes later than you want to. You have to keep the car under control, and that is where you can go from hero to zero in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, you're down through Forest Elbow, out onto the Conrod Straight, and this is where the real magic happens. This is where you set yourself up for one of the two real main overtaking opportunities of the circuit. You jump into the toe if you possibly can, and if you're feeling ballsy, you're going to make a move down into the chase.
Yeah, you know, you can make a couple of mistakes down there, though. You know, you can fudge up the corner just a touch, and so you've got to make sure that you're well within your remit, basically, in that braking zone, because it's so easy to overcook that braking zone and go straight on. Either way, what's going through these drivers' minds right now? They're about to strap themselves into 12 of the most intense hours that you can possibly think of in a race car.
They certainly are, and they're also thinking, you know, they've got to do the team proud, they've got to do the sponsors proud, they've got to do the audience proud as well. You know, nearly 1,000 watching on the GT World's YouTube channel. This is where it all comes down to. They have to put that all aside, and they have to think about the next 12 hours. They have to think about the next lap. They have to think about the next corner, Lewis.
Indeed, they do. Well, 47 of the brightest talents on Assetto Corsa Competizione then will line themselves up as we will get ready to begin the 12 hours of Bathurst here in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports of 2022. It's Automobili Lamborghini Esports on the front row of the grid with Williams Esports alongside. And what can that Lamborghini do on the run down towards turn 1? Hell Corner. It's called Hell Corner for a reason, because it is incredibly difficult. As here we go, the season is underway. Let's see what Simonini can do. He's got the inside line, he'll roll it through turn 1 nicely. They'll all funnel their way through 2 wide. In the background, making a little bit of 3 wide as well. We are always a little bit, that's one of the FFS racing cars that spun round at turn 1. One of the HPD Yaz Pro Europe cars as well has got into a little bit of contact as Williams Esports deep into the slipstream, trying to find a way through into the race lead. Veloce also charging, looking to the inside of that GTWR car, coming up to Griffin's Bend. We tick that one off for the first time as we continue our charge up the mountain.
Great start from nearly all of the drivers. 99.9% of the drivers already getting past what was my personal expectations for the start of this race here. I'm having a look at Robbie Stapleford in that third place, though. He was looking very, very dangerous to those first and second cars there. He just opening up a little bit of a gap there, and you've got the likes of Darren King following closely behind as well. But what a start for this race. This is exactly what they needed, Lewis. They needed a cool, calm, consistent start. They can take stock of exactly what is going to go on here. Just get themselves into a rhythm here. Don't be making stupid moves like that one. Jack McIntyre, so lucky that he didn't end up going into the wall there at McPhillamy Park, down through Skyline there. And this is what it's all about, Lewis. I said that before the race started. Keep yourself clean, keep yourself consistent, get yourself out of trouble, and just get yourself through that opening lap.
Yeah, it was Jack McIntyre there battling out with the Williams Esports car that I think is driven by Tinko van der Velde at the moment. So like I say, just misjudged it a little bit. Managed to quickly catch up. It's actually Igor Rodriguez behind the wheel at the moment. Catch it and then got back going again. So no real major. We did have to worry about the SOP Symphony of Pistons car that was directly behind as we head round to complete the first lap of the race. And of course, as we expect, we have one nice, very long train at the front of the field, rolling through Murray's at the final corner, missing the apex a couple of cars there. Obviously, track's a little bit cooler at the moment than they would expect, and they would have practiced in, and they would have qualified in. So maybe that is just causing a couple of problems. BS Competition did work up one spot. Of course, that was a move from Niels Nyox to get past Mikhail Stetsenko. So he ends up now into 6th place in that BMW Team BS Competition car.
What a start to the race, and a couple of comments coming in about the incident on turn 1. I tell you what, from the amount of times that we've done commentary here at Bathurst, that is one of the cleanest and best starts that we've had to a race. Likely all go a little bit south very, very shortly, but I'll definitely take that opening lap. Brilliant start from Simonini there to get the gap there, 0.3 of a second over Darren McCormack. But I tell you what, he is looking very, very comfortable in that Mercedes right now.
Yeah, 100%. I've seen some good starts. I've seen some great starts. I've seen some bad starts. That was sort of in the middle, a little bit of an issue further down the pack, but everyone towards the front played it very cleanly. When you've got 47 cars, the likelihood of there being issues at the first corner or even the first pass over the mountain is exceptionally high, and thankfully we avoided most of it. There is David Tunitsa, who was missed an opportunity to take a victory last year in the SRO Esports GT. It was the European Sprint that he missed out. Of course, that one being won by James Baldwin. They had a battle all the way up to the final round of the season, but such a strong team, the FDA Esports. They came back and won the European Endurance anyway, so they're such a talented bunch, and I think the expectation is that 14th is not something that they would be particularly pleased with. We know how they are when it comes to racing though.
Yeah, brief yellow flag there. Eagle-eyed viewers would have caught that one. Samir Ibrahimi in the Ferrari 488 for Renville in Esports Red, bringing out that yellow flag. He's now just making his way down through the mountain just now, right at the back of the field. So big drama for that number 71, but it didn't look like it's caught anywhere else out. Two distinct trains now that we've got, almost three distinct trains that we've got already. You've got the number 22 at the lead of one of them. Now that is the Honda of Jack McIntyre. We saw him having a bit of an issue on lap 1 there. Another yellow flag getting brought out as there's some cars off at the chase. That's the number 21 that's gone off at the chase there, Lewis. But we saw Jack McIntyre having that little wobble coming up through the mountain there, and that's what's broken off that set of about 10-15 cars behind him that looks like separated by about 4 seconds now.
It's only one little mistake that can cause these large gaps. Let's see what Dara McCormack can do. Was really knocking at the door coming down to the first corner and then up towards Griffin's Bend. I mean, we know Mercedes go quite well around here, especially in real life. But right now, Dara McCormack has a lot of work to do to try and pass Simonini, who is so fast at the moment. You can see that. I think Simonini is under a lot of pressure because they're both taking slightly different lines. Simonini a bit wider into quite a lot of the corners before hooking up that late apex. Did notice that into Griffin's Bend as well as we start heading down the mountain through Skyline, through the S's. And at the moment, there is no respite for Simonini as McCormack is knocking at the door consistently down towards Forest Elbow. This exit could be critical, and we'll see if this Merc can maybe drag its way past on the run down into the chase. The exit from the Lamborghini looked a little bit better that time though.
Yeah, the one thing with the Lamborghini is that for me it drives, the handling characteristics a little bit like the old Gen 1 Audi. It tends to suffer from snap oversteer at the most inopportune of times, and watching the way that Simonini's driving that car, Lewis, I'm noticing a little bit of the telltale signs here. And look at how much pressure Dara McCormack able to apply there, so late on the brakes on that Merc coming down through the chase and then into Murray's corner here. This is going to be putting so much pressure on Simonini, and look at how cool and calm and composed that he's looking there, as that's a bit of a moment there for Marek Schintz, forced out onto the grass there. But again, he's wanting to keep that foot in, and this is what we see all the time. This is what leads to all of the accidents here. Drivers just so determined, Lewis, to keep the foot in, keep the position, because they know if they're going backwards, they're not losing just one place, they're losing 5.
Yeah, it was Marek Schintz battling out there with Luca Lozio in the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car. There was also, I'm assuming that would have been Jordan Grant Smith, certainly was in the Race Anywhere, their Honda, dropping down the order behind even their Ferrari, going a little bit wide going into the chase. Oh, that was a big move as well from Triton of Dominic Blyer, just trying to poke out to try and get past Nick Hoban in that number 88 R8G car. So there's a lot of racing happening down here because people are starting to feel that they're out of position, that they could be marching forward, that they're faster than the pack they're in, and that's where you can see the larger gaps appearing as people are so desperate to race, they're so desperate to find their way past, that they end up losing an awful lot of time in doing so, and that's exactly what we're seeing from a fair amount of this. But I'm all for it because it's a bit of side-by-side action. I'm okay with that.
It really is, and the thing is that what we've seen so far as well, Lewis, is the fact that if you feel out of position, that's one thing, but you need to make bleeding sure that you can get past and make that move actually happen, because if it doesn't and the driver that you're in or behind isn't going to let you past, you're really going to struggle, because they will make life difficult for you. You don't have a lot of room, you don't have a lot of options here. You have to line your moves up, and 9 times out of 10, is it worth it? Is it worth it in the first hour of the race? If you're fighting to get yourself up into the top 20, absolutely. You're going to be throwing everyone out the way to try and get yourself up there. But if you're just playing the long game and you're happy with the pace that you're on, then maybe just sit behind the car in front, keep the pace, save a little bit of fuel and save a little bit of tyres as well.
Yeah, I mean, saving fuel is a critical part of this. Of course, you want to make sure that your pit stops are going to be as short as possible. You can go as long as possible, trying to get it up towards the 65-minute mark and such. We'll get into the pit stop sequence a bit later on and how that's all going to work whilst we focus on the racing action. But you're absolutely right. I think some teams might already be starting to think of the long game, whilst other cars are thinking, I've actually got to make a bit of progress already as the Wacko's flip table racing car trying to get past the number 67 of Piffet. That one being, of course, the Race Anywhere Sim Sports silver car, their green Ferrari.
One of the big things, of course, with this season is that the championship now international as well.
Yes.
With it being Intercontinental. So some of the teams that we'd normally see in the likes of the Asian championships, a very warm welcome into the fold for them. And the likes of Wacko's Flip Table Racing, we see them all the time in the Asian Sprint Series. And it's fantastic to have them along with us in the now Intercontinental Series as well.
Yeah, not just them, of course, the likes of legions of racers. I mean, there is so many teams that we've added. 7-9 Flash Axel as well. That's the team that's run by Alistair and Alex Young, of course, and a fantastic team in themselves. And I think that's important. Esports is a global thing, and obviously we've tried, well, we do have, obviously, in the Sprint Series, our own separate little championships for the Europe, for Asia, and for North America and such. But sometimes when it comes to endurance stuff, it's just so cool to have everyone going toe to toe. And that's exactly what we're having right now. Simway.pro, Kirill Salarov, way down the order, 36th spot. They have not had a good start to the race. This is kind of one of the ones that I was kind of looking at. They're in the silver category, but we know how fast Simway.pro are generally, Sadarov especially, and they've been driving. It's not as if they're new to driving the Bentley or inexperienced in that part. They know what they're doing in this car. They also have teammates a lot further up the order in the number 41 car that's running in 10th spot. It's not great.
It's really, really not, as we're seeing Luca Lozio trying to take that position. I think that's Dominic Blyer in the number 10 Bentley just up in front there. The thing with that, I mean, those Bentleys are really... They seem to be mobile chicanes at this point. And the thing is, the Bentleys are fast. We've seen them in every other championship. I don't know if it's a shared setup that they're struggling with, but the other thing that maybe makes it look a little bit more predominant than it actually is the fact that we've got like the cream of the crop in terms of ACC sim racers here. We've got like the top 2-3% of drivers that are there. Even 0.5% is enough to take you all the way out of the top 20 and send you tumbling through the order there.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, as Luca Lozio. I think Luca Lozio's dropped back behind Dominic Blyer because obviously he was battling with Marek Shins not too long ago. And so he's dropped behind that Triton racing car in the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car. But I don't think it'll be too much of a panic at the moment. Again, playing the long game, saving the fuel, trying to get up towards that 64-minute port. And also, the critical thing as well that we've kind of not really mentioned is how you start the race tyre-wise and setup-wise. Because, well, I mean, I don't have to really point this out too much to you, but it's quite dark out there at the moment, i.e. the track's a little bit cooler. The track temperature obviously is going to change drastically over the next couple of hours, and some teams and cars which have a car built for racing in the sunlight in the hotter conditions, well, they'll come into it a bit later on. So maybe starting out so strong at this point of the race isn't necessarily the greatest thing.
Absolutely, there's so many variables that come into the likes of a 12-hour race. I think for some of the teams a little bit further back, we see Luca Lozio still fighting Dominic Blyer, looks to get the move done, pulls the car in, yep, job done through the chase. That's a great overtake there. He lined it up with that last lap there. Just very quickly on Luca Lozio again there. His webcam, so all of the drivers have to have webcams to that point at their face during the race there. I'm wondering if Luca has had one put on against his will, because it honestly looks like one of really sketchy spy cams that you get from the positioning of it. It looks like it's hidden underneath the desk there. Back to the race though. I mean, the thing with it is the fact that a lot of these drivers that are maybe towards the back of the field, they've maybe been banking on some chaos happening further up to bring them a little bit closer, because the problem is now they're dropping further and further and further behind the leader. I say that though, we're only 6 laps into the race, and from front to 44th place, which is the last car really on the lead train there, 43 seconds. We've seen 12-hour races destroy that type of a gap very, very quickly, so very early on that doesn't really mean all that much.
No, indeed. Well, right-hand side, we're looking backwards from James Baldwin in the McLaren Veloce GT car. On the left-hand side, you can see Niels Nyox, and you can see how hard they are both working over the top of the mountain into the braking zone of Forest Elbow. Niels Nyox in that BS competition car really trying to attack. Speaking of BMWs, by the way, Robbie Stapleford, the Stapler, set the fastest lap of the race over the previous lap. They did also fire their way past a bit of lap traffic. That one was Tarek Gamil in the Munster Rugby gaming car. These two were fighting very, very hard at various points of the championships last year, and they've raced plenty of times in ACC against each other. Now having to do it once more for a top 5 as the train remains very close.
Just saying, your new fastest man on track right now, Robbie Stapleford in 3rd position in that number 62 at BMW. What a job he's doing so far for BMW G2 Esports after he's moved over to their 3rd position right now. But again, look at that top 6. There's absolutely nothing splitting them up right now. They're breaking away from the likes of Tobias Pfeffer, who's about 2.5 seconds behind. But incredible pace at such an early stage of the racing. I saw one of the comments on YouTube about, calm down, it's a 12-hour race, you've got to think that there's a long time ahead. This is what these esports events are like. These endurance events are exactly like this. It's not like your normal endurance event in real life, as we see a couple of race control messages at the bottom there. It's not like a real life event where you'll maybe do a couple of hours of full force, really aggressive driving, and then calm down, you'll get a calm stint, and then nothing's really happening. This is what it's like for the full 12 hours. This is like everybody attacking everyone else for the entire race. There is no chill whatsoever. So get yourself some popcorn, get yourself a nice supply of coffee or whatever your beverage of choice is, because this is going to be a long day.
Yeah, absolutely. The penalty there, the racing incident there that was ruled, that was between one of the HPD Yas Pro Europe cars and one of the Red Welton Esports. That's obviously for some of the early race kerfuffles that we've seen, and so we'll add that one to the list. A little bit of a racing incident for race control to have looked over and gone, right, let's just calm it down. Looking backwards from Simonini, where things are somewhat calm despite being under a lot of pressure. Of course, Darren McCormack, Robbie Stapleford, Darren King, who to be a part of that train, this is no disrespect to Darren King, it just shows how good he is getting on ACC at the moment. Comfortably clear at the moment, ahead of James Baldwin, Niels Nyox, Tobias Pfeffer 2 seconds back. Now, knowing how fast Tobias Pfeffer is and the Unicorns of Love team, they're incredibly strong, especially in that Mercedes. To see them 2 seconds off, it kind of sets off alarm bells of like, they're trying something different. There's something else going on here. Tobias Pfeffer is very fast in this car and around this circuit. He's just ahead of Bastian Richter, of course, sister teammate in a sense, and then Stetsenko, and then Abelad's in your top 10.
The weird thing as well, Lewis, is the fact that we were mentioned there about drivers looking like a little bit off the pace and things like that. It could be anything. It could be your tyres haven't come up to pressure properly, or you've been so distracted by cars behind you, you've had to maybe fight a little bit more than you've wanted to so far. That is the sort of thing that can take that time down, and immediately, as you said, Tobias Pfeffer, the pace that he's got, starting to bring down that gap. Here is Steve Fowl for STL Esports, all over the back of another man who I would have expected to see in the top 10 right now, Tinko van der Velde, in that number 5 Bentley, down there in 25th position. He's just ahead of Jack McIntyre. Now, Jack McIntyre falling a couple of places back there, down into 27th place there in that number 22 Honda, just ahead of Chris Sever as well. So it's exactly like what you were saying. battles all the way through the order right now. I'm actually wondering about the battle for the lead right now, because they look very comfortable just doing their own thing and keeping pace with each other. I would have said that about Darren McCormack and Giorgio Simonini, but I'm watching Robbie Stapleford. I'm watching his mannerisms, and he's looking to get a little bit fighty early on just now, and already there's a little bit of a gap actually opening up between first and second place now.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Robbie Stapleford is he's a young man. He can go after the early attacks. Not that Darren McCormack's exactly old, neither Simonini, but it was Robbie Stapleford's 16th birthday 2 days ago, as he is trying to make a big name for himself in the ACC world of sim racing, and certainly does so. Not really branching out too much outside of that, really sticking to his ACC roots. And to be fair, if I was as fast as Robbie Stapleford on ACC, I wouldn't be going anywhere else, because considering the competitions that we've got on this platform, like the one that you're seeing here and like the European Sprint and such, as so much to race for on here, if you are that fast, I can understand why it takes a lot of work to get to that level of speed, and knowing his racecraft and stuff, I think he's just planning a way past the 55 rather than just sitting there waiting and playing the long game. That said, Dennis Jordan, who is doing the race strategy for that car, is the master of the long game, so I'm not sure if there's going to be any contentious moments between driving and race engineering.
It's fine. It's absolutely fine. And can we also light a candle and some F's in chat for that poor innocent marker board already destroyed at the exit of Hell Corner? It's just unprovoked violence from this point forward. However, let's get back to facts here. Have a look at this right now. As Steve Hoff all over the back of Tinko van der Velde, and it kind of ebbs and flows, doesn't it? As I was getting a little bit nervous there, because Steve Hoff genuinely looked like, there's contact, and that's Tinko van der Velde, and that is going to be absolute chaos. I think we just avoided that. He's shaking his hand, and I've got to be honest, from seeing that there, it looked like he went into the back of Tinko van der Velde there. Tinko, for whatever reason, had to let off, maybe just to get control of the car there. I'm telling you right now, we avoided a massive moment on the mountain.
It was Marek Schintz that was directly ahead in that Merc that was going very, very slow, and that was what forced Tinko van der Velde to slow down. So there is issues on the circuit. There is Marek Schintz. You can see how much damage there is. So that is why there was that massive, massive stack up. You can kind of understand it when you see that car in that position, but it was going very, very slow. There's a bit of side-by-side behind, as well as Rocket and SOP going side-by-side. They're trying to work their way past Marek Schintz. There goes Rocket down the inside. Brabham's also there. Now this, Marek Schintz is like, I need to go left, I need to get into pit lane to repair this car. Jack McIntyre reads that quite well, but there's already some battling behind it.
Oh, you hate to see it. Did I see things, or did I just see essentially Antika Milana punching Fleischer in that Porsche in the face, coming down through the chase? Obviously the car's checking up. That Merc caught a little bit behind there. It might have been Fleischer. Yeah, it was Fleischer in the Porsche. But I mean, to say a hip check, I think is a massive understatement there. That was a full-on grievous bodily harm right there.
It was a dicey thing, but this is why we have race control. We'll be looking over all forms of incidents that we'll see around the 12 hours of Bathurst here to open the season, as McIntyre's under a little bit of pressure from Andika Ramamolana. Speaking of race control and stepping in, there is a 15-second time penalty being dished out to car 888. That one being the Legion of Racers 888 car that Moreno, I believe, is behind at the moment. But they're already dished out 15-second time. But race control already stepping in. We had a couple of racing incidents and now a little bit more, as Andika Ramamolana really looking to the inside, coming down into McPhillamy Park, now into Skyline again. Jack McIntyre is under so much pressure. We said he might have damage on that car, and look at the train that is following. Being in the middle of that is an absolute nightmare. We watch it and we think, well, it's like a kind of bit of fun. When you're in the middle of it, you're thinking, I can't attack the corners the way I want to. I can't brake as late as I want to. Oh, and Nico Hillebrand has had a bit of a moment coming down to the dipper.
Wow, that car looking not only at a very weird angle, but waiting very patiently to try and get his way out. I think he's clear to actually get through, so the 93 HP, the Jazz Pro machine, gets recovered. This is starting to get a bit sketchy. What is Andika Milana going to do up the inside of the Rocket Sim Sport machine? The Rocket Sim Sport machine of Jack McIntyre had to let it go there, and look at this, it's going backwards at a rate of knots, and predictably straight into the pits there, getting a damage as part of that earlier melee last time round. The thing is I always wonder if drivers have got like a little stopwatch on their dashboard and thinking, right, we've had 20 minutes, that's your polite time, let's just go for it now and start causing chaos. That's exactly what we saw. It feels like the drivers now starting to get a little bit impatient, a little bit aggressive. They need to get themselves up and moving at this early stage of the race.
Yeah, when you've got a car that's damaged as well ahead of you, it does cause a couple of issues, and certainly saw plenty of that. GWR RHG Academy having to look forward towards the SDL Esports Ferrari at the moment of Rosaire, and then obviously looking backwards towards Gamble in that Rem Welton car. You've got Williams Esports in this as well. You've got one of the Simware Pros as well. It's a pretty feisty group, it must be said, and it's kind of one of those things where we look at a group like this and you think, shouldn't all these names be a bit higher up than battling toward the back end, basically in the just getting into the top 30? Like it's ridiculous to see the names of Sadarov and Tinko van der Velde in 31st and 32nd. Absolute madness. Shows how strong and competitive this field is. As that's the SDL Esports car into the barrier as well. That was a pretty hard hit on the left side of the track, and I'm assuming that would be a mistake on the brakes. It's so easy to lose the rear end as you come up and over Skyline. You lose the rear end a little bit, you're squirreling down the corner, you're trying to balance it over the curb as well, and boom, the rear end let go.
Yeah, that was a big hit, and again, it just shows you how quickly you can go from 0 to 0. I said it on the build-up, coming over that hill, it just all goes wrong so quickly as we see Marco Bischoff onto the back of Valentin Barrier. It looks like that was going to be a move. This is Michael Romagnoli, for GTWR RHG Academy, just ahead of Henrik Gamble in the number 72 machine there. The thing with it is that it makes our life as commentators so difficult, because when it's in that train, it's almost a little bit easier. The cars kind of milling about and they're doing their own thing. But when they get these little groups here, this is where you get drivers feeling that they're out of position. They need to take the chances. They need to be a little bit braver to make these moves stick. And yeah, this is where it all goes pretty wrong pretty rapidly. What you're going to have to watch out for the leaders as well. They're going to have a lapped car already within under 10 laps gone. That is going to be Avila Bahar in the 21 Ferrari that is about 5 seconds up in front of them just now. But where we had 2-3 trains of about 15 cars each, that's now just been completely annihilated. We've now got about 8 or 9 different groups of about 5 to 10 cars. You look at the top 10, Lewis, and they're separated from 10 to 11th. That's about 6 seconds, so it just shows you how quick these groups fall off.
Well, there's Jack McIntyre jumping out of the way then, and you can kind of see in this train, we were talking about a 2-second gap towards the Unicorns of Love, an HRT car. That is no longer the case. It's down to basically just under a second as they hit the braking zone. There's the move, though, from James Baldwin straight down the inside of Darren King. He did make that move, and Niels Nyox wants to get his way through straight away as well. He's got to get to the outside of Murray's as Jack McIntyre is getting out of the way. Obviously, a lap down in all of this. Nyox to the outside. Look for Tobias Pfeffer, who was searching for a move to the inside. A little bit of frustration there for Niels Nyox, who's not able to pass just yet in that BS competition car. Once again, look to the inside, more so in defence as well as Tobias Pfeffer as we head up Mountain Straight once again, and the kilometre or so rise all the way up. FFS Racing were down in about 18th, 17th spot as they were coming around to cross the line, but Mike Noble, critical error down into Murray's. Here we go then up to the braking zone of Griffin's Bend. I don't think anything's going to switch there, but Niels Nyox now has a lot more to worry about as the two Mercs are right there.
The one benefit of these cars starting to spread out a little bit is the fact that if you do have a mistake here, as long as you're just onto the grass and you're not actually hitting the wall, you don't have as much to lose. You're not going to drop back as much as you would. The thing is that coming out of Hell Corner there, and we were watching Niels Noyox there, that was obviously a lot of pace that was lost from Noyox here, and I don't think that he does have the pace to actually get past Darren King right now. And the reason I say that is I think Darren King lost a lot of time with that Honda trying to get out of the way, and that backed up the cars a little bit, because you're now starting to see Darren King starting to stretch away again. Noyox looks a little bit uncomfortable in that car, if you ask me.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I'm not so sure though, knowing how good Niels Noyox is. I think, if the discomfort is there, it will only last a lap or two. A drive-through penalty for car 88. That's the R8G number 88 that Nick Huben is behind. Of course, the Mercedes AMG Esports. So they've got a few cars out on the grid that are actually Mercedes AMG Esports backed, including, of course, Tobias Pfeffer here, and Bastian Richter directly behind. But yep, the number 88 Nick Huben getting a penalty, which will be a drive-through penalty. So he'll be coming into the pit lane straight away. Not like a 15-second time penalty where you can serve it in your own time, in your own pit stop, and then kind of get on with it. But yeah, he'll have to do it now. Here's the Gardi racing car that's dropped back now to 13th spot. Petrochenko behind the wheel. And of course, they've been passed by David Tanitsa in that number 51 that is charging. Our champions of the European Endurance last year, starting to make a decent amount of progress. But that top 10 is already looking pretty far away.
Yeah, they look like they've checked out already. 6 seconds up the road, we know, and we've spoken at length about how that can come down. You're on about big names who we expect to see further up. David Tanitsa is definitely one of those drivers I would have expected to see in that top 10, but such is the level of skill and talent on there. And let's also throw into the fact, one of the biggest factors in this, luck. You could be the best sim racer in the world, but if you don't have your run of the luck, it's really all going to count for nothing, because we've seen it before. You could get caught behind a car that's maybe a little bit slower down. You could get caught out by some sort of melee that's happened that was absolutely nothing to do with you. It all comes down to just how lucky you are on the day. And Tanitsa, at the moment, once he gets past Oleg Zolobov in that Merc in front of him, he's then got 5 seconds to catch up to Vyacheslav Abalad and Mikhail Statsenko as well. So it's not going to be an easy feat if and when he does get past Zolobov.
Knowing how fast he is, though, I'm sure he might be able to make some progress. But quite clearly, I think more so than luck right now, is I'm not so sure the Ferrari matches too well to the twists and turns of Mount Panorama. We'll have to see if Tanitsa can get his way past Sholomov in that SMP Esports car. It'd have to be a pretty big dive, because the Merc is fast, very fast, in a straight line. I'm not so sure Tanitsa's going to be afforded the opportunity. He's had a great run, though, and never mind, I think I might cancel what I'm saying here, because he's got to the inside going down into the chase, and does Sholomov continue to fight it into the braking zone? No, he does not. So David Tanitsa now up into 11th spot, and with plenty of clean and fresh air ahead of him to try and close down on the pack ahead. Of course, they are fairly tight in that grouping, so if he can close up the gap, though, he said about 5 seconds up to them, he is then really a part of this train.
Now, Darren King's been done by Niels Noyox. He's lost not only 5th position, but 6th position as well. So Darren King shuffled down out of that order, down to 7th place there. I was thinking he was looking quite comfortable up there in 5th position, but it's not to be. So he loses a couple of positions there. Going back to that overtake from Tanitsa on Zolobov, really intelligent driving there from Zolobov. He knew he was bait. He knew that Tanitsa had the faster car. Why would you fight it? A lot of folk on the streams will maybe be watching thinking, why wouldn't you fight that? The thing is that you're driving your own races. We're about to cut to a replay here, Lewis.
Yeah, we're going to see how Darren King lost those couple of positions, of course, to BS Competition and to Unicorns of Love. So Niels Noyox attacking, going down into the chase. Not quite close enough, so I'm going to assume this might well just be a bit of a mistake in the braking zone. Oh no, Niels Noyox absolutely sends it to the inside. Manages to pull it up to the apex. That is superb from Niels Noyox. Tobias Pfeffer now also trying to find his way through. Obviously looking back on this, that was a lovely move from Noyox. A proper full send, and then Darren King backing out fairly wisely. I've got to say, credit to Darren King for seeing in his mirror that Noyox was sending it, but wow, he pulled that up on the brakes brilliantly.
Yeah, that's confidence and really believing in the car that you've got underneath you. Again, going back to that point, and that was a perfect point there, as to why don't you fight it? Why don't you just make sure that the car's going to either hit you before he actually takes the position? It's a 12-hour endurance race. You've got 3 other teammates that you've got to think about handing the car over to. You're racing as much as you're wanting to race on track. You're racing your own track. By now, you should know your pace that you've got. You should know the delta that you're racing to. And when I say delta, what that means is you've got a time either in your head or that your team have set you for that you should be lapping to, and your team will advise you if you're up, if you're faster than that delta or if you're behind on that delta. If you're on that delta and you've got a car racing up behind you, they're much faster. You're 9 times out of 10 much better just let them go, race your own race. Whatever happens will happen. If you're like this, behind this, as Robbie Stapleford makes a move on Darren McCormack here, Lewis, and that is absolutely huge. That is going to be that lap traffic, because that's that number 21 right behind them.
Yeah, indeed. I think it might have played its part, but either way, Robbie Stapleford has worked his way up into second position. Dara McCormack, I think it would be wise for him to maybe just sit in third at the moment and try and close back down on Simonini, who is leading the race right now. But Robbie Stapleford in that freshly rebranded BMW G2 Esports up now into second spot, and doesn't it look good, by the way? An absolutely superb livery as Robbie Stapleford wrestles it up and over the mountain. They've got about 2 seconds ahead of James Bolden, who will be closing in if they continue to fight. So for McCormack right now, I think he does just have to sit back, does have to wait, sit behind, save a little bit of fuel as well.
As a grumpy old man, Lewis, I'm thoroughly disgusted by Robbie's talent and his...
I know, it's horrible.
16 years old, he's second place in one of the most illustrious sim racing championships, and he looks absolutely fine with it. He's just cool, calm and collected. Listen, I struggle to put a couple of laps round in an MX-5 round Lime Rock Park, and here he is right at the peak of his game. Incredible to see the future of the sim racing talent. So let's see exactly how that move was made, Lewis.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, actually, I'll hold off on that replay at the moment. We're kind of wisely informed that Robbie Stapleford took Mike and Steve out for a steak dinner, and I'm kind of sad thinking, where's mine? That was Dara McCormack not fighting, really. So that was just kind of letting Robbie Stapleford through. So obviously, McCormack is not going to try and fight this one back, and we have to keep an eye on that 2-second gap now and to see where it'll go. What lap time can Robbie Stapleford do up and over the top this time? Because that Lamborghini looking a little bit bigger potentially for Robbie Stapleford, and now that he has Simonini in his sights, kind of gives you that extra little push to find a bit more time.
I have to also take that back about the 21, because they weren't even involved in that that overtake whatsoever. I think, again, you can read a lot into the body language of that overtake. McCormack isn't a car that's going to allow himself to get past on the mountain straight there. That was 100% right. On you go, take me with you. Let's go and see what we can do to get Simonini. I don't think they've got much though. That's the thing. 2.1 seconds. The gap eking out by about 0.2 of a second since last time we checked in. Meanwhile, back down in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th position. That was an absolute melee, although yeah, starting to look a little bit closer between those two. I think Darren McCormack wanting to use that BMW, that big BMW, it's got to be said, as a bit of a windbreak and a little bit of a time to recoup the senses.
At this point in the race, it probably is easier chasing than it is being chased. You're having the pressure on your shoulders. But right now, for McCormack, I wonder if there might have been a little bit of regret there for letting Stapleford, because they've lost 0.4 of a second over the previous lap. And I wonder if McCormack is sat there thinking, well, that might have been a mistake. Maybe he was actually in turn pulling Stapleford along, but we'll have to wait and see on that one. Maybe a couple of little mistakes as well coming down the mountain. That's why McCormack was able to get so close. It's a bit further down with the highest place HPD Yaz Pro Europe car, because the other car, which is the 93 that's driven by Nico Hillebrand, had a couple of issues going down the order, and you can see down in 42nd spot at the moment their sister car few more incidents coming through from race control. The last few have been racing incidents, so they're looking over them and thinking, nope, an FA on that one, no further action is required. Of FFS Racing, Jan Willem van Omen absolutely sending it just behind.
Yeah, got that move done though on Marco Bischoff there, the 977 Porsche against the 23 Aston Martin. You saw that in the background there. That is Tico van der Velde into the pits there. Now, I was away to say, I'm positive I saw him scraping the wall quite hard, coming down through the dipper and through the S's very early for a planned pit stop, if that's the case. In fact, it's almost certainly not a planned pit stop. So I wonder if there's quite a bit of damage to that number 5 Bentley.
Just remember what we were saying at the top of the broadcast, where we were discussing that to win around here you have to be the very, very best, and that's not... Very best does not mean the fastest. The two are distinctly different around here. To be good around here, yeah, being fast is one thing, but surviving is the other. It's why we love circuits like this, like the Green Hell, of course, at the Nordschleife, but like, you know, even Monaco and stuff. We like these circuits because they are showing what people like me and you and, you know, most of the viewers out here, I mean, I was kind of speaking generally here, so don't feel offended if you're sat there thinking, no, I could do this. If you can, good. Join, sign up, let's see you out on track, because this is incredibly difficult, and it kind of separates these drivers from people like me and you, is that I can set an alright lap around somewhere like, an alright lap, not quick by the way, an alright lap around somewhere like Silverstone or Paul Ricard, whatever, fair enough. Somewhere around here though, I'd be happy if I was within 2 seconds, right? I would be disappointed if I was only within 2 seconds around some other circuits, but around here, 2 seconds, I'm more than happy with that, because it's one of those circuits where survival is the key thing.
I'd be happy to set a lap.
Nice.
Aside though, the thing is that you use that buffer, you use that time as a you know, I'm happy being 3 seconds out. I'll be happy, you know, be it because I know that I don't put as much time into it as many of the other people do. The thing with it as well though, you know, you watch this and we hope that everyone that's watching this does feel suitably inspired, because the great thing about it, the likes of Assetto Corsa Competizione, is the fact that you can go and buy it, whether it's on the PC or for console or whatever. You know, the online servers that are there, you've got many different websites that are offering communities and league races and the likes of this. You can find your own skill level. You can find people who are on the same page as you, whether you're brand new as a rookie or you're you know, very close to being at this level. It's just brilliant, the fact that, and this is what I love about sim racing, and again we say it all the time, Lewis, is the fact that you watch it and you can literally just go and install it and go and jump into a server and be doing exactly the same thing as these guys and girls out there in a matter of, what, half an hour?
I would recommend, if you are brand new to sim racing, don't look at the lap times that we're setting in here and think, oh, I'll see how close I can get to that. Because, I mean, it might be an awe-inspiring feeling as you start setting lap times that are in that boat. That would be the rarity, though. In all likelihood, you'd set a lap time and you'd be about 5 seconds off, feel depressed, and then not want to do sim racing anymore. Don't do that, because there's so many opportunities to learn in sim racing, and kind of comparing yourself to these, probably not the wisest place to start your sim racing journey. But like you say, it's so easy just to jump on and get straight into racing and just enjoying yourself. And I've had my fair share of sim racing over the last 8-9 years. I am very much a semi-retired non-professional esports driver. I don't really know how you'd really want to plan that one out. But this is why I'm in the commentary booth, because I couldn't do this. They are very, very fast, and I do love me some Bathurst.
I think that's the thing as well, is because both me and you dabble in competitive sim racing, and when I say competitive,
semi-competitive,
there are other cars on the track as Igor Rodriguez and Jack McIntyre. That was a little bit forceful, I think, there from the Bentley, defending the position from that Honda there. But because both you and I dabble in racing online with league racing and the likes, we know exactly how enjoyable this is for a lot of these drivers. It's the one thing that I find is that even in a race like this, so in league racing you can have, you know, between sort of 25 and 50 cars on the grid at the same time. You can be 2-3 seconds off the pace per lap, and you'll still have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other drivers that are on pace with you, as that was a big move up the inside from Ben Kriener. What a different fortune these HPD Jazz Pro Hondas have had here. You know, we've seen 2 of them going backwards at a rate of knots here, one of them backwards into the S's, but Ben Kriener, the fellow Scot, from just up the road from where I am here in Dunfermline, actually, did a grand job of tearing his way through the field here.
Is that a hashtag no bias for Scotland type thing there?
No, it's just a talking point for the fact that he's about one of the few drivers that I've actually met in person. Spent a little bit of time with him while he was trying to get his real life racing career out on track there. So and the thing is that you know this as well, Lewis, is the fact that when you see these drivers week in, week out, you feel the same way. You feel like kind of emotionally vested in all of these drivers, not just some of them. Some of them you maybe like more than others, but all of these names you feel like, I know him, I've seen him, you know, for the past 6 months or year and a half or 2 years, and you feel like you know them on some level.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not like, you know, we're watching a random open lobby server where there's some names we don't recognise. For anyone who's watched any Assetto Corsa Competizione races, you'll recognise quite a lot of names in this grid. And for anyone who hasn't watched it and might be jumping into their first season of watching this style of racing, these names are names that you should really keep an eye on. There is a lot of names. Pretty much everyone on this grid is a name that you should write down and think, right, where are they going to go? Because there are so many storylines in the world of sim racing that we love to follow, whether it's teams, whether it's drivers. There is so much to happen, and also those behind the scenes, because you know, I say teams and drivers, but then most teams have managers and race engineers and all of this stuff, and they all end up in really random places. And I think that's one of the cool parts about any form of, you know, esports or sports in general, is the storylines behind what makes these teams so strong. Well, we've got about 20 minutes left of the pit window sequence. To explain how this is going to work then, there is no required pit stop per se. You know, they don't have to make a certain amount of pit stops over the race. They just need to come into the pit lane every 65 minutes. That is the driver stint time, so no stint can be longer than 65 minutes. If that is the case, then they receive a penalty for exceeding that limit. So as that's Williams Esports off the road, that would be Igor Rodriguez, I do believe, in that Williams Esports Bentley that has been off the road. Obviously was quite close to battling with McIntyre. There's Victor Nicolai in the West Competition racing car. I want to get my point over, but suddenly we're back into racing.
You never get a chance to finish your point, Liz. That's the issue with it. We've got a couple of updates from Race Control. A racing incident for the incident between cars 27 and 5 on lap 10, and then it's a drive through to car 889 for a collision between them and the 42, and the 889 is the Andika Ramamalana machine, the Legion of Racers Motul 889. Just very quickly wanted to point out a brilliant question that we had on a YouTube chat from Miguel Amarim, who was asking about the sun. Are we going to see the same phenomena that we see in other races where the sun blinds the drivers? Absolutely, that is a definite possibility that we're going to see. You're likely most going to see it as the cars come through McPhillamy Park and come over Skyline. That's where you're first going to hit it. Now, what is awesome is the fact that it all depends on the weather, because if you've got a cloudy day like today, that's going to diffuse some of the light and it might not glare as much. You'll certainly see it in about 10 minutes time, that sun just starting to peek over. That's where it's going to be really difficult. Lewis, out of anywhere on the track, the breaking point for the dipper is not where you want to have sun in your eyes.
I mean, it's less so the dipper because you're pointing down, so you've got a lot of ground ahead of you, so it's actually a bit easier to pick out going into it. It's Skyline that's the real difficult one. It's called Skyline for a reason. As you're driving through McPhillamy Park, you're bringing it over to the left-hand side of the circuit, and all that you can see is the sky, which is just blinding. I mean, even at this point, when the sun is still below the horizon, it's just about to start peeking over, even at this point it is distracting because you've got such a contrast. The ground somehow just seems so dark in comparison, and it's really tricky to pick out that breaking point even now. That was a little bit of a straighter moment from Sadarov, just ahead of Valentin Barriere. Of course, the SMP, that's the wrong team, Simware.pro car, just skipping over the S's there. They can afford to do that a couple of times, but if they do that too much, they will receive a drive-through penalty. Also, did want to speak of drive-through penalties, by the way. With Andika Raul Milana picking up a drive-through penalty in the 889 Legion races, that means that both the 889 and the 888, both Legion of Racers cars, have received a drive-through penalty in the opening hour of the race. That is not a great look for the team, as Valentin Barriere is going to try and make this move and does complete it into the chase.
Well, it depends if you're wanting your team to be seen as overly aggressive and they're
known at least
kind of scare people out of your way. Might be a tactic. Who knows how that's going to work for them? But Valentin Barriere there, what a move this is right now, doing such a grand job. And Kirill Sadarov, you've got to say, that car looking a little bit nervous after that moment at the top of the hill, having to escape down the escape road after Skyline. Here is the Simware.pro by Vides, number 41 of Vyacheslav Abeladze, onto the back of the Merc and Bastian Richter right now. The Mercs have been looking surprisingly planted through this first stage of the race, and that is a car into the barrier.
And that'll be King, I believe. I think that was Darren King just tapping the barrier, was well offline going into the dimmer. Might well have just got away with it, but you're absolutely right. Bastian Richter right there, Abeladze right there, and not too far behind is that black and yellow Yazheat car of Statsenko. Just want to say the fastest car over the mountain at the moment is actually, a bit of lap traffic there for Henrik Gamble, just trying to battle with Romagnoli. Of course, Ren Velton versus GCWR RHG Academy, but the fastest car over the top was Niels Nyots in 5th place. So starting to set some really good lap times at the moment as he'll try and close in. But still, as much as he was fastest over the top, the fastest car on the circuit at the moment is still Simonini and our race leader. Talking
of Simonini, that gap was 2.5, 2.6 seconds.
Yeah.
That came down to about 2.1, 2.2. That's a bit interesting. We'll keep an eye on that one. I think it's obviously strategy and managing the pace and all that sort of good stuff just now. But I'm looking at anyone in those top 10 just now. Those are your danger people to watch out for the remainder of this next hour here. The likes of Bastian Richter, Abeladze, I think could make big moves in. Statsenko, I feel is kind of dropping off the back a little bit. And it's if he can get past Statsenko, that 51 car getting into the top 10, very distinct possibility that they could be making moves further up the field. This is now the next stage of the race. This is what we like to and ah over, is the pit stop strategy. What are the drivers, what the team's got in store for us in terms of what they're going to do, tyres and fuel change.
Well, there has been a pit stop from Petrochenko, which is earlier than we would expect, so it could potentially be damaged, but if it is on strategy, it is about 10 minutes earlier than at least even the earliest calls that we would expect. We still kind of expect them to really get to the 64-minute mark, which, of course, for anyone who can do any maths, with it being roughly a 2-minute lap, will mean 32 laps into the race is roughly when we expect them into the pit lane. But either way, that is the AJA Sim Racing team powered by Gardi into the pit lane. So Petrochenko will drop down the order and will service his car fully as we continue the racing. Tinitsa, what has the times been of David Tinitsa? Of course, recently getting himself up into 11th position. The last lap time was a 2-minute 2.1. It's about 6/10 slower. Well, I was 4/10 slower that lap on Simonini, who did a 201.7 that typically can run in the 201 mids. So not great from Tinitsa, showing that maybe there isn't so much pace, but obviously potentially playing the strategy game. We don't know if there's going to be some double stinting of tyres. I would potentially assume so, considering the conditions are slightly cooler at the moment. If you are going to double stint at any point, it's kind of now or never, really.
A bit of a strange showing, actually, Lewis, from the Ferraris, given that Tinitsa is the highest placed one up in 11th place. Then we don't have anybody else other than the silver class, the number 67 of Fabien Piffet in the Race Anywhere Sim Sports silver machine. So the Ferrari's normally a car that you would associate with doing very, very well. As I'm watching Petrochenko come flying down the order there after that pit stop. I think he'll be about 25th position. This is where it becomes dangerous, because you think there's a little bit of an advantage when you come into the pitch. You can time it and you can get a little bit of clear space and you can stretch your legs, bring the tyres up to temperature, bring tyres up pit pressure, and you're not really having to work it too hard. Whereas if you time it wrong and you get yourself out into a battle, there's a lot of danger in that, because you can get caught up in either risk or damage or collisions, or having to fight a little bit harder than you actually want to be at such an early stage of new tyres.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to burn them out too quickly. You want them to come into their window naturally, as Ren Velton and GTWR will continue to go side by side. Gamble trying to get around the outside of Romagnoli, who's got the inside line into Griffin's Bend and was fairly comfortable hanging on there. That Bentley in the background is not one for position. That is one that is a lap down even on these two. A few cars having a couple of issues, obviously starting the race, and have dropped a lap or two back in the opening hour. We, as much as these are the very, very, very best, we do kind of expect the odd little issue earlier on in the race. So to see a few cars a couple of laps down is not actually that much of a surprise, just purely based on how hard you're racing around here. If you're going to go into the barrier, it's not as if you can just stay out and be like, no, I'll just fight through the damage for now. It's like, no, if you hit the barrier, it's like you kind of have to come in, otherwise you're a bit of a hazard out there on the track. It's not quite a meatball flag to require you to come into the pit lane, but you kind of do that as a team. You kind of think, we have to pit. We just have to do it ourselves.
And on that note, that's another thing that I don't think maybe some of our audience fully grasp, is that team dynamic that has to go on, because sim racing, we normally think of it as a very, selfishly, it's all about us, it's all about the individual driver, but it's not, because team racing is a very, very different dynamic. You have to think about the car that you're handing over, you have to think about the best chance overall for the team, which doesn't come naturally in when you're racing a car. It's a very, very unusual thing, as we see Robbie Stapleford getting very, very close to the wall there. So you have to think about the not just the car itself, not just your own pace, not just your own performance, but the car itself. Because if you damage the car, it's not just yourself that you've got to answer to, it's your other teammates as well. And that can actually be quite crippling. That can, mentally and physically, you think about your other drivers getting behind the car. If you have a little bit of scrape or a little bit of a wall, I'll tell you what, there is nothing more off-putting than hearing a little sigh or a little complaint in the voice chat, because all of these teams will be on voice chat with each other right now, giving crucial team information, and you take a lot of judgment from that personally. At least I do anyway. As we see James Baldwin under attack here from Niles Noyox here, this is going to be a move on into the chase.
Yeah, let's see what Niels Nyox can do. He's got to pick out his braking zone though, whilst it's not too blinded down here just yet. I was about to say over the top of the mountain. We are in Blind City right now. You can kind of see the orange glow just poking every now and then as the sun is heading through the trees. That is James Baldwin into the pit lane, potentially 5 minutes before we were expecting then. So Baldwin in the McLaren Veloce GT car into the lane, and one of the first pitters really in a top sort of 20 or so. A 5-second time penalty has been dished out to the number 23 also, and so there's a couple of issues heading that way. The number 23 is of course the FFS racing car that Jan Willem van Omen is driving at the moment, car 10127. That one is a racing incident from race control, so no issue to worry about that. But yeah, Baldwin in a little bit earlier. We'll keep our eye on this battle for second though. I wonder if we can see them getting blinded. You'll see exactly what we've been talking about time and time again with the run down into Skyline. It is a blinding run at this point. It's just poking up over. You'll see it coming through the likes of Solomon Park just here before we go through Reed Park and Frog Hollow and that lot at this point in the circuit. Once we get through McPhillamy though, which is this corner, it might well just be poking. I don't think it's quite high enough. There it is. Just a little bit. That will become more and more distracting over the next few minutes. It's not so bad right now, but the drivers are in the car panicking a little. Well, not panicking. Panicking is probably jumping to a little bit of an extra level, but kind of a bit concerned that this is going to be a bit out of hand, at least for the next sort of 10, 15, 20 minutes.
Yeah, another point on that as well is that camera angle as well is a little bit misleading. So in ACC as well, it simulates exposure, which is where your eyes adjust for the different levels of brightness. But when it's on a like the same position, it's much easier to adjust for the different light. Whereas when you're in the cockpit view and you're actually, virtually inside the cockpit, your head's moving about, especially if you're say you're like in VR, or you've got some of the settings turned to their defaults, the head tends to follow where the car is going. That affects the light sort of bobbing and weaving and blinking into your eye. So that ends up being much more pronounced than it does on that camera there. So it really will distract the drivers in the next couple of minutes. Ooh. Unfortunately, as much as it is distracting, again, the fact that these guys are all, so well versed at this sim, I don't think it'll bother them too much.
No, I think someone will be a little bit bothered though with Sadorov, who in the background in that 322 Bentley just had a bit of an issue going down through the S's. So a couple of cars having problems. I don't think that was anything to do with the sun. I think that was more so to do with the issues at hand. But you can see as we look at Valentin Barriere, James Bob was directly ahead, obviously thick in traffic right now to ride aboard with Robbie Stapleford, and you can kind of see in the mirror just poking through a couple of times, especially out here. Boom, there's that Mercedes, the Williams Esports of Darren McCormack, sat right there, not allowing any breathing coming in from Robbie Stapleford. As much as McCormack let him go, it wasn't to remove the pressure, it was because a bit of strategy from the Williams Esports camp. Absolutely beautiful scenes here at Bathurst as we head into the morning properly. Obviously coming up to around about 7 o'clock in game time. So once we're into the real thick part of the race, that's where the temperatures are going to skyrocket. But we're only about 5 minutes really away from the major part of this pit lane sequence being in its full effect. I wonder how long Simonini can go. If Baldwin's just come in, can Simonini get to the end of like the 65-minute window or get to the 64th minute to the 32nd lap? We'll have to wait and see.
It's a real unknown, is it? Because while we've seen a lot of these drivers and these cars as big players, as that was a big slide from Robbie Stapleford there, I've got to be honest that the Lamborghini for the most part is a bit of an unknown here, because we've usually seen it in previous seasons struggling in maybe in the top 10 or maybe just outside the top 10. But really, our focus has been on like the BMWs and the Mercs and the McLarens here. So to see it out front so comfortably, and you've got to say Simonini doing a marvellous job there. We're learning a lot by this drive here.
Yeah. There's a bit more issue for Team Full Motorsport. It's just tapped the wall, and you could even tell by the way that snapped straight off the corner. That car is not tracking straight at all right now. But I think we'll probably have to come into the pit lane straight away. Thankfully, we're in that pit window sequence, so it's kind of, whilst it is painful, it's not as painful as it would be. Bastian Richter, though's got to worry about Abalad Stetsenko as well. All a part of this battle. Darren King's been able to pull away just a little bit in that 6th position, trying to hold off this train behind, and Bastian Richter's not been able to come through in the Haupt Racing team Mercedes-AMG Esports car, and I think there's a little bit of discomfort in this now. We're kind of talking about tyres, double stinting, single stinting. I think most will single stint, hand on heart. But there's always going to be one that's got to experiment.
Yes, yeah, there usually is, and we're quite blessed that we get to see that actually.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'd rather see it rather than do it. I've had to double stint some tyres in ACC not too long ago, doing a 12-hour race around Barcelona. It is not easy to do when you lose grip. And around here, you just don't have the time to react. That's kind of the issue. Is that on most circuits, you start understeering, right, and then you've got time to react to it, to kind of think, nah, okay, the front end grip's not there. But I can just slowly bring it back in. Around here, if you've gone, the car's understeering, you're going, there's a wall there, and I'm about to hit it.
It's that whole thing of like, it's fine until it isn't. You feel like you've got complete control of the car right up until the moment where you don't, and you're into a wall. That is the biggest risk, as we see Darren McCormack here into the pits, as well as Giorgio Simonini. So it looks like Stapleford is rolling the dice and seeing how far out he can go.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we'll head down into the first corner once again, first pitters in, and as we are just past an hour into the race, I was going to give you a nice little rundown as to where things stand. We'll do that after the pit lane sequence, because that would make way more sense, because it would be hilarious to try it now, and not really something that I'd be an enormous fan of, because it would just be completely crazy. We have to do it again anyway. Darren King, though, now promoted up into 2nd position. Bastian Richter, of course, up into 3rd. Wonder how many from this group as well will be in pit lane. Pit lane about to be very, very busy.
the thing you find as well, Lewis, is the fact that it takes one car to start the avalanche. Everybody's playing off everyone else, and what you'll also find is that the drivers that are fighting each other, they want to try and mirror the cars that they're around so much so that they don't get caught out by anybody either trying to do the overcut or the undercut as well. And 9 times out of 10 they're going to be doing the same sort of pace anyway in the same sort of pit stop. So if it's not this lap, it's very likely going to be the next lap. But that sun really starting to shine here at Bathurst. This is where the drivers are going to get really, really distracted.
But it's not only where the sun shines, it's where our drivers can also shine as well. The pit lane sequence, you know how we've spoken before about the likes of hammer time and stuff. A switch of drivers here. Brzezinski has jumped into the car. A bit of time lost and right into the back of the clutches of Niels Niles. Sorry, it's not Niels Niles anymore, it's after camera who's jumped in behind the BS competition car. So Brzezinski behind the wheel. Kind of said this before, Darren McCormack, who is an ACC specialist, is two teammates for this race, being Kuba or Jakub Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski, two drivers who are specialists more so on R-Factor 2 and more so on race room. I don't know how much ACC experience, they've got a fair amount of ACC experience, of course, but the two of them winning the inaugural 24-hour Le Mans Virtual back in 2020, they're a pretty strong duo that have been teamed up time and time again over the last sort of 7-8 years. For them two to jump in with Darren McCormack, see how fast they get up to speed, and he's got to worry about drivers behind straight away in the form of Arthur Camera.
Yeah, I'm going to say it's been a disaster for the team there in the pit stop. Hearing from our production team that Jakub Brzezinski jumped into the car, fired it up, and the thing just wouldn't move forward. They lost a lot of time, and you can see that for the fact that James Baldwin has jumped, and Baldwin, I believe, has already been into the pits there. His camera makes a move up the inside of the chase, and out of absolute politeness, that car just has to let it go. Valentin Barrier is going to fancy making a move as well, but Barrier pulls in to the pits instead. We've got a yellow flag, and that is already resolved. I believe that was up at McPhillamy Park there. But yeah, how you can go from having everything to having nothing, and that is easy. That's a dangerous place up into turn 2.
Yeah, that is not great. Obviously got to try and rejoin, but he's got an entire pack coming up towards Griffin's Bend now. This is going to have to be very, very careful. He's going to have to hold on the line. A little bit beach there as well. There was your race leader, by the way, going through. The Lamborghini just tried to make its way past. The yellow flag's out, back in now. But that is James Baldwin coming through. I mean, that was a risky moment. Thankfully, all of our drivers were well aware of it. The problem is it's blind. Once you've committed into Griffin's Bend, it's blind and now has to struggle all the way over the top of the mountain. This is not going to be pretty.
Oh my goodness me, that was almost an absolute disaster there for the Williams Esports car there, because you saw it jumping out all the way there. Yeah, this is not over just yet. That car is absolutely destroyed. The tracking is gone. The alignment is well and truly out at the fastest part of the uphill part of the circuit here. I'm really, really nervous right now. It's going to take a blind corner. Unfortunately, the car just accidentally goes on to like the fastest part of the line anyway. And he's trying to... Oh, there we go again. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, they're wrestling it around too quickly at the moment. Now backwards once again as the likes of the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car and try and go through, and they have decided to pull the car. And to be fair, I think that was the right decision. I had to give it a go, trying to bring it back, but clearly it was way too dangerous, and coming down the hill with a car like that would be a solid no. So a couple of switches have happened then in the pit lane this time by, of course, the Mercedes-AMG Esports team, the Unicorns of Love, have moved up now to 4th position. Tobias Gronewold is now behind the wheel, so they've swapped one Tobias out for another. Race leader Simonini still behind the wheel. Charlie Crossan replaces Robbie Stapleford in that car. James Baldwin stays behind the wheel. Gronewold in. New driver, Bastian Richter, same driver. Arthur Camera, new driver replacing Niels Niles. Jakub Brzezinski replacing Darren McCormack. Igor Rognikov also jumping into the car replacing Abelads. And Jaroslav Honzik also behind the wheel. So quite a few switches at the moment.
It certainly is, and in the grand scheme of things, we've not actually seen too much change. The only real difference is that we've seen that 55 of Jacob Brzezinski just fallen by the wayside down into 7th position. They were up in 2nd place, remember, as we see Michael Romagnoli here on the back of Henrik Gamble in the Battle of the Silvers right now. I think they're down in about 6th or 7th place in silver. And this is what the remaining 10 3/4 hours is going to be, is these little pocket battles, these little battles between 2, 3, 4 cars with drivers just keeping to themselves and trying to hit their marks where possible. Just looking at this though, I'm looking at the lead that Giorgio Simonini has now over Charlie Crossland. 2.3 seconds. But I think Charlie Crossland is going to be a real danger man, and that's a huge moment there. Yegor Okorodnikov absolutely destroying that rear suspension, and if that car is not absolutely buckled, I will be very, very impressed indeed. Although to be fair, these Bentleys are built like tanks, but I think that car is absolutely done. He's going to be having to surely bring that car into pit lane. Yeah, look at it, it's lopsided. Oh man, you hate to see it.
It is slightly left hand down, you can just see it here, but there is obviously a bit of a crown on the road as well, which will kind of add to that. I think Okorodnikov might try and stay out with it. We'll have to see what the straight line speed is like and such. But do they come straight to the pit lane, of course, after the chase? Is there going to be a request to enter pit lane? Darren King, by the way, lost out an awful lot of time on pit lane because he's dropped down to 10th spot as well. Didn't quite pick up on that. He was running in 6th prior to the pit lane sequence, so stays behind the car but does lose a fair amount of time. Okorodnikov is going to stay out on the racetrack, and Kamil Pawlowski still in 11th spot, but he is now jumping in behind the wheel. Let's see what happened with the Williams Esports out of the pit lane exit. So this is where they lost all of their time. Clearly a lot of force feedback issues there. I think there was a bit of a reset required on the wheels.
Was still on?
No, I think there was something more going on there. I think he got off because he climbed to speed. I think there was a wheel issue that maybe needed to be reset before continuing. That's why they lost all of the time, and that's why Brzezinski has dropped down the road to 7th.
That's a very unusual one. Just the reason that I was saying that is because you were looking at the revs and they were pinned to a specific point there. So
yeah, I'm not sure.
Very unusual, but yeah, at least they've obviously fixed it right now. Here is Luke Whitehead onto the back of that 959 machine, and Wacko Slip Table Racing, you've got to say, having a fairly strong showing out there just now. That's Yat Lam Law behind the wheel of the BMW, just in front of that 88 Mercedes AMG Esports team, Acodis ASP by R8G. We're going to be absolutely dead by the time that we get through the race today, calling out that one.
Oh, that's why I'm just going with R8G. It's an R8G car.
I see what you did there. That's a pro move there, Lewis.
Nice. You got to just sometimes. I mean, I don't call you David Christie. I call you DC, mate. There you got to, sometimes. You know, you've got to shrink it down a little bit when you're in the battle, and obviously for them, I mean, it's fantastic seeing Mercedes AMG in sim racing. Either way, I won't waffle on too much. If Darren King does get past Okorodnikov, little bit the damage is clearly there for Okorodnikov. He's going to lose time, but they're weighing up now whether they lose more time by pitting early and then repairing the damage, or whether they just stay out and kind of accept the time lost through the stint. And that is not an easy calculation to make from one very, very simple, one very, very quick error straight down into the barrier. Luca Lozio trying to get past Bonacorsi here for 15th spot. The Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car has made a decent amount of progress, and now Tushkovic is also closing in the Triton car that's gone quite well around here in the recent past, and I don't think they'd be particularly pleased with running 17th, but I wouldn't necessarily rule them out of doing something special a bit later on.
You see, you're saying that, Lewis, and I'm completely distracted by Luca Lozio's webcam here.
It's bad.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Do you think it's either a webcam that's been stuck inside a Pringles tube, or it's one of those webcams? It's like one of those little spy cam pens that you buy off the Asian e-commerce website that we're not going to mention.
Are you speaking of experience?
All what can say is £2 for 60 metres of LED light. It is anybody's going to buy it, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's not great. I think it's some things with some sim racing teams and drivers and stuff, as we'll see the move from Team 4 Motorsports obviously being into the barrier a little bit earlier on in the race, getting past Kostovic there and up into 36th spot. Some, it's not just practice on circuit that some of our drivers and teams need. They do all of that. Sometimes they need a bit of practice in setting things up. Sometimes they need a bit of practice in the interview room. Not naming names, but sometimes it does help. And, it's not just the driving where these lads need to perform. It's everywhere everywhere in the broadcast, on the grid. You've got to always be performing, as we'll see. Bastian Richter and Tobias Grunewald, these two now back quite close together again, as Grunewald's back into the rhythm of the race, just trying to get up to speed over the first few minutes. 15-second time penalty to car 94. That one, of course, is Ben Craner in the HPD Yaz Pro Europe car. That one losing another 15 seconds when they come into the pit lane. They're down in 33rd spot. We were giving them their plaudits for doing quite well. Yeah, we shouldn't have.
Well, we can thankfully rescind them. We'll
throw them under the bus.
From the YouTube history, it's fine, we never said anything. Right, Henrik Gamble here, side by side on the Aston Martin. This is awesome move there. Up to the outside there, down into the chase as well. Is that going to be one of the BMWs on the outside? Now, is that, that's Michael Romagnoli, excuse me, in the Aston Martin. Do you know what it is? It's in that GTWR livery. It looks a little bit, surely I'm not the only one that thinks that it looks more than a little bit like the G2 livery.
A little bit. If they were in a BMW, I would be complaining. I'll tell you that. I do quite like the GTWR livery, although I'm not sure they're going to like me for saying this. I think I prefer how they used to look.
Thousands and thousands of pounds in the marketing budget has gone into redesigning that team, and you just nuked it.
And there's me just being like, yeah, I prefer how it used to look. Yeah, but to be fair, that's always, you need to go as a team. You've got to move on for sponsors and stuff, just for general design and stuff. You've got to keep it fresh. Sometimes liveries change, and people in commentary box that are kind of a bit obnoxious say that maybe it was better the way it was. That's just how it goes sometimes. It's not as if they're the only team that I've done this and that with. There's some teams where I'm sort of like, I prefer how they used to look, but it's a good looking livery. It just feels a bit more. No, I can't say that either. It looks a bit more generic. Sorry, lads. But either way, we'll move on.
just finishing off on that. I mean, the overwhelming theme seems to be red, white, and black. We had that pointed out by our production team there. That red, white, and black seems to be, very, very common in that, and that makes it difficult for teams that are trying to stand out, trying to be a little bit different. Because if you pick a livery scheme that is red, white, and black, you are going to then get lost in the noise of all the other teams that are red, white, and black. Look at this, Legion Racers from Andika Rama Milana, again red, white, and black. And there you go, Felipe Roberto, slightly darker red.
It's quite a nice one, that though.
I like that one. That's like a really dark iridescent purple. Quite like that. And it goes in the whole thing of branding. It goes into the whole thing of the sponsors that they've got on board as well. And you touched on it there, Lewis, about the amount of effort the drivers have got to put in, not just behind the wheel. And this is the modern place that we're in now. Is Jordy Sanders having to do everything to defend from the HPD Jazz Pro of Nicholas Hillbrand here. The driving is just one part of the modern driver now, the modern sim racing professional. They have to do so much more as that, and that's game over, isn't it?
And it's right in front of the Esports car as well.
That is outrageous! That power slide round the corner from Hillebrand. How the hell did he just save that?
But Charlie Crossan is losing so much time in this. He's looking at these two thinking, can you get out of my way, please? Because he is bleeding time for the race leader. Was closing it down to 1.8 seconds. It's now up to over 3.5 because these lot all battling. Nico Hillebrand looks to the inside and does get past Jordy Sanders now. A little bit of a bump there on the apex. I don't know how Sanders is still in this race, but fair enough. The FFS racing car of Franca also comes around the outside. And still, Charlie Crossan is knocking at the door thinking, please, 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 move. Blue flags are out, of course, and it's not a requirement for them to jump out of the way. But still, I think he'll be very frustrated. The gap is 5.6 seconds for the race lead now. Simonini has just won the lottery.
And the thing is, again, from my experience of Charlie Crossland, he's not exactly the driver that I would say is well known for his patience and an ability to wait his turn. He will be forced his way through. Finally gets his way through there. But yeah, that is a bad turn of events for G2 Esports and that number 62 of Charlie Crossland there. Just finishing off that point about the modern day sim racing driver, you touched on the interviews that they've got to do. I look at a lot of the other esports that are going on, the likes of Counter-Strike Global Offensive, League of Legends, all that sort of stuff, and the way that their professional events go and that their big teams are now. You've got motivational speakers involved, you've got nutritionists involved, you've got them all living in a house together to make sure that they all get the same level of training and support and all that sort of stuff as well. That is exactly the way that I see sim racing going in the next year to 2 years. You're going to have drivers all sharing houses, getting all of this professional top level support, and when that happens, that's when the level of consistency, the level of racing will just go absolutely through the roof.
Well, a bit of a warning there for Nico Hillebrand for ignoring blue flags. I think there might be another one heading to at least that group's way, so that it is a requirement. Never mind, I will go back on myself. But there might be a couple more issues to deal with. James Baldwin's worked his way past, and now it's Tobias Gronevold's chance to work his way past James Sanders as well. So they work their way through one by one, but obviously having bled out a fair amount of time and continuing to do so. James Parker's behind the wheel of the FFS Racing car that is ahead of Alex Gates that we're looking at now for the Brabham Esports team. He's got to worry about Ben Crane on behind in the other of the HPD Yaz cars. So really trying to attack his Crane, but he does have that 15-second time penalty looming over his head, and Igor Rodriguez, who is behind the wheel of the Williams Esports car. I don't think that was particularly the fastest exit and entry to the mountain part for the Brabham Esports team.
It's such a weird state of affairs, isn't it? I mean, we've got one of the biggest championships of the season for these drivers, and a lot of them just look like they're just out for a Sunday drive. There's very little emotion, very little worry or panic on their faces. It's just absolute concentration. They look really chilled and relaxed. It's awesome to see as we cut back to the Scuderia Ferrari of Kamil Pawlowski in the number 51, taking over from David Tinitza as the indubitable sight there. I was trying to choose my words very carefully there. The number 41 of Igor Ogorodnikov, we see side by side with Gates and Kriener then. So Kriener having to try and hold on to this position. He fought so hard to get it, and it looks like he might actually have done that and taken that 32nd position, has to back out of it, and that is Igor Rodriguez trying to make a look up as well. So all of that effort kind of undone there. But that Bentley of Igor Ogorodnikov, we've got many running jokes with the number 41 about the remove penalty from but I have to praise YouTube chat for that. They were when he clattered that wall, they were right on the money with remove wheel 41, because I tell you what, they don't have to make these Bentleys strong. That was a heck of a hard hit, and that car, yes, he's losing a lot of pace here, but he's still on and he's still doing laps.
Yeah, I mean, obviously going to lose a position here to Pawlowski, who's straight down the inside. But, like I say, Pawlowski makes a critical error there. Will lose straight out once again to Igor Ogorodnikov. That could have been a much, much easier move. They might also have to worry about Sherpinen in the SMP Esports car also closing in. Pawlowski just in a bit too deep and touched the grass a little bit, nearly lost the rear end. For Kamil Pawlowski, by the way, normally we see him racing in the John Lacey Esports Academy liveries, of course, part of the, there's a bit of a link there with FDA Esports, but it's not really super direct. But Pawlowski obviously making the jump over for this championship, and it is great to see. Clearly having some great pace with how fast he is on the platform. That error might be a bit of a wake-up call, though, as he will continue to try and attack Ogorodnikov, but I think he might be sort of thinking, I could have been ahead by now. That car's damaged, and I could have been making some decent progress and getting well clear.
The thing is, Ogorodnikov actually isn't losing too much time. That's the really weird thing. I was just looking at that last, or his last couple of lap times there on the live timing data. Still doing 2:02s, which is fairly respectable. I don't think pace-wise it's enough to keep him in the top 10. But it was enough to keep ahead of that Ferrari behind him. It was that last lap there where I'm wondering if he actually had a little bit of a mistake there, as we're on board with Igor Rodriguez in the Williams Esports Chill Blast 1000 machine in the number 5, chasing down Ben Kriener in that HPD Yaz Pro racing machine. This is the battle for 32nd, 33rd and 34th, and this is the wonderful thing about sim racing as well, and of this specific championship. 47 cars on the track at one time. It doesn't matter where you are, Lewis. You've always got this intense battle to completely distract you from the fact that you're almost an hour and a half into a 12-hour race.
Absolutely. Grunewald nearly kicking the rear end out as well. You're absolutely right. I mean, when I first started doing simulation stuff, took part on a 30-odd car grid, and they were like, don't matter where you are, at the front or the back of the grid or how slow you are, you'll always battle with someone. In this, not quite as light on that one. You do have to be pretty quick to battle with people, but still, point being is that with 47 odd cars on the grid, well, now obviously down to 46, 45, you're always going to be battling with someone through this race, and if you're not battling with someone, then you're battling the circuit itself, which also provides its own little challenges. Ben Crane now got to worry, as we've said before, Igor Rodriguez, Jack McIntyre also jumping into the mix. So for the teams that are run by Zancho Sim Sports, running at the head of the grid and then at the back of it in this little group, there was a big moment there from Alex Gates. I was about to talk them up, but Brabham Esports heavily into the barrier in that McLaren, absolutely smashed it. I think there is going to be a sizable amount of damage. We'll try and hold off from Igor Rodriguez, and I don't think he'll particularly fight Jack McIntyre too hard, but either way, that was a critical mistake again.
Yeah, it really, really was, and that is going to cause heavy damage to the front of that car. I'd imagine the steering's all a little bit wonky. I'd imagine it's probably a little bit down on power as well. And have a look behind there, because there's Jack McIntyre wanting to get involved on this. So yeah, he's not wanting to give anything up right now. I don't think he's going to have much of a choice as that Bentley makes its move through. Igor Rodriguez takes 33rd position there, and you've got to fancy Jack McIntyre for getting past that position as well.
Indeed you do. There is McIntyre then looking to the inside, and there is the position. No, not made up. I was going to say they're not going to fight each other too hard, but they will indeed. Obviously got to get some social picks for the team, but either way, McIntyre is finally through into the braking zone down into Hell Corner as they will switch over. The two run out of the same outfit as Zancho Simsport, but obviously racing for their own brands. Just to speak, by the way, of not only the order but of the lap times that have been coming in. Fastest lap of the race did come in last lap from Simonini, being a 2:01.3. Ignoring that though and focusing on which car has been the fastest over the last 10 laps, those are the 10 laps of this stint. That car there in the top 6, after camera in the BS competition car, that has been the fastest in that top group when it comes to average lap times. 2:01.983 is their average lap time. They've been lapping roughly a tenth faster than the group ahead. Now they'll start doing their speed though, as they're obviously in that train, but you would suggest that after camera should be able to make some work in this group. Oh, that's a little bit wide there from Tobias Grunewald. Is now going to have to go side by side with Richter. The side-by-side will continue. Richter to the outside into the braking zone, and that is the move for Arthur Camara to work his way past. Arthur Camara around the outside as they go up the mountain, still side-by-side, and Bastian Richter dropping back the spot all through the mistake of Tobias Grunewald, and that was kind of the tricky moment. That you're tripping up over each other, and Richter the one that's losing out despite being the one that could have gained the most from it. Arthur Camara then up into 5th spot.
A brilliant move there, and it shows you how quickly it can all go very, very wrong. This is what we were saying earlier, it's different through the remainder of the race when the cars all spread out and there's like 5, 6, 7 seconds of a gap between the cars. But when you've got a tight pack like this, 4 cars split by what, 3 seconds? About 3/10 of a second. a mistake has massive consequences, and you can be really sure that you're going to struggle to make that time up, because you know yourself, Lewis, when you make a mistake and you have an issue and a car goes past you or two cars go past you or whatever, immediately your instinct is just to push that little bit harder and try and undo the damage that's been done, and more often than not that's when secondary incidents tend to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I nearly saw a bit more of it there, but the camera wrestles it down to the apex in the final corner, and now is in a sandwich of BS competition with Mercedes bread. And I refuse to say it the other way around because it's not the case.
Sandwich, that?
It's I'd take a bite. But either way, Arthur Camera charging at the moment. Said before, the opening 10 laps of this stint, I don't think he's been the fastest anymore, courtesy of the lap times that Simonini's been putting in, but at least of the second through sixth, definitely the fastest car when it comes to average speed over the opening portion of this stint. By the way, speaking of this stint, we did get a bit of a note from Mr. Michael Hamlet, who's kind of running behind the scenes trying to keep an eye on all of the strategies and stuff for us in the broadcast booth, so we can inform you. James Baldwin, after pitting early, he had the shortest stint of the top lot, only 27 laps, which is not long, by the way, comparatively to the others that were going close to the 31, 32 lap stint. 27 laps, according to the strategy calculations that we've got, would require to do 29 lap stints between now and the end of the race to make it actually work without having to do an extra pit stop. So I'm going to assume the 27 lap stint there was intended, but you're kind of putting yourself back into a corner where you can't afford to pit kind of one lap too early to try and undercut or something. You've already kind of played that card.
The best strategy you can possibly have is one that gives you the most amount of options, that gives you a little bit of breathing room, like you just said, that allows you to have the flexibility. If you want to come in a lap earlier or a lap later, then you absolutely can do. If you're in free space, you have that luxury. If you're around other cars and there's a big group of you, yeah, I don't think you do it. Oh my good lord, Arthur Camera. I think to be honest, you'd never got the chance to use it on lap one there, but I think that was a case of your good old Arca brakes there.
Yeah, I think potentially so. Well, either way, yeah, no, I was going to yell it out at top volume, but thankfully we actually avoided any of that because everyone drove quite well on the opening lap of the race. A 5-second time penalty gets dished out to car 5. That will be in the Williams Esports car that Igor Rodriguez is driving right now. So that will give them a little bit of extra pain through the race. But yeah, a bit of an issue there for Arthur Camera, losing out again. Which is just a bit frustrating after he's just made that spot. Bonacorsi has to worry about Tushkovic and Petrochenko, who are right there. You can see the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car that's pulled away. Petrochenko was looking down the inside to try and get past Tushkovic. A little bit of a mistake from Bonacorsi that's dragged these two back into the mix.
The other thing that drivers are going to have to watch out for here, as we see a Rocket SimSport machine out of pit lane in the background there, track limits. I think that we've seen already quite a few excursions across both the grass and the escape road. What they have to watch out for is that the game doesn't determine that they've got an advantage by that and automatically takes one of their strikes away for track limits, because drive-throughs we've seen can absolutely neuter any performance in a race, and very, very quickly. So that's definitely one thing to keep an eye out here. Jacob Brzezinski, though, just ahead of Dan King right now. This is a cracking little battle here, and you've got to say Dan King really earning his stripes today in that BMW. It's been a brilliant performance. You mentioned it earlier to see him up here, and that doesn't say anything about Dan King, but from the fact that we've watched this driver on multiple championships and multiple competitions, and he wasn't on this level. He wasn't on this level with the top 10 right now, and we've seen a marked change in him over, I think, especially over the past 6 months.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, he's just knuckled down, and honestly, the results really starting to come good for him.
I was going to say, this is not a random performance where you think, wow, he clearly just clicks at Bathurst or whatever. We've seen some great performances in the very recent past from Darren King. Typically, though, and this is kind of like the critical thing that we haven't really spoken about with them, is that typically racing in an Aston Martin rather than in a BMW, I don't recall ever seeing him outside of an Aston Martin, actually, in at least the things that I've commented on. I'm pretty sure is always in the Dorking community, GTWR, RHG Academy, Aston Martin. So to see him here in a BMW is a bit of a shock, and clearly he likes it. I wonder if we'll see a bit more of him racing around in this BMW in the near future, because clearly it is one that he is gelling with right now. Does have to worry about Jaroslav Honzik. Speaking of birthdays, by the way, it was Jaroslav Honzik's birthday, I'm pretty sure actually on the same day as Robbie Stableford, a couple of days ago. I think turning 34 years of age, and now on the attack, on the prowl to try and get past King and Brzezinski.
Wait, so Jardier is more than double the age of Robbie Stapleford?
No, well, I mean, yeah, you tell him that. You tell him that post-race. Go on.
I'm just pointing out facts here. As a 38-year-old, I ain't taking any moral high grounds on this whatsoever, but wow, it just...
Sorry, you're not quite double my age, mate.
And again, there's a wonderful, wonderful talking point there, Lewis, because, you know, another way that sim racing distinguishes itself from real-life racing, you're considered kind of past it if you haven't made yourself into a professional racing driver by the age of, say, 21, 22, 23. Sim racing, it doesn't matter whether you're 12 years old or you're 55 years old, you can get yourself a wheel and you can mix it with the best of them, and that is... I absolutely love that so much about sim racing. Is the fact it's so open to everyone. What I didn't like was the closing speed of Jaroslav Honzik on that lap car there. That was a little bit scary.
Obviously the lap car just trying to get out of the way ever so slightly there, but nearly getting tripped up just ever so slightly. But, you know, Jaroslav Honzik's a wily old fox. I'm pretty sure he was already reading the situation well before that had happened. Bastian Richter then still not able to get past Tobias Groenewold. Whether their two are actually more so working together. They've managed to pull out a decent gap on after camera, who was lapping so quickly, but now obviously after that mistake down into the chase, dropped back off. Darren King still not able to get past Brzezinski on the run into the braking zone of Griffin's Bend. Sun still obviously quite low, temperature still fairly low in comparison, and so lap times are still quite good, obviously in the mid to high ones for our leaders. Everyone else kind of running in the twos, and that's why that gap is ballooning at the moment. Simonini well in control right now, the gap being around about 10 seconds, just under 10 seconds to Charlie Crosland in second spot.
And that's the other bizarre thing, isn't it? But you just mentioned about the lap times there, is the fact that all of these drivers, it's not like they're doing a good lap. It's just a case of they're firing in these laps every single time, and we see all of the chaos, and we see all of the movements and the getting right up to the back of other cars as well, and still every single lap like a metronome they're putting in these 201s, 202s and 203s. That is what I was mentioning earlier about, this is what the 12 hours is. It's not like a case of they'll just ease off a little bit and you start doing 204s and you're maybe trying to chill out a little bit. It isn't that. It's 12 hours of, you know, absolute full intensity racing that is going on. And I would argue that a lot of these drivers, I mean, the exhaustion levels is absurd. As Dan King, that
Super.
Was beautiful. Lined it up at the start of the Conrod straight there. You saw that a mile off, and realistically there was absolutely nothing that Jacob Brzezinski could do, and he might be getting mugged out as well, because have a look at Jaroslav Honzik. Fancy's going around the outside, a little bit of contact there between the Merc and the McLaren. I think the McLaren might actually get this.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously got the outside line. If he can hold it around the outside of Hell Corner, Brzezinski will try and fire it in fairly deep, hooks it up to the apex, but now he's carried it around that outside. Is exactly what I was going to say. You're carrying a longer arc through the corner, you're carrying a higher average speed onto the mountain straight, and that was it. Jaroslav Honzik, the Czech driver, now up into 8th position, just ahead of the pole of Brzezinski. So one or two steps back really for Brzezinski, all courtesy of that absolutely delightful move from Darren King. Did say that Brzezinski, this isn't really his favoured platform. That's really what I'm hammering home right now, because I know how fast Brzezinski is, mostly because the only time I've ever raced in the same championship as Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski, we finished second in the championship, way behind them two. and Pash Gergis, who was also behind the wheel, but he's a co-anda driver now, so we don't talk about that. But an incredible talent being Brzezinski and Wisniewski, clearly not being at full form here. And obviously, after the technical issue a little bit earlier on in the race, we'll see if they can get back up to speed. And again, maybe playing a bit of the long game when it comes to tyre press and stuff. They could have over or under pressured them for this, didn't expecting the circuit to increase in temperature. Obviously, you can change the tyre pressures when you put a new set on in the pit lane, and maybe just got the number ever so slightly wrong. And you kind of think that, typically 1 or 2 psi might make, well, let's say 1 or 2 psi might make quite a bit of difference. You think, yeah, that would make quite a bit of difference at home. Honestly, at this level, 0.1 psi makes a pretty substantial difference. And if you get it off by that level, trying to play the long game over the stint, it can really affect you. Again, tyres overheating or tyres just not getting up to temperature enough.
And that's the wonderful thing as well, isn't it? As we see Victor Nikolai making a move on Ogorondokov, who at this stage is just going backwards faster than an anchor on a boat. See what I did, boat Bentley? Never mind.
That was really good. That was
I know,
really
I'm quite
good.
proud of that. It's almost as if I'd planned it about 6 weeks in advance.
Nice.
We're talking about the pace of the cars and the changes that the minute changes actually make. And to put it into perspective, you could get yourself up to a really fast standard, I would argue, in say 3 months. If you were really dedicated and you really put the work in, you could get yourself up to a really good standard in 3 months. The problem is it's something called the Pareto principle, where you can get 80% of something by doing 20% of the work. And then to get the remaining 20%, that is where all of the time gets sucked in, because it's all marginal gains. It's all these tiny little 0.1, 0.2, 0.3% increases that you get in your ability and your skill level that just takes so much longer to actually find. And this is what we're finding. This is where we see over the next 12 hours, because let's remember, it's not just these individual drivers doing it for 12 hours. You've also got to factor in their teammates as well. So it's how much collectively they've all been able to push themselves and improve themselves as a group, and how well they can do it. So yeah, you can get yourself to a very good standard in a couple of months, but to actually be on the top of your game, that's what takes years to actually perfect.
I mean, anytime you hear a driver saying, I put in over 1,000 laps of practice to this event, and you start doing the maths and you start thinking, that's like 9 hours worth of practice. It's for that reason. You kind of think that that's an insane amount of work to put in, and you're absolutely right, but this is why they are the very best. It's why I hated being a driver in some championships. It's why I'm always pushing for the idea of having championships where there's no practice, because I'm like, I can have a bit more entertainment in that. But when it's you put in 1,000 laps, some people might think if I put in 1,000 laps, then I would be setting lap times the same as these. Truth is, you would probably gain a good amount of time in the first 100 laps, and it's genuinely 50 to 100 laps. You'll be at like exactly what you're saying. You'll be at like 95% of the speed that you're going to get to, right? If you're setting, you do 50 to 100 laps around here, and you can get to a 202.5, great lap time, cool. That extra 900 to 950 laps is just to find maybe 0.3 of a second, maybe, and that is what that's all about. It's ridiculous the amount of work we have to put in to find that extra tiny little bit of time. But at this level, that tiny bit of time, that bit of consistency is what makes all of the difference. Honzik, a bit of lapped traffic here as more of the HPD Yaz Pro cars just sort of getting in the way a little bit. I've already received one caution for blue flag infringements, but obviously I think most people accept that once you get to this point of the track, if that lap car's there, you'll be still seeing them at Forest Elbow, because there's no way to let anyone through really up over this end of the circuit unless you've got a damage on your car.
You kind of don't want them to either.
Exactly.
It's really dangerous if they try and as a habitual back marker. I've kind of found this out the hard way, is that the guys that are up in front, all they want is you just to stick to your line. You do you, and they will work their way past you. And that is how it should be. Because, of course, for those watching that maybe aren't so familiar with GT3 racing, and they've seen likes of Formula 1, they see the blue flags and think, well, why isn't he getting it out the way? He doesn't have to. As we see side by side, Jaroslav Honzig, that is a car that's a lap down there. That was looking a little bit sketchy there with one of the HPD Pro Yaz machines. But yeah, so for anybody watching and seeing, the car, a lapped car with a blue flag, they don't have to get out of the way. It's not like F1 where you have to move out of the way and slow down and let the car pass. It's a case of, it's an advisory. You have to just kind of not block the car. On that note, there's a perfect example. So the cars 14 and 93 on lap 42, a 5-second penalty for the 93 for ignoring the blue flag. And also the 888 and the 33 warning car 888, another warning for them.
Yeah.
So the penalty for ignoring blue flag, now that will not be because he has not moved over, that will be because he has been fighting that position. He has been trying to hold on to that position.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I say, if you kind of hold them up, if you're actively trying to hang on to the spot, then that's where the issues come. By the way, fun fact from John Batcho, 1,000 laps of Bathurst is roughly 34 hours. That is a solid no thank you from me. Let's take a look though at some of the highlights from the opening stage of the race. We're an hour and 40 minutes in to the 12-hour season opener. Of course, it began back in the darkness of light in the morning, of course, and it was the Lamborghini starting from pole position. It was a nice easy lead though for Simonini down into the first corner. Bit of attack though from Dara McCormack, who tried and find the lead early, was able to do so. FFS Racing got into a bit of the thick end of things down in the first corner, receiving a little bit of a tap as they try and go around the outside, obviously around 3-4 wide, and it just wasn't quite there. Sat there right in the front of the pack. A couple of bits of contact as well as the HPD, one of the HPD Yaz Pro cars was also trying to fight their way through, but thankfully they would all, for the most part, gather their way through, and there wasn't any too large majors. On board with one of the Ferraris who was heavily into the barrier, that one being the Ren Vuelton Esports car, and nearly back out into the pathway of everyone else. One of the Mercs going very slow, that was Marek Shins, who was slow in front of the field after a really damaged car, and that was what sent Tinko van der Velde down the field after contact and spinning around. Darren King under a lot of pressure from James Baldwin. He would send his move to try and work his way up inside the top 5 and further up the order. Darren King had done such a great start in the opening stages of the stint, was starting to drop backwards with BS Competition also trying to attack. Jack McIntyre in the Rocket Sports car was going a lap down in all of this, but the train was really building behind Unicorns of Love and the HRT car, Alps Racing Team, both the Mercedes AMG right there. Big move from Niels Nyox, absolute send down the inside into the chase, and this would cost Darren King not only the position to Nyox, but also to Tobias Pfeffer as well in the Unicorns of Love car. Both would get down the inside into the final corner, so Darren King drops back a couple of spots, but still a valiant effort to even hang on past this point. And then the switch for second position. It wasn't really a big move for Robbie Stapleford. He was actually assisted through as Dara McCormack would actually jump out of the way, and no further dramas. A couple of Ferraris battling up towards the chicane. Oh god, that was a big bit of connection. We didn't catch that on the broadcast to see what happened to the SDL Ferrari, but either way received an enormous whack. This was Igor Rognikov, heavily into the barrier one side, heavily into the barrier on the other, and somehow keeps his wheels. Turns on his wipers though, as Nico Hillebrand would go for a bit of a slide in front of Charlie Crossland, who was losing an awful lot of time. Kamil Pavlovsky would battle out with Igor Rognikov and try and make the move down the inside. He'd overcook the chase though and drop it just ever so slightly onto the grass on the right hand side, and would lose the position once again and sit behind the Simware.Pro by Vides car that was just on the cusp of the top 10. The movement back up the field from Darren King, now down the inside of Jakub Brzezinski, and Jaroslav Honzik was also knocking at the door to try and find his way to make a move. He'd go one way, he'd look the other, and then would send it around the outside at Murray's, and would continue to go around the outside into Hell Corner, obviously receiving a little bit of slipstream from the GTWR RHE Academy car directly ahead, and that would just pull him along to give him enough of a stretch ahead on the departure of Hell Corner and onto the mountain straight. It's been a crazy start to the opening race of the season, and we have loved every moment of it here in the 12 hours of Bathurst in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series of 2022, and it is certainly not done yet. We've got 10 and a quarter hours left to go as we continue our racing up and over the mountain.
What a start to the race it's been as well. I mean, we've seen some fairly chaotic starts in the past couple of seasons. I would argue, Lewis, though, that's been one of the tidiest and orderly starts. I mean, we've still got 10 hours for it to go to hell in a handbasket. But yeah, it's been really, really enjoyable. It's been fairly steady for us as commentators as well, because yeah, we've had the odd incident every now and again, but for the most part, it's just been this fantastic racing. What I will say though is Giorgio Simonini out in front for that number 63 team Automobile Lamborghini Esports team. I mean, they've obviously launched their new Real Race Esports Championship. What an amazing flag they are flying right now for that. If that is the pace that they're able to get out of that Lamborghini, I think I need to go and have a little shot of it as well.
What's the best way to advertise something brand new? By absolutely dominating. It kind of goes in the vein that, you know, we've heard before in motorsports and stuff, the typicality of win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Kind of in that vein with what they're doing right now. Simonini is so in control. So, you know, sure, we can't really be getting too far ahead of ourselves. We are only less than 2 hours into the race, but either way, Simonini is absolutely firing on all cylinders right now, leading in the number 63, Charlie Crossan behind James Baldwin then in the Veloce car. Those two very close. Charlie Crossan under an awful lot of pressure, 12 seconds back, and Baldwin will be trying to find his way through, of course, the SRO Esports GT, or the European Sprint champion. There is Simonini, your race leader. We don't get to see him too much courtesy of the dominant position that the Automobile Lamborghini Esports team is in. Then it is the BMW G2 Esports, and then Veloce, your top three. Of course, Tobias Gronewold in the number 14 Unicorns of Love in fourth, with Arthur Camera for BS Competition in fifth. Your top five at the moment. We'll roll through some of the positions as the race goes on in a little bit, but we can kind of get how crazy this race has been and kind of update you with some of the things that's been going on as well. Pavlovsky now in 10th position, so he has worked his way up back inside the top 10, about 4.5 seconds behind Brzezinski. Yegor Rognikov, after that damage, dropped down now to 13th. And I think the damage, it's going to cost them a good few seconds over this stint, and obviously it's not exactly as if we're done just yet. They've got probably another, say, 15-20 minutes left as Wacko flip table. Yatlam Lowe's had a bit of an issue into the final corner.
You hate to say it, such an easy mistake to make though, late on the break there, and you can see it. It's more than likely just been a case of locked up under braking, either that or touch the grass, the back end slips out, and before you know it, you're straight into the wall directly in front of you. A lot of damage on the BMW of Yatlam Law there for Wacko's Flip Table Racing. I'm really curious to see James Baldwin right now. It looks like he's stalking Charlie Crossan. The thing is with Charlie Crossan, I always get worried, and again, this is just from my previous experience of watching Charlie. He is a very temperamental driver from my experience, and that might have changed since he's went over to G2. Obviously, used to race for the likes of Fordzilla, but from my experience, he is brilliant until he's not. And what I mean by that is he's very, very like my comments about Yegor Ogorodnikov. He will race very, very hard until he feels aggrieved. And if he does feel aggrieved, I've seen it quite a few times in the past, that's when the anger and that's when the frustration comes out in big chunks. So what I'm hoping is that's been kind of calmed down and been brought out of him, because Baldwin will absolutely make the move whenever he possibly can, or when Baldwin deems fit for it, as we've got a couple of messages from Race Control there. It's a warning to car 21 for a previous incident with the number 77. So of course the number 21 is that SEM 9 flash axle machine, and then it's incident between cars 28 and 5. It's a drive through to the 5 and that is going to be the Williams machine. So let's have a look at what happens to that Wacko's Flip Table Racing machine then, Lewis, of Yatlam Law.
Yeah, obviously down into the final corner, so got a little bit of the Porsche behind. I wonder if there was a bit of assistance or whether this was a bit solo. You can use a lot of the curb on the right hand. Oh no, it's just, flat out, just absolutely smashed on the rear end. And that, okay, so I get being tapped around. That is an unacceptable rejoin though, and the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine getting absolutely slammed. And I think the Wacko's Flip Table car might be getting absolutely slammed by race control after that. Igor Rognikov though into the pit lane. That was you know how we are with with bad rejoins. That is up there.
Oh man, that was I must admit I did kind of chuckle when that happened, mostly because you're like, what are you doing? What are you actually thinking? And the other thing, on the flip side, right, the simple fact is the car's been punted from behind. Yatlam Law is undoubtedly, absolutely fizzing at that point. He's raging. He's just been taken out and put into the barrier. You're thinking at that point, again, speaking from personal experience here, I don't know if you're the same, Lewis, but if you get hit by another driver and you get put into a wall, sometimes the blinkers come down. Sometimes the only thing you can think of is getting back on that racetrack. Unfortunately, you have to do it in a safe manner, and that was the furthest from a safe manner you can possibly think of.
Yeah, it was suboptimal, certainly. Definitely a complete misjudgment there from Yatlam Law, but I mean, those things happen. Like you say, for the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car, I think there might be a large amount of frustration from them as they actually do just depart from the pit lane at the moment. So I'd be pretty irritated if I was in that car, and I think understandably so. But you know, you have these issues. It's, got to take a deep breath and basically just get on with it.
Yeah, it's the part and parcel of endurance racing, isn't it? You're going to have these issues, and again, it comes back to that thing that I was talking to you earlier about, Lady Luck. How much of that do you have on your side for today? For the Virtual Drivers by TX3, that was just undoubtedly bad luck. They were in the wrong place at the wrong time. They did nothing wrong. There was nothing they could have done to avoid that there. So again, for all of the other drivers that weren't caught up on that, they'll be taking one of their many notches of luck out of that.
Yeah, bit of a shame for the 333. It is Valentin Barriere behind the wheel either way. Dropped now down, I think, to sort of around 34th, 36th spot on our timing tower. As you can also see that Yatlam Law is also into the pit lane to repair the car, because there'll be a fair amount of damage on that vehicle as well. Whereabouts on the grid did Igor Rognikov come out? That is kind of the major thing right now, of course, because it did pit in a little bit earlier, and whether he might have passed off to one of his teammates as well. I don't know if you know this one, Mr. Christie.
I do not, unfortunately. I was hoping to kind of just sit here in the background silently.
No, I was spinning there. I found out. Don't worry. It's 29th spot on Bykov has taken over, so I have found it out. I was just trying to spin to try and find it there, but yeah, down to 29th spot after the damage repair.
Yeah, so Mikhail Bykov then taking over from Igor Rodnikov. That's a very short stint for Igor. I mean, that's what, 45 minutes that he's done in that car, because of course it wasn't him that started. I'm just trying to rack my brains thinking who actually did start in that number 41. It was Vyacheslav Abeladze, of course, that was behind the wheel there. So there, again, we see it differs massively with a lot of the different teams in terms of how they'll rotate their drivers. I always like the fact that the 41 team can be relied upon, that they'll change their driver every single hour, every single pit stop, because it freshens it up and you can kind of look forward to different drivers getting behind the wheel. Did my eyes deceive me there, or Charlie Crossland getting his car thrown all sorts of shapes coming down the hill there? It's looking, well, it's looking squirrely, but you'd think that if Baldwin was going to make a move, then it would have made a move by now.
Yeah, I don't know, it's a little bit frustrating. Okay, I'm getting a bit bored of seeing that popping up now. Another warning for ignoring blue flags to the number 93. Not in a great spot right now. James Baldwin is into the pit lane though. Of course, did a 27 lap first stint. And I'm not sure how many laps he just did James Baldwin over that lap. It was 29, maybe 30. I'm pretty sure it was 29 though, which was the number that we did get told by Michael Hamlet, which is what they need to do. It needed to be 29 laps every single stint between now and the end of the race to actually make it without having to make another pit stop and keeping it within the 65-minute stint limit. That stint was 58 minutes, so I'd still say, I'd probably want to do a couple more laps on the next stint just to make things safe. But we were saying it earlier, essentially they've backed themselves into a corner on strategy and have confirmed that this is what they're going to have to do until the end of the race. There is no openness on the strategy. They can't try anything else, which they might well have been thinking about when they were sat behind Charlie Crossan of what if we have just gone a little bit further and then maybe we could have pitted a little bit earlier this time by to try and jump.
Well, that's the thing. It's that old thing of coulda, woulda, shoulda. I could have done this. I should have done this. I would have done this. But it's all wonderful in hindsight. Unfortunately, you've kind of just got to play it how it lies out there on the racetrack. But what it can do is that it can influence future decisions. You can tweak your strategy and decide to do different things because you think the teams are going to do things in a slightly different way. It's all about. We joke, right? We make this meme about it being this grand 3D strategy, 4D, 5,000 IQ chess match going on out there on the racetrack. But in real terms, it's just drivers consistently doing lap after lap after lap after lap. The only thing that they can really change is the pit strategy, is the pit stops, is the time that they come in, the amount of time that they come in, and how that affects their future performances. Are they going to double stint tyres? Are they going to take slightly less fuel? Are they going to try and do this? Are they going to try and do that? And it's literally just throwing darts at a dartboard, trying different things to see what works.
Well, this is Bastian Richter into the pit lane a couple of laps before we'd expected. A 31 lap first in. This one just 26. So again, backing themselves into a little bit of a corner, the same as the Veloce car. Sort of a bit like a trench, so to speak, isn't it? You're kind of like locked in. You can only really go forwards and backwards. And well, obviously you want to go just forwards. If you're going backwards, you're not having a good time of it. You don't have any more movement. It's like a bit of tunnel vision. Once you're sat in it, you can only go to the strategy that you're running. Then you've only got one number you need to hit. Sometimes that can be a good thing because it removes all the questions and all of the focus elsewhere. Sometimes it can be a bad thing when you need to use some of that strategy, and that is exactly what the number 4 car is trying right now. It's trying to burn out some of that strategy now to try and work them up the order and try and bypass the cars they were battling with in Tobias Grunewald and Arthur Camara. Also, considering Bastian Richter started the race, I will assume that Richter might jump out of the car, same as what James Baldwin's done, because Eamon Murphy is now behind the wheel of the McLaren Veloce GT car.
You were talking there about the strategy and digging in and digging deep into it, and you have to commit to the whatever you're going to be driving in terms of strategy wise. It's the only way that it will make it work. You've got 2 races going on the track at one time. You've got the whatever race you've got with the cars around you for position, then you've got your overall strategy. That's the bigger picture kind of thing. And you won't see the benefits or the disadvantages while you're in the car. It's your teammates that you're going to have to rely on with that. Let's also not forget, at this level, a lot of the teams are going to have actual strategists and actual race engineers that are working all that sort of stuff out on the fly. Back in my day, it was literally a good old Google spreadsheet that we'd put the stint times in and try and work it out all manually. But a lot of these teams are having that part of it taken away from them with the fact that it's replaced by somebody that is not affected by the hot head, is not affected by the adrenaline, can make proper decisive decisions based on what's best for the team at this point in time.
Absolutely, you're 100% right. Even when I was racing, typically it was you're out of the car. you're no longer the driver for the car. You're doing the strategy now. You're the one filling in the spreadsheet. You're the one doing this, doing that. I mean, we know that a lot of these teams do typically have some form of race engineer. I mean, I said it before about the BMW G2 Esports car, Charlie Crossan, that's behind the wheel at the moment. That one, from a strategic point of view, is being run by Dennis Jordan, who is a fantastic driver himself, more so focused on the rFactor 2 platform, and drives for Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports. But because Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports is run by G2, when he gets some time off, it's like, right, off you go, try and do some strategy and try and help out. It's his first time doing strategy on ACC as well, so we'll see how that one works out, and if there is any wrong strategy calls for the G2 Esports camp, we know who to blame. No pressure, by the way, as there's a little bit of contact there as James Parker gets past the SOP Esports, of course, Symphony of Pistons, Aston versus Aston, and Parker's up into 24th.
I'm glad you spelled out the SOP. That would have went very, very wrong in my dulcet Scottish accent there, but as you say, FFS Racing's James Parker there managing to get the move done. And down here, it's a very different order, isn't it? We were talking about the red, white and black being predominant on the liveries here. It seems like purples and pinks is the order of the day down here in 24th and 25th position. As you can see, James Parker looking fairly comfortable in his rig, and just another day at the office, really.
I mean, you can see the couple of sort of like sends in of the wheel. It wasn't as if it was a sort of a smooth movement. There was a bit of straight line. You kind of want to jank it in just a little bit, because what you're doing there, it's kind of one of those things that's a bit more counterintuitive. Knowing how to sort of throw the car around a bit, because what you need to know how to get the weight transfer to move onto the right side of the car that you want it on, and also front and back. And the way that you move the wheel, how aggressively you move the wheel, doesn't just wear out the tyres and doesn't just put weight aggressively over to one side. If you do it right, you can kind of move that weight backwards a little bit. If you kind of throw it in a little bit, you can throw the rear end just a touch, just to get the rear end to push the car through the corner. When you've got that kind of level of mastery behind the wheel, which I will say a lot of these drivers do, then they're not idiots. They know how to kind of throw a car around a circuit. But James Parker, who's done plenty of coaching and setup building in his time, understands how to sort of get the most out of a car like that. Those are the kind of bits which are almost counterintuitive. They're the bits that are a bit more of an oddity, especially as you need to understand the simulator and how to get the most out of a car on each of the simulators. And ACC, whilst it is a representation of reality in the form of it being a simulator, there are subtle things that work in here that might not work in reality because of so many reasons. It's an entirely an incredibly complicated calculation that puts it in that vein, and so you've got to be a bit more mindful of it. Either way, the incident involving car 4 and 42 has been put down as a racing incident. Car 322 and 21 also is put down as no further action, so probably would have been a penalty should nothing have changed in there, but being put down as an NFA. I've seen quite a few of the racing incidents, so race control have been fairly busy. I kind of always thought that might annoy race control. It's like I'm looking into something that's just a racing incident, so it's kind of like I'm wasting time right now. I just want to it's a racing incident, let's move on.
Well, I think that they get to that decision because they think that it's obviously potentially an incident that needs looked at, and it's only after they decide that they make clear that it's a racing incident. I've got to say, one of the highlights of doing this championship and doing these races, I love our audience. We get them coming back through both the sprint races and these endurance races as well. It's the same names, the same faces that you see out there in the world of chat as well. But it's great to see Ian Cosman asking all of the important questions there. We saw the on boards, the webcam of James Parker. He's asking whether or not James Parker is either incredibly buffed, or is it just a small seat that he's sitting in there? And I think he's answered his own question there. Your boy has been he's been working out. He's looking like you could snap that direct drive wheel like a twig.
You need to be strong though to work with a direct drive wheel, because they can throw you around. I mean, when you think of it, just to clarify with what we mean by direct drive, because we do understand there's a lot of people here that are watching that maybe don't understand the difference between wheels. There's a lot of different variants when it comes to your force feedback being delivered to the wheel. The classic one is a gear system, so it's a sort of a twisting thing that's on the side of the wheel that's giving you the force feedback. You've also got belt-driven wheels, which typically can be a bit smoother, but sometimes belts can snap. Lol. And then others, and this is the big thing of the modern era. This is where we're going to with the wheels right now, is direct drive. So you're directly connected to the motor, hence being called direct drive. And these are powerful motors. If you are not careful and you are running it on maximum power, and for a lot of the high-end ones, that's 20 newton meters of torque, which is quite a bit. Some can even go up to the likes of 30. If you have like a Formula rim and your thumbs are in there and you have a crash, no joke, you can absolutely break your thumb. That is how strong these wheels are. You have to be careful. You have to be a bit careful with how you approach it and how you race and who you're racing with. But it's those kind of things where I like the level that we can get to and how you can. It's very serious. There are a lot of bank, of course, but you can go for a slightly lower end one that's got 8 newton meters of torque, which, having driven one on 8 newton meters of torque, is plenty to give you what's going on, and also still try and wrestle the wheel out of your hands.
Yeah, Simonini and Camera into the pits. Just to further that little point there as well, is that while the level of torque is one of the things that you can that differentiates the direct drive wheels as well, having a direct drive wheel is a completely different thing from having a belt-driven wheel, regardless of how strong it is anyway, because of the way that it sends the feedback to the wheel. As you mentioned, the direct drive wheel, they're actually industrial. So the way that it happened before, the way this all came about, was some bright spark realised that with a little bit of a microcontroller, I think like one of those little Arduino boards, and an industrial servo motor, I think it's like the ones you use in the factories for like sewing machines and things like that. You could hook that up and you could actually wire that into a game and have an intensely different feeling than you would from the typical belt drive wheels that were around at the time. So like back in the day, you used to see all the DIY kits still going around. Nowadays you can actually build your own DIY direct drive wheel, which is the most frightening thing. If you've ever seen me trying to build a flat pack furniture from IKEA, God knows I should never ever be let near mains power ever in my life. So,
same.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that they are becoming more and more popular. Now, the thing is they are more expensive. These motors are not cheap. The motors themselves cost like £300, £400, £500, and that's just for the lower power ones. So the majority, you see a lot of these wheels and they cost like about £1,000. You think, oh my God, they're taking the mick. They're just like trying to fleece for whatever they can. It's like the parts alone will cost about 75% of what they're actually making back on that. A lot of these companies are not making anywhere near as much as you'd think on the wheels themselves. Plus, then you've got to build a really good software environment for a lot of these wheels as well, to make them easy to use and understand. And they do make a big difference. Though for myself, I'm on belt drive. I can't afford to justify paying about £1,000 for a direct drive wheel for something that I only do every now and again. If I was taking it seriously, like some of these youngsters are, absolutely, it's definitely a worthwhile investment if you can do it. And the thing is, there's more affordable ones coming out now, and they are in every sense and purpose just as good as the more expensive offerings.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've had to go on a few different ones from the higher end of the market to the lower end when it comes to direct drive, and I can tell you, if you're spending only, in air quotes, so there's still a lot of money, but £600, £700, £800 to get a lower end direct drive, trust me, it is still like just as like they are very, very good. And the thing is with it being new technology, the more we have it, the more it's used, the more it's refined, the cheaper it gets, the easier it gets, the more commonplace it gets, the cheaper it gets, and so on. And so then everyone and their dog can have a direct drive at some point. But we're just at that point where we're just having that shift. I mean, think of it this way: like 5 years ago, well, even probably less than that, we're even close to 3 or 4 years ago, the idea of having a direct drive, whilst people kind of in sim racing circles knew what they were, the idea of getting one would set you back, even at that point, £5,000, £6,000, £7,000, £8,000, £9,000, £10,000. So they would cost you an awful lot of money. When now that you can get them for under £1,000 is pretty. It's a lot of money. Don't get me wrong. But when you're at this level of sim racing, when you're battling at the upper echelons like this, for these guys, it is absolutely worth it. For me and you, who like to have a little bit of a bash around every now and then, Well, I'm too slow to justify and to warrant that, but either way, we'll refocus on the race at hand because we are boring you with sim technology, and we'll focus on the real meaty stuff that's going on. Simonini is still behind the wheel and is still leading right now as we head on to the 63rd lap of runnings here at the 12 Hours of Bathurst. Isaac Price has taken over the number 62, so obviously that car started with Robbie Stapleford, and now Isaac Price has taken over from Charlie Crossland. Mitty Tauscher, who we're focusing on now as well, has jumped in behind the wheel of the Unicorns of Love car. That's been between the two Tobiases, Pfeffer and then Gronewold, and a 15-second time penalty has gone out to the car number 911 for contact. That one, of course, was for a tap into this corner, and we haven't yet heard if the 959 is going to receive a penalty for that truly awful rejoin, and I would be surprised if they don't.
Well, I guess it's one of those things we'll just have to wait and see. As that was a bit of a scary jump onto the track there from one of the HPD Jazz Pro machines there, just exiting pit lane. But again, I'm watching the layout of this top 10 here, and I'm trying to figure out how this is going to go. Gregor Schill taking the wheel of that number 1 BMW. We see Jaroslav Honzig still behind the wheel of the McLaren right now, and it's still way too close to call. I mean, look, Simonini out in front were ridiculous gap here, but anyone else in that top 10, yeah, I've got no idea how that one's all going to pan out right now.
Well, there we go. My calls to race control have been answered immediately. The Wacko's flip table car receives a drive-through penalty for that rejoin, obviously, into the nose of the 333 virtual drivers by TX3. So as much as they were sent around by the 911, that one being the WPS Racing Team Munich Esports car, fair enough, that rejoin was unacceptable, and race control have already jumped on that by delivering a drive-through penalty through the post straight into the clutches of the 959. So that one is fair enough in my book. I think they probably expected that one pretty sharpish. So you can see some of the gaps obviously growing. That's how it goes around a race, over a 12-hour period. It's quite a long one, so the gaps do typically grow. With 2 hours and 10 minutes into this one, Gregor Schill's under a fair amount of pressure from Mitchy Tauscher, those two obviously being fairly close. Jaroslav Honzik ahead of Miato, who is closing in the GTWR R8G Academy car. There is Bykov. Obviously this car pitted in fairly early to repair some damage. Igor Rognikov was driving when he came down the hill and made contact with the barrier on the right hand side and then on the left. Mikhail Bykov has jumped in behind the wheel. They've repaired the damage. They've lost an awful lot of time. As DeSalvo, what has happened to the Ferrari car there, the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports? There is so much damage on the front end of that. Those being your European Endurance Champions of 2021, starting off here with some major drama at the mountain.
Well, it's nice to see that Ferrari have chosen violence as the answer to their problems right now. Straight into the wall from the looks of it at the chase, and you can only presume that that has been a very messy incident for them. They're going to go into the pits, almost certainly going to drop out the top 20 by the time that they get their damage repaired there, and that is a massive F for that team there. They were already struggling. You saw the hard work and the blood, sweat and tears from David Tinitza during that opening stint to get them up into that position, and again, without having seen it, we can only speculate. We don't know if there was another car involved there. We'll almost certainly get it on replay there, but yeah, that is a lot of damage there from Giovanni DeSalvo. I feel like we need to put some sort of content warning on seeing something like that.
And will they be back out on track? I think that's the big question. Ferrari's not a team that comes to a circuit like this, in a championship like this, to battle around to try and get back into the top 30. They are here to win. That is something which they will definitely not be doing today. DeSalvo then into the barrier to add to the list of errors that we've seen. Obviously we'll try and grab a replay. Clearly it wasn't Ferrari's circuit though. They were really struggling. Got obviously inside the top 10 briefly there, but back to losing out. Obviously getting note as well that Lars Kisser, who we had seen a few times there in the Mercedes AMG Esports help racing team car, lost out a lot of time to pit lane. We did say they were in a lot earlier. They were in about 5 laps earlier prior to where they should have been in, and so there might have been for a bit of damage repair. Let's see what happened then to the Ferrari. It's Rocket that they've just let through. Ooh, that was a little bit naughty, I think, from DeSalvo, because, I mean, the Rocket, I don't know how you feel about this, Rocket Sim Sports was there, and it kind of felt that DeSalvo was coming back across Rocket, at least from what we saw in that angle.
That I would like it if we could try and see that again from a different angle. We'll try and see if we can do that. It looks one way. It looks like, oh, the Rocket Sim Sport might have been guilty on that one. I have to lean towards what you were saying there. For me, I'm thinking, well, there's two cars there. Why is that car over so far to the right hand side, to our right hand side there, knowing that there's another car there? These endurance races, it's all about managing risk, isn't it, Lewis? You have to try not put yourself in dangerous positions. Why would you be putting yourself over there? Where's that Rocket Sim Sport car supposed to go?
Yeah.
The whole we're talking about blue flags, right? We're on about the amount of blue flag warnings we're getting. The literal letter of the law says that it is up to the faster car to overtake safely. Emphasis on the safely. That is what I'm wondering there. Was that done there? And if that is, look, if that does turn out that the Ferraris maybe strayed over a little bit too far there, my God, to take yourself out of the race like that, that's going to be an awkward conversation.
It's only inches that make up the difference. Of course, we are racing around the world as well. Connections, servers and stuff, that also can play its part a little bit. It's kind of one of those things. It's amazing that we even get the opportunity to race with 47 cars from around the planet. But we'll see again as we'll look. This is looking towards the Rocket car. You'll see the Ferrari come onto the right-hand side. Now, what happens here? Who's holding the line? What's the line of the Rocket? And right now, Rocket changed their line, I think, actually.
Yeah, that changes everything. For me, that puts it onto the Rocket machine. And again, very marginally, but that Ferrari stayed dead centre.
Dead straight.
That did not move at all. So for me, yeah, that's. I mean, look, it's an awful racing incident, but you're a car a lap down. You can't afford to be getting yourself into that sort of attention. Yeah,
it's a penalty for me. It's a substantial penalty to Rocket. It's a small mistake, and you obviously you penalise the incident itself. You kind of, in a sense, as a race control, if you could make every car the same shade of grey, right, and just remove all the logos and stuff, and even remove the positions because it's almost irrelevant in a thing like that, you're just looking at the incident itself. It's still a pretty harsh penalty, even ignoring the fact that there was a lap up and all that kind of stuff. I feel bad. It's such an easy mistake to make, but it is a mistake that, at least from our point of view now, seems to lay on the shoulders of Rocket Sim Sport. But again, that's why we have race control, because as much as we've seen it from two angles, they can look at it from every single angle. They can see steering inputs, they can see throttle and brake traces, they can see the whole lot. And so they will take some time to look over it and then come to a decision.
Just thinking about that as well, obviously one of the things for those that haven't done Assetto Corsa Competizione is the fact that you get a radar for the cars that are around you, and it just seems a little bit weird why maybe the McLaren would be there. So again, what we do have to take into a factor is, is there connection issues to play on that one?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, it might have said clear and then you move back over, although I've heard that excuse a few times on a certain other platform where we do some over racing and such, and then they're like, oh, but my spotter told me I was clear. And I'm like, that excuse does not hold fire with me. No. But obviously, sometimes it kind of does. But you know how it is. I think that, like I say, it's one of those mistakes that we can all understand. And I think even if you went to ask DeSalvo a little bit after the race, not like immediately, I think even he might have some understanding as to how that mistake's happened. Either way, the Ferrari is remaining in the race. You can see DeSalvo's in 32nd, and so respect to them, they are going to carry on and just try and rescue some form of result, as there was Yatlam Law looking down the inside of Rocket Sim Sports. As Dan Handover behind the wheel of that at the moment, and this is a pretty tasty three-way fight at the moment, because you've also got the Prime E-Racing car as a part of this battle as well in that McLaren.
I've got to be honest, I may have been guilty of just watching another couple of times as up the inside of Mike Noble. That was a ballsy move from Yatlam Law, trying to to hold on to that there. Gets it though, but watching that replay a couple of times there on the YouTube channel there. If I'm being completely honest and having the benefit of just like kind of rewinding it and replaying it, it looks like both of them doing exactly the same thing there. It looked like a tiny move right there from the McLaren and a tiny move left from the Ferrari. I don't envy the race control right now.
It's not easy.
It's not. How do you blame other drivers there? Another note there, I'm actually watching here of Mike Noble here. What is going on with Yatlan Law? The connection there, both of Yatlan Law and Felipe Muriera there. The car just seeming to kind of move from left to right there, almost unpredictably.
Yeah, the thing is, by the way, just to go back to that incident, I think we could look at it 100 times and come out with varying opinions, even though we're watching the same footage over and over again. Just because you sort of notice some things a little bit here, a little bit there, you start to doubt some things. That is one of that. It's those instances there where it's like, I'm so glad I'm not in race control. If it's a clear-cut one where it's just like someone bashing someone, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm fine with that, because it's that's the easy bit. Of course it is. Even if it's a harsh penalty, it's kind of like, right, well, a bad rejoin, for example. I mean, it's a slam dunk drive-through in my book, and so that one's fair enough. An incident like that where it's really not super clear as to exactly what's happened, and also the overlap is the tiniest of margins. You're talking, it's the difference of inches, really. And if the Ferrari was a few inches ahead, then that incident would have never happened. Right? If it was going onto the straight 1 kilometre an hour faster, that incident would never have happened. And that's the thing that you're kind of talking about there is, where do you lay blame? Either way, I think we'll probably stop waffling because we could probably talk about it ad nauseum, at least for the next 9.5 hours. And so I think that's probably wise that we don't, because I think we might bore a few people from doing so. But either way, that is now in the hands of a race control, as Lars Kisser up now into 8th position. So has worked his way up just a touch after having a very long pit stop comparatively. It was a bit early for the number 4 Mercedes-AMG. Oh my goodness me! And there's the spin as well. Miato's had a bit of a moment coming down the S's, and that was right in the pathway of Lars Kisser. Such a shame for the GTWR R8G Academy car that's been going so well this afternoon in the clutches of Darren King. That was a pretty sizable impact indeed, trying to leave enough room on the racing line so that those coming through can come through. And he's just made contact with Dan Handover as well, and Yatlan Low.
Well, that predictably went to hell in a handbasket rather quickly there. Miato, that car looking pretty much ready for the scrapyard. That is unfortunate, to say the least. There was no way he was getting that car recovered without taking several cars with him.
Oh,
look at the state of it. It is absolutely brown bread right now. GTWR R8G Academy. Yeah, look.
It's brown bread?
Brown bread, yeah, it's dead.
Oh, right. I
was trying to use a little bit of Cockney rhyme.
I just thought you hated brown bread, mate.
Right back on to the racing line. Look, the thing is that you say, he's driving right back into the racing line or things. Like, he is not driving anything. I'd be very surprised if that car has any control. In fact, Philip Roberto there for Munster Rugby Gaming having a huge moment into what looks like Murray's, or just on the exit of the chase.
Yeah, it's all kicking off here as we continue to race 2.5 hours into it, and yeah, that Bentley is also broken, now has to do an entire lap of the circuit. There is Miato. I feel bad for Miato. You can see, right, now he's driving straight into a barrier here, which you kind of think is a very solid F, but we kind of saw it on the straight. I don't know if you noticed how much steering input he's putting in. He cannot turn left. It is impossible. Look at how far those wheels are over. He cannot turn left. How is he going to get into the pit lane, which specifically requires turning left?
He's not. Oh, no.
Wow, I've never... This is... Yeah, that's it. I think they're out. They can't do anything right now.
It's like that Simpsons meme. Stop, he's already dead. Yeah, that car's done. He's not going to get in the pits.
There's nothing they can do.
Oh, he's going to try and reverse it, is he? Oh, okay, that's a bold strategy.
Oh, slow speed, it might just be able to turn. I mean, I don't know which side I'm on here.
No, he's having to reverse it to point it.
Oh, genius! I hadn't even thought of that. Wow, David Christie, you're smart, you are.
He's reversing, turning it, but at low speed it turns at such a wicked angle. Oh man, this is just painful to watch.
There's the reverse. He's going. Don't hit the wall. Don't hit the wall. You're gonna have to reverse again, mate. Oh my goodness. Well, I've never been so intensely enthralled as to whether a car can get in pit lane or not. Now it is in pit lane.
Get in this pit box.
Oh, it's just going to bounce off that wall. Your car's already damaged as well, so you might as well try and kill a couple of engineers as well. He's got to reverse again because he's got to turn to get over that side. This has been a horrific lap from Miato. At least they're getting some good broadcast
funny,
time.
but he would have been faster just escaping and returning to pits.
Yeah, but you don't get as much broadcast coverage.
Oh no, this is amazing. I tell you what, this is their sponsors are going to be loving this. Oh, there we go. Now he's just realised he's going to have to. I swear to God, say if he does it now and then decides to return to pits, I'm not going to be impressed.
If he returns to pits now, it's like you've got to commit. Come on.
I know there's a
get
12-hour race going on, but I kind of want to stay on this. I kind of want to.
Right.
This is the important. No, has he missed it?
I don't know. What are we going to see here? What is about to happen?
8,000 IQ, he's just going to reverse
into the box. He kind of has to. This has been just.
It's enthralling. This is like we need Twitter escapades on this and Facebook inquiries onto this right now. We need a hashtag starting up.
I mean, I've been confused in a broadcast before. Is it in its box now? Is that it's in its box? It is.
Yeah. Wow.
Good effort to Andrea Miato.
That is like. I think that was about the pace of 2 laps that he took to actually get that car in, and feel sorry for that Bentley who's still having to try and make his way around as well.
I mean, that in real life that is a slam dunk DQ because there was a lot of reversing on the racetrack there. But I think we'll give it its plaudits. A good effort. Race control might have looked over it a bit less enjoyably, thinking that really doesn't stick, so maybe they will be deserved a penalty. But
already, Lewis, they've got the coffee machine on. Come and have a seat, son. We need to have a chat about that.
Yeah, we're going to sit down and we're going to have I mean, again, great stuff, but either way, managed to continue in the race. They can still come in. There is the Mercedes AMG HRT into the pit lane. The yellow flag as well in the form of Josh Staffin. Let's see if he's got the disco ball and the disco going on with his sunglasses on in the middle of the race, because that's exactly what he had last year as one of the Bentleys in the wall ahead of it.
That's the same Bentley trying to...
Oh, because it's still... Yes, in the final corner, yeah.
Philip Roberto, oh man, that is just...
And there we go.
He's given up, he's just had enough, yeah. There gets a point where you're just like, guys, I'm sorry, I just have to. The problem is that this has monumental knock-on effects to the entirety of the field now, because it puts a lot of cars out of position, it holds cars up. Now cars are a little bit more frustrated, they want to try and get past. We're now going to see things start kicking off in the next 5-10 minutes, I think, as drivers really start to try and undo that damage.
Yeah, well, Presley Martineau has managed to dive his way down the inside of Pratima. 2 of our Asian teams battling way further down the order than they would expect, because the 79 Flash Axel and Legion Racers are 2 teams which we know are very, very good. They've just not had the day that they wanted. There he is. Disappointed, but I'll allow it. Fair enough. It was Josh Staffin who had the disco going on, wasn't it?
It was, but he's obviously decided that...
yeah, it was.
It's not happening anymore, because... It looks a very grown-up setup now that he's got. He doesn't have streamers going on. So this is what happens, folks, when you get a little bit older. You start having to grow up, and you have to put the disco ball away. It's a shame. You feel so sad.
Is he having to tighten his wheel? Because watch his left hand when he gets onto stretch. I wonder if he's going to do it again. Yeah, boom. What's that?
Maybe haven't.
I think his wheel is not actually attached to his desk. It would kind of make sense as to why he's had a bit of an issue over the lap. But yeah, he keeps having to adjust it. Watch his, every time he gets into a straight, boom. And the reason why I know that is because I've had to do that more than once.
Down the bottom left there.
Yeah, but why would you be pressing a button that's on the wheel?
I don't know,
that's very uncommon.
Maybe something that has been assigned, because remember, that car was hard into the wall, so maybe he's having to make some unusual changes or something like that. It doesn't look like the wheels particularly come through, and it doesn't make sense, down through the tight twisty bits. That's where you'd be pulling on the wheel. I think it's a setting that he's having to push that's maybe not one that he would use in the course. It could be a push to talk for his teammate or something.
I mean, that would be a weird one. There he goes, pressing. Yes, I think he's pushing it on. But it's either way, whatever it is, it's not good, and he's obviously focusing more on that as to what's going on the racetrack, because Veerman was trying to go inside and outside, and now has had to pick to the right-hand side of the circuit, left-hand side of shot in that Ferrari, rolling through the chase now as we've got red and black versus red and black. There's a Ferrari to the inside, might nearly brush. Well, I mean, drifted off of the apex there and tapped the side of Josh Staffen. I don't know who would be blamed in that one, but Veerman either way makes contact with Staffen, who I believe is straight into the pit lane.
Well, that's an F for sure. What's confusing me actually here, Lewis, is a lot of the drivers who are getting damaged deciding to stay out and getting themselves into further issues, or driving several laps at a much slower pace there, as we see the Rocket Simsport machine of Dan Handover. I had words that I was going to use here, none of them were suitable for broadcast here, because Yatlam Law is all over the back end of that Honda here, and Dan, he's doing a sterling job of defending that position, but you get the feeling that there's a little bit of inevitability about this.
Well, you said about lapping safely, by the way. Felix Arndt causing a collision there. That was the one that popped up on the screen. That is in the Prime E-Racing car. 15-second time penalty for making contact with this car, the Wacko's Flip Table Racing 959. So a 15-second time penalty passed off to the car that is now sat in 23rd position right now. By the way, as race pace at the front continues to be exceptionally fast. Simonini well in control now, nearly leading by, approaching 20 seconds. Average pace over the last stint was a 201.9. Over this stint, so far, it's a 201.9, basically, an 899. So incredibly consistent, as there is the GTWR RHG Academy car back in pit lane. Did they not repair all that damage?
Oh no, that scares me. I don't know what's happened to that. But at least they got the car through, so yes. I've got no idea what.
And it can turn left now.
Yeah, so maybe it's obviously sometimes on ACC we can have desync where the damage doesn't appear fixed on our ends, but it is actually fixed for the car here. I'm getting a little bit worried with this Wacko's Slip Table Racing machine of Yatlam Law here, because he's wanting to try and make the move, and look at that Mercedes just absolutely breezing past obviously because it's a lap up, and that means that Dan Handover can get caught out, let the position go here, but they're still side by side. I get the feeling this is going to end in contact with these two.
Oh, yeah, I'm driving it straight back down the inside again. Handover leaving a little bit of space there, and now as we head onto the mountain, that is the position made up for the Wacko's Flip Table Racing car. Really had to work for it, had to do a big send going down to the apex into the cutting, and I mean, maybe the connection played a part in that, but either way, he was not being held up at all, and Handover really had to jump out of the way to avoid contact. It was a pretty bold move, but that's racing for you, and certainly is now moving up into 33rd position. Here's Jacob Osterman, who's now in 11th position, with Hendrickson, of course, in the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car that is in 10th spot, having to worry about the two cars behind, because he's obviously got Osterman there in the AJA Sim Racing team by Gardi, and of course the Triton Racing car of Dominic Blyer that is there, and Mikhail Bykov isn't a million miles away as well. I know it's 8.5 seconds, but trust me, he is catching.
He certainly is, isn't he? As we see Jacob Osterman here for, as you said, AJA Sim Racing by Gaddy. Looking at that silver battle though as well, I'm looking at Igor Murdasov in the number 900 right now for SMP Racing Esports. My question is, I'm trying to find out what on earth happened to Darren King there. Because obviously that car was up there. Have I had like a complete mental breakdown and just forgotten what happened to him? Because that car was up there. I think so.
I think you have had a moment, yes.
I have. What?
I kind of want to just like let you sit in it though for a minute just to see what happens. So that was the car that Andrea Miato was behind the wheel of that crashed coming down the hill.
Oh, of course, I completely forgot.
Nice. That was a proper old man moment there, mate.
That was, yeah. And it literally happened like 10 minutes ago as well. We were watching that car for so long. Do you know what it was? I was so used to seeing Darren behind the wheel.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I didn't even realise who was on his team.
You just thought it was going to be Darren King from start to finish?
Well, to be honest, the pace that he was putting in, I was hoping it was.
I mean, who knows what's possible? Clearly, Darren King very, very fast, but unfortunately not the case. It was Miato who had the issue down here, and of course they lost a lot of time, which... if you're Darren King, right, you've put in all that work, you've been riding inside the top 10 in one of the most competitive championships that we've ever had on ACC, and then your teammate jumps in. I mean, for Miato, that would have been heartbreaking because you never want to cost your team, a good result. You don't want to be the one that's done it. But that's pretty heartbreaking. For Darren King, he probably was looking at it and then laughing and crying at the same time, just like, wow, that is also hilarious and terribly sad. Here comes Dominic Blyer, obviously picking up a little bit of slipstream from the BMW ahead and straight past through the mighty Bentley at the mighty mountain, mighty fast in a straight line. Dominic Blyer up now into 11th position, and of course they've won here before in the Bentley. Trying to do it again. I don't think they're quite on the cards for doing that, but certainly a better result than 11th place is definitely on the cards for Triton.
Yeah, they're looking like they might be able to definitely get themselves into the top 10 there. I think maybe even top 5 with the way that
potentially
that 127 Mobileye Journalistic Esports Academy machine is potentially going to be able to get that done. So we'll keep an eye on that. But Blyer has just been amazing. I think it's a bit of a recovery drive for Triton, if I'm being honest with you, because the pace that they've got, they shouldn't really have been outside of the top 10 there. So I think as we've got another yellow flag, and I think that is coming down through the dipper there, we'll get an idea on that. That's a 22 that's actually brought that
Rocket
one out. So, oh man, you hate to see it. It's one of the silver cars of Rocket Sim Sports. That's Dan Handover that's brought that one out.
Yeah, having a couple of issues. A little bit too much curve there as well from Jakob Osterman, as we'll focus our attention elsewhere on the mountain. It's Regan Mitchell behind the wheel at the moment now, just ahead of that grouping that we were watching, and he does have to worry about in his mirrors the 3 behind. Of course, again, whilst there is blue flags, can't fight, but at this point in the mountain there's no way you can just let people pass, so Regan Mitchell will probably try and pull over to one side on the departure here, and you can see there a slightly tighter line off of Forest Elbow. It's still going to have delayed William Hendrickson a fair amount in the Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, and that might drag Dominic Blyer up into the top 10 if he can slipstream his way past. Deep into it now, but the BMW's a bullet in a straight line itself, going to get side by side into the chase, and it is the BMW with the advantage into the braking zone as they'll head once again into the chase. Still side by side. A little bit muscled out wide there with Dominic Blyer as Hendrickson's just trying to hold on to the top 10 for now. And of course, Osterman is trying to find his way past that McLaren. Backs off, allows these two to fight it out, and maybe he'll piece his way past. Yeah, that was really clever from Jakob Osterman there. He actually ended up using the slipstream of Regan Mitchell down the Conrod straight there to try and catch back up to these two, who were then side by side. But again, centre heads prevailed here, and this is exactly what it's all about during a 12-hour race, is the fact that just because you can go for a move, Lewis, doesn't mean that you should be going for a move. You have to think about, is the car immediately going to come straight past me? Am I going to, hinder myself going through the rest of this lap here? 9 times out of 10, it's a case of just ease off the throttle a little bit, let the car take its position again. You can always go and attack it again. None of the cars getting any damage to themselves. Ultimately, that's what counts, given that we've got 9 hours, 20 minutes left to go. Yeah, and it's been a fantastic thrill ride in the opening few hours of this race. Of course, we'll be saying goodbye to you in a few moments, but still, it's been an enjoyable start to the race. I think we've had a lot of fun. You'll be back in the commentary booth a bit later on. You've got to, unfortunately, everyone sat at home has to put up with my voice for another couple of hours, but still, it's been a fantastic start, not only to the race, but to the season as well. It really has. I mean, look, last year was a chaotic season. We saw drivers being super aggressive, and I feel like I'd kind of built things up to how aggressive and how, elbows out they were going to be. I'll be honest, I'm completely delighted. Yeah, we've had a little bit of moments and some questionable driving standards here and there, but in the grand scheme of things, they've been peppered throughout what's been a very good and very well-tempered race. This is what the stuff we want to see is, as commentators, look, we do our best to try and bring
a level of professionalism to the work that we do here where possible. I mean, we'll have a good laugh and a giggle where we can as well, but we want to try and help represent this sort of stuff in its best light, and the drivers and the teams have done exceptionally well to bring that to the forefront today. So yeah, look, brilliant race here. If I'm honest, my eyes are a little bit concerned that the Lamborghini is away with it, about 16 seconds, 18 seconds up the road at that pace. You don't catch that up.
No.
That's going to have to be a strategy error or an accident that brings them back to the forefront, both of which 100% could well and truly happen. But the way things are right now for the Lamborghini, they've fought really, really hard. They deserve the lead that they've got right now.
Oh, I mean, I was commentating on a race at the Nordschleife a few months ago, in sim racing, of course, not the real one. And Co-Anda Simsport, one of the greatest teams in sim racing, was leading by a very comfortable margin until Mac Backham, who was behind the wheel at the time, dropped it solo. And it was with 5, 6 hours, 7 hours left to go in the race. Like, it was a decent way into the race, and they were leading by 5 minutes, I think, by this point. Dropped it. On track size, it's why we love going to places like the North. Of course, we don't have an ACC. It's why we love going to places like that, places like Bathurst for an endurance races, because you can never get too comfortable. There is a fine line between complacency and speed, and if you are comfortable in your 20-second lead right now, by the way, Simonini was a second faster than Isaac Price a couple of laps ago, so pulling out even further as we're focusing on about for 31st place between Mike Noble and Moreira in the Williams Esports car. The two of them, though, starting to separate a little bit as Noble's made up that spot. But around a second like this, complacency is the enemy, and that's what's going to cost you a race lead in a scenario like this. You've kind of always got to be giving like tiny margins to the wall, and that sounds crazy because you're like, wait, surely you'd want to give a little bit more margin to the wall. It's like, no, you kind of want to keep yourself awake, and some of the times by doing that, it is genuinely by pushing it to the limit over the top every single time. Yes, you might be asking for trouble, but yeah, these drivers are good enough to keep the car on the road. What that's doing is it's just keeping you awake, it's keeping you a part of the race, it's keeping you challenged, and so that you don't, honestly, sounds stupid, but forget when to turn in, which I have seen more than once around here.
I've done it myself, and it's a really strange thing. So, I've done both in real life sprint racing and endurance racing, and one of the really weird things that I actually genuinely found was that I was struggling to concentrate on an endurance race because your brain starts to smooth down. It starts to sort of settle into the action that's going on, and then I actually ended up finding, I'm still trying to figure out what actually this is, whether it's a form of travel/motion sickness or whatever, but I was actually finding myself drifting off while I was behind the wheel.
Oh yeah.
And it's absolutely bizarre. Behind the wheel of a real life race car, you think, oh my god, I'm going to be so excited, my eyes are going to be on stocks, but I'm finding myself yawning, I'm finding myself, really, really having to, pinch your fingers just to try and stay on that level. And for some of these drivers, that's exactly what they have to fight as well. You're settling in. I like to think of it as a state of flow. For a lot of these pro drivers, that's exactly what it is, where you're in that level of being able to do something so well that your brain doesn't even have to think about it anymore. As we've got another yellow flag, and that is Kevin Loyna for STL Esports with a decidedly second-hand looking McLaren there.
Yeah, and again, it's going to be... I don't know how many we've got up to now, but I think we should classify these as interesting laps over the mountain, because we've had a few of these now where you've got an incredibly damaged car and you're going to roll it around one of the hardest bits of racetrack in the world. Again, reminder, by the way, this is actually public road. It is a street circuit after all, in technicality. Typically, this part of the track you're limited to, or when it's an actual road, I think it's 37 miles an hour, and I'm wisely informed that the New South Wales police are very stringent with that, because let's be honest, if it was a bit of public road, you or I, good, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we're driving around, we'd be like, right, let's give this a go. Right in the middle of the track, though, STL Esports just trying to get out of the line into the wall. That is I think it's the R8G car that just basically sat behind. kind of waiting for Kevin Leon to get out of the way, but where could he go? As the RHG car was also trying to let everyone else through. That was a very messy moment, it must be said.
It really was, and that was second and third place that got caught up in that. That was your second place of Isaac Price and Eamon Murphy in the Veloci car. You saw the Veloci car actually having to take to the escape road and then catching up with several cars that were a lap up as well. Yeah, that could have been a lot worse. And how often, Lewis, have we seen it in other championships and other broadcasts where that has gotten a lot worse in an instant?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised it didn't get worse. Like I say, when you've got a car ahead, the problem's not being the first car on the train. If you're in a train of like 4 cars that catches a car that's damaged, the problem isn't being the first car, because the first car you can figure your way around it. It's not a major issue. It slows you down. It's a bit frustrating. When you're like the 4th car, you're kind of sat there being like, why are we going so slow? What's happening? What's going on? You start getting angry, you start getting a bit of red mist, you start trying to think, how do I get my way past this? Because clearly these lot can't drive, not understanding that there's actually a car at the front of this that is damaged, and at that point kind of patience is critical. It's kind of like driving on the real roads in a sense. If you're in a group where people's going slow, you kind of just got to do the same speed until you're past the issue safely.
And that's the whole thing of, that risk management, isn't it? You're trying to not only keep yourself out of trouble, but keep everybody else out of your own trouble that you find yourself as well. And thankfully, we'll barely even remember that incident in about 15-20 minutes time.
Yeah, I mean that after the other instance that we're probably going to get at some point. I mean, this is Bathurst after all. We do have our fair share, and we have had our fair share over the opening bit of this race. So I'm sure we're in for some more. This is about for 19th spot, just a little bit off the rear end of 18th in the form of Behrman, but you've got Anke in there as well, and Jan Willem van Omen not a million miles away. We're right on board with the 144. Of Mazur, who's wrestling over the top of the mountain once again. Got the SOP car and just sort of sat ahead. It's Bourdon behind the wheel. Little bit of wall riding in there, which typically is not the fastest way to race around a circuit on ACC. You used to do it on Gran Turismo an awful lot, and I'm pretty sure that's where some of these drivers have started and got a fair amount of sim racing experience. Not really the one to do here. And the Audi R8 of Mazur does get through, and the Team Full Motorsports car are past SAP. You can see also the next car behind them. Not sure what the gap is back to DeSalvo, but that one, of course, is the Ferrari that had issues a bit earlier on in the race. The Mobileye Jean Lacey Esports Academy car, speaking of Ferrari associated teams, that's BMW, but follow my logic here. Jean Lacey Esports Academy partnered a little bit with the Ferrari brand, of course, being John Lacey and such, now having to worry about Dominic Blyer, who hasn't been able to get through, has been sat there for a good 4, 5, 6 laps at the moment, has been unable to pass the Mobileye car and still searching. They have been able to pull away from Osterman though. Almost thought that Blyer might have come down the pit lane there, but obviously it is far too early to try and make that move. Strategically speaking, they still want to go until roughly, at least at earliest, the 9-hour mark, and pitting in earlier than that. I mean, we've said this before with McLaren Veloce, and also more recently with the HRT team, that realistically you don't want to pit too early, because you're going to drag yourself way off strategy and affect yourself later on.
Yeah, the thing with that is, like we were discussing as well, is the fact that you tend to base your strategy and your pit stops off the either the cars that you're fighting just now or the cars that you want to be fighting. You have to focus on the race that you're driving. I know that sounds super cliched, but the problem with it is the fact that not only are you racing, against the cars around you, but pace-wise, you have to be thinking about the bigger picture of things. You have to think about your, the cars that your drivers who you're going to be sharing the car with, who they're going to be fighting against as well. And in that thing, I mean, I just struggle to get my head around some of the strategy some of the times, because I'm more of like, I'll do a couple of hours here and there, but And this is the problem that the drivers have, is that when they're in the car, they're thinking about their own battles that they've got right now. It's so difficult to take yourself out of that and think bigger picture. And that's exactly what the drivers will be doing. You mentioned it yourself. We're used to, when we get out of the car, we'll go straight back into that spreadsheet and start working on things for our teammates. But it's so nice to know that you've maybe got somebody that actually that's their job to do that for you.
Sounds like you might need a bit of a Dennis Jordan in your ear to guide you through some strategy. I've done some race engineering myself, being not a part of the car and stuff, and just being the race engineer. It is a lot more commonplace these days. Like, even smaller teams do have their own race engineers, so it kind of makes sense that we would get someone. As we now look at Pereira, who's worked his way up into 18th spot. It was Behrman who's dropped the position in that Red Welton Aston Martin, so now down another one. Felix Arndt in 24th spot, trying to attack Jordan Grant Smith, a race winner if memory serves. I can't remember if it was in Asia or America, the sprint series last year at the Hungaroring. If memory serves, might have been in a couple of other tracks as well, but I distinctly remember the Hungaroring race for Jordan Grant Smith. Obviously a very talented driver and absolutely flying. The car qualified quite well. Unfortunately, it's not quite had the race pace, but still, it is the highest placed Honda, which for them, I think might be at least something to take away in the opening 3 hours of the race.
It's been a difficult one for them through the day, though, hasn't it? I mean, again, the Honda is a team that puts a lot of work in, especially through the HP Jazz Pro Works outfit, and they've just not had the result to show for it today. It's been a difficult watch for them. Although on that note, Lewis, again, I don't know if you'll agree with me here, the one thing that I've missed recently in Assetto Corsa Competizione is the moaning about the overpowered cars. That's into the wall. Oh my God, that is a huge hit. There was that the number 10, the 127 into the wall there, and that was heavy contact. I've got to be honest, I mean, it didn't look like there was much that he did to deserve that.
Like I say, it might have been a little bit offline and came back across as Dominic Bly was trying to get back underneath. That is not an easy one to pick apart. I can tell you for sure, though, that William Hendrickson will be irked by what just happened. Dominic Blyer into the rear end, and the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy car paying a pretty hefty bill, being sent into the barrier, and the concrete claims yet another. And each of these concrete barriers, I can't remember exactly how much they weigh, but I'm pretty sure it's something in the tune of, like, each section is about 4 tons. They weigh an awful lot. It might not be quite that much. Either way, they're designed naturally to absorb the impact of a car absolutely railing into it. Per example, like just what happened there. A bit of a shame there for Hendrickson. The John Lacey Esports Academy team with Mobileye sponsoring them and being a part of that brand for this round and the season as well. That is not what they deserved.
No,
oh my!
It's a bold overtaking strategy from Jacob Osterman, feeling that he has to take to the grass there. They lean on each other in the Triton machine, thrown predictably to the side there. And, 9 hours left to go in an endurance race, and we're getting fisticuffs there. You're on about the concrete barriers. That's exactly what they're there to do, is to absorb all of that impact from these cars. The cars and the drivers, well, not so much. They're not going to be absorbing much else after a heavy hit into one of those concrete barriers. And look, you see how quickly it destroys the race for them, because not only is it a hard hit, but then you've got maybe 2.5 minutes of trying to navigate the rest of the circuit, and then you've got to go in for repairs as well. So all in all, it's a very, very costly affair.
The only thing you'd be absorbing after that is stationary time in the pit lane as they'll go in and repair that damage. The 127 is obviously in pit lane repairing it. They might even go a lap down, and I would suggest they will, courtesy of how hard that impact was on this grouping. Not just a lap down overall, which they certainly have done, but more specifically of Dominic Blyer and Osterman. So I'm sure that'll be another thing that Race Control will add to their little book of things to look at over the race. I mean, they've been busy. I don't think it's been like crazy busy. We've had it before last year, where there's been races where they are still looking at things on lap 1 and lap 2 30-40 minutes into a race. But it's just been very consistent. They've constantly had things to look at. I doubt there has been many moments of the race where they've looked over and been like, right, what's next? Oh, nothing. We're all up to date now. There's always been something new to add to the list.
Talking about looking at things, a slight stray away here, but can we give a big shout out to our resident sim photographer Gary Paviani, who is posting some incredible work in our Discord channel. He provides the official photographs from the event, and as someone who is, I'm learning about doing photography and kind of getting into it. I dabble in it now and again, and I look at the stuff that he does, and I'm like, how do you have the vision to think that's the photograph that I'm going to get there? It just proper breathtaking ones that we're seeing them here, and they'll no doubt be shared to our social medias. I'm going to try and see if I can steal a couple from Gary very shortly, but I mean, you see them as well. There we go. There I mean, go. That is just absolutely epic, and it's weird that a photo can capture emotion as well, and you're seeing some of them, and it's like that captures everything that we've just had in this opening 3 hours. It's like they're almost like the drivers have been like warriors, kind of going over the hill here at the mountain. Is loving it.
I mean, I've done my fair share of sim racing photography. Gary does do some real world photography as well, which is vastly superior to anything I could do. So at least there's that. And you just have that eye, I guess, when you're at that level. It's why I don't do photography too much in sim racing anymore, because I don't quite have that eye to pick new angles and stuff and learn. In sim racing, in real life, you only get one chance to take a photograph, right? In sim racing, you can kind of roll it back and you can take the photograph a few times and really get it perfect. And those perfectionists do spend quite a long time on one photograph. On an event like this where you've got to make a few, you can't afford to sort of sit there on one photograph, and it's just amazing that on a consistent basis, every single photograph that's dropped out, it's like, yep, that's a good one, that's a good one, that's a good one. Fair enough. It got me out of a job, because I can't do photographs like that consistently. They're so good.
I love the fact that Gary's just been notified that we said something nice about him because his wife just came in to talk to him. That's a whole different conversation right there, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, each their own.
That's well, there you go. Yeah, so it's we'll talk about that one more. Well, I guess you will talk about that more because I've got about 3.5 minutes left on this stint here. So, how do we sum up for anyone that's just come into the broadcast about the first 3 hours of this race? I mean, for the most part, again, we've seen some issues here and there, a little bit of touchy-feely action going on, but for the most part, it's been incredibly well behaved, and a lot of these drivers earning the plaudit that we give them about them being at the top of their craft and the absolute pinnacle of sim racing.
Well, I mean, whilst we're focusing on the racing and what's been going on, ultimately Lamborghini Esports have been absolutely incredible. Although, to be fair, I'm saying the team's been absolutely incredible. I'm sure they will be, and we know Jordan Sherritt, who got the pole for the car. Simonini has started this race, and we're 3 hours in and is still driving. I think he might jump out of the car at the end of this stint, which should be up fairly soon. But David, do you think they can go the distance at this speed? Surely no one can stop them because they are relentlessly fast.
Yeah, look, we've already had 3 hours of the pace that they've got. They've built up a 20-second gap over things right now. Giorgio Simonini doing a great job. Obviously, he's not the only driver in the car. There's no reason to doubt that Lamborghini is going to be dominant up in front. What the other teams are going to have to hope is that something happens to them, either getting past a car or there's something happens in the pit stop. But as it is on track right now, they are looking like they have their boot over the entire field's throat right now.
Well, what is your highlight of the race so far? We've had some great moments, like that Niels Nyox dive bomb and stuff like that. Some of the carnage that we've had. We've had some great racing. We've had some drama. I mean, where do you draw the line?
For me, the biggest drama has been seeing a car taking about 2 minutes to try and get into its pit box.
That was
that was for me. That's the pinnacle of sim racing. That had me on the edge of my seat, Lewis. You know, will he? Won't he? Is he going to actually be able to do that? In the grand scheme of things, you know, yeah, we got there. I don't think that one's over yet. I think Race Control might be having a little word with them. The 41 of Vyacheslav Abeladze, seeing them trying to recover in that Bentley, you just see them going into Hill Corner just now. Igor Ogorodnikov, like how that Bentley was able to take that huge hit into the wall, both on both rear wheels there, and still stay in the top 20. God knows how.
No, I mean, they've done an incredible job to actually just take a deep breath and get on with it and focus and find their pace. Obviously, a few other teams have had to do the same thing. DeSalvo as well, in the number 51 Ferrari. They've also had to kind of follow down the same little route of essentially a bit of a recovery. It kind of makes me wonder, David, when we come back, you're off for 3 hours. You'll be back in 3 hours. When we come back, the race might be quite different, as always happens on endurance races like this.
Well, that's exactly it. I'm kind of making a mental note of where everyone is right now when I come back in 3 hours with Jesse Lee, who unfortunately he thought he was up next. He kind of got the times a little bit wrong, so we hope that he's going to be in good spirit when he does actually come on. But yeah, look, a lot could change, and I've got no doubt that the landscape of this race will be very different when I come back in 3 hours' time.
Well, cheers to David Christie. We've got 9 hours left to go in this race, and with 3 hours complete, it means we say goodbye to David and we welcome in Ryan Gill to take us through the next few hours of the commentary booth. You've still got to put up with my irritating voice for the next 2 hours, don't you worry, before you get the lovely tones of Jesse Lee. But have you been able to watch much of the opening stanza of this race? It's been pretty mad.
Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, wherever anyone's joining from. Thank you very much, Lewis. I have been watching, had it down on the TV downstairs, but obviously been keeping an eye on things as well. Going on in the driver chat, seeing what people are saying, keeping an eye on the stewarding, and of course having a browse of Gary's photos that that David was on about earlier as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff. But well. Here we are then, 3 hours into the race. Plenty has happened already, but, with 9 hours to go, we're just getting started.
We really are. To give you a bit of an update on our race leader as well, as I think there has been a pitter inside the top 10. Eamon Murphy is into the pit lane in that McLaren Veloce GT car. That is expected. They are pitting earlier than others, roughly to the tune of sort of 2, 3, 4 laps, sometimes even a bit more than that in the stint length. This is fine though. They're pitting on schedule. As it's the Ren Welton Esports car that's kind of getting out of the way just a little bit there of the number 5. It's actually a lap down on this little group, but wouldn't worry too much. Obviously they're battling with the pink and black car behind of Jan Willem van Oomen, but our race leader Simonini, still Simonini behind the wheel, started as Simonini behind the wheel about 3 hours ago in this race. I'm expecting them to pit in roughly I think 3 laps time. So currently on lap 27 of the stint, it'll be about 5 minutes before they come into the pit lane. They're just lapping so fast that unless someone's got some magic to pull out on strategy, I'm not so sure if anyone can be able to catch that Lamborghini.
Yeah, they've been absolutely on form, haven't they? Took pole position and have just stayed out in front from the very beginning.
Well, Mitchy Tausch has been into the pit lane to make an early stop as well. That's a bit interesting.
Yeah, so Mitchy Tausch is coming into the pit lane to do an early stop. We'll have to see if we can exactly find out what that is for. But back to Simonini though, I mean, unbelievable triple stint so far from starting the race. And I mean, triple stinting around most circuits, that's quite the task of in itself. But doing a triple stint round here at Mount Panorama, Bathurst, of all places, unbelievable commitment and fitness as well to throw these cars around here for 3 consecutive hours without a break. And I'm sure that once he does come into the car, he knows he's going to get a nice long break, and maybe we'll see him back in the car further towards the end of the race. But
Well, it's no longer Mitchy Tauscher behind the wheel, it's Dennis Schoeniger, but either way, the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love, which is a bit of a mouthful, I will say, they've dropped down to 8th position, and it was a slow stop as well for the group. Dennis Schoeniger, who's so incredibly fast. I remember the first time that I actually commentated on ACC, might well have been not the first exact time I was on ACC, but it was the first time I commentated on here. Around Bathurst and ACC, Dennis Schoeniger had qualified in 4th spot, and bearing in mind he was 14 at the time, it was a very impressive qualifying lap as well, as Amir Hosseini goes around the outside of Isaac Gillison, absolutely superb from the R8G machine. Veloce kind of seemed to struggle a bit. I wonder if Gillison had missed the apex ever so slightly into the chase.
Yeah, it did seem a bit easy for Hosseini, didn't it? It didn't seem like he had to work too much for that one, but making his way through. Veloce, though, you know, they're one of the cars that was highlighted on the grid to be one of the cars to watch for the race, and they are still one of the cars to watch for the race, but it's definitely not been the kind of performance that we've expected for them. We've seen them do quite well in the first round of the European sprint season that we've had out here on SRO Esports as well, but definitely seems to not quite have the same pace that we've seen from some of the other cars out here, especially one of the other McLarens. I believe the 149, is that the one of Jaroslav Honzik, was just a bit further up the road, but they've showed some good pace as well today. But the McLaren's just not quite where we'd expect them to be, given how much chat there was, you know, from all the drivers beforehand saying that, oh, the McLaren is, you know, it's such a good car around here, it will do very, very well, and we do have 2 of them in the top 10, but not quite pushing for those podium positions, at least in the early phase.
Oh yeah, I was told by more than one person that the McLaren was the car to beat. So far it has certainly been that Lamborghini that is just running away at the front of Simonini, Isaac Price and Gregor Schill behind in the 2 BMW M4s. Dominic Blyer obviously promoted up into 4th position courtesy of not making a pit stop as of yet, and so we'd expect him to be in the pit lane fairly soon. Maybe not immediately this lap, but it would be expected in... To be fair, they've got Dominic Bly is doing a really good job on strategy. They could be out for about another 5 minutes, another 2.5-3 laps. They can remain out on the racetrack, as is pushing your strategy further on. It's kind of why me and David were discussing this a bit earlier, Ryan, that if you kind of pit too early, right at the start of the race in the first stint, as McLaren Veloce did, you're backing yourself into a really tight corner where you can't really breathe on strategy, you can't react to things, you're just committed to the fact that you have to make a pit stop every 29 laps, and that's what you have to do to reach checkered flag. You can't try and go a little bit longer or come in a little bit earlier.
You want to minimise your pit lane time as much as you can. Looking on the rear wing here, just a moment between the Bentley, I believe that's the 41, just trying to get past one of the silver cars. And, you know, we talk about you minimising the pit lane time. You want to be stationary for as little time as possible. 11 stops is what everyone's been talking about. Is the go-to number. You're going to be making at minimum 11 stops if you're on the right strategy. Yeah, you know, like you said, you know, going short, probably not the play that I think most teams would have gone for, and definitely not the play that most teams did go for, but you know, they clearly have an idea about it, and who's to say it's the wrong thing to do at this stage in the race? We don't know. But with a 65-minute stint timer, you know, if you're not in traffic, you'll want to maximize that as much as you can and keep going as late as possible into those 65 minutes so that then you can make your final stint of the race as short as possible. That is the end goal. But obviously for Veloce, for whatever reason, they've decided that they can't do that, so they've had to change up the strategy.
Which sometimes, when it's as tense and as hard fought out there, you've kind of sometimes just got to try something a little bit different, which is you know, what some teams like to do. It's not just about running to the end of the fuel tank. Sometimes it's about trying something a little bit else. BMW G2 Esports, Isaac Price behind the wheel. They've switched on every single stint so far. Each of the teams are 3 driver teams. So this one started out as Robbie Stableford, moved over to Charlie Cross, and now Isaac Price is behind the wheel. Maybe Isaac Price might do a double stint. If not, he'll hand potentially back over to Robbie Stableford, and they will continue to rotate through the order, because of course Robbie Stableford can't be in the final stint of the race because it'll be past his bedtime. He's not quite that young, he's actually 16, it's fine. He doesn't know. I'm sure he's all right to continue on to the end of the race, but still, it's a good joke anyway. Isaac Price, Obviously not an ACC specialist, but clearly having plenty of speed. Although he's a sim racing specialist, that is one thing for sure. He's been in sim racing for a very long time.
Yeah, I'm actually familiar with Isaac Price from the Ferrari Esports series, which was exclusively on Assetto Corsa, the original Assetto Corsa last year. It's on both Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione this year. But yeah, definitely familiar with Isaac Price. He was a finalist in the Ferrari Esports series last year, and I think came runner-up as well. So kind of just shows his pace there, sim racing specialist for sure. And world's fastest gamer too as well, apparently, I'm being told. So, you know, Isaac Price, plenty of speed about him, and plenty of a reputation as well for having that pace and doing a phenomenal job here. And it's interesting, you know, to highlight the G2 Esports team swapping drivers at every single stop. Very different strategy to the race leaders who have come into the pit lane now in the 63 car, who have had Giorgio Simonini in the car for 3 consecutive hours. And it just shows how there are different ways to run the race. If one of your drivers is really, really comfortable and they want to keep going, it's a good idea sometimes to just keep them in the car for as long as, you know, they can go on for. Other times, it's always nice to switch out a driver every single stint because you keep people fresh.
Yeah, indeed. And Isaac Price, like I say, continuing to lap at the moment. He's approaching the end of his stint. You're absolutely right. Sometimes you do want fresh. Sometimes you do want to get into the rhythm, though, especially around Bathurst. But 3 hours might be a little bit touch and go with too long on that measure. We'll see if Simonini stays in behind the wheel or whether he passes off to one of his teammates, potentially Jordan Sherritt, of course, who we haven't seen since qualifying, where he grabbed pole position. Bischoff continued to battle with someone else, adding to the list of drivers that he's battled with right now. It is Novikov in this race. He's been battling. I swear every time we get to this 977 Porsche, the Kramer Racing Esports car, it's always someone different that he's battling with. This time it is another one of the Simway.pro by Vides cars, and this one being Novikov, one of the cars that we were expecting to do a little bit better. Qualified absolutely terribly, did this car, and just hasn't been able to make the progress. When you're stuck in the thick of things on a 47 car grid, it does mean that progress can be a little bit tricky.
It definitely can be, and Bathurst isn't exactly the overtaking opportunities. There are some around here, and they are some pretty good ones, but when it comes to essentially half the circuit, you're very, very limited. Once you get around this corner here up towards turn 2, your overtaking chances are very, very limited until you come out of the Forest Elbow, and there we go, we're going to see a move up the inside from the Bentley. The 322 of Novikov will get past the 977 Porsche, so we'll get that move done, and it's up here towards the cutting. If you can't get a move done before this corner here, you basically have to just sit in file until you come out of Forest Elbow and work your way down the chase. And that's one of the more challenging parts of Bathurst, is that you have to make your overtakes count at certain parts of the track, and if you don't have the speed in a straight line to get close to make those overtakes in a braking zone, you're in for a very, very difficult afternoon. And that's one of the rather difficult afternoons that the Porsche drivers might be encountering, because their car is not the quickest in a straight line.
Oh, Marco Macri. Yeah, a bit of a shame there for Race Anyway. This car was the one that was driven by Jordan Grant Smith over the previous stint, so Marco Macri must have just jumped in the car. How big is that for your confidence when you just jump in and then suddenly you have a bit of an issue? I think this is his first lap in the car. I feel bad for him there, because that's a big hit.
It's awful, and I think everyone's been in that situation before. I can definitely, I can definitely echo that. You come out, whether it's at Bathurst or any other circuit, you've just been put in the car, you come out, perhaps it's your first stint of the race, and maybe you end up in the wall, or you just spin the car out, and all you can really hope is that you haven't done too much damage to the car. It'll knock your confidence, but a lot of these drivers, they've been here before, they know what to do, they know how to get their head back in the game, and that's exactly what Marco Macri will have to be doing as soon as possible, as Nils Naujoks now on our screen in the number 1 BMW, working their way up towards the mountain.
Well, it is Gianfranco Giglioli who's taken over the number 63, our race leader in the Lamborghini right there. So now in control, passing it over. Simonini's had to step back, and Robbie Stapleford has jumped back behind the wheel of the number 62, Nils Naujoks, who was one driver that I was actually a bit disappointed with, who was missing. Last night, the BMW brand had a bit of a fight between their teams. They got BS Competition, they've got G2 Esports, they've got Team Redline, who aren't in this competition, but they've got BS Competition and G2 anyway. They had a little bit of a clash with their teams, and their whole thing is united in rivalry and all that kind of stuff, because obviously they're all a part of the same brand, but they're definitely not part of the same team. There's no communication happening between Stableford and Niox, I can tell you that. Niox was one that was missing from that event, and I was a bit disappointed because I know how fast Neil's Niox is in most of the competitions. Robbie Stableford was definitely there battling out with the BS competition, so we might see that battle reignited. It was that day as well, earlier on in yesterday, where we saw the brand new G2 Esports livery that I've said before on this broadcast, and I'll say it again every time it comes up. Of all of the white, black and red liveries that we've got on the grid, which we do have way too many, that one actually looks really, really good. I love an asymmetric livery.
It's a popular combination, isn't it? Red, white, and
very.
black. But it does work. You know, you can't disrespect it. It's definitely a combination that works. I second it. I love the asymmetrical liveries as well, and there are some absolutely stunning liveries out here as well. I have to say that I do like the BS competition car as well.
Oh, so good.
The BS Plus car, definitely great on there. And in fact, probably a bit more of an unpopular opinion, but I really do like the FFS cars. Not
no, I do as well.
Liveries, but I do like it. They stand out. And we've got a Ferrari off in the gravel trap at the chase.
Yeah, I'm not sure which Ferrari that was. It was going straight over. No, I completely agree with you. The FFS, because obviously it's the Sidemax Motorworks livery when it was. Guess what colours? You're absolutely right. It was white, black and red. Of course it was. They've made it pink though. I think it looks great.
Yeah, I think it looks great as well. Definitely one of the more fun teams on the grid, you could call them. They definitely know how to enjoy themselves in an endurance race. But Mike Veerman, by the looks of it, looks to be the Ferrari that found itself off in the gravel trap, the 404. So having a bit of a difficult situation down towards the chase. And very easy to do that when you go through the chase. You have to carry a lot of speed through that kink just before you get to the braking zone. If you get it all wrong, it's really, really easy to end up off the circuit.
Especially if you've got a bit of damage. I think there might have been some on that Ferrari prior to the turning point of the chase. And if you do have any sort of damage, especially if it's on the rear end of the car, it can just drop the rear. Here's Marek Shins. Speaking of a car that's had some damage, did have some damage at this point of the track in the first hour of the race. Obviously, he managed to get back going again and is carrying on fine around here in that Mercedes. But he does now have to worry about Novikov. Bischoff as well, not a million miles away from joining back in on this battle, and they've also got a car a lap up on them, trying to get past in all of this. It's actually the Unicorns of Love Mercedes that's trying to get past Bischoff. So a little bit of a three-way fight here for 21st spot on the grid, with one of your drivers that's a bit further up trying to find their way past. At 6th place is Dennis Schulliger in that Unicorns of Love Mercedes in the background that's now getting past Bischoff.
And Shins at the moment just having that Bentley in your mirrors. And one of the things we do see when you have cars battling it out at the moment, we'll use the term they're trying to fill the mirrors, and to essentially explain what that is moving side to side to essentially put the car in the mirrors of the driver in front, get you to start looking backwards rather than forwards. Very effective strategy, unless you employ the strategy of throwing the mirror out the window, which I know plenty of drivers to employ, just pretend it doesn't exist. Is an easy way to not let that bother you.
When I was doing oval racing for the first time, Oscar Harbuck was giving me some advice, and he said, "You're looking in your mirror too much." And I went, "Yeah, well, that's kind of hard not to." And he said, "Turn it off." And I went, "What?" And he said, "Turn off the mirror." And I was like, "Okay." And the fastest way to drive around a racetrack is to drive around the racetrack, and sometimes people drive way too much in their mirrors trying to defend clean air, which is pointless and loses you both a lot of time, and that's what leaves you vulnerable. If you just drive the fastest line you can, making sure you get a great exit from Forest Elbow and stuff, as much as the Comrade Straight is incredibly long, if you've nailed Forest Elbow, it is actually really tricky to get alongside into the chase. It's kind of a bit easier to get alongside into Griffin's Bend, but it's also a very easy move to cover off, and Hell Corner doesn't really provide you a great line to sort of get right up against someone. So in that sense, if you just drive the racing line, it is incredibly hard for someone to overtake you around here.
Yeah, when you're looking to overtake on the straights around here at Bathurst, you're looking for a mistake, you're looking for a poor exit, or you're looking to have a significant straight line speed advantage over your opponent, but that'll be for one reason or another, possibly damage, possibly the car setup isn't working in the favour of straight line speed. But plenty of these drivers will know that they'll be setting their car up to be very quick on the straights because there's no way you're overtaking over the mountain. There's just no pace, and there's no room for a lot of these cars to go too wide, all across the mountain and try and get a move done. I mean, a lot of the teams know that it's absolutely ridiculous. They won't even attempt it. And even when we have multi-class racing here, a lot of the time the GT3 cars will see certain corners over the top of the mountain where they think, no, there's no way I'm going to try and get past the slower car on there.
Was a bit of lap traffic as well that affected our second place, third place and stuff, because the last lap time from Niels Nyx was a 2:03.2, which is 1.3 seconds slower than Robbie Stableford. But on the previous lap, Robbie Stableford did a 2:03, so kind of swings and roundabouts in that little battle. Obviously, around here, we're at that point in the race though where you just don't get clean air. It doesn't really happen too much. As much as it's not like multi-class racing in a sense of having LMP2s and GTs and stuff, you still don't get that much clean air. We'll see these two big Bentleys battle it out as Blyer will try and keep Abeladze behind the wheel. Abeladze, I'm genuinely shocked that car is nearly back inside the top 10. They were running in the top 10 before they had a crash coming down through the S's with Igor Rognikov behind the wheel. And the fact that they are marching back towards the top 10 positions, they've got to clear Blyer. Then you've got Rotters just ahead in the AJA Sim Racing by Gardy, sat in 11th spot. And then not too far down the road is Lars Kisser. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be an easy little trip into it, but the fact that they are literally less than 20 seconds away from the top 10 shows how impressive the speed has been. A little bit offline there was Dominic Blyer, and Abeladze almost fancy it. Try and pick these two, by the way, apart in a quick flash, because of course they're both black and blue Bentleys.
Definitely seems to be a popular colour scheme for Bentley, blue, isn't it? It definitely works. There's quite a few Bentleys I've seen across the SRO Esports series that have that colour, but yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to get past at this point. That slight mistake that you saw, or just slight lack of pace, did prove for an opportunity, but around the outside of the cutting, you pretty much need to be alongside or in front at the braking zone to get that one done. And yeah, like you said, incredible comeback for the 41 after the troubles that they had earlier on in the race. But it just shows that if you have the pace, if you have the consistency, you can overcome problems that you have early on in the race. And it's always better to have your problems at the start of the race than 100%. It is to have them at the end, because you've got so much more time to try and fix those issues, and right what was wrong before the end. And showing some incredible pace here, the number 41, just about 10-11 seconds, I think, off of those top 10 overall places. So fantastic job at the moment, and well, with 8 hours 39 minutes remaining on the clock, they have plenty of time to maybe try and get that car up into a top 5 before the end.
Absolutely. You're speaking of cars that have had bad days to start off with. Here is the number 93 HPD Yaz Pro car that was backwards going into the dipper with Nico Hillebrand. I think Josh Staffen was having issues keeping his wheel on his desk, and I'm not sure, but Carl Whitmer, we'll keep our fingers crossed, doesn't have any issues at the moment. We'll hope that is the way it continues. To give you a bit of update as well on the pit stop times between our top 6, because mostly you're aiming for a mid-minute pit stop. I mean, like a minute 5, right? You're aiming for somewhere around there between 1 minute and 1 minute 10. That's exactly what we're seeing. It was 66.8 seconds for our race leader, 63.8. That is a 3-second difference, yes, but with the gap they've got, it's not actually as much of a major as you'd think. 63.8, 64.3, 64.1, 64.6, all of those separated by a second, and then suddenly you get to the number 14, the Unicorns of Love car, that we did kind of point out they lost a lot of time, a 77-second pit stop. So I'm going to assume that was potentially for a bit of damage repair.
That would be my first assumption on that one. Whenever you have longer pit stops like that, the first thing that shouts out to you is damage. Of course, the other thing that can shout out to you that you really wouldn't want it to be that, but is it some sort of mistake in how the pit stop has been set up? Is there a certain element that they've had enabled in their pit stop strategy that shouldn't have been enabled? We've seen that before. There are slight mistakes that can happen with that, and it's never great when you have those kind of mistakes, especially in high pressure races like this. There's a lot going on for all of these teams. There's a lot to be racing for come the end of the season, and you want each race to go as well as they can, but you can make slight mistakes. And it's not what you like to see. And of course, that slow pit stop for them has hurt them, and it is time that they're going to have to try and find back on track now, or they're going to have to hope that other teams around them are going to have similar issues that they've maybe had to go and repair some damage as well.
Well, there is Cameron Bridport, of course, driver of the legendary graphic designer's My Passion livery, which was on a McLaren. It was a white one with lots of Comic Sans slapped all over it. I've been wisely informed, as much as they managed to stick it on the Team BUSR car, the British University of Sim Racing, last year, there is no graphic designer's My Passion stuck on the Brabham Esports car, which I'm pretty sure was designed by Matt Richards. So I'm very disappointed that Mike Yao and Matt Richards didn't find a way of sneaking that one under the branding radar. Wisely told there is no chance that was going to be the case, but we can all pray and hope that one day that would be allowed. But we'll have to wait and see. Either way, Karen Bridport behind the wheel of that one, as this battle still continues up and over the top again. It's a little bit wide there from Dominic Blyer, as Abelad's still trying to find a way past. And you were right earlier. If you don't make that move into the cutting, you're not going to make it stick really over the top. You can try, you can give it a good go, and I think we'd give a round of applause if you can make it work. It just doesn't work that often, though. It's a rarity, and I think on this scenario, it's certainly wiser to back out of that one.
Yeah, definitely. So you have to be so careful over the mountain. I mean, you're following cars really closely anyway. So if they make a mistake, it's not like a usual circuit where you might be able to capitalize on it and make an overtake. If someone makes a mistake in front of you over the mountain, your first reaction is, whoa, slow the car down. We need to avoid getting caught up in this. And yeah, it offers a very different kind of racing around here at Bathurst. There are limited overtaking opportunities, but they are great ones if you can really get your car close and into the braking zone. If you can make sure you can outbrake the opponent or get alongside them, it's even better. But yeah, coming out of the cutting though, once you're out of there, you're pretty much, just putting the car into, not an autopilot mode, but your brain is going into an autopilot mode, and you're just focusing on each of the corners ahead. And I think this is Matt Paremba in VR at the moment around here, and I have to say that would be quite an experience in a 12-hour race around here in VR.
Yeah, we've kind of discussed as to why VR is an issue in sim racing. Not so much that it's like you can't race at top level. If you go and look at all of the top level teams, Redline, Coanda, R8G, Unicorns of Love, etc., you will note one thing, is that no one at the top races on VR. It is not a thing at the top yet. I am pretty sure it will be at some point, but there are a few reasons to why that is the case. Obviously a VR headset does weigh a fair amount, which can be a bit uncomfortable when as technology grows, and that becomes a bit more lightweight, a bit more easier. Fair enough. You've also got resolution, which can be a bit of a tricky thing as well. And then one of the most important things in sim racing when it comes to monitors and stuff, which is refresh rate. Which is kind of one of those things. I don't know how much most VR headsets run at. I'm pretty sure it was like between 60 and 85 frames per second, hertz. Whereas you can get monitors that run up 144, 240 hertz, which I didn't think made too much of a difference until I raced at 144, and it makes an unbelievable difference. I think most people at the high end of sim racing are genuinely running on higher refresh rate monitors, and also it kind of makes you a bit more comfortable, especially in the summer where you can kind of look around freely without having basically a TV screen strapped to your face.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't exactly understand with refresh rate, why is a higher number better? Essentially, the higher the refresh rate is, basically the more information per second gets fed to the monitor. So that essentially means that you're able to take in more information per second, which is crucial in a series where you might literally avoid an accident by a last minute change of direction that you have picked up. And it can be a competitive advantage. It's not to say that you need to have it, but it is definitely a competitive advantage, and that's why you see in other esports series for other titles that they'll run highest refresh rate monitors that they can get away with, that obviously don't affect the input latency of their devices. That's what they'll run because it gives them the best advantage possible. And Like you said with VR, I kind of echo it as well. It's also expensive.
So expensive, yes.
To get into, and like you said, it's a new technology. It's not quite there yet. Maybe it will be the future of sim racing, but yeah, it isn't yet. But it is always nice to see the different ways people go about. You can in fact even see the screen, I think, that Paremba has in the background there as well, that he'll be looking at when, of course, he takes off the headset.
I mean, there are people that I know that race very well on VR, and they swear by it, and that is great. It kind of starts the whole discussion of whether you need VR or triple screen. Some people race at the top on a single screen setup. Some people race on ultra wide. Then you've got triple screens, you've got VR. Basically, the way that I always say it is whatever setup makes you comfortable. Don't try and listen to other people and be like, oh well, they're running triple screens and stuff, so I need to run triple screens. If you're comfortable in VR, use VR. If you enjoy it more in VR, use VR. Use whatever makes you enjoy sim racing the most. As here comes Dominic Blyer straight down the inside of Rotters. I think Abelads might have tried to follow his way through on the McLaren. Up and under though, coming from the AJA sim racing car powered by Gardi. Now might have to back out of it a little bit just because of straight line speed of the two Bentleys, and also maybe playing a bit of a wise game there and not trying to fight with these two who have been closing up rapidly. No point in trying to risk everything when there's just no need.
You also have to remember that McLaren is third in class at the moment. That's a podium in their own points for the championship. Of course, the points for the series are not on overall position, they are on class position. So for the number 110 at the moment, it makes sense to not get involved in a battle with the pro cars when, especially if they're going to be quicker than you. Just let them go, let them get on with your race. Don't waste too much time and keep going. And it's very sensible driving. And as much as we always love to see a good battle, I think from the team's point of view, with so much on the line for this season and even just this race alone, you need to drive sensibly, especially so early on in the race. When it gets to the last, couple of hours, you can kind of get your elbows out a bit, you can kind of mix it up with people in a different class just for pride's sake, but at this stage in the race, it's all about just keeping it clean, keeping the car safe, and most importantly, keeping it out of the wall.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This whole thing of discretion is the better part of valor and all of that, but it's an endurance race. You play the long game. I know that sounds crazy for an endurance race, because it's like, wait, playing the long game in an endurance race? Never. You play the long game in every style of racing. Anyone who tells me you don't play it in touring car racing, even 50-minute touring car race, you still sometimes have to play the long game. Understand what's at stake and understand what you're doing and what you can gain out of it. Right now, like I say, for Rotters and for the 110, there was pretty much nothing to be gained out of battling with those two Bentleys, so why would you do it? There's no need to. Let them go and carry on as normal. Like I say, we'd love to see a battle between them, but there's just no real need to, and so for them, they'll play their cards right. Just to update you, by the way, on our race leader, because the gap is coming down ever so slightly. Giglioli not quite as fast as Simonini behind the wheel, dropping about half a second over the last few laps to Robbie Stapleford, who's trying to apply some form of pressure, and as he does so, he is dragging Niels Nyox with him. They have both been able to gap Isaac Gillison by a fair margin. It's now up to 10 seconds to the McLaren Veloce GT car. As we'll look down the order now, here is Tinko van der Velde on the comeback charge for the number 5 car. They've had lots of issues today. The last time Tinko van der Velde was in the car, they had a crash at the top of the mountain, courtesy of Marek Schintz going a bit slow ahead of them after damage. They've had a drive-through penalty, I think, certainly had a time penalty. Still continuing on and trying to battle their way through. They have Patterson ahead in the one of the HBD Yaz Pro cars.
Another car that I was looking at earlier, we mentioned about the 41 car that's made a very, very good recovery. Another car that's made a good recovery is one of the FFS cars. I believe it's the Silver 23 that found itself turned around in the gravel at turn 1 right at the start of the race. So they joined up pretty much at the back of the field, and they're up in 17th place right now, and their sister car in the pro class down in 29th. So not exactly a great time for the pro car, but the silver car that they have for FFS Racing definitely doing a very, very good job right now.
It's kind of a thing that me and David were chatting about before. As much as we've got like the silver and the pro category, go and look at some of the silver category cars, and you think
it's almost like an
these guys are very, 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 very good. Like they should be pro, and it's kind of a case in point that there are lots of them where they are battling very comfortably inside the top 10, and it's at that point where over the season I would not be shocked to see a silver car win overall. I think like it's a very real possibility. They absolutely have the talent.
The thing is, as well, you do get it in the real world GT World Challenge races. Yep. There are drivers that are classified as AM, they're classified as silver, but they have immense pace, and of course that's just the license classification and the way the system works. Obviously you have platinum, gold, and all sorts. But there are definitely some drivers that are above their class and punch above their weight in the real world, and it's the same in here. But yeah, I mean, like I said, calling them silver drivers, it almost feels like an insult. They are so far above what you would call an actual silver driver if you were down at a community level, for example. Any of the drivers in this series would easily get into the pro class or the top split of any top-level community racing or esports series. So, the silver tag, you kind of have to take it with a pinch of salt. It's almost like a pro... It's like, I don't know, a pro B class or something.
Yeah.
It's almost how you have to treat it, but silver is just the official classification that they have.
Yeah, which is not it's not a problem. I mean, I'd not be offended if I was in the silver category, but that's because I'm not quite as good as this lot. Bearing in mind we've got 47 teams, 3 drivers apiece. It's just shy of 150 drivers, 141 presently would be in this race. Obviously, we've had a few retirements through the race so far, as you'd expect at Bathurst, but it means over the season we're expecting to see 150, 160 different drivers taking part, all of which I would say realistically are good enough to take part if this was a just a single category series, and say for example you were to pick 30 cars, all of which would belong in a pro category for sure, because there's just so much talent out there, and it's kind of what makes the ACC experience sim racing wise and esports wise so exciting, because there's so much talent going on. No, there's a lot of talent going around in esports generally, but ACC's got a lot of newer talent and stuff that we've not really seen too much of before, and I mean that in the sense of when you look on other platforms like rFactor 2 and iRacing and stuff, and you think of those drivers, you kind of think, I've seen all these drivers before, just elsewhere in sim racing. Now, it's not as if they're brand new and just come out of nowhere, but in ACC there's a lot of drivers like the Unicorns of Love team. I know it's because they're young and stuff, but they're just incredible talents you only get to see racing on this platform. They don't really typically venture outside of it, outside of competitions that might be multi-platform or multi-discipline.
Yeah, for sure. We definitely see drivers that are exclusive to one platform, drivers that, they move across different platforms, and there are drivers at this level that have come out of nowhere over the last 6 months, to a year. We've definitely have drivers that have kind of just popped up. I mean, one of them that you'll definitely know, Lewis, and a few of the regular viewers of ACC streams will know, is that George Boothby, when he first appeared on the scene, I mean, nobody knew about him. Absolutely nobody knew about George Boothby in terms of a sim racing. I mean, if you're into things, was it Guitar Hero?
Guitar Hero, yeah.
If you knew about Guitar Hero, then you probably knew about George Boothby. But if you didn't, then you probably had no idea who he was. But he just arrived, and he was immediately competitive, immediately up at the top. And I mean, I would put him easily in the top 10, and definitely within a shout of the top 5 ACC drivers, in ACC right now. And as well, you're talking about all the talent, almost 150 drivers or so. In this series, of course, we'll have one-off appearances for drivers in the Spa 24 hour, because all the teams will be allowed to run up to 5 drivers in that race. So, there's so much going on with all of the teams. Ooh, and I think that's Marek Shins, who just got Mercedes into the wall just a moment there. But all the talent that we've got here, it's not all just coming from one place. It's coming from countries all around the world and different continents as well. We've got people from Asia, North America, Europe, and people like Jordan Sherritt from South Africa.
Oh no!
Around, and that's one of the Porsche cars, and I believe
911.
that's split table racing car involved.
Yeah, Wacko's flip table. It was into the rear of the 911 of Anka, the WPS racing team. So I think we were kind of seeing them go through the cutting, going through Griffin's Bend. They were 2-3 wide. You could kind of see it was going to end badly. It's one of those ones that we were kind of viewing as going to go slightly sideways, and so I think Race Control will definitely have a look at that. I agree with you, by the way, on so much of this tons of things. Speaking of George Boothby, by the way, who I don't think is racing today, obviously part of the Yaz Heat team. He was teamed up with Jaroslav Honzik, and I remember asking him after this, because I didn't know. I don't really know much about Guitar Hero or whatever. I know George Boothby, courtesy of his racing talents and exploits in ACC, and I said to him, I was like, in the interview, do you not feel like the pressure? Do you feel there's extra pressure when you're sat there and you're in the car with Jaroslav Honzik, who's obviously got this many subscribers? And Jaroslav jumped in and laughed and said, ha ha ha, he has like 300,000 subscribers. And I was like, touche. The old classics. As there is another one. That's a Ferrari into the barrier as well. It might be the 404 of Veerman.
Yeah, it is. It is indeed the 404 off again. This time into the barrier. So they were off in the gravel trap down at the bottom of the chase the last time that we saw them off the circuit, and well, this time they're not exactly off the circuit, but unfortunately into the barrier, and they have got the car going again. Some front end damage that you'll see there. Not sure how much it's going to affect the car. Of course, we didn't exactly see if that car got assisted in going into the barrier, or if that was just a mistake on its own. That's the problem here with Mount Panorama, is that there's so many things that can go wrong across the course of the lap that every mistake you see could entirely be self-inflicted and through no external intervention.
Getting a bit of a message, by the way, from Luca Monroe, of course, who's been behind the scenes of many things, VCO and such related, saying that Boothby was set to race alongside Baldwin and Murphy. Of course, Yassi being a Veloce run team, so he's a Veloce driver, so that does make an awful lot of sense. And Boothby was supposed to be alongside Baldwin and Murphy, but has caught COVID, and so Isaac Gillison has jumped in fairly last minute to replace. Obviously, we'll keep our fingers crossed for the recovery of George Boothby. What a lineup that would have been, and it kind of then makes a little bit more sense as to why Isaac Gillison doesn't quite have the pace of his teammates, because probably hasn't been able to do enough practice to actually get fully up to speed, even though, let's be honest, still running way quicker than most of us could run.
What's even more impressive about that is that George Boothby has COVID at the moment. It was, I believe, just last weekend that him and Malinowski did a duo of a 24-hour Spa. The two of them. And Malinowski was recovering from COVID still when he did that 24-hour. He did over 12 hours of driving alongside George Boothby in that race. So, and he's out driving here as well at Bathurst, Malinowski. He's in that car, and he's gonna, well, it's not in the car yet, but he's in the lineup, and he will be getting in the car at some point. So absolutely mega commitment, and it kind of just shows the fitness, I think, as well of these drivers. A lot of people think with sim racing, of course, it'll be physical to an extent. You talked about the direct drive wheels and all the different types that you can get, and how strong those wheels have to be, and how you do have to, have some control over them. Sim racing is very physical as well. Obviously not as physical, I would argue, as real world racing, but you definitely have to have a level of fitness where you can withstand going around, withholding the forces that will go into you through the wheel that you're going to have. And a lot of the time it's a test of endurance, not just the car out on the track, but also your fitness levels, because as fatigue starts to set in, as you get tired, mistakes are ever more likely.
I mean, you can be fat like me and take part in sim racing. It is possible, but you make it so much harder on yourself. Yeah, the top flight of drivers, like I say, are absolutely in, for the most part, top form. I remember Oracle Red Bull Racing Esports, of course, G2. They, particularly with Sebastian Jobe, who was taking part, obviously, in some very high-level competitions in sim racing, have personal trainers and stuff for a lot of their drivers to keep them in shape, to keep them in prime fitness, because for sim racing, if you're spending less time fighting over your own body, you can spend more time focusing on sim racing itself. And it's kind of one of those weird things. I've kind of discussed it with a few people in the past, that sim racing's a really odd one, because say, for example, your heart rate, right? Your heart rate is only really elevated in the race and in qualifying. Because if you could do laps around Bathurst, we could go into a practice session now, and I could probably do laps of Bathurst with my heart rate sitting between maybe 80 and 100, maybe probably a bit less than that even. Basically, a little bit raised from normal, but nothing extreme, like not actually strenuous exercise. As soon as you get into the race, though, you're still doing the same laps of Bathurst. You're still wrestling the same car around the same track, doing the same thing. But when you're in a race, because it actually means something, and because your brain is firing on all cylinders, your heart rate will go up to the 150s, 160s, 170s. And that is not a joke. It is very, very weird how it's not an actual addition of physical labour that's actually increased the heart rate. It's just showing how mentally strenuous sim racing is, and that's where the physical fitness comes into it, because if you're strong physically, you then don't have to worry about that side of things. Your body just does that on autopilot, whilst your brain is 100% focused on what's going on track.
Yeah, and you being 100% focused on what's going on track is probably one of the most important things. If you're not focused on what's on the circuit, you're not going to hit your apexes, you're not going to hit your braking marks, you're not going to be able to battle it out with someone, defend, attack, and so on. With the mental game as well, if something goes wrong in a race, you need to be able to, just get yourself out of whatever rut that, you're into. Something goes wrong, you start to get a bit, depressed about it. You've got to snap yourself out of it, and you have teammates in endurance races to help you with that. In the sprint races, not so much, but you need that mental fortitude to be able to say, no, look, we made a mistake, we move on, we keep going, forget about it, it's in the past, we'll make up for it.
Yeah, 100%. There was a little bit of blocking from the Wackos, which were trying to get out of the way of Danilo Santoro there and Tobias Schur. So clearly, just tripping up ever so slightly over the top of the mountain. But whilst we're here, we've got an hour and 15 minutes of more of my voice to put up with. Unfortunately, we do also have 8.25 hours left of racing. It means we've done 3 hours and 45 minutes. It means there's plenty of highlights to look over in the opening portion of this race. It was a long time ago when we started this one. I think we should probably go and take a look. It began, of course, in darkness with that run down towards turn one. The Lamborghini out front, as it has been all the way through the race so far. Simonini leading down into turn one. Dara McCormack on the attack, but no way was that 55 going around the outside at the first corner of the first race of the season. That was just not happening. FFS Racing had a couple of issues down into the first corner after being pushed out wide, trying to find their way around. Rocket Sim Sports and one of the cars, the Mercs, just getting onto the inside, just tapping it around ever so slightly. It was one of the Legion of Racers cars that just spun him around. Either way, they were able to return to the track without any major issue. On board with the Ren Velton Esports Ferrari that just lost the rear end coming up through Reed Park and big into the barrier, nearly rejoined in front of the Brabham Esports and SAP car as well. That was when Marek Schintz was going a little bit slow ahead of Tinko van der Velde, and the entire pack piled its way through to try and push the Bentley back around again. All cars in that sense would have damage, and so they'd have to return to pit lane. Darren King, who'd had a fantastic start to the race, had James Baldwin to worry about, who'd dive his way down the inside, and then of course Niels Niox would try and fight his way through. Wasn't able to do so just yet in that VS competition car, would have to hold position in that 6th spot, but either way, James Baldwin was now on the charge in the McLaren Veloce GT car. Of course, there was a massive dive bomb from Niels Niox, in my opinion, move of the race so far. Dived it down the inside, didn't look too spectacular, but to pull it up to the apex there was absolutely sensational. Darren King had the door open, and this time it was not only Niels Niox coming through, but Tobias Pfeffer as well in the Mercedes-AMG Esports Unicorns of Love car, making his way up inside the top 5. Dropping backwards, Darren King continued to battle out, though, this time with Williams Esports and Dara McCormack post pit stop. Never mind, Robbie Stapleford getting past Dara McCormack, and it was actually McCormack letting him pass. The 79 Flash Axel car would battle it out, but it was the issue behind of Williams Esports getting into the rear end of the Ferrari. Igor Rognikov downhill for a skyline. This was a mistake we've seen a few times. A little bit too hot into the barrier on the right, into the barrier on the left. Would be able to continue going, would lose an awful lot of time. Nico Hillebrand doing a bit of deja vu, getting the Euro beat going as he'd slide his way through Forest Elbow be able to carry on, but a lot of time lost to the GT Esports behind. And then, of course, a bit of an issue for the Ferrari car. It was working its way up the order. Unfortunately, have a bit of damage later on. Danilo Santoro would go a little bit too deep on Igor Rognikov, and Rognikov would come straight back through. Santoro was flying, though, and was trying to just get his way past and carry some speed up the road. Williams Esports would try and get their way past GTWR, and of course, the Yas Heat Pirelli car was also thinking of a way to pass. This was Jaroslav Honzik trying to go around the outside, going down into the final corner and picking up a couple of positions. Also dropping backwards was the Williams Esports. It was Brzezinski behind the wheel at this point before he passed over to his teammate Nikodem Vishnevsky. The outside line for the penultimate corner, the outside line for the final corner as well, and that was the move done for the 149. This was a bit of an incident though. The 911 straight into the back of the 959 would cause a little bit of a spin for the Wacko's flip table car, and then, speaking of flipping tables, straight into the path of the Virtual Drivers by TX3 machine. That would result in a drive-through penalty for the 959, and the 911 would also pick up a penalty as well, that WPS e-racing car. The 999 of the GTWR R8G Academy car would be under a lot of pressure from the Yas Heat that would get its way past, going down into the chase. Not a particularly strenuous move there from Jaroslav Honzik, and the birthday boy of a couple of days ago making his way up. This is what happened to the Ferrari, the FDA Esports Ferrari, is they'd come straight across the nose. The two would come together. Not sure what race control dealt on that. I think it came down to a bit of a racing incident between the two just coming together between the Ferrari and the Rocket Sizzles car. This was a bit of an issue though from Miato, who just jumped in behind the wheel of the 999 GTWR R8G Academy car and was heavily into the barrier. An awful lot of damage, would have to struggle for a couple of minutes to get into pit lane. Further issues for the HPD Yas Pro Europe cars, the 93 into the barrier heavily once again. And then I think their issues would continue as a bit of a dive to the inside, and a bit of contact would send the Ferrari off over the right-hand side of shot. That one not so great from the Dutch outfit, as they'd continue to battle over and over and over again. There was Rocket Esports having further issues. Regan Mitchell jumping in behind the wheel for the first time and having a bit of a slip and slide over the top of the mountain. Brabham Esports into the thick of things with the Rembolton Pro team. A little bit of side by side, a little bit of a squeeze there. Sorry, it wasn't the Brabham car being squeezed off the SDL Esports. I've seen that one a few times. In fact, that's how James Baldwin started the season of a different championship a couple of years ago around here. This was the contact that sent never mind, the Jean Lacey Esports Academy car into the barrier, the Mobileye one, and then a bit of a slip down the hill as well from the Race Anywhere Honda also. A few bits of contact up and down the order, and they continue to race here at Bathurst. A bit of a snap there from the Ferrari straight over the gravel at high speed. A little bit of damage was already on the rear end of this car, and they would still stay on the racetrack just after that. It was just a little bit too much on the rear end. Then the whack table car was just into the barrier on the right hand side, as the 911 would try and find its way through. A little bit of contact between them on the rear end, and it would spin them out and around the order in front of the field. That's, though, an update as to what's been going on here at Bathurst, and a fairly long one indeed, but with 4 hours done and 8 hours still left to go in the race, we continue back with our race leader Giglioli, who's continuing to dominate at the top of the field.
Continuing to dominate, yes, but that gap has been going down. You spoke about it about half an hour ago, and it has gone down to 15 seconds now between Stapleford and Giglioli, so starting to go down a bit more now. I saw that the number 63 found itself in a bit of traffic. It was a bit awkward for them whilst the highlight show was going on, so they think they lost some additional time in there. Fortunately for them, the 62 will have to find their way through that traffic at some point as well. But one of the problems is, Lewis, with the fact that you can't overtake around here, you know, in every single situation. Sometimes when you get stuck behind traffic, you just have to sit behind them for half a lap.
Yeah, you've got to kind of be a bit more patient with it. You know, like we said before, as soon as you can't get past into the cutting, you've got to wait. Now, waiting is a thing which racing drivers aren't so great with, because, you know, we like to go on the attack straight away. And so if you are sat there, if there is a car that's going a little bit slower over the top, especially if they've made a little bit of a mistake, which we do kind of see, the light mistakes every now and then, it just kind of it opens the door to you wanting to make a move and wanting to try something, and it's just a bit opens the door for a bit of a crazy move, shall we say.
Yeah, and crazy moves are definitely not what these teams need at this point in the race. Of course, just about a third of the way through, just a few minutes away from a third of the way through, and this is the phase of the race now where you're starting to settle in for the long haul. You just want to keep drivers coming in, coming out of the car, just pump in those fast stints, and you'll get some traffic to navigate through in between. You'll get some battles perhaps between a couple of cars, but this is the stage of the race that is really, really critical now. You've got past the opening phase of the race where everything is all a bit manic, but now you get into the phase where, you can't really afford to have mistakes. Or if you are going to have mistakes, you have to make sure that they don't cost you too much time.
Indeed. Well, this team has not made any mistakes really so far. Absolutely flying at the moment. Although I will say, Giglioli, who is behind the wheel right now, is losing a little bit of time to Robbie Stableford. The consistency of Stableford is very, very high at the moment, running very consistently in those low 202s. Giglioli did do a 202.1. It was faster over the previous lap. The problem is that Stableford is just closing down and hammering that gap, lap in, lap out. Niox also being dragged with him in that BS competition car. You can see the two of them here in shot. It's not coming down insanely quickly, but an endurance race doesn't need to. It only needs to come down even a tenth or two a lap.
8 hours,
Exactly. So much time. You just don't need to rush it, and that's the kind of the critical thing, isn't it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, you don't want to leave it too late, of course, but, with 8 hours to go and with so much of the race to go, you have plenty of time to work it down. If you work it down slowly over the course of a stint, and say by the time they get to the end of this stint, if they've worked it down by another couple of seconds, you get into the next stint, you work it down by, another 4-5 seconds. Across the course of 2-3 hours, you're right on the back of them, and at that point, you've got so much of the race left that if you are going to be stuck behind them for the rest of the race, at least you've got 5 hours to think about it.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of, again, we've said about playing the long game, but it's exactly why you need to be in it as a driver, playing the long game. Like, if you're not making progress now, that's fine. Don't worry about it. If you can't make progress, you can't make progress. It's kind of one of those things of like telling yourself constantly that you can only go as fast as you can go. And that going any faster than that will definitely result in a crash. Isaac Gillison, by the way, into the pit lane, maybe a little earlier than would be expected from them at the moment. Of course, James Baldwin was doing around 55 to 58 minute stint. Eamon Murphy did a 1 hour 3 minute stint. Isaac Gillison has done a 55 minute stint. Now, if Isaac Gillison's the one that's struggling for speed in the car, kind of makes sense to keep him in the car for, respectfully, as little as possible. If they've got more faith in Eamon Murphy and James Baldwin being faster, which I think we can see on the evidence that they are faster, only to the tune of around about half a second maybe, but that makes a difference in this style of things. Maybe they'll put James Baldwin back in for another couple of stints to try and make that progress. That's why Eamon Murphy stayed out for the entirety, or for as long in the stint as possible. He did 1 hour and 3 minutes behind the wheel, because it's trying to give the team a little bit more leeway as to what they can do on strategy.
And half a second might not seem like a lot when, it's presented to you at face value, but over the course of what we've guesstimated, is it roughly 28 laps, should we say, for a stint or something around the like, you're looking at 14 seconds is what you lose. And to these teams, 14 seconds is quite significant over the course of a stint, but it's entirely possible that, for Gillison, that maybe just wasn't feeling it, in the first time that you get into the car. You have that sometimes. You get into the car, maybe it doesn't feel exactly like it did in practice, and you need a stint to kind of get to grips and relearn how the car is behaving across the circuit. You let someone else take over, and the next time you jump in, you're right up to speed because you know what to expect at that point. So it's kind of like removing that element of jumping into the unknown, because that's the problem you do have when one person starts the race. Everyone else is going to be completely blind going into whatever conditions that they're going to be presented with, because you can do laps on the practice, as much as you like. You can do thousands of laps on the practice. It all becomes meaningless if the conditions are, degrees different when you get to the race. And of course, they're very, very similar sometimes in the race, but they're never going to be quite the same.
Yeah, there's always going to be subtle differences in that kind of stuff, whether it is even down to how much rubber's down, to what the temperature's like, to even what damage you've got on the car. Maybe your pressures aren't quite right in the right window for various reasons. Sholobov and Abalad, by the way, both come down into pit lane. You're absolutely right. It's kind of one of those things where it's an argument for practicing less, and that's not me trying to say you shouldn't practice, because obviously you should, but there is any time that you've come across a driver where they've said, and we've all heard this before, we've probably all said it as well, of that never happened in practice, which is an understandable thing to say, because maybe it did never happen in practice. What that tells me is you've practiced too much, because you're driving, trying to drive the car on rails. You're not actually driving, you're just kind of, that in fourth gear at this revs, if I turn this much, I go through the corner. You're not actually driving the car, you're just doing what you've done in practice time and time again. And that's where things that are slightly different, where the rear end lets go, and you kind of think, yeah, but that never happened. I've never had that before. Meanwhile, if you just, it's not me, again, well, it's kind of me encouraging less practice, but if you jump into the race, you're more susceptible to pick up on all of those catches left, right and centre, because you're more aware as to what's happening with the car itself. You're kind of listening a bit more.
Well, so they say that practice is meaningless if you don't learn anything from it.
Yep.
And that's something that you can echo. And one of the things that my teams that I'm in, that we often do, is that when you go out and you practice and you set laps on your own, that's fantastic. You're setting laps on your own, you're figuring out what your pace is. You're not going to be driving alone on the circuit. You're going to be driving with 40 other people around there. And one of the best things you can do to prepare for a race situation is drive with your teammates. Get all of the drivers, on the practice at once, and have race each other, around the circuit. Figure out what works, figure out what doesn't work, figure out how, when we get to this stage of a race, I can't really go for that. The grip's not going to be good enough. The temperature in the tyres or the brakes is maybe too high. There are things you can learn by practicing in what some people would consider non-optimal. If you've got people in front of you, you think, oh, well, the practice is wasted. I can't do the best lap time I can possibly do. You can still learn stuff from it. And that's the most important thing, is if you learn things from your practice, it will help you in the race. If you just go around doing hot laps for, like you said, 1,000 laps, the only thing you're going to learn is that you can do a hot lap around the circuit without anyone else to interrupt you.
And around here, according to, as we heard from John Batcho earlier, you would have lost yourself over a day and a half as well from doing, which, to be fair, I'd take a day and a half of just lapping around Bathurst. I love the track. As we can see here with Dragos Simeon, a track map of the second best track in the world. That'll rile them up. No, that's fine. Of course, the Nordschleife is a fantastic racetrack. Although, do you not think it looks a little bit like a pig's head when you consider, you've got the two little ears at the top, you've got the snout on the right-hand side, you've got a little opening mouth where you come through into the Klein's Carousel and then onto the Duttinger Hoa. I mean, it's a little bit like a. You've ruined
the image of the Nordschleife for
exactly
people now forever.
Exactly. Someone pointed it out to me, and every time I see the Nordschleife, I'm just like, wait. What? I'm like, oh no, it does.
This is one of those facts that someone has shared with you, and you're like, now I must ruin it for everyone else.
Literally everyone. Yeah, no, it's as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh great. And I now can't unsee it. The 911, by the way, I think that was WPS sim racing cars, had a 15-second time penalty for contact with the 959s. That's the second time, because of course they did drive into the back of the Wacko's flip table racing car into the final corner before the 959 rejoined in front of the virtual drivers by TX3. So I think they might have had another issue between those two cars, the WPS Racing Team Munich Esports and the Wacko's flip table racing. I don't know what it is, but sometimes there is just one of those races where it's like you've got a magnet towards one car and you're just like, oh, it's them again, is it? Cool.
Yeah, there are teams that do seem to be just tied at the hip, don't they? Inseparable across the course of a 12-hour race, or even longer sometimes in 24-hour races we see it. But I always think that when you get those situations, it's kind of a good thing. You can gauge yourself with that team, as if that team works its way further up the field and you're still right near them, then you're working your way up the field as well. Alternatively, if they're ending up further down, well, you can kind of guess where you're going as well. So when you have a team, alongside you that you keep encountering across the course of the race, it's a good way to measure the progress that you've made, not just compared to teams around you, but also compared to them exactly. And we see Till Vornum here in one of the Race Anywhere Sim Sport cars in the Honda. He's got, it's not Andre Franke directly behind him, he's at the moment, but working his way around. The number 99, the Hondas haven't really set the world on fire around here at Bathurst as much as I think people expected them to. There was a lot of talk about Honda straight line speed and a lot of talk about how they needed some extra weight applied to them, and I think they did get 10 kilos of ballast put on them in the end, but they haven't exactly shown the kind of Honda dominance that we would have expected 6 months ago, back when the car probably was the top of the crop around here.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a car that's been good. It's been even when I first started on ACC, it was fine around here. It was actually pretty good around here, but it's kind of dropped off a bit and picked back up again. There's kind of one of those things that you've got to keep up to date with the meta, so to speak, using very much a gaming term there. I did see with Till Vornum there. Clearly, this is the thing. This is one of those things on broadcast and stuff. We do pick apart people's setups. Sorry. Sometimes it's better than looking in the background of people's stuff and thinking that kid really needs to make his bed, not looking at anyone, Tobias Pfeffer. But for Vornum, it looked like he was in a seat that didn't look particularly comfortable. You need a lot of back support in sim racing. You need to. There was no back support there. It looked like it was almost a bit of a stall, which I have seen people race on before, racing on a stall, which.
Or a dining chair, by the looks of it.
Could be a dining chair, yes.
It could be a dining chair that you just can't see the back of, although I wouldn't think that's particularly comfortable.
Not for an endurance race.
12-hour race. I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know what kind of dining chair Till Vornum has.
These are questions we need to have answered right now.
The questions you're dying to know the answer for, but no, you definitely do need that back support, and it's why when you see drivers that they have these full alley rigs and all sorts, they'll typically get the bucket seats that you see, and that's because they come with fantastic stuff like lumbar support and all sorts as well. We do see quite a few people when they get a rig, they also just grab an old car seat from like a junkyard. That's also a very popular strategy because typically they're quite cheap or free.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on basically a standard sort of slightly gamery office chair type thing. It's not like it's kind of when you think of like a gaming chair, with wheels like an office chair, it is just that is what I mean. It's like exactly what you're imagining now is just what I have and what most people have. There's Pereira, who is in exactly what we're talking about there, of it being more of an old car seat or a bucket seat. Obviously that one being a Sparko bucket seat, but still you've got to be comfortable. It's kind of one of those things that cannot be underestimated, because anyone who has a standard sim rig and stuff, if you're taking your wheel on and off of your desk, right, it's never particularly straight. It's never bang on exactly where you put it on last time. And there'll be, at some point, you'll be in a race, and halfway through the race, you'll be sat there thinking, hang on, this wheel's not straight. I'm driving it like slightly skewed. And that's distracting. If you know that everything is where you left it in your sim rig, if you know that everything is perfectly straight and on, not warped or anything like that, it makes you so much more comfortable in the rig. It kind of just eases your mind. And then, unlike Josh Staffin earlier, who was trying to keep his wheel on his desk, keep tightening it whilst he was doing a lap of Bathurst, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You just drive.
Yeah, I've seen plenty of situations before where where a wheelbase has come off of the desk, and also situations where just not being in a comfortable seat. And here we have the looks of Fabian Piffert. He's got Ogorodnikov in the 41 just behind, and this is the 41, which you said was on for a very, very good comeback, and well, it's going to move back into the top 10 courtesy of Fabian Piffert coming into the pit lane to get a pit stop done. But that 41 car very, very close on the back of the top 10, and once all the pit stops finish out, we'll see exactly where they are, but still making very, very good progress independently.
GTWR RHG Academy, Aston Martin having to watch the mirrors as Simeon completely overdoes the chase and might have to worry about it a little bit more. There was a stop and go 30 just dished out to Osterman. I'm going to assume that probably isn't anything to do with, or it might not be to do with race control. I've not had that confirmed or denied. I think it might be to do with exceeding the stint limit. Potentially, because obviously, so for anyone who's just jumped onto the broadcast and stuff, doesn't really understand how it works, all of the teams and drivers have a 65-minute stint limit, which, by the way, is really quite hard to say 10 times quickly, but still. So they cannot have a stint which exceeds 65 minutes long. If it does so, you will receive a penalty, and I'm not 100% sure if that is what's happened to the AJA Sim Racing by Garde racing car, because it's the only thing that I really think can get a stop and go 30 from, and I've not seen anything that's been crazy dangerous from them that means that race control would have stepped in with such an aggressive penalty.
It's definitely...
Could be for speeding as well, sorry.
Yeah, I was about to say pit lane speeding would have been my first thought. That's the most common reason for an SG30. Could be stint limit, although I think stint limit might be a drive-through. I'm not 100% sure on that one, but stop and go 30, yeah, rough. Especially around a circuit like this, it's not great. I mean, Bathurst fortunately has one of the quote-unquote shorter pit lanes. I guess. Oh, some jockeying about here, coming through the chase as well, and Nigel Schwa just making the Aston Martin check up a bit behind him.
Yeah, that one's the 333, the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car. That was, to use a word, dicey. Not great indeed, and you're absolutely right. Well, just kind of making a little bit of a hash of it. Just to get a word from the all-seeing Michael Hamlet, of course, he was not over his stint limit, was Osterman, or the team generally. So it must have come from speeding in the pit lane, which actually does make sense, because that's kind of thing. I don't remember what the penalty is for exceeding the limit. Might be a drive-through, might be something harsher, but certainly for speeding in the pit lane, you can get a drive-through for it if you are literally a little bit over. Anything over that, and it's generally a stop-go 30 just straight out.
Yeah, if you're a few kph over for a couple seconds, then it'll slap a drive-through on you. If you're significantly over on your entry or your exit, or during any point in the pit lane, it will give you that stop and go 30. If you really, really want to stretch the limits, you can even get straight up disqualified by the in-game race control.
Does it really?
Yeah, it can. It will straight up disqualify the car if you go too fast in the pit lane. So you've got to be careful with it. And of course, these drivers, they're trying to maximize everything, aren't they? When they come in, they come out. You want to make sure that the moment your car hits that line and, it's able to leave the pit lane, you want to make sure that you're hitting the button. The moment that you want to leave it as late as possible to hit that pit limiter button, because it saves you a few tenths of a second, and to a lot of these drivers, that matters. So, it's fine margins a lot of the time. And for people like me, it's probably better safe than sorry, but,
I'm the same.
Compete at a high level, you need to take those risks in the team's opinion, and unfortunately, it hasn't quite worked out this time.
Well, it's an awkward pit lane entry. Not only do you have to come through that chicane, you come through that chicane, you then speed up, and then you need to slow down again. And the pit lane speed is very slow comparatively to other circuits.
In the pit entry.
Yeah, it's awkward, and so it's always kind of one of those ones where if people mess it up, I'm normally like, yeah, okay, fair enough. That kind of, it makes sense. It's an easy one to make a mistake on, so we'll allow it. Either way, Andrea Capoccia did jump into pit lane there with a bit of a connection issue as well in the R8G car. So he'll come to a stop, and we'll drop down the order. Karen Bridport, Rupert, and Chuel also in the pit lane. There is the R8G car out of the pit lane. They were very briefly inside the top 10, as now they'll drop down. I don't know if Capoccia has stayed behind the wheel of that car, but Erbrek is looking to go around the outside of Pratama. That one not really going to work, until I have to drop back in line.
Yeah, going to have to drop back in line, and now we come up towards the cutting, and guess what? It's follow the leader time, because you're not going to get a move done now unless we see a big mistake from the 889. And this is the problem here, is that Vincent Erbrich, he's realised it at this point, can't get through, just going to have to sit behind, just going to have to wait. And the problem is, when you have to wait behind someone, ooh, did Vincent Herbert nearly hit the wall there? I think maybe might have just grazed it.
I think so. I think like not anything major. You can get away with the odd little graze. Is if you absolutely slam it. That's where the issue comes. I think might have just got away with it. The thing is, though, is it might cause the next pit stop to be a bit slower, as you kind of want to get that damage repaired fairly swiftly. As rising back up the hill, Moreno, who's now behind the wheel of the Unicorns of Legion of Racers, I was going to say Unicorns of Racers then, which definitely wouldn't have made any sense. But he's trying to attack one of the GTWR cars, that one being the Aston Martin, but not for position. But either way, Louis Moreno is behind the wheel. We'll go back up the order as Airbrick is still trying to find a way past Pratima, who's gone way too deep in the other Legion of Racers car, and now opens the door for one to pass, and then of course the R8G to also find its way through as well. I do believe it is still Andrea Capoccia behind the wheel.
Looking down.
Certainly seems it in the 88. Oh no, it's Nick Hoban. Never mind, corrected immediately. Thanks to the live timing.
It is Nick Hoban. Also, we do have the leader in, by the way. The 63 has come in, so has the number 1. The number 62 has kept going, so they will take over the lead of the race provisionally. But once they serve the pit stop that they do owe us, then it will all be resumed with the 63 in the lead. So we'll have to see now exactly what happens with the 63. Will it still be Giglioli in the car? Will he stay in? Will Nauyok stay in the car, or will they swap out again? We'll have to see. But the Lamborghini back rolling and back on the track again, as I believe we're still waiting for the BMW to come out the pit lane. Meanwhile, here have a bit of a battle going on here. It's McLaren and McLaren following a Ferrari up the hill.
Yeah, the Race Anywhere Ferrari with Tobias Scher in the Prime E-Racing car. The McLaren of Osterman, after serving that stop, go 30, also in it. And then Danilo Santoro also trying to attack. There is a look from Osterman to the inside. That was a bit of a look, nearly a bit of a send, as he was trying to find his way back. You've got FFS Racing as well on the rear end, but that one is not for position. 4 cars all fighting for those spots in here, and you got Richie, Scher, Osterman and Santoro. Santoro, of course, on the rise back up the order in the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team car that's made a little bit of progress back up after their earlier issues. To be fair, I say a little bit of progress. They were 32nd after the pit stop as Osterman runs wide at McPhillamy, trying to do his best Scott McLaughlin impression. Returns back onto the racetrack though, and is really hounding the rear end of that Prime E Racing number 77.
Yeah, and for the number 77 Prime E Racing car, part of the problem is when you're being hounded from behind whilst you're trying to get through on someone in front, it becomes ever more difficult to focus on that battle in front. And I know that Jesse Lee, who's popping into the commentary box in about an hour or so, he always loves these situations. He likes to be the car right at the back in these situations where you've got the most to gain out of all of this. If there's an incident up in front, if there's some kind of battle up in front you can possibly gain, and this is the Prime E Racing car on the inside into the chase. Oh, the Ferrari! Was that contact between the 110 just behind? I didn't quite see. The Ferrari definitely got out of shape for the 67, but was there contact involved?
I think Richie might have been, kind of from the angle that we saw, might have been slightly losing it first and then was kind of tapped just a touch from Osterman. Either way, Danilo Santoro has picked up both spots, so has worked up now to try and fight Tobias Scher. I agree, by the way, at least with Jesse Lee, that in a 4-way fight, I kind of like being the 4th car. Because like I say, you've got the most to gain and you can pick your way past them quite easily. If you're the head, the car at the head of the train, you've got all that pressure of those behind on your shoulders. And if you're one of the 2 middle cars, you're worried not only about attacking, but about this lad behind you who's just very feisty and wants to fire it through at any moment. What's happened to the 911? This is the West Competition Racing car. Oh, just touched the curb a little bit and straight into the side of the Porsche.
That poor Porsche has been hit by 2 different BMWs through no fault of its own this race, 2 completely different parts of the circuit, and probably picking up some additional damage on there as well. But it shows just how it can go wrong. Slight mistake, just clip the curb on the inside of the kink, and it all goes wrong. Danilo Santoro, though, kind of just proved Jesse Lee's point, though, didn't he? With
yeah,
just
absolutely
wanting to be the car right at the back. A mistake happened in front due to an overtake, and they managed to catch it. And I think that was the 110 AGA Sim Racing team by Gardy, just having to take avoiding action from running into the back of the BS Plus competition car.
Yeah, really had to worry. But obviously, BS Competition currently running in third position in this race. Arthur Camera behind the wheel now. By the way, whilst we saw that incident, the number 33, the West Competition racing car that made contact there with the 911, do remember that is the car that was third in class, in the silver class, is now second in the silver class as Killian, Ryan, Meenan and Mazur into the pit lane. So I'm sure race control will have their say on what's going on there. We'll keep our eye on Osterman, who's behind now Arthur Camera, but he's not worried about Camera, he's not worried about that BMW M4, he's worried about that green and black Ferrari that is actually full position, and a couple of spots down the road, of course, is the Prime E-Racing McLaren, also being hounded by the Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports team.
I wonder if Osterman, with that incident that happened down towards the chase, I wonder if he kind of prevented himself from taking the position away from the Ferrari, maybe thinking if he was at fault for the incident, didn't want to take a place and summon the wrath of the stewards. And rather sensible driving in that sense to kind of admit fault for an incident and give the place back, or not take the place in the first place, and just say, look, it was my bad, we don't need to get a penalty here, let's just carry on as we are. And we'll get it done properly next time. Meanwhile, Charlie Crossland is now in the.
Well, they've gained a lot of time in the pit stop, around 7 or 8 seconds over the pit lane, which is kind of what we were expecting, because they were closing in quite a bit over the previous stint. Charlie Crossland jumping in place of Robbie Staplewood. You know how we were saying Giglioli obviously in for his second stint, and we were saying that they seem to be doing triple stints as a driver. Simonini did 3, Giglioli did 3, and then G2 are doing the exact opposite of that, because they're changing on every single stint so far. They've done Robbie Stableford, Charlie Crossland, Isaac Price, and they've done Robbie Stableford, Charlie Crossland. I think it will be a fairly safe bet to see that Isaac Price will be in the car on the next stint.
I mean, if I were a betting man, I think I'd put pretty good odds on that one. But I wonder what the strategy is for the 63 then. If they are going to triple stint all of the drivers, they'll do that for the first 9 hours, and then they'll just have to switch out for each stint in the last 3 hours, and perhaps maybe that's a way. There's a Bentley sideways just before the dipper. It's in the middle of the S's, and that looks like that's the 555, isn't it, of the Munster Rugby Gaming car. That's all the way down in 46th place. And that is not where you want to be stuck. Unfortunately, they're pointing in the right direction, and they've got the car moving again.
Yeah, De Oliveira just trying to get back going again. It's a bit of a rough one when you're in that position. I mean, he's not too disappointed by it seems, but either way, just a little bit of a rough moment. It's such an easy mistake to make. Obviously, had a bit of a slide at the top of Skyline and then backwards. That's a rough one. I will say I'll give them respect, regardless of the issues and stuff they're having. It's an endurance race, and part of the endurance spirit is to carry on and finish. And as much as they are running in 46th and what is the last car on circuit, I do believe they are still going. I think that's the critical thing right now, is that they're just trying to finish the race, which I'm all about.
100%. And you never know what could happen in a race like this. There's possibility that there could be a red flag situation, which could potentially bring them back in. We'll obviously hope not, but there's also other cars that could potentially DNF from the race. They could have their own share of accidents and misfortune as well that can set them back. So there is still a possibility, as long as you're in the race, there's still a chance for you to get something out of it. And even if they could claw back a point, for this race, they'll still consider it worth it in the long run, with 4 rounds left to go, the 24-hour being the next round. So it definitely is in the spirit of endurance racing, just sticking it out. And I think when you've put so much preparation into a race like this, even if things don't look great, even if you are laps down, and even if it doesn't look like you're going to get anything out of the race, I think some of them just like to finish it just because it's an accomplishment within itself.
And it really is. It takes a lot of effort to even get to the end of one of these races. Osterman looks to the inside, trying to send it down the inside of Ritchie as Santoro is into the pit lane, so they'll gain not 1 but 2 spots on their run into turn 1 and instantly try and break that slipstream on the long climb up Mountain Straight. Just should be clear. And wouldn't have to worry about the race anywhere. Ferrari in the background. There's been a incident for car 110 and 67. The 110 of course is the AJA sim racing team powered by Garde. Weird point that is the one that we're looking at right now that receives that 5-second time penalty. The 27 being the SDL Esports BenQ Mobius car. So that's the one that's received the penalty. 5 seconds. Nothing too major, but it's a bit of a slap on the wrist. It just means the next pit stop's going to be a bit slower than you'd expect.
Yeah, whenever you get a 5-second penalty, it's basically the stewards wagging the finger, isn't it? It's saying, look, don't do that again. That was silly. And, move on with your day. And it's a penalty that, when a team gets it, when a driver gets it, they kind of think, oh, okay, we'll carry on. When they get anything, 15-second penalty or higher, that's when they start to get angry. But, a 5-second penalty, it's easy to overcome. I'd say easy to overcome. How incredibly fast everyone is in this race. I'm not entirely sure if you classify it as easy, but it's a penalty that you can overcome over the course of a stint without too much, concern. Whereas if it's a 15-second penalty, you're going to have to be looking to go significantly quicker than the cars in front of you if you're going to make up that time that you're going to lose in the pit lane.
SMP Esports looking to try and get themselves inside the top 10 because the Mercedes-AMG Esports HRT, the Haupt Racing team, under a bit of pressure. Of course, this team is run, at the moment in this championship, is run by Unicorns of Love. That's why you might think, hang on, I've seen a load of these drivers before, and a certain pink and black machine, and you're absolutely right. Leon Atoki, obviously one of the Unicorns of Love driver at the moment, in 10th position, looking backwards towards Jared Pennon, who's in that SMP Esports car. So it's going to be a little bit of a struggle over the next couple of laps to try and hang on to the top 10. Jared Pennon not only, though, trying to get inside the top 10 overall in this race, but is trying to just hang on really to the lead of the silver class. That is the priority here, to try and win your own class, and that is what the 900 is doing at the moment. It's just whether they want to try and risk something to go for a top 10 overall, and in that sense, I guess, why not if you've got a good enough gap to those behind. Whilst, by the way, we've got 7.5 hours left to go, and whilst we are in the 4th pit lane sequence of the race, we're in our 4th stint, let's talk about the order, or 5th stint rather. Let's talk about the order that we have at the moment, because our race leaders in the number 63 have led every single lap of the race so far. That is the Anti-Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team at the moment at the front. They've got BMW G2 Esports behind, and then the BMW BS Competition in 3rd. Yaz Heat in 4th position, with the Mercedes-AMG Esports team Unicorns of Love in 5th. Eamon Murphy in the McLaren Veloce. They'll be in 6th position at the moment. Williams Esports in 7th. Then Triton in 8th position. The number 41 Simo.Pro by Vides has worked his way back up into 9th before we get to 10th place. And the Mercedes-AMG Esports team HRT of Leon Atoki that we were looking at there. There is Igor Rognikov, still not able to get past Jakub Charkot and working his way up into 8th position. But still, I would say this team has to be very, very proud of themselves for being able to recover into 9th position so far. It was Ogrognikov behind the wheel who had made a mistake into this section here in his stint in the race. I think every time he goes down it, might well be having a bit of that flashing through his mind right now and just thinking, hope I don't do it again.
Well, as a driver, it's your job to kind of block that out of your mind, isn't it? And, just forget about it and move on. It's not easy to do. If you've ever been involved in a race, if you've ever made a mistake at a corner, the next few laps that you get to that corner, you do start to have flashes of, oh, God, don't want to do that again. But, you need to just put a mental block past it and just say, look, forget about it. It happened, made a mistake, let's not do it again. And move on. But this car, though, the 41, back up into 9th place and, well, challenging for potential 8th place at the moment as well, and they're only about 15 seconds or so away from the 7th place cars, the number 55, isn't it, the Mercedes? So not doing too bad indeed for themselves, and plenty of time left to still build themselves back up the order. But it's a good haul of points anyway right now for that number 41, and I think they'll be more than happy with the progress they've made already in this race, never mind the fact that they can still gain more.
100%, and I say we're still in the early stages. We're still in the first half of the race, so still plenty for them to regain on this order and on the grid. So I wouldn't be super worried. I think it's a good confidence booster if you have an issue and you instantly recover. If it takes you 4 or 5 hours to recover, that can be almost a bit of a tough break, and then you just try and carry that up. But if you are instantly, bam, straight back into it, that's where the good times can roll from. That's where the confidence builder is, and that's where you can really work your way back in the order. Of course, there isn't any safety cars or anything in this, so there's nothing to drag you back in. If you're going to work your way back up, you've got to do it the hard way. You've got to work up every single position yourself, and it is not easy. Oh, and there we go, and another mistake straight over at Skyline, coming down the S's once again. Thankfully, though, this time, rather than trying to commit to the corner, had already worked that there was going to be a serious issue there. Straight lined it. Can't do that too many times, though, because it will be a drive-through penalty if you exceed your track cuts.
Yes, you get 3 warnings for extending or cutting the track, wherein you gain time. That's an important metric to remember.
Yes.
It's only if you gain time that you get given the warning. And that is automatically measured by the in-game race control system. And once you hit that 4th one, you get slapped with a drive-through penalty. And, you don't want to be serving a drive-through penalty for no reason. And Tilvorna back here and closing down on one of the fellow Honda drivers here. So we've got this is one of the HPD cars, I believe it is.
Yes.
That they're closing in on at the moment. But the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car for Honda versus Honda at this point, and both of these cars not exactly had the races that they would have been hoping for. They've been hoping for a lot better so far, but like you said, not even half of the race gone. There's still plenty of time to make up these positions that haven't really gone their way in the first half of the race, and all of it starts with either keeping a certain car behind or getting past a certain car ahead for each of the two of them. It's a very, very different situation.
Proud Me Sports under pressure from Andika Ramalana of Legion of Racers fame, the Indonesian-based team. It's had a few chats with those behind the scenes of Legion of Racers. I actually think that's more of a Singapore-based team. But in that area, they're kind of a Singapore-based team. They've got a lot of Indonesian drivers, a lot of Singaporeans and stuff. They're a great team, well known in the Asian region, and it's kind of one of those ones where when you speak to them what they want to kind of build up, that they want to come into an event like this and show why the Asian region is something which should be taken seriously, and they really do. They kind of show that they can battle. I know 34th, you kind of sit there and think, ha, what's this idiot talking about? No, the things that they have made up in sim racing over the last year and a half, outside of even just the Asian scene, is incredible, and a great little team they are. And to be fair, 34th on a grid this strong is fair enough.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. 34th on a grid like this, there is no shame in that whatsoever. I mean, you and I would give a lot to be 34th on a grid like this. It's absolutely incredible, and it does show the pace from drivers all over the world, and that is one of the fantastic things, is that we have people from all over the world at the same time on the same track, and it just shows that that skill level, it's not limited by where you come from or what equipment you have, because remember, all of these drivers are using completely different systems. They're using completely different combinations of sim racing gear and ways that they go racing as well, so none of it is limited by what you have available to you. Of course, there are certain things that can make you make it easier for you to drive, or make it so that you can feel more things through the wheel to understand what the car's doing. But there are people that race out here in G29s, which is one of the budget option. So your pace is not limited by nationality. It's not limited by region. It's not limited by equipment. It's purely down to your skill level. And this championship in particular shows that in all its glory, is that we have people from all the corners of the world, and all of them are incredibly quick.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's kind of one of those things that's so open in sim racing, wherever you're from in the world, as long as you've got an internet connection. That's kind of a critical thing, really, in sim racing. But wherever you are in the world, however old you are, if you've, in your older age, you've kind of retired from work and stuff. I know, because I've known people that have done this, 50s, 60s, and whatever, and they think, actually, I missed my chance to get into the world of motorsport, and it kind of sucks. Take part in sim racing. Honestly, it is one great place to jump in and kind of get a taste of what it was and what it could have been. Why do you think loads of younger people that kind of tried karting, for whatever reason, they couldn't, I won't say whatever reason, budget. They didn't have the budget to continue on past where they were, or maybe they weren't quite fast enough, weren't in the right place at the right time to pick up sponsorship, whatever it was. They couldn't continue in karting for whatever reason, or in motorsport for whatever reason. Almost all of them have now moved into sim racing because they still have the speed, and where you're still using a wheel, you're still using pedals, you're still driving, it moves over into sim racing. The skill transfers, and it's kind of one of those things of like it gives you a second wind and a second bit of life. And so if you have missed your opportunity, jump in now. Why not?
And more importantly to note is that there are opportunities to progress from sim racing into the real world of racing. We've seen it with multiple drivers now that have done it, and one of them on this grid here, James Baldwin, remember, world's fastest gamer winner, went on to drive in British GT for I believe it was Jenson Button's team at the time. So there are opportunities coming around, and there are even more opportunities every single year coming. I believe that there has been one with a certain Porsche competition at the moment, where the winner of that will be selected to participate in the Porsche Carrera Cup next year. In the real series, you get a full factory entry backing you. So, if you can compete right at the top, there are, pathways into the world of real motorsport through sim racing, and it's absolutely fantastic. And there may become, a point in time where sim racing and karting, they are two fantastic, should we say, gateways into motorsport, but for very different reasons. One of them probably being a lot cheaper than the other, but of course there's going to be more competition through sim racing because there's so much more access to it.
Yeah, that's kind of things. Access is king in that sense, and that's what means that we see all this talent, and to get to that level is so difficult. I mean, I just commentated on an event last weekend where the winner of the event, 14 and 15-year-olds, they were battling it out over a seat in British Formula 4, and for the whole season next year. And you think, Christ, well, fair enough. If that's up for grabs, what do I get? Of course, James Baldwin in British GT, Rudy Van Buren winning world's fastest gamer, and of course, the first world's fastest gamer did Rudy Van Buren, and was obviously McLaren simulator driver for ages, and has done loads of the Porsche championships. Mostly, I think he's done the German, the Porsche Carrera Cup Germany, but he has done the European one as well. He's done various things in motorsport. There are lots of drivers that have made a jump. Chembolic Bassi, I know, is a bit of a target. The thing is, that one's a bit more of a slippery one, because he did start in sim racing and now races in F2, but that's not just because what he did in sim racing, it's because he's actually good in real life and stuff, and has moved and has progressed in real life. It's not because he's won a sim racing competition that's given him that drive, but I kind of think he's built up skills and stuff through sim racing that's moved him into F2.
Skills that he would have picked up doing sim racing have transferred over.
Yeah.
Exactly, and like I say, it's not the perfect case, like what we've been talking about, but it's still an example of what is possible, and those possibilities are only going to get bigger and more plentiful as time goes on, and as sim racing gets bigger. Of course, when we had the lockdown during 2020, sim racing kind of exploded, didn't it, in size. It kind of became a lot more prevalent, and you kind of feel like, well, obviously the whole lockdown situation for the world has not been a great thing in terms of what's happened. It's definitely been a big push for sim racing in the right direction. You would argue that the push it had in that 1 year was probably bigger than what it would have had in 5-6 years naturally.
Yeah, I think we kind of all discussed it, that the jump for sim racing was pushed forward, like the progression was at least 3 years of progress straight from the off, and then probably closer to, like you say, like 5 years of just like in one jump. We were always going to get to this point eventually, but it really has been an enormous jump that we're all kind of feeling the effects of now. Let's focus on the battle at hand, though, as the Kramer Racing Esports car is about to be passed by the 144 Audi. Just a lovely little move around the outside. Wasn't even really particularly difficult for the Audi. It does seem to have a bit of damage on the front end. It's nothing too motorsport, too kind of taxing. Clearly, it's full motorsport by Race Esports team Audi, but either way, still trying to work his way. Here is FFS Racing. That was a bit of a move over from the Brabham car. No, again, I missed it up again. It's SDL. The FFS Racing car of Jan Willem van Oomen trying to attack Sadorov. That is irritating me now that we've got Brabham. Now I've noticed that Brabham and that SDL car aren't a million miles apart. From the front, you can tell them. From the back, it's like, cool, great. They both look the same.
And this FFS car as well was in the highlights package. You would have seen that got turned around at turn 1, and they were right at the back, down in 45th, 46th place, around about that, and coming back through up the field now, and all the way up into 17th place goes Jan Willem van Oomen. So a very, very good recovery from this car. Ooh, just a bit of grass trimming as they'll go around, but nothing too bad doing there, and it's been a phenomenal job from this team to work that car all the way back up the grid. They've gone past their sister car, who's in the Pro Class, the 123. They're a fair way down the order as it stands right now, down in 31st place. Andre Franke filling out in that car at the moment. So the silver car right now doing a very, very good job, and it's kind of difficult to put into words, like with the 41 and the 23, how good of a recovery this is so early in the race, to go from being near back of the grid, like this car was, all the way up into 6th place in class now.
Well, Jan Willem van Oomen nearly was passed by Sadorov going down into Hell Corner, and Sadorov decided instead to just sit behind as there's a little bit of side-by-side in the background. Was that the Veloce car coming through? You can tell it was all white, basically almost no livery on that car, but did manage to get through, obviously trying to pass some traffic. It is Eamon Murphy behind the wheel. We're back with Jan Behrman, who's trying to pass the 563 VSR by Bathurst Esports Lamborghini. That is under a bit of pressure at the moment. They're a bit further behind the primary racing car of Sven Hetic. David Tinitza, who's back behind the wheel of the number 51, is also a fair way. They're slightly off strategy courtesy of their damage and such earlier on in the race with their contact with the Rocket Simsports car. But either way, Tinitza, who has returned to being behind the wheel, obviously replacing Danilo Santoro over the previous stint, is now trying to charge back down to Pignone in the 977, who's really close to the back of the 144. Of course, we did just see that move that the 144 did around the outside, because it was a pretty big send at Griffin's Bend from Full Motorsport.
Definitely was. To give you a bit of an update on the leader situation, by the way, not much has actually changed since the last round of pit stops. Gigliolo, of course, still leads, and the gap is around about 9 odd seconds. So there you go, 9.5 between themselves and Crossland. So Crossland has brought the gap back down a bit, but it's hard to gauge whether that gap has been brought down due to traffic management or if it's just pure lap times that the G2 Esports car is pumping out at the moment, because it's not a significant gain like we've seen from some of the other drivers so far. So I think maybe just a bit of traffic management working in the favour of G2 Esports, a bit of luck coming their way, which manages to reel them up to the back. And I have just been told in my ear that they are setting pretty much identical lap times, so it definitely looks like a bit of traffic management working well for G2 at the moment. And keep an eye out for that BS Plus competition car. Arthur Camera is catching Crossland quickly. That gap was about 10 seconds the last time I checked it.
Yeah, which was kind of actually a bit of a surprise it even got up to that much, because when Niels Niox was behind the wheel and Robbie Stapleford was behind the wheel, obviously Niels Niox of the number 1 BS competition car and Robbie Stapleford of the number 62 G2 Esports car, they were only separated by about a second and a half. So clearly a bit of a change on the pit lane sequence. You're absolutely right that Arthur Camara is just trying to close that one in now. Whether he'll be carrying that speed and that momentum with him, and then we'll pass Crossland and close down on Gigliotti. But regardless, if we think back to less than 2 hours, this is kind of like the big talking point of the moment, is that if we think back to less than 2 hours ago, that 63 had, what, a 24-second lead? Just as you were jumping into the commentary booth, Ryan, it was around sort of 20 to 24 seconds. It's now down to 8. It's basically a third of what it was, which is a lot of time to have lost.
It is a lot of time to lose. I suppose the only saving grace for them is that they haven't lost it all in one go. They've lost it progressively over, a large amount of time. And for them at least, that will be the saving grace that, okay, the 62 and the one behind, they're quicker than us, but they're not so much quicker that they're going to breeze past us. When they catch up, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to work for it. And that's what the 63 team, that's what likes of Jordan Sherritt will be telling his teammate, no doubt. We'll see him in the car at some point later on. I believe it will be Gigliotti in for the third stint, like we saw towards the start of the race. They'll be doing triple stints, to start on out. So I believe it will be Jordan Sherritt in that car in just over an hour and, well, maybe about an hour and a half or so. That we'll see, and he'll know plenty as well. Jordan Sherritt's not exactly an easy driver to overtake either, and around this circuit where your opportunities will be limited to the straights, I don't think he's going to make that Lamborghini particularly skinny.
I mean, Sherritt was the driver that was behind the wheel of the 63 when it took pole position. He then jumped out of the car and stuff and handed it over to Simonini, then Gigliotti. So that one's fair enough. Getting a word, by the way, from King Race Engineer of G2 Esports, by Mr. Dennis Jordan, saying the reason why the BS competition car lost so much time was because on the last stop they repaired damage and then they came out into traffic. So that's why they lost a fair amount of time, and that's why they're also gaining it back now.
That makes sense, and Arthur Camara gaining that time back rather quickly as well. Definitely not hanging around and wants to make up for that. This is the 997 of the Kramer Racing Esports car. This was passed by Mathis Letau just a couple of laps ago, but the Porsche just hanging on to the back end of the Audi, not going to give up and going to carry on with them. And sometimes you need this when you have a car like the Porsche, for example, that's a bit slower in a straight line. If someone goes past you and you can just stick in the slipstream, they can drag you along with them, and it can really, really help your stint out. And did just see Mathis Letau going a bit wide, didn't he, on the straight down to a bit of grass trimming there, but fortunately for the Audi, not too much doing.
Yeah, I wondered if there was damage on the car. I think it might have just been a sinkage, because it does look like it is running absolutely fine. Also might be to do with the livery. I don't know why. It's kind of out of the corner of my eye, it just seemed a bit damaged. They have to worry about one slightly different red car that is closing in. You can just see David Tanitsa getting closer and closer in the background, who's on a mission on the comeback charge in that number 51. It was 2.5 seconds the previous lap. It is closing again and again. It's now under 2 seconds. The lap times for these two, 2:04.0 for Letau. Pignone got a 2:03.7. David Tanitsa a 2:02.4. So around 1 to 1.5 seconds faster than the Audi R8 at the head of this group.
Definitely cue the Jules music for that one.
Yeah, right.
Tanitsa catching up at a rate of knots, and he's going to want to work his way through this as quick as possible, because they are on that recovery drive after that incident they had earlier on. We said that it wasn't great for Ferrari, and just they've come here to win, they've come out here to compete right at the top. That's not what they're able to do. But they know better than anyone that every point matters in this championship, and they're going to have to keep fighting, and they're going to fight for every point they can get. Unfortunately for them, loads of the cars in front of them at the moment aren't actually for points in their class, but the only way that they're going to get up to those cars that are in their class is by getting through all those silver cars first. So The 977 is the first of those in the Porsche. Then they'll have to get through the 144 Audi, the Bentley and the 322, the two Aston Martins of the 164 and the 23, and then a fellow Ferrari in the 67 before they can eventually go and challenge Lars Kisser in the number 4 Mercedes, which is a pro car.
Well, remember that last year in the SRO Esports GT World Challenge European Endurance, their lowest finish, what it was the FDA Esports team, of course, now at Scuderia Ferrari Veles Esports, obviously the same team, but their lowest finish last year was 13th place. It was in the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. The 4 other races, they either won or finished second. They won twice, one at Monza, one at Spa, and then finished second at Paul Ricard and Barcelona. Of course, those all taking part on European circuits. The entire point of this season is that we race on 5 different rounds on 5 different continents. You might have worked that one out by it being called the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports series of 2022. We're racing here at Bathurst. We then go to Europe and Spa. We go to North America with Laguna Seca, over to Asia with Suzuka, and then of course into Africa with Kyalami to end the season. So all 5 rounds taking part in a different continent. Does mean that we only have one repeat circuit and one repeat race on the calendar, as we did in the European Endurance of last year, and that is Spa and the 24-hour race, which, guess what, this team won. So yeah, I think they'll be still feeling confident that the season is definitely not over yet.
Of course not. I mean, just about 5 hours into the first race of the season, definitely not over
exactly
yet. If they can, if this is the worst performance of the season, it's going to be a good year, for Ferrari, and they're obviously putting a lot of work into it. Got some new drivers in this team. Kamil Polowski, who of course won the Ferrari Esports Series last year. He's of course involved in this now, and of course the Ferrari Esports Series that is being run, it's renamed to the Ferrari Veles Esports Series this year. They're doing the same competition again, but over 2 platforms this time, to try and find another driver to put into this car for the following season, because they just want to continue to grow that talent across multiple platforms and prepare their drivers to race in different and difficult situations that will of course help them going forwards. And of course this is a difficult situation for Ferrari to be in. It's not where they want to be, it's not where they expect it to be, but they still have to get on with it. And the number 51 making its way past the 977, although the Kramer Racing car rather just moving over for the 51 to not hold each other up.
Yeah, no point in trying to fight. Coming out of the pit lane there is the West Competition Racing BMW that was running second in the silver category. Does push Osterman in the 110 up now into that second position within our silver class. So a little bit of progress made there, but I don't think it all, it's just a pit lane sequence. It's how it always goes. But Simeon dropping down the order and now behind even the Triton car in the number 10. Actually, it wouldn't make sense. It might be the DV. Might be one of the Simware.pros, because I do mix those two up. As we'll see, Sven Hettich now in 22nd spot with Nikolai now ahead. That looks a little bit snug. A bit kind of tidied away in the corner. I'm assuming might well have a partner of some description that's like, nope, you can have your sim racing, but it's over there and far away from everything else.
Got me shoved in the corner, unfortunately. Looks like it for Sven Hettich at the moment, and all the different living situations that people have. Of course, you have to fit your rig in somewhere, however it's set up, whether it is an alley profile, kind of like we're seeing here, or whether it is your wheel clamped to a desk. You've got to fit it around somehow. And I know Tinker Vandervelde for Williams Esports, he has a particularly fantastic position for his sim rig. You can see the rest of the town that he lives in out the window. It's got a massive view out to the streets that he can see from his position. He said unfortunately he has to have the curtains closed a lot of the time, because if not the sun gets on the screen and he can't see properly. So amazing view, unfortunately ruined by the sun for Tinko Vandervelde. But all the different situations that people have, and sometimes it is just a case of the rig is crammed in the corner of the room. And if that's where it's got to go, that's where it's got to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, I'd say the beautiful view then is ruined by sim racing, but I'm okay with that, to be perfectly honest. I mean, to be fair, view might be a bit distracting. Focus on what you're doing. You don't, I'm kind of one of those ones. I like to only focus on what is going on. I can't even have race engineers in my ear. I think it's all too much for me to focus on. I get distracted very, very easily as the movement over from Victor Nikolai just to defend from Sven Hetic coming up towards Griffin's Bend as David Tinitzer's once again now closing in on yet another car. He got past Pignone quite easily in that Kramer Racing car, and now will try and get past the full motorsport competition car, just trying to get into 18th spot now as he is absolutely charging. That Scuderia Ferrari Velez Esports car, despite its issues, I don't know what's possible for them. I don't know what they feel is possible, but you kind of might lean towards maybe a top 10 if they keep clean to the end of the race.
I think top 10's definitely a target they can look for. You can see here David Tenetz so frustrated. He's got so much more pace than the Audi in front, but as we mentioned before, you cannot overtake on this part of the circuit, or rather you can, but at this stage in the race they've already had their fair share of grief, and the Ferrari team don't need to add any more troubles to their list. So just going to keep it safe and keep right on the back of that Audi, and then eventually when you get to the straight coming out of Forest Elbow, you can throw the car down and try and slipstream past the Audi, and I'm pretty sure that's what David Tenitzer would have been aiming for as well. Back to the primary racing car for a moment, and here we go. David Tenitzer comes up towards the kink, going to be on the outside, which leads to the inside line and gets the move done very nicely, although I don't think the silver class Audi would have been fighting that too much, and there goes the HPD car.
Yeah, that was always going to happen. Obviously kept it to the inside of Sven Hetic and dropped the rear end. Who is behind the wheel of the number 93? It is Nico Hillebrand at the moment, who's got quite a lot of experience in sim racing. I don't necessarily know why he was trying to fight to get back past the primary racing car. Obviously just let him go into Forest Elbow. It would probably just drop back in line and try and complete some laps, but I guess you've got to have some fun somewhere, and Nico Hillebrand just dropping it there. It has not been the day they wanted for the HPD Yaz Pro cars right now. They've just struggled quite a bit up and down the order, and clearly struggling to keep it even on the road. Just took a little bit too much of the curb on the right hand side, and the rear end just went see ya.
It's quite easy to do that as well when you're in a situation too wide and you're going to be on the inside. You have to avoid that curb. If you hit it wrong, you're going to end exactly like that. Rather lucky, I think, for Hillebrand that didn't end up in the wall by the looks of it. That car just looked like it spun around. Maybe it did just glance the wall, but no significant damage, I feel, on that car. David Tenitzer, though, he's made his way past Mathis Letau in the Team Full Motorsport Audi, and already starting to build a nice gap. And of course, you'll just see here, now that he has the clean air, just able to build on that time that he's gaining. Of course, he's about 1.6 seconds per lap quicker than the Audi at this point. So when you're not being held up across the top of the mountain, that 1.6 seconds is very, very nice to have. And that Ferrari that we just saw looked like the Axel Simpson
7.9 flash axle, yeah.
And I think that just came off of the wall.
Yeah, it is definitely the 7.9 flash axle. So I think it's, regardless, it looks a little bit untidy on the front. There is certainly some damage on the front of that car, which is so easy to get around here. How many cars have we seen crashing into the barriers up and over the top? By the way, race leader 6.5 seconds clear. Giglioli being closed in by Charlie Crossland, and Arthur Camera is basically on the rear end of Charlie Crossland as well. So the top three all separated now by less than 8 seconds. The gap is coming down faster and faster and faster. I only have 3 and a bit minutes left for me on this broadcast. It's a bit of a shame considering how tight that battle's getting. I think that one's going to be a bit of a great battle, to be honest.
I think by the time, the end of my stint comes at the end of the next hour, they might all be together. We'll have to see, but no, it's closing up very, very nicely between all of them now, and that's what we love to see. 5 hours of racing down, and not even 10 seconds between the top three is absolutely incredible to see. Meanwhile, Legion of Racers here at the moment, they're trying to find their way past. Is that the number 42 McLaren? It is. Trying to find a way through. They've also got one of the Hondas behind them at the moment. That looks like one of the Team Rocket cars. And just following them at the moment, not really trying to get past at this stage. And unfortunate thing here, you never want to be the middle car in this situation.
No, absolutely not. Because you've got to worry about the car ahead and the car behind, although I will say Jack McIntyre is not actually a part of this as a battle, and so won't have to worry too much. Of course, you've got Alex Gates in 31st, then Andika Raman-Morlana. The number 22 is a bit further back on the old timesheet, so I don't think they're particularly worrying too much about the 22. Never mind, there's going to be a bit of contact there between the Legion of Racers and Brabham car just on the apex. A little bit of a move, and then was just sent around. Oh, what do you make of that one? It was a bit dicey.
Well, not ideal is what I've made of that one. It was a move they didn't really need to make, though. From what I can see, at least said there weren't really the battle for position going on in front. Didn't really need to kind of risk going into it with the Brabham car there. Of course, the Rockets Intersport car just kind of breezing past and managing to avoid it. But I don't think that's a move that the Legion of Racers car particularly needed to make, especially that late on the brakes.
No, I mean, we've seen some great moves going into the chase, most notably Niels Nyox's move to send it down the inside of Darren King in the first hour of the race, which was an absolute send from miles back, but it was hooked up to the apex and an absolutely beautiful move, in my opinion. It's probably a bit unnecessary. Like you say, it's I mean, obviously we'd need to take a look at it again, and race control certainly will, but it was just kind of a bit messy and a bit unneeded, to be perfectly honest. Here's the Kramer Racing Esports car that's closing in on Nikolai. Of course, those battling for position, all three of these battling for position, the Audi, the BMW and the Porsche. And hey, the Primary Racing McLaren as well, that's just coming up over the crest in the background, all battling for position in the silver class. It'll be sixth place in the silver class. They're all battling Lateo, Nikolai Pignone and Sven Hettich.
So Pignone at the moment just settling in behind, I guess, with the number 33 firmly in front of them at the moment. And with the car of Mattis Latau at the moment, the Porsche has kind of been dragged along with them ever since the 144 managed to get past. I said they would have looked to kind of tuck in behind and see if that Audi can pull them along with them. It has worked. Of course, 33 now in between the two of them, and the 33 giving the 144 the flash there. Going to have a look. Are they going to go for a move on the inside? No, not going to go for the send down into the chase. And we'll look back here towards Orlando Rats in the Ren Welton Esports car. This is a car that had its fair share of grief at the start of the race, though, wasn't it? Unfortunately got stuck, I believe it was, up towards McPhillamy Park, and then had to do a bit of a three-point turn to get the car moving in the right direction again. They're down in 40th place.
I think a few people have had those kind of issues today. It's been a drama-filled opening few hours of the race as the yellow flags come out once more. It is the one of the BMWs going a little bit wide. Either way, it is my turn to step aside. On the broadcast for 5 hours. It's been an interesting start to the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge Esports Series of 2022. I've been Lewis McGlade. Ryan, you're going to stay in the commentary booth, but Jesse Lee is going to jump in here and is going to talk you through the next few hours of this fantastic race. Take it away, lads.
Well, thank you very much, Lewis. It's been absolutely great to share 2 hours in the box with you, but now I welcome over all the way from the States, Jesse Lee. It's good to have you back here in the box for another season of SRO Esports. How have you found the race so far?
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to watch, I can tell you that. Hello, everybody, and a big hand for Lewis, first and foremost. 5 major hours to start this race. Busy man, that Lewis, and a well-deserved rest, I think, after what has been, I'm going to call it exhausting, Ryan Gill, the first 4, 5, 6 hours of this race coming up. I'm quite curious what your perspective is, because you've been here in one capacity or another for the duration.
Yeah, been around since the start in very different roles, just overseeing the admin duties, watching the start of the race, obviously from the steward's box perspective, and then of course coming in here to commentate. It's been a few different perspectives, should we say, but No, it's always amazing. I think a lot of people sometimes maybe don't realise all the things that go in behind the scenes to all of these events, and being able to see that firsthand. You and I know that there is a lot that goes into it, but you learn so many things about how the race is run, and you learn a lot more about what happens in the race through the eyes of looking at things through the stewards or the admin perspective as well, because you don't have just the limitation of what you can see on your screen in front of you, and what we can see on our screen in front of us is the 33 putting pressure now on the 144 trying to find a way through.
Sure is, and of course, you get this deep into the race, you settle into battles. There's been battles throughout the opening stanza of this race. It's not died down at all, and what is old becomes new again in battles like this. The the West Competition Racing 33 BMW hounding the back of the Audi here, trying to make a move. You talked about this at length earlier, and it's worth reiterating. They're up through the park section where they're coming through now. There's really no way to make a clean or a safe pass around here. Your best bet is realistically to tuck it in and wait till you get to the straight.
Yeah, you really have to. You have to keep single file pretty much across the mountain, and just saw the 33, maybe just a tiny bit out of shape there coming over Skyline, but once you get past the cutting, it strap yourself on and wait for the forest elbow, really. But you have to stay so close to the back of the car that you're following, but you don't want to stay too close in case they make a mistake and you end up getting caught up with it. So it's really risky to stay right on the back of a car over the course of the mountain. But if you don't, you kind of end up in a situation here like Victor Nicolai is, where if the Audi in front, or the car in front rather, gets a very good move out of the forest elbow, you're not really going to have a chance to get past them. And there we see the BS competition car just having a look before we start getting into the park section, but nothing doing there. So Arthur Camera didn't get a job done in the cutting and is now going to be forced to sit right behind over the top of the mountain as we reach Skyline.
Well, to your point, we saw that earlier in the race, didn't we? 3, 4, 5 car trains trying to come through the SS Skyline, etc., and down through Forest Elbow. And one car makes a mistake on the mountain section of this racetrack, it can play havoc throughout an entire battle. And it doesn't really matter. There's nowhere to pull off. There's nowhere to stop. And it becomes a bit of an issue. The only way to not have that occur is to wait until you get to the chase to make a move. There's very few opportunities, and realistically, they're at the end of Sector 3 and they're at the very beginning of Sector 1. Everywhere else, it's touch and go, and if it doesn't come off, especially around the top of the mountain, people will be asking questions.
Yeah, for sure. You can't afford silly moves like that. And of course, if you do have a silly move like that and it doesn't exactly come off, you'll get to pay a visit from the stewards as well. And of course, they've handed out a few penalties already today for drivers that have made some silly moves, made some mistakes. Of course, and there has been contact throughout the course of the race, and fantastic job that the stewards have been doing so far, and they'll continue to do so. They'll be here for the entire race, same as we will be in one capacity or another. But Arthur Kemmerer at the moment doesn't look like he's quite got the pace, Jesse Lee, to catch up to the back of Charlie Crossan coming into turn 2, and at the moment doesn't look like he's exactly going to have the pace to make a move on the inside or the outside of the cutting.
Well, if the one BMW of Kemmerer doesn't have the power down the straight, maybe they're running different wing, it's going to be very frustrating. It's not ideal to try and make a pass. I believe we've talked about that at length. So if you can't do it on the mountain straight, or indeed on the start-finish straight either, it's going to be a exercise in futility here, because I don't know, unless they really force a move, I'm not sure Arthur's going to want to even do that for a podium spot, sitting in third place looking for second. Crossland knows and will learn here. The 62 BMW will figure it out that, they can't catch me down the straight, they can't beat me down the straight, and that will sort of take a load off their mind just a little bit. Close racing all around the racetrack, working against cars that are on the same lap as you, and of course working with cars that are not as well, both of which have been talking points early in this one.
And all of this right now just benefits the race leader in the number 63 Lamborghini for Gianfranco Giglioli, because right now the two BMWs in second and third having a little bit of a scrap with each other. They'll be wasting some time, so that gives the Lamborghini a bit more of an opportunity to, maybe just focus and just kind of get on with it. And was Matis Letao, did you just clip the wall there slightly?
I thought they might have.
Very, very close if he didn't. But the 144 getting very, very close to the wall, and then cutting back to this battle here. We're going to see the little webcam of Arthur Camera as well. Lovely artwork in the background there, but just going to try and power his way up the straight. And this is part of the problem you have, Jesse Lee, when you're both in the same machinery.
Yeah, it sure is. Matched equipment means your BOP is exactly the same, and there's only minor setup things that would differentiate you from the two. A lot closer this time, I will say, from Camera, was able to keep with Crossland in front, and that's to the benefit. If they can keep this up around the entire mountain section of this racetrack, down through the S's, and of course back down through the Chase, they might have a shot. Very much closer than they were a lap ago. Maybe they're just feeling each other out, just like a couple of boxers would in the ring. Here is Letao going around the outside the long way. You can get that done, but won't happen this time. Touching the grass, the Team Full Motorsports 144 is going to have to give up that particular position. And I was trying to figure out if that McLaren was for position, and it is. The 77 is going to slot in, so a net loss there for Letao.
Yeah, so Letao, who was kind of towing the 977 along with him, has lost out 2 places in the space of a couple of corners there, and that's not exactly ideal for the Team Full Motorsport car. But that now means the Porsche is at the front of the queue. We've already talked a bit about how the Porsche suffers from a lack of straight line speed, so I don't think the McLaren and the Audi will particularly struggle to stay with the Porsche when it comes to the straights, but it's going to be that mountain section that's very, very crucial for that Porsche, and a good exit from the elbow as well. Meanwhile, Arthur Camera just trying to fill the mirrors at the moment of Charlie Crossland, and it is working because Crossland has lost a bit of pace, and it has allowed the race leader to just eke out 0.4 of a second so far.
Well, the 63 is loving this. Any sort of battle between these two is only making their job in the 63 Lamborghini that much easier. And I think you're absolutely right. I think Camera is filling out the mirrors of Crossland and feeling them out on the racetrack as well. And it won't take very much at this distance. A little bit of a slip. We saw Letao a moment ago just dip a few tires into the dirt. Inconsequential most of the time. But when you're racing for a position, you get side by side with somebody. And that, keep in mind, that could happen here. Arthur could wait for Crossland in the 62 to catch lap traffic, which, by the way, is some in front. You just saw them flash across your screen right there, and take that as an opportunity. Of course, it all depends when you catch that lap traffic. It all depends on where they make a mistake too, because realistically, if Crossland makes a mistake up here at McPhillamy Park or somewhere on the top of the circuit, it might matter not, but down at the bottom where Letao had his incident, that lost him majorly.
Yeah, if you've got 2 drivers close behind, it's easy for one mistake to lead to another, and then you lose a couple of places. And for the likes of Charlie Crossland at the moment, he can't afford to make a mistake. Look how close Arthur Camera is, right on the back.
He's trying.
Of the number 62. He is trying, and, going to do his best. He's trying, but keeping it within the limits, though, which is the really sensible thing. He's pushing hard to try and, put pressure on the number 62, try and force a mistake, but he's not really doing it in a way that is endangering his race too much. Saw the indicator come on that car for a moment. I'm not sure whether he's trying to tell Charlie Crossland, I'm going to go on the inside whether you like it or not. Looks like he is going to have a look on the inside for the kink. That's going to turn into the outside line for the chase. We're going to go late into the braking zone. Here is the BS competition car going to hang it around the outside. It's a bit of ground snip touch.
No!
And the G2 car half spins around. They managed to catch it. BS Plus competition is through, but Charlie Crossland is down to 3rd through contact.
Well, that's very unfortunate. Charlie Crossland is not going to be none too pleased about that particular incident that sends them around. They are able to gather it up rather quickly, I would say, but unfortunately the damage has been done. Didn't seem like there's a lot done to the car, but the damage is done on the timing delta. Kramer up to 2nd place. Camera trying to sort of drive away from that incident, and now Crossland's trying to figure out how that all went wrong.
Arthur Camara proving me a liar immediately when I said he wasn't taking any unnecessary risks, and then of course move on the outside from the chase. That'll be one for the teams and the stewards to have a little bit of an investigation over, but we'll keep an eye on how the rest of the race progresses. But look how that's lost out with Arthur Camara and Charlie Crossland to the leader though. 10.8 second gap. That was down to 6.9 before their battle started. So this has bought the 63 some seconds in this stint, and possibly in some future stints that they might desperately need towards the end of the race.
Yeah, in the last lap alone, that lost them nearly 2.5, maybe 3 seconds between the two of them is what that battle does to you, and that wasn't even a particularly ferocious one right up until the end, of course. And now we shall see what everyone else thinks of that particular incident. For the time being, the one in front, and pay attention to that gap, 10.8 the gap to your leader of the race. It was down to 6 like Ryan said a moment ago. Will that gap now go back down with the one car in front of the 62? And what can Crossland do in third place? Can they catch back up and maybe rectify on the track the issues? Ryan, I have to ask, it's been a scrappy race so far. There's been a lot of contact. Is that Bathurst? Is that the mountain? Or is that hungry drivers that have been delayed for a while and now finally get to undertake the 12-hour here?
I think you can note it down to a bit of both, really. I mean, the circuit is intimidating, the circuit is difficult, and racing around here with, 47 cars we started with, it's no small feat. And you know, when you're all racing, you're all racing for something, you're all competing for something at this level, and you can't afford to waste time. And when you're stuck behind drivers, when things aren't going your way, you get a bit frustrated, you make a bit of a silly move, or you make a decision you wouldn't have made if you had a calm ahead on you at that point. So, I think it is a bit of both. The circuit definitely doesn't lead itself towards clean racing, should we say. We see that every single year with the real-world Bathurst 12-hour that goes on. It's never a particularly clean race, whether that's incidents involving multiple cars or whether it's self-inflicted into the wall. It's a difficult circuit to have a clean race at. We had a fantastically clean start, I have to say, from what I think a few people probably were expecting. So it is a bit of both, but I think for Arthur Kemmerer in that particular incident, maybe just a bit of frustration of having to follow the G2 Esports car for a prolonged period of time. Just wanted to get past. You could see that there was more pace in that BS Plus car than the G2 Esports team. So maybe just feeling a bit of pressure and needing to get their way through. But in terms of the race as a whole, I don't think it's been terrible. There have been some big penalties dished out, but I have seen a lot worse from a race report control, should we say.
Absolutely. That was one of my takeaways as well, was race control here today. The unsung heroes, you talked a little bit about all the different things that make a race come together. Of course, a lot of moving parts to make a broadcast like this. Race control is certainly one of those. I expected there to have been more penalties. There has not been, and applauds for the race control department on that. Well, here we go again. There's battles everywhere. 46 or 7 cars took the green flag this morning, and I think we have nearly every single one of them still nearing the halfway point. Move made by the Triple Mine, the GCWR Academy team, through into 40th place.
Through into 40th place, another position gain there, and that's on the 404 Ferrari, and a rather big group of Ferraris down towards this end of the grid, isn't it, Jesse? You see the number 21, one of the pro cars, and then followed by 3 silver Ferraris, Peremba, Ratz, and Hardenberg as well. Of course, we've already documented the unfortunate start that the Renwelton car had, the number 71, but it hasn't been a particularly great day for Ferrari. Even the Scuderia Veloce Esports team, the official Ferrari team, they haven't had, the race they would have expected. They had an incident, it did set them back a bit. They've built their way back up to 14th place right now, but it could have been a lot better than that.
It could have been, but it also could have been a little bit worse. At least right now, the 51, the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team, is trending in the right direction. They got David Teniza behind the wheel, and they're only 10.8 behind Van Omen in front of them. And of course, you would have expected a bit more out of qualifying, surely. They didn't get that. They had the issue in the race, like you said, and now at least going in the right direction. And I'm a glass half full kind of guy. You know that about me, Ryan. And I'll always say, look, as long as you're pointed the right direction and the time is coming down, it can't all be that bad. Maybe a top 10 at the end of the day, that would almost feel like a win at this point.
And, you know, we talked about it earlier. Every point matters in a series like this, and, you know, you're going to want to pick up every point that you can get, and that's what the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team will be thinking about. You know, they're going to want to work as hard as possible. Oh, that was one of the HBD cars, one of the Hondas that just clipped the wall at Skyline there, and not entirely sure which of the two cars that was. Here's one of them just behind Charlie Crossland, who's made his way past right now, so there's the number 94, but the two at the top of the table have come into the pit lane, so Giglioli in the 63 has pitted, and Arthur Kemmerer has come in as well towards the end of his stint. He'll be happy that he's ended up in front of Charlie Crossland by the end of his stint. However, in slightly, should we say, uncomfortable fashion, and there may be a couple of thoughts on the pit wall for both of those teams as to what might happen from an investigation in that incident.
Yes, and you can guarantee neither one of them is the same thought. They're all having very different thoughts on how that all played out, as you might expect from two teams at the top of the table. Jacob, you're in fourth place. We know the first two did come in. We saw Crossland go through in the 62, and the number 10 Bentley is going to do the same for Triton Racing. So the top two come in. The next two, third and fourth, will cycle into first and second place here. Or at least I actually no, they won't. In fact, Charcot will not do that. The top two have gotten out in front of the fourth place car.
So that's going to save them some time. Obviously, you don't want to be stuck behind any cars if you can, of course, help it. And that will, of course, help the number 63 and the 1. Looking just ahead of them, actually. The 63 has one of the FFS cars just in front of it, actually, as it's come out of pit lane. So they'll have to navigate their way around that or hope that the car pits beforehand. Whereas Arthur Kemmerer has unfortunately got the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports car in front of him. And I don't think David Tnitza's quite in the mood to move out of the way for someone a bit higher up the order than them. We see the Bentley of the Simware Pro by VDS car, and some of their cars have had its fair share of grief so far during this race, but the 322 at the moment sitting in 23rd place, or rather 22nd place right now, as they have just managed to get their way past one of the Aston Martins.
Yeah, got past the 72 of Bierman there right before they got up the mountain straight fully, and well done, the Simware.Pro by VDES 322.
I have just seen the 888 down at turn 2 is parked off the circuit. And I believe, is that one of the Legion of Racer cars?
It is indeed the Legion of Racers car. Oh, it's parked backwards, in fact, now.
No, that's going up.
Oh, no, it's the forward. Oh, yes, it is.
It's parked on the escape road. And I'm not entirely sure what's happened with that car.
Well, they've definitely towed the Legion of Racers 888 now.
Yeah, so that car is gone. So, mystery over what exactly happened to the 888. We'll keep on watching what's going on here, though. And, well, what's going on here is that Bischoff, at the moment, in the 977, is just about half a second behind Cardin Liu in the 94 HPD car. Of course, not in the same class, but want to make up every position you can, and well, unfortunately for Cardin Liu, has pretty much an army of silver cars in front of him if you look at the leaderboard right now.
Sure is. It's very frustrating. Of course, you don't get more points for passing the silver cars, but of course you have to pass the silver class cars to eventually get to cars in your class. The only pro cars that they will see are behind them right now, and that's a blessing and a little bit of curse for the 94 Honda team. But Marco Bischoff has a more interesting proposition here, how to pass the 94 and not get themselves passed in the process, but the car behind them, of course, not for position right now.
No, the car behind them is Lars Kisser, the number 4 car. That's all the way up in, I believe, 10th place at the moment. So they're on for top 10 at the moment. They're going to want to work their way past these two as quick as possible. But this is always the problem when you have two cars close to each other for position on track. Oh, and that's Marco Macri again off after Skyline coming into the S's. We saw this earlier on in the race. Same driver, same car. And Marco Macri just having to get that car turned around because it doesn't want to hit the wall. Has just grazed the wall, but shouldn't have too much additional damage on that car. But that's the second time today, Jesse, that we've seen Marco Macri off at that particular part of the circuit. And I wonder, has he just come back out of the pit lane? Because first time he did it, it was on his first lap out.
Cold tires will definitely do it to you. They always tell you, your team does in a situation like this, to don't go full beans over the top of the mountain on your first lap. The tires will not take that, and if that is the case, that might be the exact culprit for the race anywhere SimSport driver. Otherwise, that car has gotten back the right way. There appears to be just minor damage on the car. Looks like the steering straight on it as well.
So hopefully not too much of an issue. And looking at the 41 and the 10 at the moment. So Tristan Racing, they've been ahead of the 41 for a fair while now. And the 41 recovering from its woes earlier on in the race. Doing very, very well at the moment in 9th place. But they want to make that 8th place by the end of their stint. And by the looks of it at the moment, Bykov just not able to do so. And it's another situation like we have with the BMWs, Jesse Lee. Same car, same speed, same problems.
Sure is the case. I was looking at some of the stint timers and everything, and it looks good. If you're the number 1 BMW, it's very encouraging as well. I gotta say, Schill might be in the best possible spot as this gap continues to fluctuate in between 10 to 15 seconds. It was down to about half of that a little bit earlier. Some work to do now, of course, but hopefully clean running for the number 1 BMW as they continue to try and catch Sherratt in the 63 up front. But meanwhile, this going on here. Oh, there's been contact! Significant contact and backed into the wall for the Triton Racing Bentley. And that's a dangerous affair, getting that car righted down to the inside of the circuit. Oh no, and he's done it. He's high-centered himself on the inside curb, look.
And that car's not going to get moving in a hurry. That might have to be a return to grid. I don't see that car getting off that curb at any point. You can see the rear wheels spinning, but the car's not moving. And I don't think there's anything that the Triton car can do right now but tow back to the garage. And that is an awful situation to be in. And we saw Bykov, didn't we? Look up the inside, was going to have a move. I didn't think he was going to go for it, though. I thought he'd back out of it, but did commit to the move, and that has unfortunately resulted in the Triton racing car going around and then trying to get pointed back in the right direction. They have beached the car on the curb. And I think for Mateus at this point, that car's not going anywhere.
I got excited. I saw a little bit of movement out of that car, but I don't know if that was just because they stopped spinning the wheels, but trying everything desperately, trying to not have to tow this car back to the pit lane to lose a lap and then some for a maneuver. Keep in mind, they backed that car fairly softly into the wall here in turn 2, and then they elected to try and whip the car around, drove up onto the curb and high-centered it. I've seen this here in actual races before where cars have done exactly this. How do you like that realism?
Well, he's about to lose a lap because here comes Mikhail Bykov, the car that had the incident with him. Oh no, the car has started to move a tiny bit. I think he has. I mean, at this point, Jesse Lee, though, he's lost 2 minutes. You know, once the Simware car comes back past him, he's going to have lost 2 minutes. That's 2 minutes he could have already been towed back to the pit lane and possibly get the car, you know, running and back out on track again. I don't see any way for this car to get back out on circuit but towing it to the pit lane, and unfortunately for Mateus, I think right here, this is just bleeding time for the number 10.
It is. It was a choice that was made to not tow, trying to save time, believing that they could get that car going the right direction and off of that curb. It hasn't happened. That car was racing inside the top 10 and now is outside the top 20 as cars continue to stream by. I can almost assure there's a waved local yellow in turn 2 here, but it's also sort of dangerous as well to have that car on the curb, because it is sticking out into traffic ever so slightly, and now finally they have towed that car to pit lane after a fruitless effort to get it off the curb. An absolutely gutting feeling.
Yeah, and I think it was only a matter of time until race control was about to go down there and tell the number 10 team that you have to move that car. It's in a dangerous position. It's right on the racing line, and it's not great. And heart goes out to the number 10 there at that point. And this is the 322. This is the other Simware car, the silver class one, and that's not the direction to go if you want to follow the circuit. I believe the car park could be found in that direction, but that was not good, and that's allowed Kamil Pawlowski to kind of just disappear up the distance. I think they were already going to get the move done on the 322, but that has just allowed them to get away with it rather comfortably.
You don't see that a lot down in Murray's Corner, do you? A car spearing off that far. Usually if you miss the corner, you miss it by a little bit, not completely. That was heading off of the racing circuit surely, but they do get that car going back in the right direction. Position surrendered, however, but that's, like you said, may have never been in doubt. DeMarco here trying to make a move down the inside the 72, off of the track and back on it. Very tight confines, racing between these two, and racing they are. And this for the 24th place position down the inside is Dennis DeMarco. Off of Murray's Corner, it's going to be a drag race down the very abbreviated pit straight.
So the VS Racing by Bathurst Esports team going to be on the inside, and it's still not quite enough to get past the Aston Martin. They're ahead on the timing board according to when they cross the line, but the Aston Martin, they're not going to give this up easily. David Mitchell in the Renwelton car definitely going to keep fighting this one, and they're going to be on the inside line here, Jesse. This gives them the chance to go back into the lead, and there you see the Lamborghini of VS Racing by Bathurst Esports just backing out at that point, deciding that they don't have the grip to go around the outside. It's not worth the effort. Tuck in behind and have another go once they get back out of the Forest Elbow.
I'm going to put you in the shoes of VS Racing by Bathurst Esports real quick, Ryan. You had the move. You were side by side with them for several different corners, and it doesn't come off, and you end up behind them again. You're halfway into this race. You're fighting for 24th place. Are you having fun racing, people, or are you frustrated that you didn't get the move? And there we have the replay of the 322 earlier, and that's why he went off into Murray's. There was contact there.
Yeah, so a bit of contact. We'll have to see if the team think that's something that the stewards should take a look at. But in the position of Dennis DeMarco at the moment, you're battling a silver car, you're battling for points. I would like to think you're having fun, but there's work to be done, and that car needs to find itself a bit further up the grid if they're going to get some good points here. There's a lot of silver cars much further up the road, and these guys, I think they're maybe they're not a lap down on a lot of the cars that are actually just up ahead of them. So if they can get this move done, if they have the pace, they can maybe try and work their way up to that little pack of silver cars that you can see up there, where we've got the 322, the 977, and the 144, which are not too far apart from each other. So for Dennis DeMarco at the moment, needs to get this move done, has the pace over the Aston Martin at the moment. We've seen that through the move that they tried to go for, the fact they were able to hang it around the outside at some corners and try and get the move. They've definitely got the pace over the Renwelton car, but right now just not really able to stretch the legs of that car as much as they would like, because when it comes to places like the mountain section, you're having to lift off the throttle at times because you're afraid of running into the car in front.
Well, for now, they have to regroup and hope that they get just a little bit more. That's all they needed, was the VS Racing by Bathurst Esports team. They just needed a little extra to try and get in front of the 72. It didn't come off, and now they're they've not made a great turn 3 and 4, if I'm honest there, and they've lost quite a bit of time. That will do nothing but help the 72 relax just a little bit here.
Also gives Dennis DeMarco some time to maybe regather himself. Sometimes it's good to take a breather when you're frustrated, you're behind a car you can't get past. If you back off a bit or make a mistake and it forces you to back off a bit, it can actually help you in the long run. You just get a few moments to think about things, a few moments to refocus yourself and then have another go at it. We talked about the mental game that you have to have in both the real world of racing and in sim racing as well. And you need to stay focused. If you're not going to be focused, you're not going to be able to get those moves done cleanly and professionally. And, well, Isaac Price at the moment, he's trying to fight his way through traffic at the moment to try and catch up to that BS Plus competition car that, unfortunately, they were involved in an incident with when it was Arthur Kemmerer and Charlie Crossland in both of the cars. And a fair gap between the two of them right now, 13.9 seconds is what we have. All of the top three were actually within 8 seconds at one point earlier on.
I'm also happy to report for Sherratt and the 63 Lamborghini that they're not really being caught by Schill from behind. It's 13.6. It was 13.8 a second ago. It's sort of going in and out, but not really being caught. That'll be music to the leading Lamborghini's ears, surely.
This is Matteo Blotto. It's in the Mobileye by John Alesi Esports Academy team, BMW, and just working his way through some of the... I was going to say it was working his way through some traffic. It actually wasn't. He was passing one of the silver cars. That was Borden in the number 100, just making his way past one of the silver cars that he won't be fighting for position in class. So just making his way through and now going to carry on. And in fact, he's got 9.2 seconds between himself and Dennis DeMarco in the Lamborghini that we were just watching earlier on. So the Mobileye BMW having to get a move on now and see if they can catch back up to that pack and make up a few places. Must be so frustrating, Jesse, to, be overtaking cars that, they're slower than you. You're gaining places in the overall position of the race, but deep down that it's not going to get you any more points come the end of the race because they don't count for position in class.
Well, it is frustrating, Ryan, but also it's still positive. It's not like they're passing you. That's the worst case scenario. You're in pro, another car in silver, they pass you, and now you're behind an extra silver car. That's frustrating. What the Mobileye BMW team have here is at least they're going the right direction. I know I said that earlier. It sounded like a broken record, but it's true. You're passing cars. You're making up time. Morera is the next pro car. That's in 23rd place, that number 5 Bentley. It's not out of the question that they could go up there and catch them. Maybe they've not had a great race in the 127 thus far, but you still got 6 hours of the race left to go. You can still go out there and make passes. At the end of the day, all you're hoping to be doing is moving the right way on the leaderboard, and at least they're doing that. You never know. End of the race, they could be inside the top 20, get a bunch more points, set them up a little bit better for the rest of the season.
Yeah, all the teams will want to build momentum for the rest of the season, and of course they'll want to build momentum particularly for the next race of the season, because we have the 12-hour of Bathurst because of the delayed start. That's still round 1, but it does mean that the schedule's been moved around a bit, so we have the 24 hours of Spa as the next race, and of course it was the Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team that won last year in the 24 hours of Spa. They'll be hoping to repeat those heroics and take the win again, but there'll be plenty of other teams hoping that it'll be them that takes the crown at the 24-hour. And it's quite challenging, isn't it, Jesse? You have a 12-hour at one of the most difficult circuits in the world to prepare for, and then once you've done that, you've got to immediately change your mind and focus for next month, which is going to be a 24-hour at one of the most famous circuits in the world.
Yeah, it's fun, though. If you're a driver in this, you live for this. You live for the long races. There's a lot of esports drivers that they're not really interested in sprint racing. All they really want to do is big enduros. They don't get any bigger than the 24-hour here and it's going to be absolutely brilliant. And it is taxing, though. At least they have time to relax and think about it after what I think is an apt description, a grueling 12 hours here at the mountain. Prepare for the 24 in a month's time. I'm pumped for it. Of course, I'm not the one in the car. I'm sitting beside you in the broadcast booth up here. But still, I think a lot of drivers relish that opportunity, do a lot of big races. Of course, it wasn't always scheduled to work like that, but it is going to happen like that, and they've known that for quite some time. It wouldn't surprise me after the checkered flag tonight if some teams don't immediately go, well, what are we doing for the 24, and immediately starting to make that plan. The 24, that important.
Some of them might already be preparing for the 24, and, well, we'll have to see how those preparations go. A couple of retirements, unfortunately, for this race already, I believe. Started with 47 cars, was it? And we're down to 45 now, so unfortunately 2 down, but 45 left, and we're not even halfway into the race yet. Michael Tauscher for the Mercedes-AMG Esports team at Unicorns of Love, which is a mouthful now that I've said it. Thank you very much, Lewis McLeod, for covering that earlier. But catching up to Jaroslav Honzik at the moment in the Yaz Heat car. And, well, McLaren versus Mercedes on the mountain, Jesse Lee. Which one comes out on top?
Oh, my goodness. I'm probably going to have to take the McLaren on the mountain section. You might flip-flop that on the straights, but it's a great battle between these two. Just look at Tauscher's face, absolutely cued in as we go through the cutting, trying to gain every little inch they possibly can on the 149 through this section. You're not going to make a pass here. Michael knows that, but it's all about rhythm, pace, and momentum. If we get to Forest Elbow and they're closer than they are here, it will be job done for Tauscher, and every inch, meter, millimeter even matters when you run down the straight. A little bit wide through there as well for Tauscher. Not what they wanted to do over Skyline, but closing right back up down through the S's. This is where you can really make up a lot of time. Again, not a passing zone. You would have to be incredibly desperate to try and do so, but right here through the elbow, very important, get as close as possible. But this particular time, Jaroslav Honzik has done a great job to gap Tauscher a little bit, and that does nothing but help the 149 breathe a little bit easier for the next half a lap or so.
And Jardier, well, as if he needs to breathe a little bit easier. The man does about 100 different things at once whilst he's racing. Of course, he's likely streaming his perspective as well. He always seems to do so in the big races, and maybe perhaps not talking to his chat at this point whilst he's going through a battle, although that's one of the things he is particularly well known for. But Michael Tauscher at the moment just going to be working as hard as he can to get back up onto the back of that McLaren, put as much pressure as you can onto Jardier, which is a very difficult thing to do. Jardier, you know, he doesn't make mistakes often. He can make mistakes. He is human, believe it or not. You know, but it's very difficult to force him into an error, and of course it does require a lot of work if you're going to get Jardier to make a mistake at the moment. Just seeing a couple of things on race control coming in. 5-second penalty for the 889 for causing a collision with the 42, and then incident involving 77 and 144, and that's going to be a warning to the 144, which is Nipples down in 21st place. That's the Team Full Motorsport Audi.
Still a very light workload for race control, all things considered, and working in a very timely order indeed as we continue to watch the Mercedes-AMG Esports team UOL try to chase down the 149 McLaren. Still nowhere near close enough to make a move or even consider it. It's all about still at this point trying to make up the time. Additional note from race control here, an incident involving cars 3, 32, and 51 on lap 157. 5-second time penalty to car 51 for causing a collision. Well, there we have it. That's the conclusion of that incident we saw a little bit ago.
So stewards hard at work, and well, with that penalty coming out, that gives us a good reference for exactly where the stewards are in terms of incidents, Jesse. They're not actually that far behind the live race, and they have been fairly busy over the course, but if they can catch up to the live incidents, that'd be fantastic. It's only taken about, was it just under 6 hours? That shows the the workload required out here. There have been quite a few incidents. There's been a lot of racing incidents though, and no further actions, which is good to see. But drivers still requiring some penalties when they need them. This is Fidel Moreira in the Williams Esports Chill Blast 1000 car. This is the Pro car. I believe they also have a silver entry in the Bentley out here today. It's a bit further down the order, and ooh, that's not what you want to do. Just clips the wall, but that could have gone all sorts of wrong. It could have been a lot worse.
Close stuff, and a smile on the face of Moreira there, coming down through the mountain, laughing with his team, surely in communication with the Williams Esports Chill Blast 1000 team, and just gathering your thoughts. You know what they say, Ryan? Sometimes you got to laugh at yourself.
I definitely think it's one of those situations where you can laugh at it after the fact because nothing went wrong, but you wouldn't be laughing about it if the car ended up facing backwards and in the wall. But fortunately for Fidel Moreira, managed to catch that one rather nicely, and hasn't really affected the Bentley too much. Shouldn't be much damage on that car at all, maybe a couple of seconds on the side, which shouldn't really hurt its pace at the moment. And Fidel Moreira will now try and clear his mind, and the next time he gets up to that corner, completely forget that incident ever happened.
I think they call that a wry smile right there, and it's always back to driving the car as the serious face reapplied. And certainly we've done that ourselves, I think, a time or two. We have a sketchy moment in the race, we sort of laugh it off. We're like, oh, that could have been really bad. And because it isn't, you just sort of put it out of your mind. Racing drivers do have a very short or long memory, depending on what the altercation looked like, of course.
So update with the leader, by the way. Jordan Sherratt is now in the car. So they've broken the mold, Jesse, with the 63. We saw Simonini in the car for the first 3 hours. Then we saw Giglioli in the car. We expected him to be in for the next 3 hours as well, but he's only done 2 stints. So he's done a double stint, and they've put Jordan Sherratt into the car now. That gap is up to 16.2 seconds between himself and Gregor Schill. And I wonder if the 63 team, if they put Jordan Sherratt in, knowing that he would be a bit quicker than his teammate who is in the car, and just try and build up that gap at the moment whilst they're maybe pending to see, if that gap would have closed or not. Of course, they would have been concerned about it closing, I'm sure, but Jordan Sherratt may be getting into the car a bit earlier than expected.
And I wonder if that was a direct response to them losing time the last several stints, the gap coming down all the time, and maybe put Sherratt back in the car to sort of stop the bleeding, as it were, and get that gap back up. And if that is exactly what they've done, which I suspect it actually is, it's worked an absolute treat, up to 16 plus seconds now, as that has completely flipped the narrative of this race so far. We were talking about before that pit stop, the one was coming. They were in the driver's seat, so to speak, and now all of a sudden, 63, they make a change of strategy here, and all of a sudden, it's going back the other way.
Yeah, definitely seems like a good change of strategy for the race leaders at this point, wanting to try and protect their lead. Just looking at the battle here between the 100 and the 94. This is one of the HPD Yas Pro cars trying to find its way through on one of the silver Aston Martins. Just another position at the moment for Cardinal Lou that they want to try and get past, that doesn't really give them any additional points, but what it does do is means that there won't be any cars between them and the car 10 seconds up the road, which is Matteo Blotto in the Mobileye John Lacey Esports Academy BMW, and that would be a position in class that we want to battle out. So the Honda team is going to want to try and get past this, but it hasn't been the day we expected for Honda, Jesse. I mean, talked about this a bit with Lewis, but this car has been known for so long to be, absolutely incredible around this circuit. There have been some tweaks to the in-game BOP, and it isn't quite as powerful anymore, but we still expected it to be competing right up towards the front, and it's only got an extra 10 kilos on this car, but it really hasn't shown its pace today.
No, it's a very good point. You almost want to ask HPD what has gone on here because normally this is a car, this Honda, you have to worry about it around here, especially around the straights where you can make really nice passes. Hasn't been the case today. Carden Liu in 28th place, trying to get Borden for 27th place, but that is still a far shot off of what you would have expected HPD to be capable of here. Incident involving cars 10 and 41 on lap 157, a 15-second time penalty for car 41 for causing that collision.
So penalty being handed out then, and that goes to the 41, which of course we did see that incident. That was where the number 10 Triton racing car got stuck on the curb. And, well, they got stuck on the curb not because of the incident, but because of the way they were trying to get back onto the circuit and get pointed in the right direction. So, unfortunately for the number 10 car, who they're down in 35th place at the moment, they'll look at that and they won't feel like there's much redemption in that penalty. But of course, the penalty that's been given is given for the incident itself. It's not given for what happened afterwards, because what happened afterwards with the number 10 car had nothing to do with the Simware car that originally caused the accident.
It's a very good observation there you made there, Ryan. Carden Liu, by the way, has gotten by Borden, the car that they were fighting. That was the 100. That wasn't for in-class position, but it was a pass that needed to be made, and that was more Honda-like. That's more what I expect to see, making a pass at the end of a very long straightaway for HPD. Getting more into the swing of things here, another halfway point.
Looking down to Camo Pawlowski now in the Scuderia Ferrari Veloce Esports team. They're recovering from the early incident that they had, which unfortunately damaged the car. They had to return it to the pit lane and then, of course, get going again. They have been working their way up the field, but got involved with an incident with one of the Simware cars. They were found responsible for it, so they have a 5-second penalty. Bit of a slap on the wrist, isn't it, Jesse, to them, the stewards wagging the finger at them, telling them, look, don't do that again, that was silly, get on with the race. And well, at the moment it's not costing them any positions in class. It does cost them a position overall, but just in front of that Aston Martin, the 164 at the moment. So Camo Pawlowski will now just try and stretch that gap out and nullify what that 5-second penalty has given them. The next car in class for them is Leon Otoki, up in 13th place in the number 4 car.
Fantastic racing all around the racetrack, nearing the halfway point of this race, the 12 hours of Bathurst here, and it's just been a fantastic race. There's been drama throughout, as you might expect a race around the mountain to have. There's also been some fantastic door-to-door racing happening.
So Camo Pawlowski continues down, but I believe we do have some highlights of the race, Jesse Lee.
We sure do. Starting in the darkness, taking you back all the way 6 hours to the start. It was the 63 Lamborghini on the pole position, covering up into turn number 1 as the sunrise loomed on the horizon. A pretty nice start there, but the action would pick up heavy very quickly. HPD here involved, making a pass and getting contact with the 404. It wouldn't be the last time we saw any sort of contact in that corner. Back on the mountain a little bit later as well. More contact for these cars. Very tight stuff. Roll out of control and into the wall. Luckily, a one-car incident on that occasion. A rarity, certainly. Racing down and up the straights all day long. Can't get out of position here, but sometimes you got to make your own way, but that isn't the way. Hard into the wall, the 27 McLaren goes. A big damage into turn 2. Get the S's wrong, and this happens to you. Major collision, and nearly the entire S's blocked, but everyone continued. Down through Skyline, and very wrong for this car. We've talked about the 99 Honda a few times. That was the first of the 2 incidents for them on the day. Coming down through the chase, don't know exactly what happened to that Ferrari, but it certainly got loose on the inside, losing a couple of spots. and they had to regroup after a very scary moment. Luckily, no damage for that car. Coming through the cutting, always dangerous, and it will be on this occasion as well. 3 wide, almost unheard of as they fight up the hill, an inevitability of contact as the 911 gets spun. Several cars get tagged in the process. Back down through Skyline and now the Dipper section, and once again, heavy contact. The second time we've seen the 404 today on 2 different parts of the circuit. Down through the chase, once again, hard over the curb, contact, spinning out the 33 BMW. One more time, missing the Skyline altogether, and you think that would be safe. Nope. Backwards, the 555 goes into the wall. Very precarious position, almost impossible to see around the corner if you're the spun car, and even worse, of course, if you're coming up to that yellow flagged area. Racing down the mountain again once more. Curbs have been the name of the game. The 93 spinning all the way down backwards. Significant wall contact, waiting for several cars to go through. They have rejoined. We've documented HPD's issues today, surely. Contact here again, once more, as several cars get together. Minor contact, if anything we've seen today rings out true. And another pass. This is one of the more recent ones for second place. And look at this, just fantastic racing, but it won't end that way, will it? A little bit of a squeeze, a little bit of bump on the grass, and there goes the 62 G2 machine around, but second place surrendered anyway to the 1 car. And just most recently, of course, the 99 backwards into the wall. That wasn't a repeat. That is the second time we've seen that car have that exact incident, as Mr. Ryan Gill said just a bit ago. That wouldn't be the end of the drama. No, it wouldn't. Of course, we'll remember the car that got into the wall here and high-centered themselves on the curb. This car was running 8th place at the time, and unfortunately, they high-centered themselves over the curb. They sat there for the duration of a lap, several minutes, of course, and they eventually towed to the pit lane. I am pleased to tell you that the 10 is still in the race. Unfortunately, they were 8th. They're now 35th.
Yeah, not exactly ideal, is it, for the number 10 at the moment for the Triton Racing team? And maybe they would do something different if they're in that situation again. I think I would have probably RTG'd back to the pit lane, a lot quicker than they had. Maybe they thought that they could get the car, off the curb and back moving again quickly, but just unfortunately did seem to be in vain. This is Camo Poloski, who we were with just before the highlights package, and we are with him as he comes across the line to complete another lap and finds himself 5.2 seconds off the back of FFS Racing's Joe McCauley. And that number 23 car, Jesse Lee, another car that was off at turn 1 on the very first lap, was right at the back of the field, is up in 15th place, and that has been a fantastic recovery for them.
No, it certainly is. And if you make a mistake in a race like this, Gil, you always want to make it as early in the race as possible. You think of it in terms of getting it out of the way, getting back into the race, getting into a rhythm. And in a weird way, it is beneficial to do that, not only because you have the whole race to make up for it, but additionally, you get a mistake like that out of the way, you're going to be running in clean air. You're going to be setting time trial laps, if you will, for a lot of the opening part of the race. And in a weird way, despite the massive time loss of being involved in an incident, it can be beneficial to you as well, because you're not the one in the fight anymore. Of course, you ask any team out there, they're going to tell you, I'd rather be in the fight the entire length of the race and not have to come back from half a lap down. But even still, it's not the fall that you care about. It's how you land and recover. I think that's, isn't that ballet, I'm pretty sure, or yoga, something like that. Nevertheless, Jordan Schratt leads this race. The Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team qualified on the pole, and they have done a fantastic job. They have answered the call every single time somebody's came a-knocking. Hasn't mattered if it's the 62 or the 1. They seem to have time in spades when they need it, and they've got a fantastic strategy as well.
It's definitely gone their way so far. 17 seconds to the good at the moment over the number 1 BS Plus competition car, which of course we saw involved in the incident with the 62 in the highlights. Of course, we also saw that one live, and well, 17 seconds. It's going to be a lot for BS Plus to make up, and Jordan Sherritt just making that job ever more difficult for them. He's going to be in the car, I would assume, for at least 2 more hours in this race, but I think we'll probably see him do perhaps a double stint, maybe even a triple stint, like we saw Simeone do right towards the start of the race. And very different strategy for that number 62 G2 Esports car, Jesse Lee, that have changed drivers at every single pit stop they've done. And that doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. Lewis said that it was probably going to be Isaac Price back in the car next, and it was. And, well, if we're going to talk about who's going to be in the car next, I don't think there's any confused that it's going to be Robbie Stapleford probably in the car next.
Yeah, I love if this was the strategy that was made simply because they felt that their competition was getting a little bit too close, then I think that's brilliant. Sometimes you have a plan for a race like this, especially a long one like we're doing today, and you have plan A, you have plan B, and if you're really worried, you have C through Z, I would assume. And having somebody like Jordan Sherritt on your team that you can deploy, you know that they're fast in qualifying, fast obviously in time trials. So if you have that weapon that Lamborghini Esports has, then you're going to put them in a situation where you need them most. Keep in mind, this gap, folks, was 6 seconds at one point. It was very close. I would call that way too close for comfort. Now it's back in the comfortable region. A brilliant job and an excellent response.
And of course, Jordan Sherritt was the one that put this car on pole in the qualifying session just before the race. So he definitely looks like the driver of choice when it comes to setting out the fastest laps. And, well, speaking of qualifying, it was this car, the number 55, that lined up alongside the 63 on the front row of the grid, but they've dropped back a bit now. The number 55 car back into 6th place. There, McCormack in right now, and he's currently focusing on trying to stretch a gap between himself and the number 66 behind of the Veloce McLaren, and then he'll also be trying to close in on the likes of Michael Tauscher a bit further in front in the number 14 car.
You always wonder, don't you, when one car goes one way and the other goes the other, what has happened? Well, it could be different cars. Oh my goodness, the 100, the SOP Esports team, has had a big off, and there is another Honda. That's the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car, the 99, and they're going to straight cut through the chicane here, very close as they come into the S's. Now, what on earth would have happened there that sent them both to the gravel?
I think that was intentional from Marco Macri to miss the corner there, to let the 100 back through. But yeah, it doesn't look like it's been a particularly good day for the 99 up on top of the mountain, has it? We've seen Marco Macri twice at the exact same place make pretty much the same mistake, and you know, and end up just touching the wall. And this time it's come a bit before Skyline, it would seem at this rate, but we'll get a replay of that when we have it. And as it stands right now, Marco Macri will continue onwards in the 99, but it's not been a particularly great couple of stints, it would seem, for the Italian.
No, and I'm quite curious what happened to Borden in the 100 Aston, as well as Marco Macri is going to bring the Race Anywhere 99 to pit lane, I'm pretty sure is what that camera was intending to tell us there, as it disappeared behind the garage. So something amiss entirely with the 99 here. Even still, the plot thickens, and so does the mystery, I'm afraid.
So, looking at the Brabham Esports car at the moment. Of course, Brabham getting involved in sim racing, and of course being a bit involved in some of the real-world racing as well. Saw I believe it was the Brabham car was out in the GT Cup at Brands Hatch fairly recently, a few weeks ago. If anyone was at the sprint weekend for GT World Challenge EU, might have seen that car out in the GT Cup. Fantastic sound to it as well, and fantastic looks as well. may hopefully see a few more of those. And of course, they're competing in GT2. We have a replay, by the way. This is what happened between the 99 and the 100. So, Arco Macri just goes a bit wide, hits the wall again, goes back across. Oh, and the 100 has nowhere to go, Jesse.
Oh my goodness, contact there coming out of McPhillamy Park, and it ended up in Skyline in the gravel trap with the both of them collected. Touched on that when I came on the air with you a little bit of an hour ago, Gil, about being the car in line that close. There's just absolutely nothing you can do around the top of the mountain.
Definitely not, but well, unfortunately for me, Jesse, my time has come to an end. It's been a fantastic 3 hours, 2 hours alongside Lewis McGlade, an hour alongside yourself, and it's been fantastic to watch, to get involved in the commentary as well. But, well, for the next couple of hours, it's going to be the likes of Jesse Lee and David Christie that walk you through the rest of the race. Have a good one, boys, and we'll see you on the other side.
Well, joined by David Christie now, and it's been 6 hours. We showed you the highlights just shy of the 6 hour point. There's a Wave Diallo here, and that's got me rather concerned. And yes, indeed, Forest Elbow, the car very much pointed the wrong direction. Welcome back in, David Christie.
Oh, a very warm welcome to myself. Thank you so much, Jesse. I did have a wonderful intro that I was in the middle of there, and then realised the consummate professional that I am forgot to unmute myself in the voice chat. So that's a fantastic start to the return to the stream. But Jesse, what a race we've had. I know obviously you've been enjoying it for the past couple of hours. I was in for the first three. What a race we've had, unlike pretty much anything we've had through, I would say, last season. Incredibly clean for the most part, but it seems to be that these little errors, these little, unforced accidents starting to creep in and cause havoc with the drivers.
Couldn't have said that better myself. Me and Ryan Gill talked about that a little bit as well. There are a lot of these little errors, and they get magnified on a track like this because, especially around the top, but pretty much anywhere. We saw in the highlights a lot of issues coming down through the chase and on the Conrad straight. It's very frustrating. You make a little bit of an error, you give up a couple of positions because there's so many cars, there's no space. Very few cars are racing in space, and if you have a big accident over the top through Skyline, the S is the Dipper, it just magnifies. We saw one just a second ago in Forest Elbow. The car all crunched up, facing the wrong direction. Little tiny errors, David. They amount to a lot around here. No room for error.
And I'm just watching one of the Bentleys coming out of pit lane there. Is that the number 10? I'm scared to even mention that one because my heart is still hurting from watching whatever that was with the DV1 Triton up at turn 2. That really cruel turn of fate, getting themselves lodged up onto that corner. And, the more time went on, the more I think all of us as the audience were getting frustrated, thinking return to pits. I can imagine there was quite a few folks screaming at their monitor. But if you have just joined us, a very warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to round one of the Mobileye GT World Challenge, Intercontinental GT Challenge. It's the Esports Championship for 2022. We kick things off here in the middle of round one here at Bathurst for the 12-hour race. It's Jordan Sherratt up in the lead of the race, where that Lamborghini has been for the entirety of the race. It was starting to look a little bit sketchy about an hour and a half ago, with that gap starting to come down, but it was the man himself, Jordan Sherratt, who got behind the wheel of that automobile Lamborghini Esports team machine and absolutely tore riot into that gap. Gap now up to 17 seconds. That's a whole 10 seconds that Jordan Sherratt has added over. Helped in no part by the battle that we saw about 45 minutes ago between the G2 Esports machine and that other BMW as well, the BS Plus competition machine, coming to blows, coming just before Murray's corner there, and essentially tripping themselves up. And Jesse, you would have thought with the BMW so far behind the Lamborghini, you would have thought maybe saner heads would have prevailed and they would have started working together to try and eat into that gap.
Yeah, I definitely didn't expect that to come to blows into the chase. I will be completely honest about that. I thought, if anything, it would be sort of you're a little bit quicker, go on halfway through the race, but it wasn't that at all. It was a very spirited and heated battle. And if I'm BS Competition, I'm thinking that I was going to go up there and I was going to take the fight to the 63. That's what I thought I was going to do. And then Schratt gets back in the car and starts running incredible lap times. Everything up until that last pit stop led the one to believe that they were going to be the one in the driver's seat. Their lap times, their average times per stint looked better than the 63, and that's all gone out the window now because Schratt's got back into the car, and they've gapped them by just about 10 seconds since the pit stop. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And now the one car, who is in firm control of second place, has to rethink themselves. They cannot allow themselves to be out-dueled on the racetrack due to strategy. They have to get their best minds together and get back into this race. It's slowly slipping away from them right now.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to watch. I think the lead of the race, and I'd said this to Lewis just before I went off about 3 hours ago, I was watching that gap going out, and it got to the point where it was honestly, this is now beyond that car getting caught. This is now going to have to be a huge strategy failure or some other type of incident or accident that brings that down. Of course, anybody who's watching this, you don't want to see that happen. You don't want to see a lead change because of something like that, but that realistically is the only way that gap is going to come down, because it's just going up and up and up. And the thing is that you can't let that take away from the talent and the pace that BS Plus Competition have got right now. That is an insanely stacked lineup of Niles Noyox, Arthur Kammerer and Gregor Schill. If you're going to have any of your guys in your team behind the BMW, you're damn sure it's going to be those three, because they are just so wickedly fast and hella funny guys, if we're being honest as well. But that 62 team, I think there's a lot of potential for BMW G2 Esports. Very young team that they've got there. Robbie Stapleford, Charlie Crossland and Isaac Price behind the wheel. But again, it was Charlie Crossland who cut maybe a little bit overly aggressively trying to defend that position there. In my mind, it looked like a racing incident between the two of them. But one of the things we always talk about here is risk management, about trying to play the numbers and trying to not put yourself, Jesse, in any position where you don't absolutely need to be. You're almost racing two races at this point. You're racing the race on the track against the cars around you, but you're also racing that strategy. You're trying to hit your delta time. You're trying to make sure that the car's in the position where it needs to be, and it's that whole bigger picture thing that when you're behind the wheel, you maybe don't see so much.
That's absolutely the case. Now, if this was the sprint series, we could probably argue that you have to fight for every position all the time. But this is a 12-hour race that's now 6-hour race. And at the time of that attempted pass, there was more than 6 hours left. Risk versus reward, David, I could not have said that better myself. You make little mistakes, it goes back to that, it comes back to haunt you, and I think it has done in this occasion. You talk about G2, they're going to school here, they're learning a lot from this race, and I think they'll be better for it. And of course, the day's not lost for G2. The 62, of course, in third place, solidly on top of that as well. Fourth place right now, not really a threat to them at this stage in the race. And also, I talked a lot about about BS Plus Competition. What do they have to do to answer the call from the 63, the Lamborghini Esports team? It's simple. They have to change their driver. They have to know that in the previous 3 consecutive stints, they were quicker than the leaders of the race. They have to get that on. And for G2, they have to do the same thing. They have to figure out, okay, how do we get a few tenths quicker a stint so that we can hang with the top 2 cars?
That's absolutely spot on, and we're seeing Gregor Schill just making his way up the mountain just now. Another car that I had my eye on for the majority of the race is Darren McCormack in the number 55 Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Williams Esports machine, teamed up with Nikodem Wisniewski and Jacob Brzezinski. The thing with them is that they started on second place. They were looking so good at the start of this race there, and fate just hasn't conspired with them today. They've dropped all the way down. That long pit stop at the end of it where it looked like there was some sort of a hardware failure for Jakob when he was coming out of pit lane, and it cost him about 10-15 seconds there. That has really compounded into everything else, and it's just sent them tumbling backwards. It's really not been their day, but with 5 hours 50 minutes left to go, they're still in a position where they can really start making their way forward. But the problem is that they're now a lap down on the race leader. It's scary to think though that 6 hours into this race and we've only got about 7 cars that still remain on that lead lap. That is a very, very fast pace that has been shown by our leader.
Yeah, it is an absolutely torrid pace by the 63, and really the entire top three, though now they're separated by just about 40 seconds, the lot of them. But keep in mind, just an hour ago, that was a very different story. They were all covered by just about 10 seconds, how things can change in such a short piece of time. But a torrid pace, I would say, by the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team today. And if they do go on to win this race, my hat's off to them. It has been just a fantastic all-around job, the right strategy at the right time. You could say the exact opposite for the 55 Mercedes-AMG team, couldn't you? Started on the front row. It's never what you want to start on the front row and free fall through the top 10. The very long, excruciatingly long pit stop that they had as well. But now back into the race, it's damage control. They're not too far behind the 66. And of course, the 66, which is in 7th place, isn't too far behind Whitehead in the 88. The day is not lost for the 55 Williams. They can get back into this as well. You never know. You got to be in it to win it. A little less than 6 hours left to go. I reckon they can have the lot of them as long as their luck holds out the way it has been for the past several hours.
Yeah, and luck is something that was talking about at length as well earlier on, Jesse. You could be the fastest sim racer in the world, and if you don't have Lady Luck on your side, it's all going to count for absolutely nothing. And as we've seen so far, it's currently smiling down on that number 63 Lamborghini team right now. And just a mention for you guys and girls out there at home, if you see what Jordan Sherritt and that number 63 team of Gianfranco Giglioli and Giorgio Simonini are doing, and you think you can do a better job yourself, head over to the real race at esports.lamborghini. Get yourself signed up for their brand new esports competition, their esports challenge that is out just now. It's a worldwide competition split into different nations, and the grand prize is a chance to be part of the official Automobile Lamborghini esports team, as well as a slice of an incredible €15,000 prize pool among the top 6 sim drivers in the finals of each region. So head over to esports.lamborghini, get yourself signed up. I'm not going to humiliate myself by even bothering trying to do it. But the other thing on this, Jesse, that we have to talk about is you look at that top 20 and we have one Lamborghini. Now that is not the most chosen car. It is not the most populated car in this sim. And you see McLarens, you'll see tons of Mercedes. You've got one Ferrari. BMWs are coming back into it with a new M4. But the Lamborghini, it really takes a lot of skill and a lot of ability to drive, doesn't it?
No, it absolutely does. The handling characteristics of that Lamborghini are vastly different, so much so that the skill set that you require to master that car is different than you would need for a lot of these other cars. And all the cars in ACC, of course, are very unique to themselves. The accurate handling model of the real cars are very nicely portrayed onto the sim versions, but the Lamborghini is a completely different style of car to drive, and you get that. You could be a novice and figure that out just taking a few laps in it. Certainly I've felt it. You can drive that car very well, and then there's also mastering it. And the little bit of handling characteristics with that car, it takes some faith and some excellent setup as well. But that car, Lamborghini, as far as I'm aware, has always been a choice of drivers that I've always considered masters. If you enter the top level of ACC esports here in that Lamborghini, I'm imagining that you have mastered that car, and certainly we're seeing that out of the 63 today.
Yeah, that's the point that we're trying to make, is that it is, by comparison to the other cars that are out here, an incredibly more difficult and more challenging car to be able to drive fast. And the fact that Jordan Sherritt not only able to drive it fast, but faster than every single other car on this track, and this is something that we need to hammer home. Every single lap that Jordan Sherritt does, with the exception of maybe one or two drivers on sporadic laps, he is faster than the entire field. That is why he has got a 19-second gap over second place, and he's already lapped. In fact, that team has already lapped up into around about 6th position right now. That doesn't mean that they're out of the woods. We've seen so many times today cars doing very, very well and then suddenly being right out of the running here, as we see the battle for 9th and 10th position. This is Leon Itoki for the HRT racing team ahead of Vyacheslav Abeladze, and Vyacheslav doing a fairly decent job of applying all the pressure that he possibly can to that Mercedes out in front, but doing a really, really good job here. It's the thing with this as well, Jesse, and I know you were talking about this with Ryan earlier on as well, is that some drivers love this. They absolutely love having a car on their tail. They thrive on the pressure, they thrive on all of the drama and soak it all up. Me, personally, I crumble like a cake. I just cannot deal with any car going behind me, but if I'm the car behind, I love that, because I love chasing down another car there. But incredible amounts of pressure right now being put on the shoulders of Leon Itoki.
Itoki here trying to drive as best as possible. I relish the opportunity to be the rabbit and the hare, David. I don't have a particular preference myself. I just love the nature of competition, and especially in longer races like this, maybe a little bit of a touch that time coming down the Conrad straight. Oh no, it's going to be more than that by the time they get to the chase. The Bentley off into the infield near the hotel. Itoki does continue in the 4, but that was very messy.
Wow, I love how that Porsche is just whistling nonchalantly to itself, like, yeah, I'm not even getting involved in that one, guys. You just fight it out among yourselves there. We kind of saw that one coming a mile off with how desperately that Mercedes was trying to hold on there. I definitely think there was contact just before the turn into the chase there, but at the end of the day, both of the cars making an unforced error with themselves there, and that's Moreno Pratama for Legion of Racers decide to get a little bit scenic with some of the routes here and a little bit up close and personal to the walls here. I'm also keeping my eye firmly on this battle for 4th and 5th position, because it is a fascinating battle that we've got. Maciej Malinowski in the 149 machine has just made absolute inroads with that Yaz Heat car, but his time is coming, because you've got the Unicorns of Love, the Mercedes AMG Esports team, right on the back of that right now. Tobias Grunwald and trying desperately to make this happen. The problem with that is that there's all sorts of traffic getting involved here now, and that gap is going to go up quite significantly.
Sure is. Malinowski P4. This particular driver was part of a half of a team who won a 24-hour race just one weekend ago at this time. They two-manned it. George Boothby and Malinowski ran 24 hours, just the two of them. Absolute mad lad stints by the two of them, and now here they are in a 12-hour race the weekend following up. You can tell that Malinowski loves endurance competition.
He really does, and he deals with it like such a pro. That's the thing that always impresses me about it whenever he is taking part in these events. You know, a lot of these drivers in the top 20 teams, this is a job for them. This is now, you know, when they're not racing, they're practicing, they're developing setups that they will, do for other members in the team, or that are to be part of their social output and things like that as well. So the amount of practice that goes into these races is something that I think a lot of people that are not involved in that top tier of esport would just not even believe is actually a thing right now. But Maciej Malinowski for Yaz Heat, while he is being put under all that pressure from Tobias Grunwald, it's the same case with Gregor Schill. He is not a slow driver. That is not a slow team. That is one of the favourites, you would say, for the championship this year, and only down in that fourth position. But it's whether or not Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love, and let's not forget how popular they are. They always bring an incredible support contingent, whether that's on the YouTube chat or through the different social media channels as well. But yeah, it's going to be epic to see, because 5.5 hours left to go in this race here, Jesse. You'd think that drivers are maybe starting to settle down, they're maybe just trying to focus on what they're doing, but it's like we were saying earlier on, for folk that are new to esports endurance events, they're completely different to the real life events, where in the real life events on hour 4, 5, 6 and 7 you maybe find some of the less experienced drivers going in, and the pace will collectively across the field start to go out a little bit. It's not like that in esports. Every single one of these drivers is just ridiculous in pace. I would say all within about maybe 0.5% or 1% in terms of the lap times that they can put in. And they do these lap times lap after lap after lap. It's like a metronome, and there is just no relenting on the pace.
Well, they absolutely have to be, because the way that you get into events like this, it's not a solitary effort. It's not put your fastest driver in and qualify. It's, okay, let's see how fast your entire team is. So when you talk about this, the pros and the silvers here on the big stage, it is just that. It is the best of the best teams, not just the best drivers, which there also is, but it's the best teams, and only those drivers get to compete on this stage. That's why you don't see that difference in pace, simply because, like you said, David, there just isn't one.
And that's exactly it. This is the cream of the crop, if that makes sense. You've got your very, very fast drivers, and these are all the fastest of the fast drivers that are out here on show today. Just saw that Gregor Schill going into pit lane. Also seeing that Isaac Price is now showing us in the leads of the race. I'm sure that's the
Sherratt pitted.
There we go. I was completely caught away with the YouTube chat there and completely missed that there. So yeah, Isaac Price obviously still having to go into pits, but you can see even with 21 seconds being in the leads, that means that Price is going to come out of pit lane about maybe 30, probably 20 to 30 seconds behind Jordan Sherratt. That is just incredible pace. In fact, already that gap going up even further to Niles Noyox, because realistically that's the battle that we're looking for here.
Sure is. Well, I have to see how that comes to. I don't know if Sherratt has stayed in that car or not. I'm pretty sure they have, and Noyox has got into the number 1 BMW, and the chase will resume. 19.7 seconds the gap. We expect this to be the fight for the lead once Price in the 62 BMW does pit. So keep an eye on that. It was under 20 seconds, 19.7, as Price does bring the 62 BMW down the very abbreviated pit lane, not the longest pit lane in the circuit of motor racing, surely. Very small front pit straight as well, but they will likely cycle back out to third, and that makes Sherratt back into the lead, or at least it will do once they cycle back through. Look at this battle for fourth place going on, as it looks like Grunwald has caught Malinowski for fourth place.
Yeah, this is where you really see the legs of the Mercedes AMG stretch itself for Unicorns of Love out of these straights here. The McLaren very, very fast in a straight line, but I always think that the Maka is down on the straight line speed compared to the Mercedes. We'll certainly find out, because it's not doing a bad job together, but it might be a battle of the late breakers here for Tobias Grunwald. Gets it pulled up, thinks better of it, and again it brings us back to another comment that we made earlier. Just because Tobias Grunwald is seemingly faster than Maciej Malinowski, it doesn't mean he's going to want to try and get past. He might, strategy-wise, just be happy for the remainder of his stint sitting behind the car. As long as the car in front is doing a relatively good pace, he's saving a little bit of fuel, he's dipping into the slipstream, maybe saving a little bit of tyres as well. So it's quite beneficial being the car that's being pulled around, as long as Malinowski is still doing a decent pace here. You also, the reason I also say that as well, Jesse, is because you notice that Tobias isn't doing any crazy sort of mind games. He isn't pulling the car out to the side and letting Maciej Malinowski know that he's there. He isn't trying to distract him. He's quite happily sitting just behind him. Again, as long as Maciej is going as fast as he physically can. I just don't know. I think he might try it, but personally, the way this is going right now, I'm not so sure.
There's one other thing important to point out about a battle like this as well. The lead car is the car that has all of the pressure on them. Tobias doesn't have any pressure other than to just follow the car in front and hope that maybe an opportunity appears. It's all on Malinowski, of course, with lap traffic and just the track itself, which is its own sort of feat to get around here today as well. It's all on the leader. And you'll see this right here. Oh, that was a little bit of a wiggle from Malinowski at Forest Elbow, trying to not get checked up behind the Honda, wanting to get a clean shot down the Conrad straight. A little bit of a wiggle, and nothing untoward happened, but the Honda goes into the grass ever so slightly. No harm and no foul. They both get through on this occasion, and they will continue their pursuit. But yeah, in my opinion, all the pressure's on Malinowski. Tobias, and not so much. He can just sort of ride around, like you said, maybe save a little bit of fuel, though. He certainly had to drive it into the chase there a little hard.
Yeah, you saw Tobias there on the webcam there with a little smile as the Rocket Sim Sport machine moving out of the way there. Again, it's just a case of what we say up here in Scotland, biding your time, just waiting patiently, and some drivers really do struggle with that. I know I do. If I've got a car in front of me, Jesse, I'm just foot to the floor. I want to get past that thing. It's going to be happening. But again, look at the gap now that's opened up between Grunwald and McCormack. Between Malinowski and Grunwald there, just back to over a second. I think it'll lose itself down a little bit quickly. The other thing about that car in front having all that pressure is that while that's great for Tobias Grunwald that he can apply that pressure, if Malinowski buckles and has an accident, he's going to be the first car at the scene of the crime. And Tobias Grunwald looked like that was a little brush with the rear axle on the wall there.
That very much was that, just a tiny little brush. It wasn't anything to be too openly worried about, but that will get a eyebrow raised from the team, surely. The Mercedes-AMG Esports team, UOL, as they'll be checking in with the driver on the straight, hopefully, just making sure everything is good. You can clearly see Tobias is pushing that car. They lost a little bit of ground in the last lap. That's not what they're aiming to do, so trying to make up that ground in the park section of the track, and it almost went just a little bit wrong. Had he been millimeters closer to that wall, David, that would have been a big accident.
100%. It would have been catastrophic, I think, is the polite term of putting it there. Thankfully it wasn't, and we can enjoy some brilliant racing throughout the rest of the field. We're currently watching, that is Felix Arndt just in front in the number 77 machine, the Silver Prime E racing machine, and he is harassed, hounded, I think is the best way of putting it, by the AGA Sim Racing by Gadi of Yura Petrochenko in the 110 right now, looking very, very fighty indeed. Now this is a car that wants to get past the McLaren in front. You can look at the body language of the driver of the car, making sure that every single mirror has that McLaren behind in it right now. He wants that driver to be looking at him rather than the roads ahead, and I'd be a little bit more concerned by the cars that you've got up in front of you, because it looks like they could be making their way into the battle very, very shortly. But it's going to be side by side on the run up the mountain straight. 5.5 hours left to go. Yura Petrochenko, this is surely going to end in tears if he keeps it up, but turn 2, not a problem, because if we're honest, Yura Petrochenko has to back out of it and allow Felix Arndt to take that position back as they come up through the cutting as well. A very difficult set of corners this, because while it looks fairly straightforward, the camber of the corners and the camber of this mountain plays havoc with the traction control on these cars. You want to put your foot down, but especially on that uphill right hand section after the cutting, it's very easy to make a mistake here on the brakes, down through Skyline, down through the dipper as well, as Yuri Petrochenko here desperately wants to get up to the back end. That car squirrels under braking. Thankfully, it looks a lot more dramatic than it actually is for Petrochenko. This is all important. He has to stay on the back of that car coming through Forest Elbow. Get a good exit out here. A little flick of the tail of that McLaren. I think this could be done. This could be game over by the time they head into the chase. But while it might be game over for this lap, the McLaren's looking like they've got not all that much difference between them, Jesse. And if he gets past them here, it just means that Arndt is going to be able to return the pressure on the next lap.
Yeah, if the pass is made here, there's no guarantee that that's going to be the final time that these two swap the position. Equal machinery, of course, and the odd change from the setup of the car, but they look pretty much even to me, wing and aero-wise, and I wouldn't be surprised if these two swap this position several more times. Nothing doing on that lap, though, but getting a lot more close is Petrochenko in the 110, the car that is trying to make this move all over the curb into Hell Corner, trying to maximize the corner, and that's what I thought that the 110 didn't do very well coming out of Forest Elbow. They didn't really maximize that corner. The wall kind of crept up on them a little bit. I thought they did a little bit better here into Hell Corner, going up the mountain straight, but nothing doing. They were side by side when they came through Quarry Bend last time. They're single file, and that's how they will remain. But look at that lap traffic flashing by going into the cutting. That is quickly going to become an issue for these two.
And you obviously hope that it isn't going to be a deciding factor, but it is definitely something that they're going to have to be aware of right now. Petrochenko is basically licking his lips thinking, yes, there's a lot of opportunity for this to go wrong for Felix Arndt right now, and Arndt is just praying that all of this traffic somehow magically disappears by the flash of his headlights right now. I don't think that's going to happen, but here comes Petrochenko. Again, needs to stick as close to that car in front as possibly can. But this is going to get sketchy now, because the exact time that they come out of Forest Elbow, they're going to be coming on the Conrod Straight, and look at all those cars up there in front of them as well. I just want to make a little bit of a point here, Jesse, is obviously keeping an eye on the YouTube chat and our wonderful audience that we have on the GT World Challenge as well. Miguel Amorim is referring to a little bit of an advice. I'll come back to that in a second. As there we go, finally getting a move. Petrochenko right the outside into the chase, and as smooth and as cool and as calm as you like, almost as if Felix Arndt did want to give him that position. But of course we're talking nonsense, because Arndt looks one way, then the other. It's going to be late onto the brakes into Murray's corner. Arndt has a little bit of a look up the inside. Incredibly respectful racing from these two drivers, because Jesse, while it's one thing to want to make an overtake, really to make sure that it's a safe overtake, both drivers kind of have to agree to it.
Yeah, and you have to agree to give each other just a little bit of space, a little bit of room to race. It's one of the harder things to teach a driver when they get into racing in general, is just leave a little bit of space. I know you might be giving up time doing so, but cooperation is tantamount to competition. Co-opetition is the word. It's not a real word. Don't use that. People will not think you're very smart, but it is a part of racing. You always have to use it, and they definitely used it there. There was a little bit of me that did not think Petrochenko was going to make that corner into the chase, but they do. They drive a little bit deep off the course, and that did allow the 77 to get back onto them just a little bit, but covered very well, I would say, into Murray's, and that was just about all she wrote. Now we'll see the true pace of the 110, the AJA Sim Racing team. See if they can get away here, as they're already starting to pull just a little bit of a gap.
I'm watching that car. I'm getting the really unnerving gut feeling that car is going to end up clipping the wall next lap round, and it's purely because of the amount that Petrochenko is trying to force that car round and trying to open up that gap under the pressure of Felix Arndt. Might be completely wrong on that one, but yeah, just the way that the car is wiggling about, I'm not feeling too comfortable with that. As we cut back to the battle for 4th place, then Maciek Malinowski for Yas Heat ahead of Tobias Grunwald for Unicorns of Love in the Mercedes right now. Just to finish the point that I was away to make, it was a comment by Miguel Amarim on our YouTube channel on the GT World channel there, brought up an interesting point I thought there. We always talk, Jesse, about the crossover between real life racing, real life motorsport and sim racing now, and it is a point where, you know, sim racers who are looking to improve themselves, as I've just realised, Maciek Malinowski, what an absolute trooper in VR there. Real sim racers who are looking to improve themselves not only can turn to a wealth of different resources, like places that provide, you know, setups and coaching, stuff that you would normally look to in the real life world, but they're also turning to traditional things like, you know, real life manuals and coaching guides and things like that to improve their sim racing performance. And it's a bit of a strange crossover world where we've got to now.
No, it is, and there's a wealth of information that you can learn. If you are a sim racer, you can draw a lot of comparison. I've always said, as far as esports is concerned, sim racing is realistically the only one that gets you very close to the real thing. Obviously, there's some things that you still can't replicate in sim racing versus the real world. We all know this, but it is very, very close. It's so close, in fact, that the real racing, real life race teams the world over for all different kinds of disciplines have adopted sim racing for training purposes, for education purposes, for learning experiences about what their car should and can do, strategy, that sort of thing. That plays out in a simulation. And what we're doing here, absolutely no different. You can take that both ways. Like you just said, David, you can take a manual or a track diagram or information about the real car, especially in ACC. You can apply that to the virtual car, and it can absolutely help you and your team out. And even so, training crosses over. We talked about the virtual bleeding into the real. Like you said, it's doing the opposite now as well.
The other thing on that as well about the amount that sim racing replicates, I think we're well past the point now where, you know, taking part in sim racing replicates about 80 to 85% of the racing experience, the experience of being behind the wheel. Of course, one of the things that it can't replicate is, you know, having to spend £1,000 on your team and entry fees and getting there to the venue and all that sort of stuff. That's the less glamorous side of motorsport that thankfully sim racing doesn't replicate. It doesn't replicate having to get insurance for the car, or having to have a very awkward conversation with your team manager because you've put the car into a wall. Thankfully, I've never had that because it was my own car, so never crashed it. But again, you know, I would argue that the bits that it doesn't replicate from real life motorsport is Maciek Malinowski getting scary close to the wall there. The bits that it doesn't replicate from real life are maybe the bits that you kind of don't really want to be having anyway, because they don't replicate the fear, the nausea, the panic, the worry that comes along with real life racing as well, because, you know, it's your real safety that is at stake as well. And having done both real life endurance races and sim racing endurance races, I kind of know what one I would rather have. If budget was no option and, you know, magically have £1 million and all that sort of stuff, then obviously real life racing is great fun to do. But sim racing, arguably, I mean, the fact that you can practice whenever you want, the fact that, you know, there's no chance of you being hurt unless you've got a super expensive direct drive wheel and you say goodbye to your thumbs, you know, I think it's come a long way, and I think you get a huge percent of the benefits, Jesse, for an absolute tiny fraction of the outlay.
And we see that every single year. More and more real racing drivers turn to sim racing, not only for simulator or for practice. Of course, practice coming at a premium for a lot of series. And if you can get that in the virtual world, you're absolutely going to do that. But how many real life racing drivers have you seen, streamers now, who are racing on sim racing platforms, ACC included, one of the big ones, and they talk about, well, I can drive the same car in virtual space, and it is incredible. It has the same handling characteristics. I'm instantly comfortable. Yes, I have to change a little bit about how I feel through the car, but beyond that, the handling is there, and it is incredible how close that is. There is one thing I wanted to mention, David. Of course, most racing in the real world done at the grassroots level. You talked a little about fear of injury and stuff like that. There's also the fear of repair costs that plague a lot of the grassroots racing community. Of course, you don't have that in sim racing either. Rather, fortunately for everyone's wallet.
And just fear in general as well. It's a very scary thing. So I did my very first endurance race in real life in the Citroen C1s. It was 24 hours of Silverstone, which ironically is on this weekend as well. And it was my very first time racing ever behind the wheel of a real life car, and it was the most exhilarating, exciting and scary experience I've ever had. And the one thing that I always take away from that weekend is I got a little bit overconfident with the car, having done lots of practice in the likes of Assetto Corsa in one of the mods there, and I was like, this is exactly the same sort of thing. Pushing the car a little bit too hard, went across the grass, spun the car at Maggots and Beckett's on oncoming traffic in the middle of the night. So you've got 50 of these tiny little buzzing C1s flying past you, and the fear level that hits you, that's the one thing that you can never ever prepare for in any sort of sim, because at that point, that's real. That's real cars that could be absolutely smashing into your face at any given time. And the only thing I could say is that I think maybe one person that can relate to that is Maciek Malinowski. Now, like him, I race in VR as well, and that is probably the closest you're going to have to being able to relate to that fear factor, because it almost makes everything physical, Jesse. You've got everything out there in front of you that you can touch. But certainly, I mean, we're at the point now where it's nigh on identical. The racing in real world to the sim, it's definitely at that crossover point. And of course, you're going to have, every single sim is going to have its quirks and its exploits and its things where it makes no sense, but those will be patched out. They always do. And for the most part, yeah, we're now at that stage where if everybody has got a sim or a game that they can go to. If you want super ultra high def realism, you've got ACC and the likes of R Factor 2. If you want to just pick up and play and have a bit of a fun race, you've got your Gran Turismo and you've got your Forza. If you're on the bus and you fancy a little bit of racing action, you've got mobile games. So that's a great thing, and we always see it in YouTube chat as well about, oh, my sim's better than your sim. It's like, it doesn't matter. As long as you're happy, as long as you're behind the wheel, as long as you're competing against somebody, everybody's happy, Jesse.
You talked a little bit about different quirks of different sims and stuff, but I think a lot of people that argue, oh, well, this sim does this and this sim doesn't, and all those things, I think a lot of times people that make those arguments, they do forget that racing cars have those same quirks, and it's things you have to live with racing for a particular brand or manufacturer or a specific kind of car in general, and everything has its own tricks and things that you can do to it, and you only really learn those over time. So in a roundabout way, the electronic version has the same things. They're just they're just ones and zeros instead of physical things.
100%. And the most difficult thing for me to accept as a sim racer, as a very a comparatively old and not very good sim racer, is that there are lots of people out there, Jesse, that are much, much better than me. As we cut to the battle for P27 and P28, you've got Michel Kunzatzioglu just ahead of Ben Kriener there, and they two are fighting it out tooth and nail, has got to be said. Ben Kriener looks like to be ahead of, is that Bentley just making its way through just now? I think that is on a different lap, but yeah, that is the biggest pill for anybody behind the wheel, to anybody that's competing in anything, never mind sim racing, Jesse, is the fact that people are better than you. Sometimes massively better than you, sometimes not so much better than you, sometimes you'll be better than other people, but it's that first part that is the most difficult thing to get through. And once you do get through and you start focusing on your own ability rather than everybody else's, that's when you start making the big gains.
It certainly is, and one of the great things about sim racing is, unlike when I'm not going to identify how old I am, but I'm old enough to have been here since near the beginning, and it was very niche. Sim racing was back in the very early days, but now you can literally race at any hour of the day in any sim you like against people that have similar skill sets as you. And that's the brilliant part about it, is that now is it still niche? Kind of. It's very hobby level, but there's so many people that have invested in it. There's so much hardware out there. There's so much choice for whatever your sim is, and where you want to play it, how you want to play it, what you want to use, that everyone is getting involved. Everyone can do it, and more likely than not, there's somebody who is near enough skill level to you to have a good race. And like you said, David, there's always somebody better than you. I think that is the hardest pill to swallow when you get started, is realizing, okay, I have a little bit of work to do, but that's not a bad thing. If you're passionate about it, maybe you end up here on SRO's biggest stage here in esports someday.
And it's a very big stage. That's the great thing about it, and it's just getting bigger every single day, every single week. You know, there's more competitions, more challenges, more ways for these drivers to develop and to better themselves. And I guess ultimately the point that we're trying to make is that it doesn't matter if you're in the top 5 or if you're in the top 40. The likes of Ben Kriener here, right? He's not going to care that he's down in P28. He's going to care about trying to get past Kundaxi Oglu there in the 123 FFS Racing that's just up in front of him. Because when you've got a driver to chase down, when you've got a driver to fight, that's the only thing that you can see. And that is the wonderful thing about sim racing, is that it just distracts you. You're just solely focused on the battles that are around you. And you know, 6 hours into a 12-hour endurance race, we've both commentated on races where, you know, you've been this stage into an endurance race and it's an absolute snore fest. There's, you know, 30-40 seconds between all the cars, and even at this point in this race here, I mean, you're talking gaps of maybe 2, 3, 4 seconds at very most between some of the cars here. Sure, you've got your little groups that are a little bit further out, but it's all about these little packs.
It sure is, and it makes me appreciate the BOP that we have in place for this series, and especially today, because how close qualifying was. We'll start with that this morning, and of course, on top of that, how close the race has been. We're halfway into the race. We're still talking about the top 3 who are all working with their strategy. They're all within striking distance of each other, and that's absolutely brilliant. And then you also have stuff like this, where 47 cars took the green flag early this morning, right before the sun came up, and here we are for 27th place. We still have a battle here. This is the mid-pack. There's battles behind for 34th place. There's battles inside the top 15. You get the point. We've made it 6+ hours, nearly 7 at this point, and we're still talking about battles. Different manufacturers racing against each other. It's brilliant stuff, and my hat's off to the team behind the scenes that have come up with this BOP, because it is absolutely working.
100%. I mean, it's almost I remember last year, before we had the 1.8 update, and I remember the constant whining and moaning and just whinging about the BOP, or this car's OP, it's too fast, or this car's been hampered, and all of those voices, every single one of those voices has now been absolutely neutered with that 1.8 update, with the BOP changes that they made. Obviously, all of the different competitions in the championships have got their own BOP standards that they've implemented for the championships, but their life was made much, much easier with how, and it's not just like 1 or 2 cars that were neutered. All of the field was completely neutralised, and I think out of all of the sims, I think this is one of the most balanced BOPs that is out there completely. I mean, you've got cars that are coming back into the mix that you've not really seen in the mix competitively at all. Even the likes of Hondas, how many times did we see Hondas actually up in the running? And yes, they've had a bit of a difficult day today, But again, you're seeing the Audis coming back into it as well. Ferrari's having a little bit of a difficult day today, but by the by and across the board, I mean, the cars are fairly even Stevens, and it now comes down to the drivers and to the setups as well. And are my eyes deceiving us, me? Is that Jacob Sharkot in the number 10 DV1 Triton trying to get past one of the cars that's a lap up on him as we cut back to Maciej Malinowski? Fair play to these two, to Tobias Grunwald. It goes back to the point I was making. I don't think Grunwald is... I'll maybe tone down on this, but it wasn't looking like before that Grunwald wanted to get past. Now he's starting to look into the mirrors. Now he's starting to want to make that Mercedes as wide as he possibly can and try and detract and distract Maciej Malinowski into making a mistake. And Malinowski now starting to get wider and wider and starting to skirt with that wall a little bit.
Sure is. Malinowski has had a very couple of scary close calls, especially through the park section of the racetrack, and he slid the tires out a few times, got very close to having contact with the wall. Don't think he's ever actually made it to the wall, but in America we call that hanging it out. Malinowski, for Yazzie, he's hanging that car out. He's trying to stay in P4 in front of the 14 of Grunwald, and he's doing a good job of it so far. Might be worrying his team a little bit though.
I can imagine the voice chat is a little bit frenetic there, as that's what the Honda, isn't it? That's the Honda battle that we were... In fact, no, that's Honda, another one of the Hondas. I think that's the 94, isn't it? That's just getting put another lap down there. Maciej Malinowski, yeah, look, he is definitely putting the pressure not only on his teammates and not only on himself, but I think Tobias Grunwald behind him, they're all going to be sweating, just thinking, yeah, just calm it down a little bit. Let's just make sure we get this car home in one piece. But we've already cracked off nearly another hour here at Bathurst, coming up to 5 hours left to go in this race. And yet again, it comes back to Jordan Sherritt in that number 63 automobile Lamborghini Esports machine up in front. 24 seconds to the good over Niles Noyox there. That is a commanding lead by any stretch of the imagination, and any team worth its salt would be absolutely delighted to have that sort of a gap coming into the final 5 hours of the race here, Jesse.
Sherritt wants that win, doesn't he, David? He got back into the car at the right time, right when they were in peril, and has righted the ship entirely. Knox in the car, in the one BMW anyway, and I told you to pay attention to that gap, didn't I? As it was 17.9 seconds, as race control has given us a racing incident between cars 4 and 41. So letting the drivers sort it out. Race control deems that they do not need to get involved further there. Well done to race control. They've not had a high workload today, thank goodness. It could have been a lot worse around here. But back to my point, Sherritt got back into that car, into the 63 Lamborghini, right when they needed him the most, and he's had a couple of hero stints. He's double stinting in the car, and we'll see if he gets out here, but nobody has had an answer to him. It was 17.9 seconds, the gap after the pit stop. It's now a cool and even 24 seconds, so everything clicking for the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team up front here now.
And what job they're doing, as we say, with just that 5 hours left to go. Niles Noyox, though, in a grand job of securing that second place from the G2 Esports machine of Robbie Stapleford in that 62 in third place. We're watching this riveting battle for fourth position. Yazzie of Maciej Malinowski again in that McLaren just ahead of Tobias Grunwald. Now, if you've got your 3000 IQ 4D chest brain on right now, and you're Tobias Grunwald and Unicorns Love Mercedes, do you think they're considering trying an undercut right now, knowing that you're not going to get past that McLaren on track, or do you, as the car gets lighter, just decide to try and send it?
If that is the case, David, I don't want to be the strategist that makes that call, because I don't think at this stage in the race, knowing that you're going to make at least 4 more pit stops in this race, that you can undercut for anything. Everyone here is trying to make a fuel number. You start the race, you run the race backwards in your head. That's what the strategist will do. Can you afford, is the big question, can you afford to undercut by a lap or so to get that done and then still make up that time so you end on the correct fuel number. Honestly, I think this is going to be a really weird case. I almost never say this, folks. I don't think you can afford it. I think you have to make the pass on the racetrack, even if that might be slightly slower, because everyone here trying to make a number to the end of this race.
No, look, that's a very good spot on that one, because when you think about the pit stops as well, that would have to be a jump of what, maybe 3-4 seconds to make sure that you make that move stick there, and then you're going to have to hope that they don't actually have anything in the tank to make sure that they can make that work there. But fascinating battle nonetheless between Malinowski and Tobias Grunwald. So we'll watch with bated breath there, but it just doesn't look like Tobias Grunwald has enough in the tank in that Merc to actually make the move happen on the McLaren. So I think teammates also might get involved in this one as well. But either way, I mean, a fascinating battle as we're watching Henrik Gamble for Renfelt and Esports Orange down there in 24th position right now. He is on a charge at the moment, trying to secure that position down in 24th position. He's got, looks like Luca Lozio in the 127 Mobileye BMW. Just up in front as well, but that is Yuri Petrochenko just putting another lap down on the both of them as well. Good run from Henry Gamble there, right onto the back of that BMW here. Oh, this is going to be very interesting, because the BMW, Luca Lozio, has got the toe but has absolutely nowhere to go. He's going to have to lift off. That's going to give the advantage to Henrik Gamble. They're going to be side by side going into turn 2. Gamble has to go early on to the brakes there in that Renfelt and Esports Orange machine, and that is going to be advantage to Luca Lozio, who gets away with that when really he was quite boxed in there.
This is very dangerous point in the race. You got two cars racing each other mixed in with other lapped cars. Can Gamble make a move here on the mountain? I don't think so. Just one car left to get in between all of them, as Lazio is attempting to pick their way through, and they've done an absolutely fantastic job as the 127 to do so, as that's exactly what I was talking about. One of the cars in the background did bounce off the wall. I don't know if that was Sullivan or McPhillamy. It rather makes no difference. If either of these two cars would have been behind them, that could have been a catastrophic event, but fortunately they were able to work the lap traffic and get themselves clear. Now, if you are Hendrik Gamble, now you're looking at the McLaren in front of this group, and you're wondering, what is the BMW I'm chasing going to do? Is Lazio going to be able to make this cleanly? Is he going to get stalled out and stuck? And if in case that does happen, what do I do? And certainly, even if you can't make the pass on Lazio for 23rd place, you're certainly going to be looking to slip through whatever hole Lazio makes when inevitably they make this pass on the lapped car. They don't do it down the mountain this time in through the chase, so it'll have to wait at least for another straight or so. Hopefully on the next lap up the mountain straight, we'll see.
Well, the question is, are they going to be able to make that? Because that's actually Yuri Petrochenko up there in, I think, 12th position that is just in front of them. Now, Luca Lozio, the pace that BMW has got in front is absolutely absurd. I mean, you watch it on the straight here compared to the McLaren, and it just leaves it for dead. But whether or not it's actually going to be able to make it properly past, that's the real kicker here, as we go back to our battle for 4th and 5th position here. And again, Grunwald right onto the back there of Maciej Malinowski and the Unicorns of Love Mercedes AMG Esports team there. 5th position. But my goodness me, are they making Maciej Malinowski there in Yas Heat having to work so very hard in that 149 McLaren. And I've got to be honest, Maciej Malinowski, he looks like he's able, Jesse, to really just hold on to all of that pressure, to soak it up like the proverbial sponge right now.
Well, I've had the pleasure of interviewing Malinowski several times for several different series, and I always try to use the same phrase. I always call him unfair, because even when he's not the leader of the race, even when he's not in line for a win, which it certainly doesn't look like is going to be the case today for Yas Heat, it doesn't really matter. He's still tough to race against, because he's going to give you everything. He's going to fight you and claw and scratch until the absolute bitter end, and he's not going to let you go either, and that's exactly what's happening here. This is the point in the race where 5 hours left to go, You cannot give anything up. It's all take now. Early in the race, you would have expected to see a lot of give and take, though I don't think we did. Now, certainly you're not going to see any. It's going to be all take, everyone trying to dig as much as they can. Malinowski, one of the world's best. He's not going to give this up. He's not give this up to Gronwald. And he's so good at being offensive. You rarely see Malinowski's defensive skills. I think you're seeing it a little bit here.
I couldn't agree more with you on that one. That's the long and the short of it is that we're more normally seeing Maciej Malinowski's incredible pace and incredible attacking skill. We don't normally get to see how much he has to defend, and he really is having to defend here, but he's not having to work all that hard. If we're honest, that McLaren more than capable of holding its own line, and Grunwald not at the point where he can send the car up, at least right now. Just looking at some of the stats that we've been given by our fantastic production team behind the scenes there. Fastest man obviously is Jordan Sherritt in that Lamborghini right now. Average lap time for this stint, 2:02.2. That is 0.3 of a second than anybody else on track. That is absurd pace, and that explains why we're already 25 seconds ahead of second place right now. Ridiculous consistency, ridiculous pace there from our race leader Jordan Sherritt in that automobile Lamborghini Esports machine in the 63. But again, I'm watching these two here battling for 4th and 5th position. I'm watching how hard they're fighting, and I'm just thinking something has to give right now between these two. Certainly it looks like that Maciej Malinowski has weathered that storm a little bit, starting to eke out a tiny bit of a gap there, but it all gets eaten up in the fact that the Mercedes can be so much later on the brakes through into the chase here as well. One man that I'm also watching here is exactly, my god, production must be, they must be psychic, because this is literally what I was going to bring up here. Robbie Stapleford for BMW G2 Esports. Now he's brought that gap under 10 seconds to Niles Noyox. Now that is no mean feat. Noyox has turned on the pace as well, doing a 2:02.1 last lap round there. But Robbie Stapleford, who, celebrating what I think was his 16th birthday just a couple of days ago, on exactly the same day that Jaroslav Honzig celebrated his birthday as well. I mean, the pace that this young lad has got is bewildering. He is right on the top of his game. He's only got, even further to go at such a young age right now, and chasing down one of the best in the business. Niles Noyox, I think, 9.7 seconds, that could be done, but we're now going to start looking into pit stops here.
I noticed you did not out Jaroslav Honzik on how old he is. Very well done. I'm sure your check's in the mail, David, for that. But Robbie Stapleford, imagine this, 16-year-old G2 driver in the top echelon of endurance racing in his field and chasing down second place in the first major endurance race of the year. Doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, it really doesn't. And I'm looking at, again, watching the conversation in YouTube. It's fascinating, actually, watching the topics flow between our audience, actually bringing up a point about the professional teams and how many of these drivers are salaried, Jesse. And again, that's a fascinating topic, isn't it? Because it shows how far we've both watched the sim racing scene come on a very long way. And the fact that we've even got now actual paid drivers in this scene is unbelievable to think of, and that's exactly where we are. It may be a smaller number than we'd think, but certainly out of those maybe top 5, top 10 teams, a good number of those drivers are retained financially.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you how far competition can go, right, David? It's more than surface level. There's a lot that goes into it. We show up the day of and we watch the race and we broadcast the race, and it goes a lot deeper than that. There's a lot of practice. You don't get to see any of that. There's a lot of conversations and a lot of stuff that we're not privy to, and that's just to get to the racetrack on the day. That none of what I've just mentioned has anything to do with performance, and then once you get to the track, of course, it's all performance based. Speaking of, the battle for fourth place. Mobile chicane up the mountain straight. No issue for either Malinowski or Grunwald that particular time, as they are still just as close as they've been for quite some time. Unable to make the pass is Tobias, but no matter, still very close. And you know, sometimes you don't actually have to make the pass. Sometimes it's just about hanging with the car in front, waiting for an opportunity. We talked earlier about Malinowski showing a little sign of weakness, getting a little loose sideways, nearly tapping the wall a few times. He's not come to that yet. We didn't talk about Tobias doing any of that. It seems steady as she goes in P5 for the time being. Talked about the pit stop strategy as well. Would you attempt to undercut the 149 Yas Heat car to try and get the Mercedes-AMG Esports team in front? It is an option you have, certainly, but if you do that at some point in the final 5 hours, you're going to ask whomever gets into the car, hey, you need to save me one lap of fuel, please.
Well, see, I would try the undercut, but purely, Jesse, because I get everything wrong anyway. So if I therefore try to get it wrong, I'm going to be right. So that's my big brain 3000 IQ thinking on that one. But the point you made about having to have a big gap to actually pull something like that off, it does check out. But here we go. Tobias Grunwald going to head into the pits then. Let's see. Let's get this argument settled once and for all. Excellent pit stop entry there from Grunwald then. Oh, this is getting a bit spicy here.
I love the strategy. I wouldn't do it, but I love the strategy. They want to be in front of fourth place. They feel like certainly they're being held up ever so slightly. So the 14 Mercedes-AMG in the pit lane a little bit earlier than Malinowski. Will the undercut work? We'll have to see. And will the strategy be the right call? Well, we'll have to wait 4 hours and 53 minutes to figure that particular incident out. Abeladze in the 41 Simware.pro team attempting to make a pass on the 33. That car's on a different lap, but doesn't quite make that happen, and they're going to duck down the pit lane as well. And, well, now the cards are on Yaz's heat table. Will Malinowski come in this time? Are they not worried about the 14? Like you said, it's getting a bit spicy now.
So Grunwald has completed the pit stop. We'll get an ID on the driver that is behind the wheel of that one as they exit pit lane there. You've got another car at the end of pit lane. It looks like Dennis Schoeninger then taking over for the Unicorns of Love in that number 14 machine. I tell you what, that's a bold move that they've decided to pull out with that one. I think that's actually I think that is the right one to do, just purely because being stuck behind Maciej Malinowski, I think that car was slightly holding them up. Even if they can get 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second every single lap, Malinowski's now going to be light on fuel, so he's now going to feel that he doesn't have to push as hard as he possibly needed to before. But he's now going to have in the back of his mind, well, wait a minute, that car that was chasing me now is gone. I don't have that reference point. If he's not behind me, then where the hell is he? And that is going to be playing on the mind of Maciej Malinowski. It's going to be playing on the mind of the team as well. But yeah, 4 hours and 51 minutes left to go. We've already stretched into yet another hour here of the first round, opening round of the 2022 Mobileye GT World Challenge. This is the Intercontinental GT Challenge here on the GT World Challenge. On the GT World YouTube channel. A very warm welcome. Good afternoon if you have just joined us. It is David Christie and Jesse Lee taking you through the next couple of hours before we hand things over in just, I think, 2 hours time to Chaz Draycott, who joined us in the YouTube chat there, graced us with his presence. He'll be joining us with Ryan Mawson for the final couple of hours. But Jesse, you've already been here for a couple of hours, and obviously no stranger to these wonderful high-ticket SRO events here. Do you agree with me that something feels a little bit different about this round? It feels a little bit like all of the drivers, all of the teams have kind of upped their game somehow.
No, 100%, absolutely. I was thinking that earlier. I didn't know what to exactly call it, but something does feel a bit different. We have a lot of the teams. We retained a lot of them from a year ago. Of course, we have new teams. It's always lovely to see the sport grow and to have fresh faces and new teams in, but a lot of the big hitters are exactly where you would expect to find them, up near the sharp end of the field. But I was trying to put my finger on it, exactly what was different, but I think a lot of it is reinvigoration for 2022. It's a brand new challenge, a brand new everything for a lot of these teams, and the first race of the season, there's always that extra little bit of promise of a new season. You want to get out of the gates early. You want to make a statement. I think several teams are going to do exactly that today, as we do see Malinowski pit the 149, the Yaz Heat machine, coming down to the attention of the team. Certainly they would have had a thought on the undercut attempt, and now they have answered that call 2 laps later.
Well, this is where it's going to become interesting now, because the other factor that I haven't put in here is the fact that Dennis Junior jumping into the car. It's going to take him maybe a lap or two to get back into the groove, to get the tyres warmed up to temperature and to get themselves back up to speed. But already down the Conrod Straight, coming down in towards the chase very, very shortly. The gap was, I believe, around about 55 seconds between the two of them after the pit stop that Schoeniger came into, or rather that Tobias Grunwald came into. But here we go then, through the entry to pit lane, down into Murray's Corner, and this is looking very, very tight indeed. Certainly a lot tighter than I thought it was going to be. I think it could be done and dusted down onto the ground. This is going to be way too close to call, because they're both come into Hell Corner together. It's going to be side by side. It's going to be unbelievably close, but Dennis Schoeniger is going to get it. It's going to be side by side, and there we go, done and dusted. The undercut is complete. Wow, take a bow to the tactics and the strategy team at Unicorns of Love. That was a masterclass.
2 laps was all it took, and all of a sudden Mercedes-AMG Esports is now out in front, up into P4, an excellent undercut, and I can't tell you how important that was, because if Schrodinger did not get in front of Malinowski, that would mean that they'd be losing even more time on Malinowski's tires that are not quite up to temperature. And also now, because that pass has happened, it's very important for Malinowski not to get over eager here on this outlap on those cold tires. Otherwise, you can find yourself in the wall like many of our other competitors today. And we'll see after this outlap if Yaz Heat can mount any sort of charge. But for the time being, hats off to the 14 Mercedes-AMG group. They've absolutely done a fantastic job. It only took 2 laps. It was the right call, proving once again, David Christie, I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, that makes 2 of us. I took a punt in the dark there, and well, I'm a little bit scared, if I'm honest, Jesse. That is twice today I've been right about something about this race, and we're already on a streak here. I'm never right about anything right now. Masik Malinowski, though, staying behind the wheel. Now that's a different thing as well, because obviously swapping over to Dennis, but Masik staying behind the wheel of that one. Maybe just want to get these stints out of the way. And look, this is incredibly tiring. For those of you that haven't raced in VR, please God try it. It is amazing. But also the thing with it is that now with your triple screens or your single screen or whatever, it's fine, because you can look away, you can kind of give your eyes a little bit of a break when the car's in pit lane, you can take that eye strain away. But with VR, it is constant. You are constantly focusing on the screen no matter where you look. The only the alternative side to that, rather, is the fact that you have a sense of immersion, you have a sense of depth that you will never in a million years get from screens. And for me, I personally feel that that makes me a faster driver than on screens. That's a relative term, because I'm slow as anything anyway, but VR I feel much more comfortable. I feel like I can get the most out of that car because I know where the apex is, I know exactly where the cars around me are as well. For me, it gives a better sense of immersion. The problem with that for Masik is that eye strain, that gets very tiring very, very quickly. And again, if you're one of these drivers that's had to put thousands and thousands of hours in, you'll develop a little bit of a stamina, but that still wears you out, maybe more than for some of the other drivers that are on screens.
Yeah, it certainly can. I'm a big advocate for VR as well. One of my favorite guilty pleasures that I do is I don't have the headset in a seated position, meaning that I can free roam with it. A lot of times in sim racing, I will actually get out of my rig and walk around the car in virtual space and take a look at it. It's quite fantastic to do that as well. It helps with the immersion, but no, I mean not while I'm driving it, of course. So when it's set idle in the pit lane, you get out, you look at the fine details on the car. James Parker for FFS Racing continuing their march back towards the top 10. They're going to gain one spot here by virtue of one of the cars. I think that's Richie and the 67 Ferrari. They brought that car to the attention of the team on the pit lane, so up to P14 for the time being. And, FFS Racing competing again in 2022. They would have likely liked to be just slightly further up ahead, maybe competing for the win in their class today, but they've not done too bad for themselves, P3 so far.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant effort so far. They're really enjoying themselves. Just on that note, I'm just watching how this is all panning out here with James Parker for FFS Racing. The issue with that as well is that obviously he's in no man's land right now. He's one of the few drivers that have got nobody really anywhere near him. But I mean, the pressure that you've got, and James giving us a big wave there. He's obviously listening to us on the stream there. The difficulty is try to stay away from the walls there, mate. That's a good lad. The difficulty he's got is that you never get a respite. You never get any moment because you might be in the middle of a gap timing wise, but you've always either got a car that you're trying to overtake and put a lap down, or you've got a queue of cars trying to get past you as well.
No, it's a bit like the Nürburgring in that respect, isn't it? The mountain or any real race course with this many cars on it, you don't get any sort of break, and even you just saw James Parker there for a moment have a little bit of a wave at everybody at home, and it was a bit of a moment after that as well. You can't look away, you can't draw your attention away, but James Parker, a veteran of the sport, knows how to get around them and does down the Conrad Straight that particular time. Folks at home, are you a fan of close racing, and are you a fan of symmetry? Well, I have a stat for the previous stint 5, I think it was. Michael Tauscher in the 14 had an average lap time of a 202.602. In stint 6, Grunwald in the 14 had, you guessed it, an average lap time of 202.602. That just feels good to say.
That is massive consistency right there. That's exactly what you want to have. And the thing is that that for me shows the practice has gone in across the field. And for a team, that's what you want, right? Even if you're not having the day going your way, or you're outside the position where you want to be, to see that sort of happening, and to see those sorts of times getting put in lap after lap after lap after lap, that means that the setup is working well for all the drivers, and it means that the drivers are working very well with the car.
It sure does. I'm going to go with surgical precision on that, David, I think, is what that is between those two drivers. And I would hate to have to argue one of them is driver number 2 for that team, with that sort of consistency coming out of the both of them. Samir Ibrahimi in the 71 Renwelton Esports Red team, they'll be asking questions surely today. Ryan Gill, who was in here with me earlier, was questioning some of the Ferraris in today's race. What's going on? Could just be the course, really, and the landscape of 2022. Certainly don't expect them to be in the arrangement they are here all season long. I suspect this is a Bathurst-related thing, but even so, Samir Ibrahimi is in a very strange place, not used to being down in 39th place. Looking to get one spot back, though. McIntyre in the 22 Honda right in front of him.
Yeah, it's been a difficult watch as well for that Honda, for the Rocket Sim Sport machine, because they have just not had a good outing today. They're really trying to do what they can with pace-wise, as you see a message from Race Control there. Incidents involving cars 72 and 127. It's a 5-second time penalty for the 127 car for causing a collision. That's Luca Lozio in that BMW. That is, of course, the Mobileye BMW that gets that penalty. So we'll maybe glaze over that one, given that they're the title sponsor and all that. But yeah, difficult to watch that happen. So many drivers. This is one thing that I was saying with Lewis earlier on, and yet again you'll be able to verify this one here, Jesse. The fact that you've commentated over so many of these drivers, it's literally a who's who of Assetto Corsa Competizione competitive racing. Any one of the teams here, any one of the drivers, on merit alone, on pace and talent alone, well and truly worthy of getting inside that top 10.
Yeah, and that's the problem. 47 cars took the green flag, and there's only 10 spots inside the top 10. It shows you. We kind of got sidetracked earlier, David. We were talking about this season in 2022, the Mobileye IGTC Championship. It feels different, and it is, because you've got drivers. Samir Ibrahimi, we know, is a top 10, top 5 threat for the win every single time. They've won several races that we've covered, and it's just weird to see them so far down. But you look at the talent that we have, it is the veritable who is who of sim racing. And I've just noticed something. Malinowski is back to P8. The 149 Yas Heat car has lost several spots.
What a brilliant spot that is there, Jesse. I didn't even notice that either as well. So that has to have been in the last couple of laps there. So what on earth has happened with Maciej Malinowski? Having a look at the car, can't see any damage on it, but you're right, down eighth position there. Let's have a quick look at his lap times there. It's the last lap round there. Has he had an accident? He did a 240.2. So that's going to have been, 25 seconds that he's lost there.
Can't tell if that's dirt or damage on the black face of that car, but it certainly looks like there's something on the left front fender, and the front looks damaged to me.
Wow, so there you go, Jesse. I mean, that is firstly, congratulations on that spot. I didn't even notice that, but that is huge for the championship. No word of a lie, given how close things were last year. Things are, this is exactly how championships are won or lost, by these types of incidents. Obviously, we're not saying at the first round of the championship that it's going to be all done and dusted for them, but for Yas Heat, that is a huge blow. 4.5 hours left to go. That is going to be a major case of damage reduction and trying to manage that crisis there. I believe our production team, they're working away trying to get a replay of exactly what happened with Malinowski, but a very uncharacteristic issue with Malinowski there for Yas Heat. He's now having to catch up behind James Baldwin in that number 66, but yeah, that throws fourth place pretty much to the Wolves right now, because Jacob Brzezinski for Williams Esports, they'll be delighted to get another position there. But let's have a look at the replay then and see exactly what happened with Malinowski. And, well, ladies and gentlemen, what he's done is he's traversed all time and space. He warped through the mountain there and then glitched back in. So obviously a bit of a connection issue there for Malinowski. That is a very unusual incident, and I get the feeling he's not going to be best pleased with that, as we've got a yellow flag. Oh my goodness, that is the RHG Acuras of Andrea Capoccia. That is straight out at turn 1. Now that looked very, very unusual, like a bit of a connection issue there as well with Andrea Capoccia. But that car straight off at turn 1, and I hate to say it, but it looks like brakes.
Okay, yeah, I can pretty much confirm what that is. That is another major issue, the waved yellows in that particular sector, as that car remains stationary into the wall. We talked about Malinowski earlier. As a matter of fact, pictures came into our commentary box a little while ago of that car being sideways over the top of the mountain, McPhillamy Park and the like. And rather unfortunately, though, I don't feel that was what happened over Skyline that time. I feel that there was a instability incident that occurred and left them with significant damage. I think Yaz Heat will be just as confused as we are on exactly what happened to the 149, at least, as the waved local yellows in Hell Corner will continue until that car is dealt with, still nestled up against the barrier. Charette up in front of the field. The 63 Lamborghini has done a fantastic job today. They were under fire near the midway point of the race, but all fears have been silenced. Knox trying their best, but it's a failing proposition, I'm afraid. 27 and a half seconds the gap, first to second place. But the question will remain, Charette has to get out of that car at some point, David, and what's going to happen when that occurs. The last time, the 1 and the 62 as well, both closed in nearly 15 seconds on the leader. And what can Stapleford do? Can they continue that good work? 8.8 seconds. They're catching Knox now as well.
Okay, so two things there. I don't know if I just saw things. Did Malinowski not just clip the wall on the entry to Skyline there? Also to offer a reassuring word to our viewers what it is actually with Kapoccia. Very strange connection issues. We see Jordan Sherritt into to pit lane there. Andrea Kapoccia actually is having a little bit of a connection issue. He is still on track right now. He is about 3.2 seconds behind Lars Kisser in the number 4 Mercedes right now. I've got him on my timing screen as just coming down through Skyline just now, so he is still out on track just now. But as we see, race leader into the pit lane, and we're starting to see some contrast in pit lane strategies as well, because Sherritt and Noyox pitting with about 35 minutes left to go, as we see Kapoccia down there. So he's obviously having some slight connection issues with the server, but all that matters is the server still recognises him on the timing screen. That means that car is still in. That might be resolved when another driver jumps in. But Jesse, talking about those pit stop strategies, Sherritt and Noyox pitting with about half an hour to go, but everyone else seems to be pitting on the hour.
Yeah, certainly some strategy calls there, and we won't really know. I mean, whenever you have worked your strategy to this point in the race, you kind of can do your own thing, because really the 63 is only really fighting the 1 and maybe the 62. We'll see if Stapleford and the 62 BMW team, if they can get back in a position to contest this. But you can kind of run your own strategy at that point when you get far enough out, and they've definitely done that at this point. And the 62, clearly, like you said, they're working a completely different strategy. It's not worked to this point, and if they continue to gain ground back on the 1, remember they were passed several hours ago at this point, and now they're trying to get back into the fight for second and maybe take it to the 63. That remains to be seen, as there is still a lot of racing left to go. So many things can go wrong in a race like this. There's a lot of traffic. There's tight confines of the race course. Just to get to this point without any major incidents, I think you have to give a hand to the 63 Lamborghini out front, because I would say more than half the field hasn't been nearly as lucky.
I would absolutely agree with you. It's a case of fortune, isn't it? Fortune, they say fortune favours the brave, but I was talking earlier on about you could be the fastest driver around, but if you've not got luck on your side, then it's going to be a very, very difficult watch, as well. As we can see another car in the background there just sort of appearing and then disappearing. But this is Kirill Sadarov then. This is a battle for P18 right now, as Amato jumps into pit lane as well. That unleashes Kirill Sadarov to take that position, but again, it's all about whether or not that position is going to actually be kept there, as down into Hell Corner for another time of asking. We see one of the Hondas just making its way out of pit lane. I think that's a Honda. I'll double check that in just a moment there. Now there's an interesting point. The connection issues that we were seeing with Andrea Kapoccia seem to have calmed down, and they weirdly seem to have transferred over to Giglioli in the number 63 Lamborghini, because, and again, obviously it won't affect the race too much here, but it's going in between. You see it in the pit lane there, and then it cuts to him out back on track as well there. So The driver won't be affected by this, but the main thing that it affects is his teammates. They can't spot him properly. It affects their ability to call the strategy, and likely affects their ability to watch out for any dangers or cars on track.
No, 100%. No race is ever 100% going to go your way, and in every race I feel like throws some things at you. Is that the 71 Ferrari that's had an issue coming down through the S's? Didn't quite catch the number of it, but no further incident as they waved blue flags for the intermingled cars. That was the 21, not the 71, that had issues, but they've got that rectified for the time being. But no, it triggers a response, David, is what I'm getting at. Whenever your car's having issues, you as the driver, you're none the wiser. You're completely oblivious to any of that most of the time, but your team, that stirs a response of, are you okay? Is everything good with connection-wise or the car? Do we need to make a change? You start planning, stuff like that. Even if you don't need it, you need to have a plan in place, and certainly that, it makes you lose your hair a little bit.
It does, and far be it for me to correct you on that one, Jesse, but you were absolutely spot on when you said about the car that was involved there. I think you were absolutely right when you said it was the 71, because it was the Renfelten car, the Renfelten Ferrari of Samir Ibrahimi, that was into the wall, because if we cut to it, you'll see massive amounts of damage on the front of that car, as we see Gianfranco Giglioli. Now, if you look back, the car that's behind it is Samir Ibrahimi. He's got no front on that car, so that's been heavily into the wall there.
That is excellently spotted and corrected, David. I got thrown off because a lot of the Ferraris here, of course, they end in 1, and that's all I saw of the number. I was completely aware of what was going on. 63, we had a driver change in that car, the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team. Schratt has gotten out of that car after a massive double stint, and now it's on Gianfranco to continue the tradition. Whenever Schratt got out of that car, it was 27 seconds the gap. What will it be at the end of this stint? Well, we'll play along at home, because I'm just as invested as the team is at this point to see. Remember, that gap was down to 6 seconds. Schratt got back in the car and built up another incredible gap. We'll keep you posted on that. Racing all over. I just don't feel, David, that there has been a quiet moment in this race since the green flag this morning.
And there won't be either, and I'm going to tell you why. I wonder, what we need to do is, as you mentioned, we'll keep an eye on Giglioli's lap time there. If that gap comes down to 22 seconds, down to 20 seconds this lap by, they are in trouble. That last lap from Giglioli, now bear in mind that obviously driver changes and all that sort of stuff, was a 2:04.2. Camera is doing a 2:02.2. If that holds out, that is 2 seconds per lap. It looks like it's going up very slightly. We'll keep an eye on that, but if that is the case, that is going to be bad news for that number 63 going down just now, because the Arthur Camera in that number 1 machine just coming into Murray's corner just now. It's going to be interesting. That was a 2:02.9 from Giglioli there, so that was still 7/10 slower. And yeah, look, Camera's taken another 7/10 of a second, so not quite the 2 seconds on that last lap there. That gap is coming down, and it's coming down by nearly about a second over the lap.
Keeping an eye on that, and of course, if you are Schratt, there's nothing else you can do. You can only drive so much. All of your drivers have to drive to a certain amount, and of course you can't do the whole thing by yourself, and it's in the team's hands for the Mobileye Lamborghini Esports team for the moment. And right now they've done, to this point, to my eye, with 4.5 left to go, they've done absolutely perfectly everything right. Nothing has gone particularly wrong for them. They've watched all of their competitors have their issues, including the 62 and the 1. They've been faultless, and they've responded to all of the issues thus far, and we'll have to see how it goes till the end. Camera is back in the car. This was a similar configuration a couple of hours ago when the gap started to come down. 22.8 seconds. My goodness, it doesn't sound like a whole lot, but when you're trying to chase down a car, it is a long old way. It took them the better part of 3 hours, I think, to get 10 seconds on the lead car, but maybe we're seeing it come down at an expedited rate. 1:20 p.m. Hard to believe. When we started racing the drop of the green flag, the sun was only barely visible over the horizon. But now in the heat of the day, of course, the team's keeping up with the tire pressures, the changes of the racetrack, and the ebbs and the flows of the race itself. Everybody at the end of today, I think, is going to deserve a very nice pat on the back and maybe a nice refreshing beverage as well.
Nice refreshing beverage sounds amazing. Joking aside, Jesse, the thing is that in endurance racing, no matter what position you finish, you feel like an absolute superstar just coming across that finish line. I've taken part in a couple of them. I think the biggest one was I think it was a 24-hour event, and honestly, that excitement, that elation where you completely forget about what position you're in, just that moment of crossing the line with your teammates on voice chat, it's just absolutely epic, and it's so much fun as well. It makes it absolutely worthwhile. There's nothing worse than having to throw in the towel early. And talking of events here, Jesse, you'll be delighted being I guess like myself, a fellow senior. Apparently YouTube chat, they've already sorted out the beginnings of a seniors endurance championship, so I think we're going to have to get a team entered in that one.
I would absolutely love that. What are we going to call it? ACC GT Elders or something like that, I think, perhaps. I'm all for that, but I have to be in bed by 7, I'm afraid, being old, you know.
While thumping at the upstairs neighbours for making too much noise.
Well, they just won't turn the radio down.
Goddamn kids nowadays with their stupid music. It makes no sense. 4.5 hours left to go. I'm a little bit scared as to how easily that just rolled off the tongue. I get the feeling that give it 10 years, Jesse, and that those words will leave my mouth in a genuine context. But 4 hours 25 left to go. It is still at the front of the field, the dominant force that is Gianfranco Gigliola in the number 63 Automobili Lamborghini Esports team. And as we said earlier on, if you see what they are doing today in that Lamborghini and you think you want a piece of that, then you can absolutely go and do exactly what they are doing today, and that is the challenge that has been set down by Lamborghini. Head over to the real race. You can check out the website at esports.lamborghini, where they have got the real race competition going on just now, where they are trying to find one of the fastest sim racers. Get your chance to get into the official Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, as well as enjoying a slice of the €15,000 prize pool divided among the regions and among the 6 best sim drivers. Esports.Lamborghini, get yourself signed up for the real race, and who knows, given a couple of months' time, we might see you out here as part of the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team as well. But doing the grand job of trying to catch up is Artur Camara in that number 1 machine. Now the BMW in second place, as much as it is trying to push, you've got to say that BS Plus competition, they've only stabilised the gap, because Gigliola isn't losing as much time as we originally thought he was going to do. So the gap is coming down, but not by all that much, seeing that G2 Esports have got Charlie Crossland back behind the wheel of that one. Now he is 11 seconds behind Artur Camara. That gap is not going anywhere either. Then in 4th place, Dennis Schoeninger for the Mercedes AMG Unicorns of Love machine in that 4th position. Then it's Jacob Brzezinski in the number 55 Williams Mercedes AMG in that 5th place as well. James Baldwin in the 66 is in the McLaren Veloci GT machine, sharing that car, of course, with Eamon Murphy, George Baseby and Isaac Gillinson. 7th position is the Yas Heat 149 McLaren of Maciej Malinowski, who is a decent way behind James Baldwin, 14 seconds behind Baldwin and 13.7 seconds ahead of Big Bad Igor Ogorodnikov in the number 41 Similar.pro by Vides machine in 8th position. It's then Danilo Sherepinen in the 900 Mercedes that is your first of the silver class contingent. Brilliant effort from the SMP Racing Esports machine. We saw Oleg Zolobov earlier on. We've seen Igor Murdazov as well, and Ivan Shermatinsky scheduled to be on the lead for that one as well. Rounding out your top 10 though is the number 4 Mercedes of Lars Kisser in that 10th position for Team HRT, sharing the car with Bastian Richter, Leon Atoki and Nils Klinkmuller in that 10th position. So 4 hours 20 left to go. That's your top 10 right now. Jesse, is there any real surprises of maybe cars that are in the top 10, or more importantly cars that are outside the top 10 with 4 hours to go?
Well, I mean, obviously, Yaz Heat being outside the top 5 right now was a huge surprise. I wouldn't have called that with whatever issue they had over Skyline a little bit ago. But yeah, there are a couple of cars that is quite strange to me that they're not inside the top 25, I would say. We talked about a couple of them earlier in the races. FFS Racing being as low down as they are is a huge surprise to me. Top 10 was a maybe, but being outside the top 20 was even more head-scratching to me. You got Killian Ryan Meenan in the 23, down in 16th place. I'm surprised that car's not at least inside the top 15. Could have certainly considered them a threat for the win in the silver class. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Those were just a couple of my takeaways, David.
Yeah, and the thing with that as well is we saw, by the way, just as a complete aside there, we had to say a huge thank you, as always, to our amazing photographer, Gary Paravani, and not Gary Pariviano, I think, or however I butchered it earlier on. It is actually Gary Paravani, real-life motorsport photographer and sim racing extraordinaire, for that wonderful screenshot that you saw there at the bottom right of your screen just a couple of minutes ago. Really does capture the beauty and the emotion and the energy, I think, of these races perfectly well. And I've got no doubt that now we've said nice things about him, his wife's going to come in and tell him to start watching the YouTube channel again. That is what he was writing in our little production chat when he was watching earlier on. But he's actually busy apparently demolishing burgers, having a barbecue. I've got to be honest, slightly jealous here, Jesse, because outside here in Scotland it is miserable grey skies. I'd say that not to be surprised, because it's always grey skies here in Scotland, but more for having a nice burger and maybe a little bottle of beverage, a little alcoholic beverage.
Well, I will say he shared that with me as well, and I was very jealous myself. It's absolutely hot, sweltering, I would say, here in the States, and I could go for a nice burger right about now. But alas, it is nice to spend some time with you, Mr. Christie, in the booth, and call a fantastic race nonetheless. So who really is the winner after all? I also heard that Gary had a little bit of competition for photographer around here earlier, and competition only makes you better, Gary. Do remember that. But excellent photography nonetheless by our talented photographers, and of course everybody on the production today. Now, back to business. I will say I've had some misconceptions of this race since the offing, and just like to share those with you. I had assumed that BS Plus competition in the one BMW, they were dominating the pit stop times, and they do at times, but not consistently. In fact, they're only the third quickest average pit stop time at a 65.546 seconds. The 62 BMW, of course, G2 Esports, has a 53.341. So a couple of tenths quicker, and you might have already guessed this, folks, but the quickest of them all, the 63, the Automobili Lamborghini Esports team, 65.137. So on average for pit stops, there is literally less than 4 tenths in it between the top three. That's excellent precision across the board through 6 stops today.
It's wild how much that precision has been absolutely on point, and that is what wins you races. We've seen that so often in many of the different championships. It's the teams that are the best prepared and the best executed that walk away with all of the glory. We see that week in, week out, as we see Drago Simeon here for West Competition Racing in the BMW, having a little bit of company, shall we say, from Tobias Schur in the 77. That's McLaren behind him has been an absolute nuisance trying to harass and harangue that German BMW machine all the way up the mountain here. It wants to get past, but as soon as the BMW gets a chance to stretch its legs, that seems to be where the BMW makes its money. It really is able to open up the tanks and really stretch away a little bit from that McLaren beside. But love that camera angle of the cars just coming up the hill through McPhilmy Park and then on the way on the run down to Skyline as well. And Drago Simeon there actually showing yet another of the new advances with driver setups, now using one of those rather unusual ultra wide monitors that I'm always scratching my head at, because they're ultra wide but they're also ultra small vertically as well.
Yeah, and of course I believe, unless that's a trick of the lens, I'm pretty sure that's a ultra wide curved monitor, and one of the preferred methods if you're not into having 3 different screens and all that. A lot of drivers have gravitated towards the ultra-wide curved monitors, many of which are available, of course, and they tend to like it because of the curved nature of the edges, and also it gives you an incredibly wide view as well, which has always been one of the more important things for a lot of sim racers. Usually you would crank your FOV all the way out so you could see everything. With ultra-wide, you don't really have to do that at all. We talked about cars that were surprised or in certain positions. Well, this is one. Chris Severt in the SOP Esports car, the Art of Car 100. Easy for me to say, is in the middle of a fight, though. The back half of the top 20 in 29th place, trying to get 28th away from Bierman in front of him. But rather unfortunately, the 911 Porsche right on their tail here.
And this is the thing, this is now a proper little battle that we've got going on. Jan Bierman, Chris Severt and Louis Fleischer in the Porsche at the back of that train as well. You've got a BMW in the mix for good measure as well. And not just any BMW, that is of course the BS Plus competition, your second place car of Arthur Kammerer, who's stuck behind all of this chaos, all of this noise right now. And that gap, 20 seconds to your race leader right now. Surprisingly, Kammerer actually hasn't lost all that much time to these drivers out here. So again, fascinating things of like the ebb and the flow here. The fact that he's still able to do 202.6s while he's in the middle. In fact, he's doing 202.5 in the middle of all this traffic.
It's about where you catch it, right? And it's about who you catch as well. Some drivers are more understanding of your situation than others. Of course, the flashing of the lights there, allowing the car in front to know that, hey, I'm on a different lap than you. I'm going to try and make this pass. Always dangerous to try and go around the outside. And, thinks a little better of it for the time being. But getting that done, very important. And it can't go wrong in cases like that. Every time you pull out to pass, it doesn't matter if it's a straight or a corner, but especially when you're going around the outside, it's always a risk. You're putting a lot of trust on that driver on the inside that's likely hitting a curb. You're putting a lot of trust that they're going to do what they need to do to race you clean, give you space, and allow you to make the move. And on this particular occasion, that is exactly what happened.
And we've spoken about this at length, about the whole point of these endurance races is risk management. It's about, minimising the amount of things that could go wrong for you and your team and your car as well. And I'd put being around different cars that are on a different lap to you very highly on those risk factors right now, as we see Arthur Kammerer literally just getting past that car in front of Jan Bierman there. So does manage to make the move stick there. Jan Bierman coming up on some, in fact that was a car that was a lap down there. That was the 21, wasn't it? The Ferrari that was caught up in all of that there. And this lap traffic just adds that extra dimension to things here, Jesse, because obviously they're racing their own race and they're absolutely entitled to do that. But the problem is that you're caught in between a rock and a hard place. If they just move out the way, there's a significant chance that they end up actually costing you time and putting you further back. Whereas obviously you're like, well, I just wish they'd disappear. I wish we didn't actually have to go past them. But hey, this is the joy of endurance racing here. And fair play to the 21, just moves that left-hand side up the mountain straight and thinks, yeah, I want absolutely nothing to do with this here.
See, that's the other side of that, is they're thinking about going 3 wide here. Hopefully they think better of it for the time being. But that's the other side of that, as they do get that settled out, is everybody is entitled to run their own race. Blue flags are not pull over and let me go flags. They're advisory flags, and they're suggestions more or less. And you have to be understanding, if you're in a battle with somebody, you have to be understanding that there is a car that's on a different lap than you coming up behind you, and you're going to get blue flagged. And if you are that car that is on a different lap, that is passing the cars that are a lap down, you also have to have respect, and you also have to understand that they're embroiled in a battle. They're fighting for something tangible right now. And you could go back and forth and say, yes, but the car that's on the higher lap is trying to catch somebody in front. They're doing so, and you're slowing down. It's all part of racing. A lot of understanding, a lot of trust goes into it. And you absolutely love it when it comes off. And certainly when you come up on a big group of cars, all of that magnifies because it's so many different moving parts. And you're always thankful, I can tell you this, as the car that is doing the lapping, you're always thankful, David, that you get through, and they were very respectful. And you definitely notice when it's not like that, when you get doored a little bit, maybe they hip check you, little things like that. You notice that, you compartmentalize that, and you remember that the next time you have to pass that car. Maybe you give them a little extra space. Sometimes, personal experience, I put myself in danger just to make sure I don't get close to that car again. Kind of messes with you a little bit.
Whereas if you're a complete degenerate like myself, you just put them into the wall at the nearest opportunity. But obviously our drivers here are far too professional for that sort of behaviour. Look, I suffer massively from road rage. If I get like somebody aggressively takes a position, then that is it. They are marked. They get whatever they get. But thankfully we see a lot of drivers, well, some exceptions, there's some drivers that I would say are very similar in terms of the old road rage on here, as we see side by side Igor Rodriguez and the Lamborghini of DeMarco there, the 563 just letting that car pass there, the VSR by Ballas Esports machine, and that is Dennis DeMarco that has to kind of hang over that position there. But yeah, look, you absolutely do. Drivers don't forget. And the thing is like they say, they'll be on voice chat, and we like to portray this as this, very intelligent, very grown-up affair. But you can absolutely guarantee that they're all on voice chat, and if there's an incident, they're all, they're cackling away and bitching away behind other drivers' back on how they can get their own back and how they can get one-upsmanship over the other team. And these little rivalries, they don't only last the race, they will go on for the entire season, possibly multiple seasons. It's very, very easy to make yourself some enemies or some contenders aggressively over the remainder of the season. You kind of have to watch your back on a lot of this, and my goodness, does it make our job very, very entertaining here in the commentary box, Jesse?
It sure does. I personally experience, if you're not in the car, a lot of times you're scouting for things going on in the race, and you're trying to pass along information that is necessary. And more often than not, I find myself telling the driver when they come up to a car that I've noticed is having an interesting time, hey, watch out for whomever, very briefly explain, and that sort of thing. And these teams are no different. They're doing the same thing. they will have told the one car in the previous case of Kamerer, they would have told him in the car, look, you're coming up on a pack of 4 cars, 2 or 3 of them are racing for a position, make it as clean as possible, sort of thing. Because at that point, the one car was the one that had all of the things to risk and to lose, versus the cars that are already several laps off. And yes, of course, you could ruin their battle as well, which makes everybody miserable and puts everybody in a bad mood. Christopher is continuously trying to get by Bierman in the 72. Haven't been able to make that pass, but I don't know how aggressive Chris has been. Looks steady as she goes from the driver of the 100.
Doing a rather good job, you've got to say, as well, in that SOP Esports Art of Car machine, hunting down that number 72 just up in front of Jan Bierman right now for Renvelt and Esports Orange. Renvelt and another team that I was expecting to have maybe a little bit of a better day today than they are having, the 71 and the 72 right now. In fact, the 72, as we can see here, almost side by side, Sever fancying his chances, but the 71 away down in 40th place, currently at Orlando Rats behind the wheel, 5 laps down. So you've got to say that their day pretty much done and dusted right now. There's not really going to be anything competitively that they're going to take from it other than a couple of places here. But look at Sever down the Conrad Straight. He backed out there. He had to think better of it, but still decides to try and keep the car in. Forced a little bit wide, if you ask me, by that Merck. A little bit of contact side by side down through the chase there. A little bit more of door banging going on there. And well, look, for me that was 50-50. Both drivers giving as good as they got there, but yeah, that's going to end up with tears before bedtime. One of these drivers is going to end up in the wall if they carry that on here, Jesse.
Hard racing for me. Nothing more going on there. 2 cars that are racing for 27th place, and they don't want to give it up, and nor should they. A little bit of argy-bargy. You be the judge at home, but no reaction from Chris there at all. Completely focused on the task at hand, and I love this. Get on the mountain straight, maybe take a look at your gloves, make sure they're on correctly, take a moment to yourself, release the vice-like grip from the wheel for just a split second before you get to Quarry Bend and get into the really serious stuff, the cutting, Griffin's Mount, etc. And the chase is on. That whole move was all set up by Bierman, making a mistake, slid into Forest Elbow just a little bit, missed the braking point, couldn't get the car to rotate on the brakes, probably because of the front bias, and set all that into motion in the first place. Hopefully we'll be looking for a cleaner Forest Elbow this time.
Well, that's if you can get close enough. This is the thing, because the Aston Martin just up in front seems to have the run, but it's down through the dipper and down through the S's where this car of Chris Sever seems to make up all of its time. Later on the brakes, dragging that car round by the scruff of the neck as it rolls its way down the mountain and then coming down through into Forest Elbow. Again, as you said, this is where it's crucial, this is where it's important. I think that was a bit of a slower exit from Sever on that corner there, but he gets the toe of the car in front. Again though, I think it's done and dusted because he's just nowhere near close enough to make a move, you would think. But again, we've seen plenty of times where drivers think, yeah, I'm absolutely going for it, as Igor Rodriguez in the number 5 Bentley has decided to bring it into pit. And in fact, he's just made it out of pit lane as well. But we're coming up to the top of the hour here with just 4 hours left to go here, Jesse. Pit stops now going to be on the order for, I would say, probably about 75%, 80% of the field that are going here. Looking towards the race leader then, it's still out in front is that Automobile Lamborghini of Gianfranco Gigoli, out in front by 20 seconds. That gap is stabilised now, it's not coming down anymore to Arthur Kammerer in second place for that BS Plus competition car. Charlie Crossland in third for G2 Esports in the number 62 BMW. But again, with just 4 hours left to go here, pit stops strategy now even more important, that every single driver hits their mark on cue.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I would say this is job done for Giglioli here early in this stint, was to minimize the damage. Job done. Number 2, maintain a gap. Absolutely also done. Make it to the end of the stint. We're very close to that point now, and they've done exactly that. Gianfranco should absolutely be proud of himself. I know his team at Automobile Lamborghini Esports is as well. because it was always a question of, will Kammerer come back again on the leader? Well, it hasn't happened. 21.5 seconds to gap. That gap has been eaten into, let's be honest, but not nearly the magnitude that we expected. Only about 6 seconds, if I'm being generous, I think, even in that estimate. So it's absolutely been fantastic for them. Job done, and they will continue on at this pace. I'm not sure, even if they were losing a little bit, which they might be over the course of a lap and a stint, surely, I don't even know if they'd be caught at this pace. So just keeping a nice pace, staying out of trouble. They're doing all the right things, and in a race like this, that's all you can really ask for.
Yeah, you're seeing your race leader there just behind Killian Ryan Meenan in the number 23 Aston Martin. Here comes Chris Sever there. They're going to be side by side coming down into Murray's corner. Again, it looks like the Aston in front of Jan Beerman has the extensive line there. Gets going through to start another lap here, and indeed he does. So it's going to be Jan Beerman in the number 72 Renfelten machine, still out in front in that 27th position. And again, the way these two are fighting for this 27th position, you'd be forgiven for thinking this is a top 10 position that they're fighting for, but such is the importance of these little fights. It's these little mini battles that you consistently have to win here, and with 4 hours left, it's a very warm welcome to anyone that has just joined us this afternoon for the stream here. It's the opening round of the 2022 Mobileye GT World Challenge here on the GT World YouTube channel, the Intercontinental GT Challenge. And what a race we've been spoiled with so far. It's been a great start for that number, the Lamborghini up in front, the number 63 Mobileye, leading from the start of the race and keeping themselves out of all of the drama that everybody else was getting involved in early on. We turn our attention now to the closing quarter of the race, though. We've done 2/3 of the race, so it's the closing third, that we're going to be focusing on here. It's Dave Christie and Jesse Lee taking you through all of the action. And Jesse, I mean, it's going to be our final hour on comms here, but for 4 hours left of this race now, I mean, what realistically different can the teams actually do that they've not done already?
Well, if you're trying to pursue a car in front of you, like our lead triple cars are, well, in that case, you're going to, if you really want to truly try and win this race, you might want to throw a Hail Mary out there. You also might decide as a team that it's worth not doing that. But if you're in a fight still at this point, you would consider, if you're paying attention to the broadcast, you will have seen that work earlier for 4th place. The undercut worked to an absolute treat. So you might consider doing that. You might make a change to the car, maybe lay the wing back a little bit if you dare do that. Any little thing like that. But realistically, at this point, if you're going to throw the kitchen sink at it, you better do it quick. 4 hours is absolutely going to fly by.
Do we take a moment to appreciate the fact, Jesse, that only 5 cars are on the lead lap right now? 5 cars. James Baldwin is the last car on the lead lap right now. That is absurd consistency and pace from this field, and it really pays credence to the fact that we were saying there is no chill from this field. If you want to be competitive, it's 12 hours of absolute banger laps, absolute purple quality laps. You know, real pace that has to be shown here.
Toward pace without a question or a thought by the lead group of the race, and it's not entirely what I expected, but I think a lot of the lapping that they've been doing is obviously down to how quick the lead group is, but beyond that, there has been a lot of drama back in the pack. I think we could all agree one would only need to watch the race summary highlights to know that there has been a lot of contact here today in the midfield. But beyond that, the pace too is unrelenting from the lead group, and they should absolutely be commended for that, because it is very hard to do. They're not dipping out of the 202s, just incredible. I can't say enough. I can't even really do a 202, and they're not leaving the 202s. Brilliant stuff.
It does kind of frustrate me, as I've mentioned multiple times, as a fairly slow sim racer, watching these youngsters and mixed ages out there. Obviously, age isn't really of any relevancy whatsoever, but I look at all of these drivers out there that are so much faster than I could ever aspire to be, and I just think, wow. And for me, I start connecting the dots with something that we've talking about at great length earlier on here, Jesse, is the amount of work that goes in to getting that speed. And the reason I mention that is I've seen a couple of the chats in YouTube coming up. I will come back to that in a second, because it looks like we're finally going to get a resolution to this battle, or are we? Jan Beerman is going to have the inside line, then Chris Sever going to be forced to the outside and has to back out of it coming into turn 2. I'd noticed in YouTube chat a lot of chat about setups and the difference that they can make, and my overall thought and feeling on it is, I know that there's a lot of places out there that do offer setups, but I notice they're the same places now that offer coaching as well. If you're new and you're looking to improve, what I would personally suggest is every single time is that driver coaching, whether it's paid advice, free advice, whatever. You're going to get much more out of the coaching than you are out of buying setups, because to get the most out of setups, you have to understand what they're doing to the car. You have to understand what the changes actually do. And I know there's some people actually do that live stream. Some of the top professionals actually live stream them running through the practice sessions and them actually building up the race setup. So highly encourage you to go and watch some of them and to understand and ask questions. Ask about the different changes that they're making and how they correspond to the car themselves. Anyway, enough of that, because Christopher tucked in to the tail end of Jan Beerman, then looks one way then the other, and that is a monstrous collision. You knew it was coming. It was just a matter of time, and you hate to see it, but Jan Beerman sent into the wall at the speed of sound and light, and you can tell the frustration on his face. Christopher tried looking one way, tried looking the other, and it got caught out by early braking. Race control are going to be putting their burgers down and putting their bottles of beer down, and they are going to be going absolutely ham on Chris Sever for that one.
Oh, that was particularly nasty, wasn't it, David? That was a move gone wrong, ill-fated, and I'm curious what they're going to say. Was there weaving about in the braking zone? You shouldn't be doing that, but I am glad that I am not a part of race control and I'm in this box with you, because that is going to be a frustrating thing to look through. And my goodness, that came undone very, very quickly, didn't it, down through the chase? And one car since spinning off. You saw Severet's face. That was Severet's webcam, by the way, as we were watching Beerman's car. Severet couldn't do anything but put his hands over his face in frustration and disappointment. Of course, nobody wants to be involved in a crash. Nobody here wants to take out another car or be involved in an accident. Just completely went wrong there, and all Severet could do was cover his face and sort of exhale a little bit. That tells you everything you need to know about that accident.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I mean, the first thing is that obviously absolutely no malice in that accident whatsoever. That was, and the other thing is that thinking back on how that all panned out, there is more than a passing chance that could be found to be a racing incident. Obviously, we'll have a look at the replays there, but looking back at that, both of the cars fighting essentially, Jesse, there from what I can remember of it, for the same bit of track there. Now, what I saw there was he went one way, saw that he was being pushed out that way, then decided to try and cut back on the inside, but by which point I think that car on the that was in front had already just thought about tapping on the brakes here. So this is a replay here. Now the thing to remember is the closing speed from Sever here is absolutely absurd. He goes to the right, then jinks to the left, but also notice that there was a big lump of netcode there as well.
I thought for a split second there might have been a cross move, but that was just netcode related. That was not anything that actually happened. So yeah, that's like I said, that's going to be something for race control. They're going to have to take a look at that. Of course, they have a ton of different angles. They'll talk about it and formulate opinions based on. And like I said, rather them than me, but frustrating moments there for both of those drivers. One wondering why they got dumped, the other one frustrated because they thought they had the move calculated, David.
And that's the thing. Let's talk a little bit about that as well, about netcode, because as we see Nikita Bogoroditsky trying to make a move up the inside of Nick Nipples there in the 144 Audi. When we say netcode, what we're talking about is a phenomenon where, you know, we're all doing this remotely. Even us as commentators, we're far away from the server that's doing this. The drivers that are taking part of this all around the world, they're in different locations to the server that's hosting this. And what can happen sometimes in racing games is that there's a little discrepancy between what the driver thinks happened and what the server thinks happened. And what we see as broadcasters is Fabien Pavé, did he just drive right round the outside of Simeon there? I think he did there. Sven Hettich also fancying a little bit of this action here as well. We'll come back to talking about netcode in just a second here, because that was a hell of a move there from Fabien Pavé. Gets the job done over the 33 BMW. Sven Hettich fancies a move up the inside, late on the brakes there, but that's going to be done and dusted with a move possibly to come at the end of the mountain straight here. But back to the conversation about netcode. So obviously it's very frustrating because as commentators we think we've seen one thing, and both of the drivers, they see something completely different. So for the driver that got hit in the back there for the Renvelten machine, they feel like, well, what the hell? We've just been absolutely smashed out of nowhere here. For the car that was behind there, they're going to be like, what's going on here? I moved across, and then suddenly the car appeared right in front of me as well. Nobody wins in that moment. And then race control have the unenviable task of trying to decide what on earth just happened there, and will make nobody happy with it, because either way they decide, you know, everybody loses out on that.
Yeah, and some at home might be interested to know that stewards are trained with that in mind. They're trained to look at all the different angles, look for irregularities, look for things that don't seem plausible or likely. They look at, you know, telemetry from the cars, all of those things before making a decision. They're not just looking at it once and making a decision. They are taking their time. They have all the data. They have the telemetry. They have rules that they follow as well as race control, and they will determine, was that out of everybody's control? Was it one single driver's fault? Was it both of their faults for one reason or another? And that's how they make a determination. And of course they have a book that they use to come up with whatever the infraction is worth penalty wise, if indeed there ever is one. It's a process, and it's a fantastic one. It's streamlined at that, and of course they make racing safer, and of course on top of that a lot more fair as well. Never hurts to have a trained, unbiased eye on the action.
And otherwise you end up getting somebody like me turning their hand to race control and trying to do a little bit of stewarding. No joke, I did actually do one for an exhibition F1 race, and I may have over-eagerly just straight up disqualified someone for running another competitor off the track. So that's why you'll usually find race control is multiple people who will bounce opinions across on what they've seen happen, and that usually means that it is the fairest possible outcome that does tend to happen. What we have to say as well is that sometimes the stewards make mistakes. That's the simple fact as well. They're in the heat of the moment. They're usually processing multiple things that are going on. As we see here, incident between cars 172 on lap 232, 15-second time penalty for the 100. That's Chris Sever for causing a collision there. So the Aston Martin there getting a fairly understandable penalty for the SOP Esports Racing Art of Car machine. 15-second time penalty, maybe see us getting off lightly on that one. But yeah, look, back to the point about race control and the stewards. They are human, and you see it in every form of sport where there is a judgment to be made. Sometimes they get it wrong, but 99.9% of the time they'll put their hands up, own up where they got it wrong, and try where possible to fix that mistake. It's what's going to happen as long as you've got humans in charge of something. it's never going to be perfect. But again, the argument for that is, for humans doing it, is that context, I would say, Jesse, is such a huge defining factor, and I think context is something that might be lost if it was left up to an automated process.
No, it's an absolute fair point, and I don't want to live in a society where everything's perfect. That sounds dreadful and boring. I like the human factor, and of course, working with an incident or something like that, they're able to use that context, like you said, David, and context is everything. And especially if you've ever raced at Monza, and we all know that turn one sometimes can be a very tall task for some, and you go down into turn one, was there malice or in a move like that, or was it accidental on top of that? These are all things that only humans can really calculate, and therefore why I love the human aspect of it. Chris's reaction, though, Severt's reaction, after the contact that led to his 15-second penalty, it was almost like he was reacting that he was going to get a penalty even before he knew that he was going to get a penalty. Sometimes drivers are like that. They know the rules. They're smart. They're not just entering the race without reading the rules. They're told to read the rules. They certainly do. They understand the risks and everything involved. And sometimes you make a mistake, and even though it's a mistake, at some point you're going to get the finger wagged at you, and that's exactly what's happened in this case.
And on top of that as well, you've got the fact that a lot of these drivers are actually good friends with each other. They race on multiple different championships, and you feel awful if you've just went and taken somebody out by accident that you race with regularly. You don't want that atmosphere. You don't want that awkwardness. So yeah, it's usually a very awkward trip into the other team channel Discord for a bit of an apology there. We did cut to this action here with Nikita Bogoroditsky, who just got ahead of Nick Nipples. We saw Nipples actually having to take to the grass at the exit of the chase there, so I'm wondering what happened there, whether or not there was contact with that 322 Simware.pro by VDES machine, or whether that was just a case of getting straight past it. But having a look at Arthur Camera in between a rock and a hard place there, still in second place there, but just behind Dragos Simeon, in fact just ahead of Dragos Simeon, and just behind Fabien Pefet. Pefet lets them past, and now I think has jeopardised themselves here now. Oh, this has got drama and chaos written all over it, hasn't it?
Well, it's very close. The 77 trying to make their way around the 33 cars in front of them. If anything would happen to the cars in front, these two would surely be collected as well. We've been very lucky over the last several hours. We've had only minor incidents involving two cars, none of the multi-car collisions that we saw quite early on into the race, thank goodness. Simeon trying very much to hold on the West Competition Racing BMW and the 77 McLaren. Their job, of course, to make that pass. And commentator's curse, I'm afraid. Ben Kriener in the HPD Yaspro 94 has had an incident. They very wisely pulled that car down to the inside of the S's here to make a space around the outside. Nearly everybody able to get through here, and they'll back up and stop, let one more car down the inside, and everybody somehow makes it through. Excellent decision making by the 94, I have to say. Oh, Michael Tauscher, something's gone wrong with the number 14. That car has massive damage coming down the hill.
Oh, that's been a big collision on that front right. You can see how much he's having to fight that car. That is absolute drama and devastation for Unicorns of Love. Their fan base is going to be devastated that car coming into trouble there. 3 3/4 hours left to go in the race. He pulls into pit lane here. Let's get a replay of what happened. This is coming over Skyline then, and it's going to be a car in front, late on the brakes. Oh my god, that is a huge hit on that front left for Tauscher. Oh, and he gets clipped. That's why Ben Kriener was sideways into the hill. Oh my, I feel so bad for Ben getting caught unawares by that car there. Oh, you hate to see it. And look, we've said time and time again, it can all change in an instant, and for Unicorns of Love, the Mercedes team, that number 14, that has changed in an instant. That is going to be big repair, and likely is going to drop them outside the top 10, if not, Jesse, the top 15 here.
Absolutely frustrating moment for Tauscher and team for sure, but also for HPD. If you want to know how HPD's day has gone, well, that pretty much sums it up. The 94 into the wall, but not of their own making. We originally thought maybe it was a single car accident, and as if on cue, right when I was having a conversation about not having multiple car accidents, we get one, David. I should know better than to actually say anything, but huge moment for both of those. Tauscher, that will be deflating.
Yeah, that is an easy way to absolutely ruin your day. And yeah, I'm just going to watch the car making its way down the order here. Meanwhile, I'm watching this little battle here. Is Fabien Pefet dropping down the order as well, just behind DeMarco here. Dennis DeMarco still trying to hold on to this position. So we'll get that clarified. What exactly is happening is. I'm sure it's a driver change. It's been a pit stop, so it's Venom that's back behind the wheel of that one here. So this is the battle for 20th position that you can see on your screens just now, as Nick Nipples just ahead of Dennis DeMarco in that VS Racing by Ballast Esports machine. 0.3 of a second, as we've got 3 3/4 hours left to go in this opening round of the Mobileye 2022 GT World Challenge Intercontinental GT Championship. Oh, I mean, I don't even know how to process what has just happened there for the Unicorns of Love Mercedes there. High drama. That has almost certainly been their race, been blown out of the water there, as Chris Sever, you can see there with that 15-second time penalty. But Tauscher behind the wheel of that car there, back out, looks to be in 13th position there. Still a chance though to get well inside the top 10 here.
Yeah, it very well could do, and you never know. I don't think we're done with the drama here today. Still more than enough time to create some more chaos. This race has certainly lived up to the hype, in my opinion. We've seen some fantastic racing throughout this race. We've seen some heartbreaking moves. Tauscher just unfortunately becomes the most recent victim of that. Them and Craner, of course, in the HPD 94. By the way, that 94 Honda is in the pit lane, and I don't think that's for completely routine maintenance. I believe they're fixing that car, as they have had an uphill battle today for sure. My goodness, what a fantastic race we've seen, and it's kept us glued to the screen all day long. The almost constant marshals around the racetrack waving the blue flags almost everywhere you see. That's how mixed up the order is, but despite how mixed up the order is, there's still some fantastic fights going on. Case in point, Nipples and DeMarco here fighting over 19th place.
Absolutely, and you're going to see another epic battle for 12th position actually, because the 23 of Killian Ryan Meenan now has Michael Tauscher hot on his heels, and you can imagine that car is not going to be best pleased. They're going to be wanting to make their way back through very quickly indeed. But as we said, I mean, we're almost lost for words at that point, because there's so much that was happening within the course of 5 minutes or so. And I know that I had said about repeatedly through the stint on commentary here, this race has no chill. But even I wasn't expecting all of that to unfold the way that it just did there, and it changes everything on its head, because Unicorns of Love, they were looking really good for a podium finish, and now it looks almost certain that as it stands right now, in fact, please tell me that stat cannot be right. In fact, it'll change shortly. But we only have 3 cars at the moment on the lead lap right now. That is an absurd statistic. In fact, it can't be true, because I think, unless, well, no, maybe it is, but certainly that's what the timing screens are showing just now.
You do get that a bit here at Bathurst, don't you, with the 12-hour races, that occasionally the leader might be on the same lap with one other car at the end. It is the nature of the track. It's such a demanding and frustrating track to race at. It's a brilliant racetrack. I'm so glad that this place has not really changed since its inception in 1939. And I mean, the one concession, of course, they made was the chase, and that was simply in the name of safety. And if anything, it's only elevated the raceability of the racetrack and the fun that you can have around here. An extra passing opportunity never really hurt anybody. But other than that, it's pretty much the same thing.
So just having confirmation in our production team there that it is only 3 cars that we've got on the lead lap right now. Now, obviously, a lot of cars still to those 3 at the front still have to pit, and that'll allow a lot of the top 5 to undo that. But still, that is frightening. If that is the case here, it could be down to a class of 2 or 3 within the final 3 and 3 and a bit hours left to go in this opening round of the championship. Either way, a dominating performance from not only the Lamborghini, you've got to say, but the BMWs as well. They've been able to hold pace and really keep that Lamborghini honest, because the pace that they've been shown has been exemplary as well here. But it looks like strategy is going to be the order of the day here as well. So we're looking at Eamon Murphy here for Veloci GT in the McLaren in that number 66 right now, just 1 second ahead of Jacob Brzezinski for the Williams number 55 outfit. You can see just in the background there as well. Again, having some lap traffic trying to make their way around. I believe that is that not David Simeon in the number 33 BMW just up in front of them just now. But again, coming up to the final half an hour of our stint here, Jesse, you've been on for a little bit longer, I think about 5 hours. What stood out for you in the past couple of hours here?
Well, really, just the unrelenting pace of the group out in front. To see the 63 Lamborghini do what they had to do to regain a gap and to keep that gap, and for them to be one of the few cars that we've not talked about in the same breath as having an incident or a drama today. That's been the big standout. Of course, other cars that today that stand out, of course, we haven't talked about Santoro at all, but the 51 Ferrari, that car back inside the top 10, talked about them very early on when I got into the box with Ryan Gill about how that car could still be on for a top 10. They needed to believe, and they needed to get back on the proverbial horse, maybe pun intended in this case, but they have done that. They've clawed themselves back into the top 10. They're 24 seconds off of Richter in 9th, but even still, they're racing against their own class now. Just a few things of that nature. And of course, most recently, the devastating blow that have been the Unicorns of Love 14 team. You can see it in Michael Tauscher's face, can't you?
He is absolutely raging right now. Look at that concentration, look at that determination. And this is what it's all about in these endurance races, is that recovery drive. It's that extra fire in your belly, Jesse, that incidents like that give you. Because Michael's going to feel like, you know, that was a bit of a mistake that happened there. That car into the wall, trying to avoid a lapped car that it was trying to get past there, and you feel like you've got to undo all of that damage that's been done. And I've got no doubt they'll be able to make big inroads, definitely capable of getting back into the top 10. But Arthur Camera is one of the few cars out of the front that goes into pit lane. Now remember, they are at cross strategy with Giglioli and I believe Crossland as well. I think Crossland is pitting on the hour instead, but we'll certainly see your race leader coming into the pits as well very shortly. 3.5 hours left to go here though, as Eamon Murphy still in that 4th place there, Jacob Brzezinski in 5th, Mikhail Baikov in 6th position, Mikhail Statsenko in 7th, Igor Mordozov in 8th, it's Bastian Richter in 9th position. It feels weird saying Bastian Richter in the number 4, because obviously normally you'd associate Bastian Richter with Unicorns of Love, but making the move he has over to Team HRT. And then rounded out top 10 is Danilo Santoro in the 51 Ferrari. So that is the top 10 right now, but as we said, only 3 cars on the lead lap at the moment, and those are really, realistically, the 3 cars that are in contention for the race win.
Yeah, and of course anything can change. We've seen that one accident can take you off of the lead lap, and everybody knows that they're one false move away here. This is not a hospitable racetrack, especially around Sector 2, and you're at the mercy of 45 other cars as well. So you cannot take anything for granted. There may be a battle brewing for P4 between the 66 McLaren and the 55 AMG. We'll see if that materializes in the next couple of laps. And here is the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports team. Daniele Santoro in the 51. We talked about him just a moment ago. This team was not in the top 10 throughout this race, but they've driven themselves back into that position. And I'm quite curious to see if they can continue their trend. 3.5 hours, you can make up 24 seconds in that time as long as you're fastidious. We'll see if that's the case. And also settle the top 5 with a lot of the other cars. And talk about Giglioli leading the race. What a mega stint that they've had so far. And a brilliant race by everybody. And you mentioned something earlier, David, I wanted to touch on, talking about keeping the 63 Lamborghini earnest and making sure you're fighting them even if you are 20 seconds behind. That's super important. The second you let your competitor relax, things can go away from you. You don't ever want to really relax. You can't really relax around here, but you don't want to give them any breathing room. And as long as your strategy is offset, there's always the thought, the possibility that they may jump you at the end of the race via their strategy, and especially considering the relative pace, I would say that's very possible. Speaking of which, talk about the last stint that everybody did. Of course, the 63 was very rapid indeed. A 202.208 was the average lap time, and the number 1 BMW was a 202.447, but faster than the 1 was the 62. They did a 202.317, which explains how the 62 had been catching the 1 for quite some time. But keep in mind, those are all within 0.2 of a second of each other over the course of an hour. No wonder those 3 are separating themselves from the group.
They really are, though, as well, as the 63 is actually in pit lane, so your race leader into pit lane hands over the race lead to Charlie Crossland, gets going again. I was a little bit concerned because I thought that the number 63 car was actually going to come out behind the huge gaggle of cars that's just out in front of Dennis Schoeninger, but thankfully it's not the case. Got out of the way and just coming up through the cutting just now, so the gap between first and second, again, it's not a real gap because obviously they're on different or slightly altered strategies. The 62 up in front, I would say probably by about 10 to 12 seconds. So if anything, that gap's starting to extend here. But again, 3.5 hours, and that's Dennis DeMarco getting sent sideways into the cutting. Tries to get recovered, tries to get going, and that's a lot of cars. And that is a BMW, if I'm not mistaken, of Dennis Schoeninger that got caught up in that.
And that's how quickly it can change. Oh my goodness, we're not done with the drama. If you thought that your heartbeat and heart rate was going to come down because we're getting nearer to the end, I'm afraid it might be heading in the opposite direction.
Just having a look at this here. So Danilo Santoro in the Ferrari, what we have to appreciate here is that when David Tinizza was behind the wheel, they just got themselves onto the verge of the top 10. They then got sent all the way down out to, I think it was about 30th place during, I think it was my first stint with Lewis. And now somehow, God knows how are they up into just about the top 10? They're in 10th position just now, and the pace that they've got just now, they are catching up on Sebastian Richter. If they continue with the strategy that they're on, I don't even want to think of where they could end up with this, as Charlie Crossland into the pits.
Well, for me, it's no small wonder that the Ferrari Velis Esports team's here, because look at the 51. I saw them when I first came into the box. They were 29th. I think Tunisia was actually in the car at that time. They were 29th place. They've driven all the way back up here. But some of that is due to, look at the cars around them. Tauscher's had an issue. Several of the other cars around them have had issues as well. So they've gained places by that, but they're also really rapid as well, doing an excellent job. They're actually going to bring the 51 down pit lane for a scheduled stop halfway into the hour. That should be a normal stop for them, but it's no small wonder. They've driven well. They've stayed out of the melee that's happened all around them. And of course, being really rapid like they are helps as well. But like I said, brilliant job by the 51. Would have never have guessed. I would have bet the farm, and well, I would have lost it.
Well, thankfully that hasn't happened, so you've still got the farm there. But looking at Gregor Schill, you can see here just the determination that he has on his face right now, as well as you can see is something that you can see in the background. One is that the blinds flapping about. Obviously, the windows are wide open. Heat is a huge thing for sim racing. The temperatures of these rooms that the rigs can be in, very, very hot indeed. But the other thing I was going to point out on a technical term there, Jesse, you notice that screen up above his main driving screen. Now, a lot of these drivers are either streaming at the same time or use that to have a look at all of the data from the car, all of the temperatures, the tyre pressures, their track positions, their deltas, all that sort of stuff available to them above their main racing screen. So we were talking about how a lot of these teams actually have dedicated race engineers. Some of the drivers will take on that role themselves.
Yeah, I mean, there's some tracks where you can't really look at too much of that. You rely on your team. This isn't one of those tracks. I know that sounds strange to hear, but the Mountain Straight, of course, and the Conrad Straight, very long. You can have a good, nice look. If you're not being challenged or nobody around you, you'll have a screen above you a lot of times, or maybe one beside you, and you can have a little look yourself. You can check your deltas. You're checking everything. Maybe if you're a streamer, you're monitoring that as well. You're getting updates from other people you may know. You're keeping into that. And I know a lot of teams, they look down on stuff like that, actually. They don't like you to be distracted driving, but I don't really think it is that. As long as you're only looking at it on a straight when you're completely safe and sound, I don't really see the harm in it. But a lot of drivers, they like to stay in the know and they don't want to have to rely on other people, and I say more power to them.
Absolutely, and it's fascinating to see all of the different setups that the drivers have. You can see Nicholas Ubin, another driver, with that screen right up at the top there. The more screens you have, the more real estate you have, the more data that you've got access to, or the more data that you can have on hand. Now, obviously, drivers that are in VR, they don't tend to have that issue, because you can get something called a virtual desktop, where you can pin any sort of screen up into your VR environment. Sven Hettich looking a little bit all hot and bothered, trying to get onto the back of Simeon there in that BMW, but again, 5 seconds penalty to the car in front. That is going to cause a little bit of an issue for them. But you can also see Killian Ryan Meenan into the pits there in the Aston Martin. Now, he was making some big inroads as well, slightly out of position as we get the pit stops going in. You also saw there in the bottom right there, Jesse, Sven Hettich actually taking his hands off of the wheel, having a bit of a stretch there. And I mean, brave guy to be doing that for sure. But again, it's important for these drivers to maybe kind of move about, stretch the muscles, and that, you're kidding me. No way has he just pulled that move off around the cutting and then round the outside of that corner. That is absurd.
What a brave old move by Sven there to go around the outside. A lot of trust put in the car on the inside, but a lot of power and a lot of grip as well to make it come off. And he's just about done it, and he's driven away just a little bit. A wry smile on the face, getting away with that one, and a brilliant overtake that'll make the team happy. That was absolutely everything that you're looking for in an overtake. A scary one nonetheless, but pulled off with grace and precision. Race Control has given us an incident involving cars 144 and 72 on lap 236. A warning for one of the cars, and an incident involving cars 144 and 322 on lap 236. There was a 5-second time penalty to car 322 for causing a collision.
Now that cures a little concern that I had. That was the 322 Simware.pro by Vides machine. If you remember, that was Nikita Bogoroditsky against Nick Nipples, and Nick Nipples taken to the grass. We just cut to the car of Nick Nipples cut into the grass there, and I'd wondered if it had been contact there, and that is exactly what it is. More race control penalties coming in here. No further action on the incident involving cars 322 and 72. No further action on the incident involving the 10, the 42 and the 888 on lap 229, and then it is a 5-second time penalty between the cars 33 and 77. So the 33 of West Competition Racing getting a 5-second penalty for a collision with Prime E Racing there. So yeah, I mean, if Race Control were enjoying their little barbecue that they're having, maybe getting a wee cheeky burger in there, they've certainly been kept busy in the past hour or so here, Jesse.
Yeah, they absolutely have. They've had several incidents, high profile, some of them as well, come across their desk they've had to deal with, but they certainly have done, and I can't say I disagree with any of the findings they have found. Good job to all of them. I know it's a long day for them as well. 12 hours of racing, and still about 3 of it left for you today. You know, earlier I was talking about the average pit times for several of the cars, and also the average time for laps, but we didn't really talk about how much total time has been taken in the pits thus far. Well, I was actually quite curious about that, and I have been past a lot of the information regarding that, and it's a war on the track, as you might expect, but it's also a war in the pit lane. And so far, the 62 is winning that fight. They've spent 7 minutes, 37 seconds, 0.139 in the pit lane. The 63, though, is only 0.3 slower, and this is over the course of the entire race. Only 0.3 longer in the pit lane. The one car has spent 1.3 seconds more in the pit lane than the 62, and 1.1 seconds longer than the 63. Realistically, for all the pit stops they've made, 7+ minutes, that is incredibly quick, or close rather, between the top 3, but behind them it's 9 seconds slower, 10 seconds slower. You get the drift. So when we talk about it, David, the top 3 separating themselves, that's what it is right there, taking 10 less seconds on pit lane throughout the day. Though that time, it adds up quick.
It certainly does, but it also makes it more kind of depressing in a way as well, because you're like, well, that's only that amount of time that could be explained by pit stops, so where the heck are they getting the rest of that pace from? But it's like you said, every single second adds up. It all puts itself onto that total time at the end of the day. We just cut to Dylan Tan for Legion of Racers, getting his way past in that battle for P38 ahead of the 949 Racing Ferrari, and that is currently Ed Kerstetter that he got his way past there just now. So Dylan out of Forest Elbow and down Conrod Straight.
Brilliant stuff, brilliant racing here as we seem to go through the motions. We'll have a couple of battles that do not end as advertised, and then we have a couple of very brilliant ones that end up doing the exact opposite. So going back to the pit time, it is very close every single stop, but over the course of a day, for it to be 0.3 of a second between the top 2, the 62 and the 63, that have been the quickest, that is incredible. Talk about, 5-6 pit stops so far. They'll make 2 or 3 more before the end of the race. And that kind of neatly goes into our previous conversation. You asked me an hour ago about what you would do if you're a little bit behind, you're trying to play catch up, or maybe you're trying to win the race still at this point. What can you do? David, you're going to have to roll the dice. And unfortunately, I can't tell you what exactly these teams need to do. You're not going to gain 20 seconds in pit lane. You're going to have to find it on the racetrack. And unfortunately, if I'm your strategist, I don't have a clear-cut plan on how to do that. 63 Lamborghini has just been that fast today.
Well, I mean, look, the one thing I think that all of the teams have been guilty of here, or one of the options that are open to all of the teams here, Jesse, is driving faster. You know, that is maybe something that they could look into towards the final 3.25 hours of this race. I joke obviously because it's one of those things that you hear it in some of the other championships as well, as David Tinitza here onto the back of David Simeon here in the number 33 here, Dragos Simeon, is like that whole, you know, just push that a little bit harder. Well, thanks for that. You know, that's something that I'd never really considered. Like, there's an extra turbo boost button that you can press in the car that's magically going to give you an extra 10-15 miles an hour here. This is the problem that you're seeing right in front of you. This is what happens all the way through the race. This is what loses you the time. David Tinitza knows that he's faster than Dragos Simeon in front of him. How does he get past him? He can't just magically make his way past that car. He can't just usher that car out of the way. He has to waste time trying to get past it and line up. We've said this multiple times through this race. There's only two real ways that you're getting past the car, and that's either down at the end of the Conrod Straight here or at Mountain Straight. You have to line up the cars. You have to make everything else work for you. Everything else on the track is just a case of waiting. Dragos Simeon, yeah, he does the right thing there. He knows that car is going to get past him here. And we'd said it before, you're racing two races here. You're racing the cars on the track, but you're also racing for your position. You know how fast you are in the car. You know how fast the car is on the track. It's about sticking to that and thinking big picture stuff here, Jesse.
I think we might have quote of the day, though, David, if I'm honest. If you're losing the race, just drive faster. By David Christie. I like that.
I'm going to get that embroidered on a tea towel.
I absolutely love it. No, I mean, if you have anything, to your point, if you have anything left, now is not the time for moderation. You have to get on it, and you have to try something. There's going to be a couple of teams that are in a battle here late in this race, and they're going to maybe turn the fuel map down. They're going to try and save a little fuel, make a shorter pit stop at the end of this race, maybe try to eliminate one. Maybe they've been working on that the entire day. But for a lot of these teams, they're going to have to turn the wick up, and that's going to be the only thing that saves them today. Well, Tunisia doesn't have to turn the wick up anymore. They just got by the 33 BMW, and that puts them up into P13. This 51 Scuderia Ferrari Velis Esports team is absolutely flying. They had a rough start, but that is where the bad news has ended for the 51. They have been on a charge.
Yeah, they really, really have, and rightfully so. This is one of the strong championship contenders that we saw as Mikhail Satsenko for Yas Heat. Now, my eyes are like stalks whenever I see a little red box appear. I swear they've just got a red 5-second penalty, so we'll get a check for race control on that one, but that is huge if that is the case, because Igor Murtasov in that 900 Mercedes, he is desperately chowing down on the rear end of that 149 Yassi. Listen, there we go, 5-second time penalty for that, and car 563 causing a collision. Oh, you hate to see it, and the thing with that makes that even worse is that 563 car is not a car that they really had to push the boat out to get past, because that 563 is much further down. I'm just trying to get an ID on that just now. That is Pierluca Amato in the 563 down in 25th position there. So that's a lapped car that they've tried to get past the VSR by Ballas Esports machine, and you can't just force them out of the way here.
Nope, you've got to share the road. Everybody does. And we talked at length about that a little while ago, about not only sharing the track, but making educated decisions out there, and also a little bit of help also works in your favor if you're on a different lap, trying to help each other out. Co-opetition, I call it. You definitely need it in a race like this. You don't need to be making the mountain more difficult than it has to be. Nobody's ever come here and had an easy day, I don't think. Not even the 63 can say that it's been easy. They've had to be up on the wheel all day to garner the little bit of a gap that they have right now. Vincent Erbich, haven't talked about them at all today. The 191, they're inside the top 20 in that Mercedes AMG. Been caught, I'm afraid, by Rodriguez in the 5 Bentley, though, fighting over the final spot in the top 20.
And that's exactly it, isn't it? It's all these stories that we don't really get to talk about as we see Igor Rodriguez trying to get his way back past that machine. All of these little dramatic storylines that have been bubbling away under the surface. It's what makes it so enjoyable for all of these teams taking part here, Jesse, isn't it? The fact that, you know, you're fighting away and you're writing your own storyline, not just for yourself, but for your team as well. And this is a storyline that is so important given the context of the championship. It's the opening round. It's a blank canvas for all of these teams to get the best possible result for themselves.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're fighting for the win. It doesn't matter if it's 45th place. You're going to try and race as much as you want. Endurance racing, I think it brings out the best in a lot of different drivers. They want to get to the checkered flag. You said that earlier, David. I could not agree more. It's just about getting to the finish first. But beyond that, you're going to want to climb up as far as you can. And if you're somewhere in the middle of this field, considering the issues of a lot of teams here, you can pretty much wager that no, we're not going to be at the top of the table, but we're still in it because we didn't finish down near the bottom. The hole that you're having to dig yourself out of, not nearly as massive as it would have been. You talk about the 51 Ferrari doing that. Airbitch is doing the same thing in the 191. They're in the pro category. They're digging themselves out of a hole every single car they pass in their class. They might be able to get another one before the end of the race, and that would just be extra icing on top of the cake. So 20th place is a big deal. It can be a big deal, and in this case it is. And of course, if the 5 Bentley gets around them, that's less points that they're going to have.
Certainly is. But just 10 minutes left to go in this hour. We've got 3 hours and 10 minutes left to go in the race. And what a race we have honestly been treated to. You couldn't ask for a better way to start off this 2022 Mobileye GT World Challenge, IGTC. And we have had such a pleasure bringing this to you. You can see all of the action still going off in the background here. Vincent Erbrecht still trying valiantly to hold on to that position from the number 5 Bentley just behind him. Pit stops are going to be coming into play very, very shortly as well. But just giving you an update on your leaders so far at the moment then, it's still Gianfranco Giglioli leading in the Automobili Lamborghini machine in first place, ahead of Gregor Schill in that number 1 BS Plus competition machine from Isaac Price in the G2 Esports number 62. BMWs in second and third place. Remember, they came into contact about 2 to 3 hours ago there. You would have thought they were helping each other out there, but they were too busy fighting amongst themselves. Contact ended up sending the one off a little bit down the order there and ended up giving the 62 a penalty as well. Eamon Murphy in the number 66 in 4th position. Then it is Jacob Brzezinski in 5th position. Mikhail Satsenko in 6th. Igor Murdazov in 7th. Bastian Richter in 8th. Mikhail Baikov in 9th. And Michael Tauscher in 10th position. So with that in mind, let's have a think about what we have just seen over the start of the race. It's got a fantastic highlights package that we'll bring in a couple of minutes' time. But watching this battle here then, Jesse, Vincent Erbrecht, but in fact let's have a look at what we have seen so far then. The start of the race taking place under the dawn sky here at Bathurst Mount Panorama. It was an epic start from the Lamborghini, who led right from the very get-go, but it was the number 55 Williams Esports machine that held it to account very, very early on. Early instance had Wacko's Flip Table Racing getting in all sorts of problems here, and then it was a big bit of contact into the Porsche 911 that saw them so narrowly avoiding drama at the cutting there. It was a big moment as well for the 404 racing machine. As you can see, the BMW as well, side by side, and a huge monstrous moment there for a very unfortunate 911 getting involved yet again. More drama down to the escape road there for the 555 racing outfit that beached itself at the top of the downhill cutting section, and that saw a big dramatic moment there for the 555 there. You saw side by side, this was the Pulse racing machine that so narrowly avoided that one-man crash by himself by HPD Pro Jazz in the 93. It's safe to say they have had a day to forget in both the 93 and 94 HPD Pro Jazz machines here. This was later on as well, as you saw the Brabham Esports machine getting themselves well and truly into the mix there. They actually didn't get too much out of that. This was the accident earlier on between G2 Esports and BS Plus Competition, when they should have been focusing down and getting their game on and trying to head into the leader. Instead, it was forcing each other out wide. Contact was made by the BS Plus competition machine, and it was a penalty that ended up getting given out there. More drama from the Race Anywhere machine getting sent backwards at the exit of Skyline downhill. A very scary place to be lodging your car there, and you have to wait so patiently to get that done. DV1 Triton were another team in issues later on. This though was the 322 Simware.Pro machine. A little bit of a nudge there from the Ferrari. The Ferrari ended up getting a penalty out of that and dropping outside of the top 20, which is why it was an amazing recovery drive here though. This is not what you want to see when you're going through McPhilmy Park there for the 99 Race Anywhere machine, going sideways into the wall, taking the Aston Martin in with it as well, and then down through the S's. This was yet another moment for the Rocket Sim Sport. Another day for Rocket Sim Sport to forget there. This was the Simware.Pro VDES machine, the number 41, going side by side with the number 4. This was the Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT. A little bit of contact there, and then trying to go wide. Both cars making a bit of a bodge of that corner there. And well, the less said about that into the chase, the better. Both cars though recovering quite well with nothing more than damaged ego and damaged pride right there as well. This was a huge moment there for the Renfelt and Orange team, going massively airborne into Skyline and having a hefty repair bill on that one as well. That was what happened to the 149 of Yaz Heat, who went backwards over Skyline as well. And it's a bit of a repeating performance that you can see time and time again here. Samir Ibrahimi doing exactly the same incident more than a handful of laps later. Gets going to win, and yet Renfelton feeling the wrath there, unfortunately getting taken out there from the Aston Martin that was chasing it down there. Again, we think there was a little bit of netcode involved in there. Skyline claiming yet another victim. This was the horrible moment there for Tobias Grunwald in Unicorns of Love in the Mercedes there, catching Ben Kriener out for the HPD Pro Jazz team. And then we've got the Lamborghini power sliding it around the line here and getting itself up to speed as long as it can. And that is you up to speed, ladies and gentlemen, with what has been a very entertaining race as we come back to Vincent Erbrich still trying to hold on to Igor Rodriguez, who decides he's had enough, he's going home, and he's taking his toys with him. He heads into pit lane. And Jesse, I mean, what an opening round of this 2022 championship.
It's definitely been one of those where you almost hold your breath a little bit, even if you're not a team. I have no connection to any of these teams personally, but I'm sitting up here holding my breath. Those highlights indicate a very frantic race, an opening round race that was delayed by quite some time, finally on the schedule, and what a fantastic affair we have had throughout final 3 hours, of course, coming up of the race. And folks, if you've made it this far, there's no reason to go do anything else now. The final 3 hours are going to be exactly like the first several, and I expect to see some more drama before the end. It's been that kind of race. We've seen some excellent racing. We've seen some poor judgment, I think we could all agree, and some very close stuff all the way around. And we're not done with that. I don't think a lot of the positions, dare I say at least half the positions inside the top 10 are settled, and your guess is as good as mine outside the top 20 as we are riding with Amato here, who is doing some of that work right on the back of Hendrickson for 22nd place. Those highlights are exhausting, aren't they, David? They just keep coming at you. There's been so much that has happened in such a small amount of time.
It really, really has. I mean, we've only got 3 hours left to go, and it feels like we've had about a 24 hours race worth of highlights already built up here. But with the final 2 minutes left to go in this hour, let's bring up speed then on your top 10. Is Gianfranco Gigoli still out in front, 20 seconds ahead of Gregor Schill in that Lamborghini. It's the BMW in second and third place then. BS Plus Competition in second with G2 Esports in third place. Isaac Price currently behind the wheel of that BMW. Eamon Murphy in fourth place there with that 66 Veloci McLaren in fourth position. Fifth place at the moment is the Williams Esports machine of Jacob Brzezinski, and then down in sixth position is Igor Mordozov for the SMP outfit as well. Maciek Malinowski for Yaz Heat in seventh position as well. Eighth position currently is Michael Teicher in the Unicorns Love Mercedes, and then it's Louis Roters in the 110 McLaren with Leon Atoki in the number 4 Mercedes, rounding out your top 10. But yeah, that is almost us from here in the virtual commentary box, because joining us very, very shortly is going to be some consummate professionals taking over from myself, Dave Christie, and Jesse Lee. It is going to be the very capable hands of Chaz Draycott, aka Chaz Draycott Media, and Ryan Mawson, aka Hemi Husky. They're going to be taking you through for the final 3 hours. But just finally, Jesse, I mean, what's your closing thoughts then on this epic race?
Well, first and foremost, it's just glad to get this season underway and to be back in 2022. And if the first 9 hours of this season are anything to judge the entire season by, it's going to be a frantic pace, and it's going to be a hardly contested championship between several of these top drivers. Keep in mind, the mountain doesn't favor all of these cars. We go to the 24, it might be a completely different story. I suspect it might be. It has been on since the green flag. I don't think we're going to have a moment to rest this season. So happy to get it going. Can't wait to come back for the 24 as well.
You and me both, brother. Well, the Bathurst 12hrs, the opening rounds of the Mobileye 2022 GT World Challenge IGTC Esports Championship continues as we hand things over to Chaz Draycott and Ryan Mawson.
Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be back here once again in the comms box. Chaz Draycott and Ryan Mawson, as you see there, and as David beautifully described as well. Although he said something about being professional, Ryan. I'm not sure if he was talking about you or me there, to be honest, but I'm sure we'll wing it either way, won't we, mate?
Yeah, well, we'll just work it out as we go. As I was thinking that, it's like leaving in the professional hands. They must be talking about Chaz. So, no, we'll roll with it. But yeah, what an opening start to the season this has been. You know, about 9 hours in almost, and now we're looking at Michael Tauscher, the car that had that big crash earlier. Now, well on the back of the 140 now, Malinowski. How many times can you say that a driver has not only caught up to Malinowski, is now challenging for that position? I don't think that driver is very often used to having to defend.
No, he's one of those sorts of drivers that sort of doesn't need a rearview mirror a lot of the time, really, to be honest with you. But even still, it's fantastic to see that at an event like this, you know, you can get so many drivers and teams that really mix up the pace, and it's one of my favourite things about endurance racing. You know, I'm going to mention it a lot over the course of these final 3 hours, but the fact that you've already got a lot of variables in motorsport anyway, but when you have multiple teams in lots of different cars with different pit stop strategies, and then 3 or 4 different drivers of all differing capabilities dependent on the track, the setup, where they are in a stint, the conditions that they're in, it's just a beautiful thing, because there are so many unknowns from that. You know, we see drivers and certain cars and teams come out of the woodwork and show us pace that we might not have expected on paper. It's a great thing to watch. And I mean, cars around Bathurst, GT3 cars especially around Bathurst, is a great thing to watch in itself.
Yeah, well, that's the main sticking point for me. Having been a driver and having to have done this sort of a few times, is that setup. You've got to build a setup that not only has this ultimate pace that can, not put you in the wall, that can not grind the tires, that can keep the car, safe and consistent, you've got to do that for 4 or 5 potential, 6 drivers that we've seen before. When you get to the likes of the really big 24-hour races, it is such a behind the scenes organization that you have to have, and all these teams will then sit and practice and study the cars. But you come here on race day, and we've already seen in some of the highlights from earlier that no matter how good your plans are, how much you lay them out, and how much you necessarily think your race is going to go, the mountain can very much turn that upside down.
Yeah, definitely. One of these events, especially at somewhere like Bathurst, as you say, you can't plan for everything. You can set out a plan of how you want your stints to go and what order things are going to go in, but then it could just be one incident on the very first lap of the race that can really throw that up in the air, and there's a huge knock-on effect then to your pit stop strategy, to the way that your drivers are going to be feeling, when they're going to get in the car, what traffic they're going to be around. So you really have to just pencil everything in, I think, is the best way to describe it for events like this. But we look at the number 28 Porsche right now, the WPS Racing Team Munich Esports car. And what a wonderful, wonderful Porsche it is. I do love the sound of a flat 6 911. Obviously, the number 911, is 28th place, not car number 28. I've been looking at too many different overlays today. I need to make sure that I get the right one for this one. Currently, though, 25 seconds at least off the car ahead, which is the number 94 machine. That is one of the 2 HPD Jazz Pro Hondas. We saw the 93 car actually having some issues earlier on, didn't we, in the highlights down at the chase, but it's one of those corners where we've seen a number of cars go too wide. They've clipped the curb on the inside and it just unsettles the car way too much. These GT3 things are quite fickle in that way sometimes, aren't they?
Yeah, well, people want to go for that move there because otherwise you kind of get stuck. Otherwise, unless we have seen some very brave moves, around the outside at the first part of the mountain, for example. I'm thinking about the McLaren that we saw earlier going around the outside of the BMW, a very cheeky move and a sly smile from the driver managing to pull that off. But realistically, you're kind of stuck unless you have a mistake or you're incredibly committed. People will want to use that slipstream, and just naturally, it always seems to be around about the chase. When you start to catch up, you've got to make that call by the kink. Are you going to go for it? Are you going to not? You've got to line the car back up to the braking zone, one of the heavy braking zones. Very easy to miss and easy to forget that if you've been slipstreaming someone, you've magically got another 15 kilometers an hour on you. You can very easily overshoot that entirely and just, you're gone off the other side of the track. But I think that's what we're kind of seeing. But you talking about the noise of the Porsche earlier as well. It's a very distinct noise, and even when you get into that 6th gear, the gearbox, it just starts to whine. But looking up and down the field, this is what I love about GT3 racing, the balance of performance you've got, the cars and everything different about them. We've got a mid-engined Lamborghini V10, that the screamer that is leading the race. You've got the brand new, the latest technology of BMW, with that 6-cylinder turbo. You've got the old Bentley 4-litre twin turbo direct injection V8 monster. Can you tell that's my favorite car? And you have the Mercedes, which actually, if you're thinking about it, is getting a little bit long in the tooth now. And even looking at the Hondas as well, they're a bit long in the tooth, but they've been updated and brought out. And I think that 6.3 litre V8, it'll still hold a good place in my heart, just with how monstrous that car has been ever since it came out.
Yeah, it sounds like it's almost like a Merlin engine from a Spitfire or a Lancaster or a Mosquito from World War II. It just sounds like the exhaust can't take all of the pressure that the engine's trying to kick out of it. It's a fantastic noise. But it's also interesting, actually, to get even more nerdy about engines. It's interesting the fact that obviously Mercedes have their smaller, more turbocharged engines within their range, but they still keep that 6.3 litre big V8 lump up the front in their car, because everybody effectively now says that the Aston Martin is basically a Mercedes engine, isn't it, in the front end? So it's surprising to see that Mercedes haven't gone for a smaller, potentially lighter engine in the front of that car, but that could then be down to the balance, the way that the car works in itself. Being front engined, balance is as important as it is in the mid-engined and rear-engine cars, isn't it? Because you get that pendulum effect no matter how you place the engine inside the car.
Yeah, I always thought that obviously the GT4 car of Mercedes now does use the smaller twin-turbo engine, and it is very much a sort of an Aston Martin counterpart. But Yeah, I thought that they might have to get away with it as the Chill Blast Bentley looks up the inside of Kevin Seclari, the 191, gets muscled out to the outside of the track. A little bit of contact there, but for Tinko van der Velde for the Williams Esports team, number 5 Bentley, I've been eyeing up that Mercedes for a while. I kept my eye on the gap, they kept yo-yoing backwards and forwards. They finally got it done, and now they're starting to really drive away, as that is the FFS Racing team now in their Aston Martin has got between them. They're trying to recover their race, unlap themselves, which is, what they're very entitled to do. And speaking of people who are trying to recover their race, looking back to the 14, running as close as you dare to the wall, the Unicorns of Love Esports team, they had that massive hit into the wall, but very much fair play for them for getting back, quite literally, getting back on the horse, getting the car fixed, and now chasing down Malinovsky. But this is kind of the view that you see. Look at how much you can gain in the slipstream, and if you are so close coming to the kink, you've got to make that decision there and then. That is why I think we've seen so many people go too wide, because now they've got to make the decision: are we going to do it before before Hell Corner, or are we going to sit and wait over the mountain again?
Yeah, that's it, because a lot of the time it's easier to just follow over the mountain rather than try to find the gap to go for a move. Compromise yourself as well. A bit of a kiss of the grass there for Tauscher on the right-hand side, and settles the car a little bit. I've been putting a lot more time into Assetto Corsa Competizione recently. It's not a sim that I actually had that much driving experience on, but I think I've done about 500% of my hours in the last 2 weeks in this sim, because I really wanted to get my head around how the cars all feel on different circuits and how they all behave. I've driven the McLaren 720S mostly, and I know that it can be a bit of a pig on the brakes, but around here there's not really any serious braking points where you're turning too much, except for this one they're coming into now at the cutting. You don't have to worry too much about that back end trying to overtake you. But front engine cars, I always think, would feel a little bit more balanced around this sort of circuit, which is why it kind of surprises me to see a Lamborghini leading the way. I mean, it doesn't surprise me in the way that it's the number 63 machine with Jordan Sherritt, Gianfranco Giglioli, and of course Simonini at the wheel. When you look at just those 3 drivers alone, you think, well, no matter what car they're going to be in, they're going to be right up there. But I'd imagine that, well, I'd especially choose a front wheel drive car, flipping it, that'd be even worse, a front engined car around here, because of that just little bit more stability that you can expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, this has been sort of my main sim, and I've driven a lot of cars over a lot of seasons, really, and I've ended up with some good experiences and some bad experiences out of all of them. As you says, you can't really fault the 63 for just on pace alone. You could put that sort of talent of driver in any car, and I think they would do incredibly here. But I think the Lamborghini, if you can control it, you can turn the Lamborghini into quite a snappy, very pointy car, which you can drive under your right foot, using the rotation of a mid-engine car. But I think that is, I'm going to say their setup's more leaning towards that, and they're just using the skill of the drivers. But yeah, front engine here it can be a blessing and a curse, though, because you end up with oversteer moments over the mountain. The walls are not not very far off the track, and you can have you then have the added problem of coming down the hill. Now all the weight transfer is on the front wheels, taking it completely away from the back, and you can have it where the rear end starts to slide around on you. I mean, looking at the car, looking at the car that we're following now, Michael Tauscher, the 14 Mercedes. This car I know, because I've driven it in one season, at least on a stock setup, without just changing it, just the dynamics of the car. It is very sensitive to fuel load. Put it on full fuel, cold tires. Yeah, there's a lot of corners where you have to actually mentally remind yourself that nope, we are full fuel. We can't do this corner the same way.
Yeah, that's the thing, and the fuel does make a big difference in the weight of these cars. That's one thing that's really modelled very well in Assetto Corsa Competizione. You feel the bulk of the car when you are trying to drag it round corners. Here's David Tonizza in the 51 Ferrari. Wonderful, wonderful looking machine, of course, based on the real world livery as well, for the Scuderia Ferrari Velas Esports team. He's sharing this car with Kamil Pawlowski, Danilo Santoro, and Giovanni De Salvo. And that in itself is a hell of a lineup. Just outside of the top 10 at the moment. But as David Christie described it to us earlier, it's a Hail Mary comeback into the top 10 after they dropped outside of the top 25. So this machine considering that the Ferrari isn't that strong at Bathurst, has been going incredibly well. But of course, it has to be what we'll call the factory car that gets the job done here this afternoon. Still a long way to go, though, and still plenty to change in this circumstance. But they are 13 seconds off Otoki in the Mercedes ahead at the moment. So it's a gap that, as a driver, Ryan, you can see that sort of gap, and you can think, with this amount of time left, I can definitely cut that down. But they're just not quite in the distance to have that visual representation yet. The physical target where they can see them in front of them.
No, they are a little bit too far away to just see them from any of the straights, despite how long both the straights are here at Bathurst. But 13 seconds is not you might think that is quite a massive gap. But with the pace of this car that they've been chewing down on people with lap time, but we were looking at it earlier, we're talking about average lap times for what was the top 6, I believe, that we were looking at, and it was a couple of tenths a lap here and there, and you might not think that that's enough, but in big picture racing, when you've done 267 laps, 3/10 of a lap over a whole stint is 9 seconds. But this team, they've been chewing out way more than 3/10 of a second sometimes on that number 4. So, 13 seconds, I think that gap's going to come way down. And yeah, just under 3 hours left on the clock. It's around about now where teams start to try to finalize where you want to be at the end of the race. A lot of the start of the race is thinking about, the big picture. What are we doing in that 8 hours? What are we going to do at the end of the race? What is the temperature doing? By now, you can kind of see the checkered flag. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And now, any position that is in front of you, exactly like this for the 33 and the 164, it's now that moment where maybe if you'd have held off, 8 hours ago, you might have a go now.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the point where you think, oh, there's a long time left. As down the inside goes Victor Nicolai. Lovely stuff, but runs a little bit deeper. Look at that. He was waiting for the cutback there, was Brioni. Lovely stuff. Victor's clearly got some sort of itch going on or something there. He seems a little bit irritated in the cockpit of the M4, but it's a big old beefy car to have chasing you down right now, and Brioni handled that really well indeed. But now the attack will come once again from Nicolai. You could imagine that he's going to try and do this into Quarry as they get back up the top of the hill. But again, you mentioned it in the YouTube chat earlier, actually, Ryan. 2 very stunning looking cars as well in a field of fantastic looking machines.
Yeah, I mean, that 164, look how angry it looks, coming towards you with the camera, and some great colours. But that was kind of what struck me this season, just watching it on the broadcast cameras, the liveries that have really come out, and the creativity a lot of times as well, especially sometimes even on real cars. You don't see many crazy liveries because they either, they don't want to take the risk, they don't want to pay for it, or just, the team is too small. This is virtual. You can basically design anything to your heart's content if you've got a good enough graphical designer, and it's kind of great to see the creativity, what people can really come up with as a 33. They're looking left, looking right. You have to be very careful coming down Skyline not to end up running into the back of the driver in front of you. You can just see that is a man who knows exactly how long his BMW is, just about touching the rear wing, and actually a little bit of a slide there, as you can see all the suspension and the weight transfer of the car. Wants to throw it around, and that is a very difficult corner if you're this close as well, because the other thing that ACC models very well is the lights flash to try and put off the Aston Martin is aero wash. When you're running this close to a car in front, the front aerodynamics really are affected, and you can see, it starts to wash out. Why does the 193, they're going to look for a move, the 33, they've got up the inside, and they've actually lost that position to one of the back marker Ferraris as well.
Yeah, they both just snowplowed their way through there, didn't they? It just seemed like a little bit too hot into the chicane from Brioni. He didn't quite tuck it in how he wanted once the BMW had gone down the inside. We've seen a lot of people go too wide through there successfully over the course of this race, but didn't quite get it done on the way through that time round. There are some penalties, of course, as you see at the bottom of the screen there, but they have all been served now. We've just been informed, so thank you very much to our producer Mike, as ever. Great to be working with Mike again. Felt like a long time since the last one, to be honest, but it's not as long as it was before that. Anyway, BMW actually a few lengths clear right now of the 164 Aston Martin, and you can sort of sense already, Ryan, that gap is going to open up a little bit more, isn't it?
I very much assume so. Now that the BMWs they've got the free air, they've got the track space ahead. It seemed that a lot of times they could actually catch up over the mountain, it doesn't really surprise me. Obviously, the M4 being the newest and kind of the latest iteration of GT3 racing. If you are really in tune with that car and really get the car set up, you can have some great, great downforce, and the body generates a lot of natural downforce from it. I've driven it a few times. The only thing that I found difficult to work with was the brakes, because it didn't brake, at least in my head, like a front engine car. It felt a lot more like a Porsche. You could brake so late, and I find myself anchoring on the brakes and realizing that I've pulled up about 30 yards, too short for the corner, and then having to sort of rework it again. But it's definitely an interesting car. It's definitely one that I'm interested to see what it can do, in the evolution when the balance of performance changes, and just as more people get more attuned to it. I thought that a lot of people might have flocked to it. A couple of teams have, but a lot of people sort of sticking with the known, tried and tested of what they are already with as the Williams Esports team for the 55. Look at the power of the Mercedes. The Ferrari, they have no slipstream, no real comeback to that big V8 power.
Yeah, the Merc was always really, really fast in a straight line when it first came into the GT3 racing scene, and like you say, that big V8 just always seems to have that little bit more top end than a number of the other cars as well. I remember there was a big balance of performance discussion about that Mercedes a long, long time ago, but it certainly is a right old weapon. It's a cannon of an engine up front as well, but it's always been a good all-rounder. It's got a bit of everything about it. Being front-engined, it can be a little bit imbalanced sometimes, like you were explaining before, when you're going downhill especially, Ryan. But I don't know how to best explain the Merc, but it just seems like a car sometimes that is like a slot car or a Scale Electric. Obviously, other slot car brands are available, but everyone knows the brand Scale Electric, so that's what I'm going to stick with. It just looks like a slot car a lot of the time. It's like it's on rails at certain circuits. And then you'll see it go to other tracks. I mean, if you watch it at places like Imola, where there's big curbs, sometimes it looks like the car absorbs the curbs really well. But then other times it rattles off them and bounces around all over the place. It can be a bit of a hard car to predict.
Oh yeah, this car and Imola is, it is just the combination exactly that you would want. Just the sausage curbs there do not exist. Even other front engine cars like the Bentley, which is normally a car that we would also say is quite a good curb muncher, they will be caught by it, but the Mercedes just sails over them. The only thing I would say with the Mercedes, I've driven it a few seasons, it requires a very different driving style. That's the only really way I can describe it. I had a couple of people who drive it more normally, sort of try and teach me how they are fast in it, and I sort of sat there in the car, they ran through it, and I says, right, if you could run that through me one more time, but just a little bit slower and in a way that a stupid person can understand. But the only other problem with this car, you bring it to a big enduro, is the fuel burn. I mean, it will burn a fair old amount at Bathurst, but tracks like Spa, it becomes just horrible to work with. It really then starts to limit your strategies, because you might not necessarily be able to fuel save. You have to kind of just go with the flow of what the Mercedes wants you to do, and the strategy becomes put it on full fuel and be fast.
Yeah, that's it. And again, it comes down to certain circuits with certain cars. Sometimes it just doesn't quite work like that. And we've got a little bit of conflict going on here. The lead car in the silver category, which is the 110 McLaren, being driven right now by Louis Roters. The McLaren 720S GT3, gorgeous looking machine. The AJA sim racing team powered by Gardi. I like a split livery as well, I really like a split livery. I painted enough of them over certain sims and for a lot of friends of mine, but I like the sort of military green on that car. It looks really, really good. I've just seen your message in the Discord, actually, Ryan, about the Mercedes potentially having damage. I think it looks like it's got a little bit of a scuff on it, but I think it's all right. I think it's just maybe something a little bit cosmetic, because as we often have in this sim, especially over a long distance race, you'll see the cars start to get mucky. You'll see them get scrapes and dents off curbs and so on. They really look like they've been through a long event like this, and that's one of the things that I love about endurance racing. You see Le Mans winning LMP cars whenever they go to certain events after they've won that race. Essentially, they never clean them, and that's the best thing about it. I love it when a race car looks used and battered and all mucky. It's great.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the gap between the bonnet and the front bumper, but I'm actually thinking it might be part of the livery that's just tricking me, making it look like it was a little bit open. Normally if you have front damage in ACC, you start to see the bonnet flap, and the reason I said that is because they were right on the back of the 149, but they've dropped back, now 5.4 seconds, and they dive back into the pits. Does the Unicorns of Love Racing team. So the 110 now will have that 7th position.
Just having a quick check of the timing just to see what their lap was like actually last time round. Actually, no. Obviously, now it's just registered the one that they went into the pits with. So
yeah,
we'll have to try and check back on that at some point. But yeah, it's interesting indeed. I don't imagine that would be. Oh no, it was the full stint length actually. It was the full stint length. They did 31 laps on that stint. I just thought they'd come in a lap earlier for some reason, but obviously they've completed that one lap before. Well, one lap before they actually crossed the line, essentially. If that makes sense. I'm contradicting myself here. Here's the race leading car anyway, Gianfranco Giglioli in the Automobili Lamborghini Esports machine. Wonderful blue gradient on this car, and a wonderful team of drivers behind the wheel that are certainly flying this afternoon around Mount Panorama. 2 BMWs joining them on the podium spots at the moment. Gregor Schill and Isaac Price driving those 2 cars, but this Lamborghini seems very, very solid so far, doesn't it, Ryan? Doesn't look that easily touchable, so to speak.
Yeah, well, throughout the whole race, no one's really had to mention, any sort of huge dramas or scuffles or even really battles with the 63. So they've kind of been on their own, and sometimes that's the best way to be in a race. Is if you're not mentioned, it doesn't mean that you're getting into anything sort of overly exciting or race ruining. They've just been out the front, showing the pace. It's when you're watching some of these professional sim racing teams, a lot of them that are sponsored by the real life counterparts, for example, and you're looking at the pace and you think, yeah, I did a 202 once when I took all the fuel out of the car and made it freezing cold. These lot are running around with a full fuel car in conditions, with some heat, and there's still the race pace is a 202, and you sort of sit there and look and think, how is it physically possible? And for this 63, they have just been on the charge since the green flag dropped, basically. Still hold the fastest lap of the race. It does not surprise me, 273 laps in.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And like I say, with me putting some more time into this sim at long last in the last couple of weeks, it does make me realise how, I think I'm a big hot shot, and then I look at the times on the board and it's like, oh, I'll give up. Here's the number 4 machine, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT car of Leon Otoki. Car number 4 currently inside the top 10. A little bit of unlapping, I think, going on there in the background, or at least one of the Hondas putting a lap on somebody in one of the BMWs. But again, just climbing back up the hill so quickly. A little bit of a shimmy there on the way through by Leon. Car seemingly wanting to just drag the front end around to the right hand side of the circuit. You can get that quite a lot in these sorts of cars. His last lap time was a 2:03.4. Car behind, which is David Tonitza, was a 2:02.5, so there's 0.9 of a second difference in those previous laps. But Otoki was actually another 0.8 slower than the car in front as well. So at the moment, that Mercedes not going as quickly as its competition around it. And surely you've got to be thinking, how long will it be till that Ferrari gets close behind them? Because the gap last time round, if I try and have a look at least, was about 9 seconds. And when we first started talking about it, it was about 13, wasn't it?
I think it was around about, yeah, it's now 10 point, just over 10 seconds as he crossed timing beam. It could have been as well what we when we cut to the the chase for the number 4. You don't know what they might have been having to do for traffic. Some drivers, obviously, if you get stuck behind a back-market car over the mountain, there's nothing you can really do, and that can easily cost you that 9/10. We'll see what the lap time might be for the number 4 for the Mercedes AMG Esports team, for the HRT Red as well, another livery that I quite enjoy. It is another 203.052. So I would say that the 51 Davitonidze, they are reeling them in slowly. Whether it's going to be fast enough to get them by the end of this stint, I don't know. The gap's now 9.6. But yeah, it is coming down ever so slowly. Just in the background there, we just about caught them, is the 51 all the way, just going through turn 1.
And the 110 McLaren has just been in the pits as well and just come back out, actually. They just dropped a couple of places on the timing tower on the left-hand side there, but Osterman now back out on circuit. But yeah, the Ferrari starting to show up in the background of shot right now, and will be on the back of the Mercedes in the not too distant future if the lap times continue to stay as they are. Still, we have a wonderful race going on here at Bathurst. We hope you're all enjoying yourselves as well, watching along from home. Everybody in the chat having a fantastic time. We appreciate all of you being here so far, and of course everybody that is working on this behind the scenes. Teams and drivers working so hard, and this is one of those circuits where you just never have any mental break from anything really. Maybe the Conrod straight, but even then you've got to hype yourself up for the chase, and you might have cars around you that are trying to slipstream from you, or you might be trying to use slipstream from them. It's not a circuit that lets you rest at all, and stints here, I mean, they're just so tough, and look how closely Onatuki got to that barrier there out of Forest Elbow. It's such an important part of the circuit, and these guys run millimetres away from that wall. It's just incredible precision.
I mean, obviously, every team that sort of comes to Bathurst, if you want to run those kind of times, you have to open out the corner as much as possible. The Forest Elbow is such a critical corner every single time you come up to it because of the run all the way down the Conrod. If you have the back straight, if you have just that little bit of a wobble, little bit of a mistake, you can just watch your delta creep away and away and away, and that is, you just do nothing about it really as it just gets away from you. But yeah, it's incredible to see really. I'm really glad that I could come and commentate on this. 2 hours 30 left to go, and nothing really as well. Obviously, at the minute, I think we're still only on the top 5 cars are on the lead lap. But I'm kind of interested to see what's going to happen towards the end of the race. You never know what strategies are going on, and you mentioned how sometimes you have a bit of a break down the straights. Well, I know as a driver sometimes, you're setting tyre pressures, you're talking to your team manager. Sometimes you're having to strategize all these things down the straight. So a driver's job is never done as much as you might think it. You kind of always have to be on your A game. And then this section, we kind of had a thing with a couple of teams that I ran with where after turn 2, you had a radio silence. So we did not talk to the driver at all. They were, complete whatever conversation you were having, it was ended, or we'd mute the driver so they didn't hear our radio chatter, and then as they come back out onto the straight, we would unmute them, continue talking.
Yeah, it's not a bad shout, to be fair. It's certainly something to commit to over the course of the race. I mean, I did the Bathurst 12 hours on iRacing a few years ago, and let me tell you, if you think it's difficult in ACC, it's even more difficult in iRacing, obviously known as ice racing, because there is no grip anywhere whatsoever. And we had a very similar scenario where it would be, right, I'm into the cutting now, shut up. And then that would be it. And then you get down the straight and it'd be party mode again, and everyone would be kicking off and chatting away, go through the chase, probably mess it up, and then, radio silence once again. We look now at the number 10 Bentley being driven right now by Jakub Charkot. This is the Triton racing machine, beautiful teal colour. Looks like one of the PMA motorsport cars, which compete in many touring car championships all over Europe. They go with a sort of teal and black livery on their cars. And he's got one of the Audis right in front of him, and then one of the McLarens. I believe that's not the Veloce car, is it? In front of them, it's got the yellow highlight. No, it is the Veloce car with the yellow highlights. Actually, it's just ahead. They're all bobbing their way round. Oh, apparently it's not the Veloce car. I'm mistaken. I apologise. I thought it was. I thought the Veloce car was all white, but clearly I'm wrong. I need to learn my liveries again. But let's have a look at how they all behave themselves down the hill, because this is actually great to see. When you get a bunch of cars like this together, Ryan, you do actually get a little bit of visual body language from each car, how they're all behaving in different ways. And again, look at them scraping along. It's like something from Tony Hawk's Underground 2 along that wall. It's fantastic. And there you go, the producer has just let me know it's the Prime E racing car. Thank you very much, Mike. But it looked similar to the Veloce one with the logo on the side earlier. I'm going to keep defending myself on that, even though I don't need to. The Audi climbs around all over the back of them, down the inside of the chase. Lovely. That looked a little bit late, and maybe a bit too late, Ryan. Straight on he goes.
Well, that's what I mentioned about 15-20 minutes ago about the slipstreaming, when and the Audi can be, you know, once again another car that can really pick up its heels once you've got some slipstream, and that can very much happen. You hit the brakes, so you know that we're not going to go as what's going to happen for the 110. Touch the wall slightly. They're now under attack from the Chill Blast Williams Esports Bentley, trying to get around them, and it looked like that car as well. They had a little bit of a scrape on the left side, easy to see with the sort of the matte green camo paint job that they've got there. But for the 110, trying to recover their thing, I think they were at one point leading silver, I believe, before they just came into the pits, so they'll not really want to lose much time on this stint.
No, definitely. And you know, it's easy to try and push a little bit too hard over the course of an entire stint, and like you were saying before about losing just 0.3 of a second a lap, when you see how much that equates to over an entire stint, it suddenly hits home how serious that can be. You know, I could happily get in the car and teammates would tell me, oh, we're about a second slower than the car that's chasing us per lap, you know, and I'll think, you know, in the long run that's not too bad, but depending on the gap and obviously depending on how quick the car is behind you, how consistent they are, well, that can equate to a humongous amount, and the guys really have to think about that. There's a lot of dust being kicked up there through the chase on the right hand side of our shot. One of the Ferraris has just dived into the pits, but there was a lot of dust being kicked up there. I think somebody may have had a little bit of an off as we cut back to the second place machine, which is Isaac Price in the BMW G2 Esports machine. Another wonderful looking car, very fancy livery on this machine. And you mentioned it earlier, Ryan, about these liveries looking really good on these cars, but it's the fact that on some of these cars we see what we, or at least I, call a realistic livery sometimes, where that is a very fancy wrap on that car. You probably wouldn't see one looking like that all of the time in the real world because of how much of a pain in the backside it'd be to do again if you dinged it. But I like to see these sort of more out there liveries, as well as a mix of what I'd call realistic ones as well. What's your sort of stance on that?
Yeah, I'm still pretty much, follow you. I do like, and I'm just looking in the background as well. We see, I believe that's the Mobileye, the blue BMW, a bit more of a realistic livery. But then G2 have always had, some really out there liveries, as you see Isaac Price having to really fight the car. You want the nose to tuck in, for that lap time. But we were informed as well, they've been catching a number of tenths as well over the course of this. Over the course of this stint, so it might not all be over. They've got a fair decent gap, I believe. I think the 63 have they come down pit lane.
Let's have a look at what the lap time is like, though, because he's being held up right now by the Bentley. And we'll have to check how much time he's going to lose on this. The last lap that he did was a 2:03.1. 63 has been through the pits, so obviously we just wait to see now how long it's going to be till they come in, because this is they've done 30 laps on this stint. Race leader did 31 laps on theirs, so I imagine Isaac is actually going to come in this time round. He's got the Bentley very much filling his windscreen right now. It's like a housing estate on wheels, as I always say. David Tinitza into the pits after that car has broken into the top 10. We just need to wait to see how the pit stops synchronise with them as well. Isaac now just guiding the BMW around, hugs the left-hand side, and yeah, indeed, does come in. So it seems like 31 laps is just about the limit here, to be fair, Ryan. And at this point, it becomes a 12-hour sprint race because of the reliability. Obviously, no engine failures or anything simulated here. The cars can just be absolutely ragged to death for 31 laps time and time again. There's not really any point short stinting unless it's into the last stint or so, maybe, just to try and get an undercut.
Yeah, you can have engine damage though, and Bathurst is probably one of the worst tracks for it, because ACC does kind of replicate that, but mainly if you downshift too viciously. But what can happen, we find, is the worst place for it. When you're going down the hill, the corner just before Forest Elbow, well, obviously it's quite an odd camber, and there's a lot of suspension unloading there. The weight transfer, you're going downhill, you're braking, might necessarily completely lose weight over the rear wheels. And what can happen, even though these cars do have downshift protection, so you can't go from 6th to 1st, for example, if you're unloaded, if the tyres are completely unloaded, you can downshift, they'll grip back up and you will over rev the engine. And I know this because I've done this myself before. In a couple of the turbo cars are really common for it. Aston Martin and the Bentley, you can easily do that. So you've got to keep your eyes on the prize, as it was. But for a lot of the pro teams, they've practiced so many laps around here that it's now just not a thing that they end up doing. As the 14 looks at the inside of the race, anywhere Ferrari, there's another livery as well that's very sort of eye-catching. At least you can tell where they are with the luminous green accents. But for the Mercedes AMG Esports team, Unicorns of Love, they're got back on out of the pits, back on the charge. And this car, another car like the 51, where the 51 dropped all the way outside of, I believe the producer said it was the top 31. Then they've sort of driven all the way back up. This car obviously had that incident earlier, and they've got very much back on the charge into the top 10, probably a little bit higher when the pit stops start to shake themselves out.
Yeah, it's again, it's all about circumstances. You could be on an absolute monster of a stint and then get held up with a big bunch of traffic as it progresses. It can be a big unknown in these races because you never quite understand how everybody's going to be spread out, who's going to be where, who's going to have incidents, and what might slow you down. But still, at the front of the field, Isaac Price in the BMW has been in, so that car now in 3rd position, and the 63 Lamborghini retains its race lead after yet another stop. And the gap last time round was quite substantial, if I remember rightly, but they were starting to catch back up. So again, and more elements of this race to keep our eyes on. I'm trying to remember so many different elements at once here, Ryan, but this is the wonderful challenge of events like this as commentators, isn't it? Is that we have all of these wonderful notes and all of the information thrown at us from these guys, and Michael Hamlet again has been an absolute star behind the scenes, continuously giving average lap times and stint times, pit stops and so on. But again, it's just bewildering the amount of info you do get in these races, and it just makes it all the more entertaining because there's always something to talk about, I guess.
Yeah, well, that gap that you mentioned from the 63 and the 1, at one point it was as high as 24 seconds that we, that I last glanced at it. The last time they crossed the timing beam was 18, and then the next time was a 17.9. It's gone back up to that 18 seconds, perhaps a little bit of traffic. But it does mean, though, coming towards the end of the race, the number 1 might be picking up the pace. They might have actually decided, now they're just pushing that couple of tenths faster. And over that entire stint, get a little bit lucky with the traffic, get a bit lucky with the stint, and if the car sort of hooks up, there's as well so many things that you never really see as a driver, or you never see as an outsider. You only feel it as the driver. Is heating the tires up in this game is so critical. You can have graining late on in the stint that kind of goes away if it's only light, and your pace will come back. Just sometimes the car doesn't want to really cooperate with you. I've had that before where you just think, wow, where has all my pace gone? But then the next stint you do will be perfect. But yeah, perhaps towards the end of the race, you got 2 minutes and 18 left on the clock. I'd never say never if I was the number 1.
Well, yeah, I mean, you never know how, touching wood when I say this, because I wouldn't wish it on any of the teams or any of the drivers, but you never know how far an incident is away from happening. They can happen very, very quickly, especially around here. We saw it for this number 14 Mercedes earlier. It's just one little push too much over the top of the mountain to kick the back end of the car out, overcorrect it, rather than just save it like normal, just to overcorrect it that little bit, and you can throw it clean into the barrier, and your race can not be over as such, but I mean, at this sort of stage, when we get this further through, this far through with only a couple of hours left to go, it can be over essentially, can't it? Because there's no time to come back from it.
Yeah, when the gaps start opening out, it's as much as you never want an issue in any sort of race, you always kind of want the issue to happen more towards the start of the race, because the pack is actually still all bunched up. They're being held up by one another. Right at the end of the race, everyone's kind of spread out. You go into pits for maybe that, 15, 20, 45, however much damage you've done to the car. You come out and you just end up in kind of no man's land, where you're still lapping. The race is still on because you're still having that delta battle. Okay, you're not, nose to bumper to someone on track, but you are still racing them on the track in the pit stops. But yeah, it just makes it turns the race around and makes it into a different kind of race. So you always, at least what we always used to say, it's never over until it's over, but it's just we've just gone to plan B now.
Yeah, that's it. You have to always have a plan B in these events, and we mentioned before that you can't plan for every eventuality, but you can at least try to, and a number of these teams will have done just that. We look now at Tinko van der Velde, the Williams Esports Chillblast 1000 Bentley, the big old beefy Bentley. Fantastic car, and again, a real testament to the balance of performance in GT3 racing, that a car the size of a postcode can actually be as quick as a lot of the other cars around it. It's side by side here. That's Kirill Sadarov for the Simware Pro by VDES car, trying it on with the Aston Martin right now. Macaulay at the wheel of that machine, very, very close together, almost entering the pits is the Bentley as he comes in. Oh, he makes contact into the final corner. The Aston goes one way, then the other. Oh, it was a little bit scrappy by both of them, to be honest. Kirill was not giving it up at all, was he? He was really holding to that left-hand side, making sure that he got the nose down the inside, but you could argue there that Joe Macaulay, well, it's FFS racing, and FFS is going to be definitely what he's saying right now, but you could argue that he came over and kept that gap really, really well, smaller than a Bentley, so at least less than a kilometre wide. But I'd say that's a bit of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there, Ryan. I think Kirill should have maybe backed out from going for a gap that wasn't quite there, but once Joe saw that he was alongside, he didn't give him any extra room, did he, to make the move?
Yeah, and once again, that'll be a good moment for the stewards to have a look through. I'm sure that's why I would be terrible as a steward, but you could see, that the FFS racing team, they came out of the corner, they knew that the Bentley was right behind them, went defensive. Bentley looked like they almost, like you said, went into the pit lane. Was there a car width there? Wasn't there a car width there? At the end of the day, the 23s ended up backwards for it, and I'm sure we'll have the the report for that in a little bit. We'll have to keep his eyes for it. But Joe Macaulay gets the car spun back round and back on. I don't think they made it to the wall though, so it'd be just minimal damage, if anything, just a spin out, maybe a tiny bit of flat spotted tyres if he stood on the brakes, and a lot of time loss.
Yeah, that's it, and he did do a good job to make sure it didn't go in the wall, because as soon as he knew there was an issue, and as soon as he knew that the car was going around, well, that was it. He just stamped on the brakes, made sure that the barrier was the last place it was going, and unfortunately there is a bit of a look into that, at least, needed by the stewards, I think it's safe to say. But they are doing a mega job as ever. There's a lot of them that always do a lot of hard work behind the scenes on these events, and they make sure that all of the incidents and every little moment out on track is looked at as much as it would be in a real world race. The team of drivers that we have here, and the ability to go through multiple camera angles as well. There's people that have driven in the sim. The stewards have the chance to drive in the sim, which is what makes it so great and relative to what they can do. You know what I mean? They could just jump in and get in the car themselves, so they know how it feels, how it behaves, rather than in the real world. If someone's a steward on a GT3 race and they've never driven a GT3 car before, there's not that sort of understanding, if you know what I mean, between the two.
Yeah, well, I think Jesse mentioned this a while ago when they were going on about the stewarding, the fact that you have to have that human decision because ultimately it is all situational of what some reports come down to, and there are some accidents where from an outside perspective it may look like that was a blatant takeout, or it was not on, or why did they do this? But when you actually know that, for example, you take a McLaren and touch a curb and you become a passenger, maybe that's why that car speared off. You have a car like a Porsche and they were completely aero washed and spun off, causing a collision. Maybe that's why, because they were so close. It kind of it just adds that little bit more information for all the stewards, and the more information you can grab as a steward, the better the end result is when you compare it to the rule books and just everything that all the stewards, producers, and everyone has on hand.
Yeah, definitely. The more info they can get, the better. Like you say, it's all about just having that knowledge, and knowledge is power, as people say. But the race goes on. The incident will be looked at, and we have all confidence that the right decision will be made on that one. Tinko van der Velde here on our screens in the Bentley, roaring its way through McPhillamy Park, right behind the number 67 Ferrari, just in front of him, with Fabian Piffet at the wheel. That is the Race Anywhere SimSports silver Ferrari that they are chasing, and that of course is the silver category car. So not necessarily fighting for the same class here, but at the end of the day, it's overall position. Neither of them are going to want to lose any time, so they may scrap for this place given the chance. Tinko now just making his way back down the Conrad Straight once more before lining himself up to see maybe if he can just at least gain a little bit of time into the chase, because the Ferrari does have another car just in front of it. I think that's the 110 McLaren, is it not, of Osterman. It's just there in front of them, trying also to stay on the pace of the cars ahead. The number 14 Mercedes is now inside the top 10, just ahead of them, but obviously I think there's a few pit stops still to phase out, actually, isn't there, to get that car. That car was surely one or two more places ahead of that earlier.
Yeah, I believe so. And the other thing as well for the Bentley driver, it's hard to sort of keep up with a Ferrari, especially if they've got the slipstream, because that car is no slouch in a straight line once it's actually got going. The Bentley here, having this view that we're watching on board, is kind of a little bit more home for me. The Bentley is what I drive all the time, and also you'll notice where the camera is. It's because it's a right-hand drive. It's the only right-hand drive GT3 car on the whole field, which is interesting to see. You can tell if a driver isn't in tune with the Bentley, especially around Bathurst, because you'll see them tapping walls, because it's the opposite side of every other car. But the Ferraris, they'll touch into the 280 kilometers an hour, I believe, and the Bentley, if you are slipstreaming someone and if you have a low drag setup, as in you've taken the angle of the wing all the way down, you will almost hit the rev limiter. In fact, sometimes we did an experiment. We took all the wing off a Bentley and had a slipstream run all the way down Conrad, and we hit the rev limiter. I think it was 277 kilometers an hour. That is all the Bentley's got to give, and once you've reached that, obviously the car in front of you, they're still accelerating. Yeah,
that's it's quite amazing that you could still hit the limiter like that in a Bentley, to be honest with you. But that's the thing, it's one of those cars. It's got a beefy V8 up front, it's got a lot of torque, a lot of power, and obviously the balance of performance makes sure it's not got too much of said power. But I mean, you say it's more like home, it's probably home to about 30 other people as well, to be fair, because that's how many you could fit in the Bentley, and the jokes will never stop ending about, they will never end about the size of this car. But it's sort of got a cute face to it, it's not got the most menacing of looks about the front end of it. When you compare it to the Ferrari and the McLaren that it's chasing, they're both very angry looking race cars, very menacing machines, but the Bentley's almost got this sort of, this false sense of security, luring, calm face about the front end of it. I think
it's a little bit more scary in the dark with the endurance lights when one comes roaring up behind you and you realise, as he says, how big they are. But it's a really interesting car, and ProDrive did quite a number on that Bentley. It's one of the lighter GT3 cars, and I am not actually making that up. As much as people look at it and laugh, if you look at the stats from when that car used to run, sad they don't run anymore, but from when they used to run, they were one of the lighter cars. They've got a fairly good weight distribution. If you ever see that car in real life, if you do get to have the chance, with the bonnet popped, you have to get the binoculars out to see where the engine is. It's so low down, it's so far back, it's well past the front axle. And technically you could call it a front mid car because of that. And the gearbox is a transaxle way at the back of the car for, it's got really good weight distribution. So it must have been quite a project really for ProDrive. Bentley came to them with a big luxury, huge GT cruiser of a car and said, we want to make a GT3 car out of this, but it's got to be good. And we want to win some races, please. Oh, it's also got to be really good on endurance and fuel. Can you do that for us? And I mean, what ProDrive turned out, it was a good car when it was running along, and I used to wave the Bentley flag all the time. I was just sad to see it. Kyle Army, it didn't pull off for them, but will it pull off for the number 5 Tinko van der Velde? They looked down the inside of the Race Anywhere car, but you see what I mean? Look, they pulled out.
Yeah.
The Bentley just ran out of puff.
It's such a shame to see, but like you say, it is technically mid-engine because of how far back the engine is. It's an incredible feat of engineering. And even the first version, I'm going to say this out loud, I can't believe this, I think the first one looked better than the second one. However, I do love the rear wing on this second car. It's a mad shape. It's a huge rear wing. And let's not forget, they take 1.5 tons out of the road car in terms of the weight difference to make this. And GT3 cars aren't even 1.5 tons in themselves. So that just shows you how heavy the road cars are. And I actually I can see from my window the Bentley factory. I used to say it was a stone's throw, but then people start getting particular, saying, flipping heck, Chaz, you could throw a stone really far. But I can see the Bentley factory roof from my window, and I see all of the, whenever a car comes out and has a bit of a shakedown, they rag it up and down the country lanes. I mean, they drive it really respectfully and slowly up and down the country lanes around Cheshire. And you see them with the delivery plates and all that on, and it's still with the plastic covers on and everything. It's great to see, I must admit. And again, they make wonderful cars, but I still think that ProDrive, like you say, did an absolute number. In your words as well, Ryan, they did a number on that GT3, and it's a beast. Oh, sorry, I think there was a bit of maybe a bit of shenanigans going on there between the Honda and the Porsche. It looked like the Rocket SimSport NSX was down the inside of the Porsche for a sec there, and then all of a sudden when the camera changed and we got to the exit of Quarry, the Porsche was very slow on the exit, the Honda was very slow on the sort of inside of the corner, and there was a lot of light flashing going on. I think there might have been a bit of a disagreement there, mate.
Yeah, I think there might have been some light touchy between the cars. The Mobileye 127 looked up the outside, thought better of it, just better to kind of fall back in line and line up your move, especially if you're right behind a Porsche, because now the Porsche speed in the corners is being governed by that Lamborghini in front. Always the best place to try to overtake a Porsche is in the straight line, as sad as it is to say, because in real life, and especially in some other series, the Porsche can have some great speed, but a lot of the times in ACC it is a little bit lacking to some of the other cars, depending on what setup they've got. They will be saved because they've also got the the toe of the Lamborghini in front. But look at the BMW now starting to pull. It gets to that moment where you have to decide, are you going to go for it on the inside, on the outside? The 127 decides that, you know what, this time around we're just going to stay single file.
Yeah, you have to just, well, what is it they say, discretion is the better part of valor a lot of the time. I think there's a number of situations throughout this race where you will have that come in. Now, the Porsche itself has a bit of clean air as the Lamborghini hops into the pit lane. So the 977 machine currently being driven by Pignon, as the BMW very much filling his mirrors right now. And you mentioned earlier about the BMW being quite a bulky car and spreading its weight really well. Cars like that really come into their own when it's wet. They have a lot more natural mechanical grip, like you said. Each of the four corners really does just stick in the wet because of how well spread out the weight is. It's not heavier in any respects. It's just where the weight lies in the car, as they managed to move over very quickly there for blue flags for the Williams Mercedes. That could come into their favour, actually, because then if the Mercedes opens the door on the Porsche, they'll be right back through.
Well, that's sometimes what you've got to think about, and that might even be that they had their team radio on saying Williams are coming up fast. Just let them by. We'll try to stick with them, and you will pass them when the Porsche has to eventually let them through, because now they're on a charge, and it won't be long before that big V8 manages to muscle their way right up to the back of the Porsche. But yeah, in the wet as well, the other thing that the BMW's got going for it, it is the newest car on the grid. Probably still has that nice new car smell from BMW, but yeah, because of that, the traction control systems have come a long way. I mean, I don't know if you've in ACC ever gone to the side of the garage that we call the last generation cars. It's where such dinosaurs live as, say, the Jag and the old Bentley and the old Audi. Driving those cars in the wet, you realize how far technology has come with all of the systems that these cars, are adorned with, the computers that control these cars now. Because like driving the Jag in the wet, you will feel the definition of "I hate this traction control." It doesn't move. It just doesn't move, and you can turn it all the way down to 1, and it still doesn't move. And the old V12 Aston is another one for it. It has the very distinct cutting sound as the traction control desperately tries to keep all the horses that the V12 has on the road, but they're sort of failing. And that was a car as well. I don't know if you've ever seen that here in real life. The V12 Aston Martin here is scary.
Oh yeah, I love the old V12 Vantage. It's such an insane car. Massive rear wing on it as well, incredibly tall. Used to be a number of them in the British GT Championship, and I absolutely adore it. It was the first car I actually drove on Assetto Corsa Competizione as well. And funnily enough, I followed it up and thought, I'm going to try the wet weather. And I drove the Jag at the Nürburgring in the wet. And guess what I shouted? I hate this traction control. That's funny actually though, because I started doing the career mode in Assetto Corsa Competizione, and one of the first things I drove was the 650S McLaren. In my opinion, the prettiest GT3 car ever made. However, an absolute pig is a real massive understatement of describing how that car is, because it is more than a pig. It's an entire farm of pigs trying to drive that thing. I think one of my favourite Clarkson analogies I've ever heard is it's like trying to win the Grand National on a lion that's made out of jelly and teeth. And that's what it was like trying to drive the McLaren in the wet. It's just unbelievable. But then you jump in the 720S, what a machine. You really do feel the difference. It's incredible how far it has come. And it's mad that most of that comes from the technology of it. The Neanderthal route of just give them more power, give them more downforce, isn't the only thing that has sort of settled that difficulty in the wet, is it? It's actually more down to how the systems can compute. They've got the data now, and the way they can program the cars to behave in the wet is just amazing.
Yeah, well, the first car that I ended up driving was the 2015 GTR, and if anyone finds where the front end of the 2015 GTR is going, can you please mail it to me? Because through the steering wheel, there's nothing. I don't understand where it's gone. But
no, you're right. You're totally right.
It just doesn't. You get to a certain point of steering, and then that's it. No more feel. There's kind of a little bit of feel, no matter what you do with all those casters. No matter what you do with the setup. I went into the, knowing. I've had a bit of a motorsport background, know how to set up a race car. I went, I'm going to set this up. I'll fix this car. 4 hours later, I was still thinking, why can't I make it feel like I want it to? And put it down to, this is just not working. But then when you actually sit and think back, what was really scary to think, and kind of then you think, oh no, I'm becoming old, is I remember when that car was brand new in GT1, the Sumo power car, and you realize that was 2010, like 2009, 2010. It's now 2015. The car's been made into a GT3 car, and then it was 2018 before it got its sort of update, and then it's kind of faded into obscurity now. But apparently, from what I'm being told anyway, there's still a couple of them running around in the Asia region. They're just all hiding, really.
I don't know how you hide a car that big, but I remember when I first saw actually the GTR, it was, again, there was a couple of them in the British GT Championship. I think Sir Chris Hoy drove one as well. And the original one with the massive rear wing on it, like we're talking GT3 rear wings, that thing was the daddy of them all. Beautiful twin middle supports on it as well. They weren't evenly spread out like the rest of the cars. What an amazing wing that thing had on it. And of course, yeah, they had the GT Academy car as well, actually, as Mike has very rightly just pointed out to us in the background there.
I know where that car went.
Oh, do you? Was it in the barrier?
No, the GT Academy car that had that awesome safety car restart here, that was the 2015. If anyone runs on Brit Car and you said you commentate on it, that is the Fox Transport car.
Oh, is it that one?
It's that one.
Oh,
it was the GT Academy car. It then became a private owned Motul liveried car that kind of just hung around the BRDC. It was kind of just, you saw it on test days, you saw it occasionally at certain events, not really doing anything, and then it disappeared. Yeah, that's because Richard bought it and it's now the Fox Transport car. But we traced all the history back when we got that car and drug it to the workshop, and it was only when we looked into it, because it was a weird spec. It was we got the car and it said a 2018 model, and we looked under the bonnet and realised the engine was in a different place from the 2018. And yeah, it was when we looked at the chassis number, realised, oh, it's this car. It was such a strange thing to say, but looking back.
Sorry, wasn't it being driven by? Is that the same one that was being driven by Graham Tilley and Wiltra Goethe in GT Cup? Or am I? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Mike's just confirmed it. Yeah, and I saw them at Brands Hatch in that thing, and it is, well, it's not GT3 power levels anymore, because obviously in that championship it was sort of semi-unlimited in the GTO class of the GT Cup. Last time I heard about it, it was over 700, but I'm not quite sure how far north of 700 it was. But,
it had a lot of horses, because that really wore out the engine as well. That car's had one new engine since then, and then sadly its first outing, it had a brand new engine fitting. It had everything put back, to run in the homologated run. First time out, a couple of quid spark plug. The end dropped off of it, destroyed a cylinder.
Oh, it's always the way, isn't it? I remember I'm good friends with Wiltra Goethe. He's a lovely lad, and I was commentating on something at Brands Hatch when he was racing there as well, and I had a chat with him when their session had finished in the afternoon and my commentary duties were done. And he was saying that when they got down Pilgrim's Drop, before they got to Hawthorns at the right, they were touching nearly 180 in that car, and they were doing, get this, the straight that's not even a straight at Brands Hatch, they were doing nearly 150 before they started braking for Paddock Hill Bend. Now, if I'm approaching Paddock Hill Bend, I wouldn't do 50, let alone add another 100 onto that, because that is just a scary... And this was in the wet, by the way. This is a scary prospect, but anyone that knows Will know he's an absolute character. He's the calmest guy in the world to speak to, but behind the wheel he's an absolute lunatic. Anyway, there is a motor race going on. I think we should get back to be fair, Ryan. We've got Mike just letting us know now that the positions are changing, and of course the BMW now ahead of the Porsche. Car 127 overtakes car 977. There has been a penalty as well. Now, if I can remember which of the many channels we get in this championship, I'll have a look. But we'll... oh, Mike's done the wonderful thing of bringing it on screen. Can you tell that I'm absolutely flustered right now? There we go. Cars 977 and 22 on lap 285. No further action there. Cars 42 and 99 on lap 284. There is a 15-second time penalty for car 99 for causing a collision. And that is the Race Anywhere Some Sport Pro car, which you were saying before, Ryan, you quite like the look of.
Yeah, well, they've obviously been in the naughty box. We also had a little bit earlier as well when we were sort of reminiscing about ye oldie days. The 322, they did end up with a 15-second time penalty for their incident with the Joe McCauley, the FFS racing car. So that is what happened to them. The 322 will obviously drop down the order, and that's what the stewards deemed from that slightly tricky sort of accident that came on. But yeah, for the 127, they made the move, and there you go. Now that they can have the the straights to themselves, they're not being governed by the Porsche anymore. You just start to pull away. As a Porsche driver, it's probably the saddest thing. Once you've dropped out of that slipstream range of someone, or you don't have maybe even to you backmarket cars to protect you around, that's it. Once you're past at a track like this, you don't really have many huge braking zones or long sweeping corners that you can necessarily use the great brakes and the great handling that car's got, because over the mountain, like all this sections, as we've said before, it's kind of a single file. You get your pace governed by the car in front. You could be 2 inches off their bumper. Comes to the straight, doesn't mean anything. It's the Porsche here is a car that can qualify greatly, but in a race they always just seem to struggle unless they get something really going well for them.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, the main point about Bathurst is the fact that while it may be single file over the mountain, you've got to then consider how difficult it is just to get over the mountain at the sort of pace that these guys are doing. It's absolutely mad when you combine it all together. During our reminiscing as well, we've actually gone into the final 2 hours of this race here, Ryan. So 10 hours completed here at the mountain, at wonderful Mount Panorama. of course known to you and me as Bathurst. We look right now at the 322 Bentley. This is being driven by Bogoroditsky, and he has got, well, only a couple of tiny margins in front of him to the number 164 car, which is the Aston Martin V8 Vantage, the GTWR R8G Academy white machine, and it's Alexandre Herbignaud driving that machine. I wonder if he is any relation to Christophe Herbignaud that used to race in Formula 3s and iRacing, because I commentated on him a lot and he was an absolute star. So if he's anywhere near as quick as his namesake, he'll do all right. Flashing lights from the Bentley, obviously trying to put the pressure on that little bit, because that 127 BMW now of Biotto, now he is clear of the Porsche behind. He's going to start trying to reel these guys in if they fight for even just 1 or 2 laps and lose a bit of time.
Yeah, well, that 13-second gap, as soon as you do really start battling, start slowing each other up, that gap can erase in, 2, 3 or 4 laps, depending on how much you are battling. The 51 as well, they had, I believe, like a 13-second gap. That's the car that's driven all the way back up into the top 10, currently with an 11-second gap, so they're slowly reeling themselves in. But here you go, this is kind of what happens now over the mountain, the 322. They've got to stay as close as they can, while you're also fighting the aero wash, from running this close. The front aerodynamics of the Bentley, as much as the wing sticks up higher than the Aston Martin in front, the front is just completely gone, and the drivers will start to feel that. You got to be careful down through the dipper. The walls will creep in on you. It becomes a lot tighter than you necessarily think, especially when you've got an Aston Martin filling your windscreen, because you can't see where the edges of the corners are. You're just kind of hoping that that the car in front takes the perfect line and you follow them, and then it's the long old stretch down the Conrod Straight, the flashing of the lights, constant flashing, trying to put the Aston Martin off. And they've been in this position once before. It looked like the move was made, but they went slightly too deep, and they're going to try it again. They look to the outside. It's a long old way around. They're going to go hard on the brakes. It's going to be another late braking maneuver. Can they get it stopped in time? Yes, they can the 322. This time, the move has stuck. Position gained for the 322, up into 17th.
Yeah, lovely, tidy move that as well, and you could see that he was trying to line that up in his head for quite a while. The Ferrari, actually, of DeSalvo there, just getting past what has now suddenly become lap traffic in the form of the Aston Martin. But that was great stuff by Bogoroditsky, the Polish driver, doing very well indeed. Here's another Bentley and another Polish driver, actually, Jakub Charkot, in the Triton Racing Bentley in 28th position at the moment, trying to chase down the number 94 Honda, which is 2 cars in front of them. Obviously, the Porsche that we saw before, the 977 machine, is the only thing between them. Blue flags waved, and they pull over to one side, and race leader just behind them as well. So blue flags there for the race leader overall. This is going to be interesting to see how this works out, because the Bentley will not want to give up a single inch of the road here. But with the race leader on your tail, if there's any cars you've got to sort of make way for, that is the most important one. That's the one everyone will remember if you mess it up. But he's got a bit of breathing room now, actually, because the 977 Porsche is the car that's got to worry about that before them. So maybe here he can try and get onto the back of that number 94 HPD Jazz Pro Honda. The driver behind the wheel of that right now is Cardin Liu, sharing the car with Zach Patterson, Ben Kriener and Hugo Ohaski. 3 Honda NSX Evos in that class today, 2 of them HPD Jazz Pro, and then of course the other one, the Race Anywhere SimSport Pro car that got the penalty just recently. But now looks suddenly the Bentley, well, if it wasn't filling the mirrors and blocking out the sun before, it's very much doing so now.
Yeah, and that's really where the Bentley shines, is over the mountain. It's not going to win the outright speed contest down the straights, but you can stay so close to it. And the flashing the lights from the race leader behind, they obviously wanted to get through. They know that they can't lose too much time. They've got a comfortable lead, yes, but we mentioned that 0.3 of a second keep going around. It could lose easily a second. It's going to be too wide, clipping the inside curve. The 10 is very unsettled. Manages to get the car back pointing the right way. They're going to look potentially for the cutback. It'll be the outside, it then will give them the inside for the last corner. It's going to be a great move as long as they hold it down. It's going to be a drag race to the final corner for the big Bentley. On the inside, it's going to be had, and it's position gained for the 10 for Triton Racing. A great move, set that up nicely.
How on earth did Charco move ahead of that Honda after having a moment like that into the chase. That's fantastic. The fact that the car looked so out of shape when he kissed that curb and really wiggled its way in there on the brakes, somehow he turned that into an overtaking manoeuvre. That just shows you the skill of these drivers, what they can deal with. You can throw anything their way, and they'll just turn it into a complete advantage for you. It's unbelievable, but great stuff. And now the 94 Honda has to move out of the way for the race leader, but doesn't. Just cutting the nose off the race leader there for a second. That was a very, very scary moment for the 63 Lamborghini. Driver at the wheel right now is Giorgio Simonini, and he is not going to be the happiest bunny in the world right now with that one from the 94 Honda of Lou. But you know, Lou doesn't want to lose time. Get it, Lou? Lose time to the Bentley just in front, because while you can still see the target that you're chasing, you can sort of feel a little bit more confident in the way that you chase after it. But right now they are going to have to concede to the race leader in a moment, and I think that is it's going to be a big change to the mental advantage that the Bentley has right now.
Yeah, and then also the Bentley, if they can time it just that little bit better to where, you know, where they let the race leader through with no time loss or minimal time loss to them as well, ideally on a straight or just, you know, coming into the braking zone. Ideally what you would want now is the leader to be right behind you so that they get by, you know, and they've got a little bit of a gap coming into the braking zone. You lose minimal time looking in the background as well. I think the race leader's still caning on that Honda. The Honda's still got the foot welded to the floor. They don't really want to let go of the Triton racing car, but eventually they're going to have to let the leader through, as they do going up into the chase. Leader goes through, and that you know, I think that will put a little bit more of a gap between them and the Honda behind.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pivotal now to see how Jakub Charkot lets the leader by and where he gets that done, because like you say, the gap has really opened up. It's over 2 seconds now to Cardin Lou behind. BMW has disappeared ahead of them as well, so the Bentley's not really got too much to worry about right now. 27th place for the number 10 car, just holding on in there at the minute. They're surrounded by a bunch of all of the other manufacturers. It literally looks like a list of one from each. You've got a Ferrari a couple of positions ahead, followed by a Lambo, an Audi, an Aston. Behind them you've got a Honda, a Porsche, a BMW and a McLaren, so there's almost one of every manufacturer in there. In fact, I think other than maybe Lexus's, there actually is. So fantastic to see that we do have that variation. We spoke earlier about the balance of performance and the way that these cars all look very different, they all sound very different. You can watch them go around the same corner and see that they all behave very differently, but still, the ultimate pace can be so similar in all of them. It just comes down to driver preference, maybe the circuit, maybe how a driver reacts to a certain way a setup affects the car. GT3 racing is just a beautiful thing in my eyes, and long may it continue, because I think it's probably the most exciting category in the world, although I'm not allowed to show any bias to the trucks I was commentating on today.
It is probably one of the most competitive, you know, when you see even in the real life, you know, SRO regions, when whole fields are, you know, the top 10 are covered within a second, and then you take that to the esports where, you know, obviously there's so much more time to practice, there's so much more time to you know, sort of really nail that setup and really get on with the car, and then you see whole 30-40 car grids covered by not, you know, just over 1 second, and that is a scary prospect to think, is that you've got all these cars, all these people, manufacturers, setups, balance of performance, and the difference is basically the blink of an eye when they come to the line.
Yeah, it certainly is, and again, it just shows you how much endurance racing has changed, and not just even in the esports world, but you know, in the real world, GT World Challenge, you see the cars just go on what is effectively a 3, 6, 12 or 24 hour sprint race. You know, they're at such an incredible pace all the way around these events, and the cars are that reliable that the drivers just absolutely push them to the very end. They do not think, oh, let's save the engine or let's save the tyres. You know, they'll just go for it, because that's what you have to do. The level of competition is so high, and it's the same in esports now as well. Here's Mohamed Thasbi in the 7.9 Flash Axle Ferrari. Car 21 is currently in 34th place. As whoa, he's actually just had a big moment down Skyline. Mike has very rightly pointed out he's got 2 rigs, seemingly, where he is there. Now, I can't even get 1 rig in my office, to be honest with you. I have to slide it under my desk to make it work. It's a very versatile setup, but I've got two desks and 2 PCs. But yeah, half a rig, I think. I have to move it. But yeah, 2 rigs in 1 room there. That's quite interesting. That's what we'd call in the mid-90s and early 2000s a T car.
Yeah, well, I've as a bit of a scary moment there for the Ferrari, does manage to save it. That is probably one of the worst feelings as a driver when the car's gone light underneath you. You've taken to the escape road and you're trying to save it because you know that the bumps over there potentially will send you off. But my rig is everything. My rig is also my computer, my desk, and my everything, because I just don't have the room. So commentating from you right now, sat in a KTR bucket racing seat with all the rig gear and everything. I just take the steering wheel off because that kind of gets in the way a little bit of the deck. But yeah, it's as well the rigs that you see, on the cameras, the sort of the vast differences as well. We've seen single screens, triple screens, like Florian Bonjour's, for example, he's got a triple screen. We've seen some ultra wides, like the super ultra wides, for the people who are really, really fancy. But it does show though that it's not necessarily the gear that you've got, it's how well you gel with the car.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, I always say it about myself, even though people see my setup and they're like, oh, you've got 2 PCs. I mean, Mike's got like 14 or something like that he's got on the go right now. something daft. But in my case, it's all the gear, no idea, to be honest with you. But even still, I totally agree, though. I used to bolt my wheel to my desk, and when I just used to get fed up of just bolting it back on or moving it around whenever I had to commentate or race, It'd just be like, oh, do I have to do it again? And whenever my friends would pop on and be like, oh, do you want to come on and do some laps for a bit? Or just, are you going to race in this tonight? It's like, oh, I can't be bothered. And that used to be really simple compared to now. Sliding the rig from the corner of the room under the desk, move the monitors forward, then plug everything in, then make sure it's all lined up properly. Yeah, now it's a pain in the backside, but I'll do it more often. Anyway, again, it's great to see these drivers with all of their different setups. The beautiful white Puma gloves there by Jordan Grant Smith, even though it does slightly look like he's giving us the finger right now. The Race Anywhere Sim Sport Ferrari. Sorry, it's not Ferrari, is it? Oh God, I can't get that wrong. It's a Honda, clearly. The 32nd place machine. It's a car that's been in the wars, and it's had its moments over the course of this race, hasn't it, really, at this point, Ryan?
It's definitely had its moments, and the other thing was that was Jordan Grant Smith at the wheel, long-time friend of mine. Me and him basically started out in ACC around about the same time. He continued, with his esports venture, and I went into commentating instead. But obviously, Jordy will only have to have the finest white gloves because that is his style. You have to have style when racing, but. Yeah, I was talking to him before their stint, and he was saying that it's just been one of those days, but they're still all in high spirits, still in high hopes. You've just got to push on, make the best of what you can, finish as high as you can, and that you've still got a whole season ahead of you. As much as round one might have gone wrong, the thing is you can always take what happened. Take that away, turn it from a negative into a positive of, we have to work with this. Maybe they don't gel with the car right well. Maybe it was just one of those days for one of the drivers, and at the end I think that team as well, they'll progress over the season.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, it's tough to be on the back foot straight away when a championship gets underway, but the thing is, we always remember how people bounce back from a sort of setback, not how the setback comes about. Car 1 is into the pits, but this is now 301st lap of the race. We have completed 300 laps at Mount Panorama, and that in itself seems absolutely bonkers. Giorgio Simonini there, showing us a portrait in landscape, apparently, but he's apparently a very, very tall bloke. 6'6", Mike's telling me right now, behind the scenes. Unbelievable. So he needs to be in portrait mode just to make sure that you can fit him all in.
well, you can see his head actually sticks up a little bit from the race seat. But
yeah,
if that's a race seat similar to me, then I can tell how tall Simonini is, because if it looks a very similar seat to what I've got, I am nowhere near poking over the top of that. In fact, my head is slightly lower than the head guards, but I'm a little bit short.
Well, even Mike in the background there said that he's short, so everybody's tall to him, but this guy's genuinely tall. So he's a bit of a long boy, is Giorgio Simonini, but he's also a fast boy, it seems. And he's doing a great job with his teammates as well, of course, Jordan Sherratt and Gianfranco Giglioli. Isaac Price, though, now back into second place, with Arta Camera taking over the number 1 BMW for BS Competition. BMW team BS Competition, I should say. A team that are always very interesting to follow on social media. They have some fantastic people that work behind the scenes on their social media, I must say. A lot of these teams do, you know, there's a lot of great banter, especially across the likes of Twitter and Instagram with these teams. You know, everybody all interacts, and that's one of the wonderful things. You know, the racing itself is in such a digital world that, you know, to then take all of the communication that goes on across these social media platforms and in such an active way, there's a great community behind sim racing. But even when you just focus on one championship or one series, you see that even there alone there is a great group as well. As we look at Maciej Malinowski, and he's in VR actually, which is not something you often see at a competitive level, is it, Ryan?
No, but if I remember, Malinowski, he often races in VR. It's kind of you know what the man does, but what he can do with the car with some setups, and especially with the Porsche, you know, when you see him, is absolutely phenomenal. You can see him, you know, having to fight the wheel all the time, and you see the snaps there from the McLaren. It always feels like Malinowski likes the force feedback so high that he feels every single sort of grain through the steering wheel, which you know, a lot of people would that'd tire you out entirely, but nope, for the driver of the Yas Heat SRO 22 team, he's that just seems to be the norm for this driver. We've seen it numerous times, even in other races that I've commentated on. It's just his style.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you know, when you get direct drive wheels that can put out as much force as, well, direct drive wheels can in this modern age, you know, a lot of the time it seems a bit of a waste not to use all of it, but at the same time it's sometimes unnecessary to use all of it. You know, the amount of power they can put out is pretty scary, and obviously you don't want to risk injury either. I know a number of people that have been injured by direct drive wheels, but you know, it comes down to your own responsibility whether you hang on if you're going to have an accident or not. And it's quite interesting to see. On a bit of a tangent, I actually had a driver that races in the real world on a championship that I commentate on here in the UK. He needed to use a sim to try and learn one of the circuits in the cars they were using, and he came round to my house and tried it out, and he was actually saying it's quite intriguing that you can get that immersed in it, that there is actually sometimes that fear factor there of putting the car in the wall if you have really high force feedback as well. I imagine that's the same for a number of drivers, but obviously you can feel, like you said, Ryan, every grain, every little stone in the road, you can feel every little bit of it. Some drivers really want that. Others want to just slightly just dial it in enough so there's a limit to it. But I'm under the impression that the more you can feel, the more you know when the car is going to break away and misbehave. But it depends how much you want to risk the sort of the wheel hurting your wrists or killing your arms after a long run like this.
Yeah, well, that was sort of the first thing that I had to learn when I got a direct drive, was the moment to let go. There is, you know, plenty of times when you still think that you might be able to save this, and even necessarily sometimes, even in a real car, obviously not a GT3 racing car. I don't have that amount of money, but you still hang on because you think you can save it, but maybe sometimes not. But as well, once again, looking at the other setups that our producer was telling us, Kevin Scolari with the ultra wide as well. That's gives him the best possible view with the 91 running wide just before Skyline. But then actually the number 5 Bentley has also had problems, and it might be a spin for the number 5. Oh!
Well, that's what it looks like when a housing estate takes off, everybody. The Bentley clatters into the dipper down the hill there. That was a horrible, horrible impact. Side on as well, really flung the car in the air. I'd be intrigued to know what that has done to the steering, and of course how that machine feels right now. You can see it sort of bobbling around as it comes out of Forest Elbow. But that is not good, to say the least. That's a big understatement, I must admit, but that was a hell of a moment, wasn't it? All of a sudden just really unfolded very, very quickly, didn't it, Ryan? And then the next thing you know, you've got an absolute postcode in the sky.
Well, I thought the 191 was going to have a much bigger problem than it necessarily did. You know, Kevin Scolari managed to keep that car going. When you've got 2 wheels on the grass, 2 wheels on the road, obviously the grip levels are completely unbalanced, and you're bouncing along. The cars are not really designed for that. It'll want to try spit you out and spin you around. It looked like, you know, the number 5 had that incident, took to the escape road, but just like I said earlier, you're downhill, you're in a front-engine car, the weight has gone off the rear, and and gravity and the weight transfer is working against you. Just the number 5, Moreira, just couldn't really save the Bentley. Gravity had taken over at that point, and into the wall they went, and then gravity was defeated with the Bentley flying up into the air. I have never seen a Bentley come sideways towards the camera before, but, well, now I have.
I wondered why the sun disappeared. But yeah, that's what we call a total eclipse, everybody. But yeah, the big old Boatley somehow continuing as well. It was a hell of a whack that it had into the wall, and we have the AK Esports guys in the chat as well. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us once again. We love your work. But yeah, somehow Fidel Moreira has, well, somehow got away with that. And I mean, the car probably feels like absolute death to drive right now. You can see the way that it's moving around a little bit. Obviously the ping contributing slightly to that, but before it was a lot smoother. As here we have another look back at it then. So coming through McPhillamy Park, just clipping the curb on the right, nice and smooth on the way in, and it just straightens up. It just straightens up, and you could tell he tries to correct it, and then as it bounces, oh, there you go. It actually looked a lot more dramatic from the other angle, so I don't think it's actually done as much to the car as we would have initially thought, but you could tell he could feel the car going, couldn't he? And then he straightened up and thought, right, stuff this, we're going in a straight line.
Yeah, well, that turn has a bit of a bump on the inside, as it were, as the wipers go. You can tell the driver's trying to probably frantically set the pit strategies and set everything else back up, as they're pressing every single button on the center console, thinking, where is it? But you can go over that if you're on the brakes. You can lock up, and that will obviously put a horrible feeling through the steering wheel. And you've got to make that decision: do we continue going, risk a spin, or straighten up? They elected to straighten up, but because it had thrown them over that curb, then you've completely lost the car by then. Back end slid out. It was only really damage to the rear left, off that wall. It kind of softly touched the tire wall, coming back down to earth on the right, and continued on. So obviously the driver's not necessarily thinking it's not race ending, that they have to pit right now, but continuing on as another race control report comes through. Cars 911 and 27 on 293, lap 293, 5-second time penalty for the 27 for causing that collision.
Yeah, indeed, that was the McLaren 720S of SEL Esports Ben Q Mobius, driven by Kevin Leon, Jeremy Barre, Steve Favre, and Hamza Belhassan, or Belhassan, I should say. They will now obviously serve that when they come into the pits. That's one of the good things as well with this sort of championship, is that we don't have to remember those penalties right to the end of the race. They just serve them there and then in the pits, and then they're done with. So as soon as they've come back out again, they're back on that sort of stalemate that they had when they went in. Now, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, Ryan, we're not going to go off on too much of a tangent here, I hope. I mean, we might do.
He says.
Yeah, I was going to say, right, well, let's see how many words we can cram this into. The wall on the exit of the chase. Discuss. That one.
Yeah. I mean, I like it in the sense of safety, and sometimes in certain races, in iRacing, the historic feat, or sort of yearly tradition of jumping the wall.
Yeah. I actually commentated on that last Monday. Actually, the touring car race that someone did.
It is a good advancement for safety. I'm not really. I wasn't really that flustered, with the track changes that it's seen over the years in the name of safety. It's not changed as much as some tracks necessarily will. It's for me, anything really that that will add a bit of safety to the drivers, so that we can have this close racing, and when the incidents do happen, everyone kind of walks away, can always be a good thing. Recently, they're changing. If I believe they're changing parts of the Red Bull Ring after the MotoGP accident, which is some people were a little bit dismayed at the addition of 2 extra chicanes for that, but at the end of the day, it keeps everyone safe. It stops all these big accidents, and not that long ago, it was that accidents in motorsport were quite frightening, and you had big injuries and cars that were completely destroyed. And the GT3 cars now are so strong It was
Oh,
even
yeah.
at this circuit. Do you remember the Audi, I believe, that spun out and then was
Yes.
hit at basically full force into the driver's side, and that was the most horrible noise to ever hear over a broadcast, was the sound of shattering carbon fiber.
Yeah, I
But
think it
then
was-
the next shot was the driver getting out and being fine.
Yeah, it's incredible, the safety of these modern cars. I think it was John Hindhaugh actually said himself, that's a bad noise. He was not joking. Absolutely horrible sounding thing, and it was a massive impact. Says, whoa, that's a big impact in itself. How did they both get away with that? Andrea Capoccia somehow did not go absolutely spearing off the road then, and neither did the BMW that he tapped. That is usually something where we would see both cars completely wrecked. Sometimes, we get things, I don't want to say the word netcode, but there it is. It's on the table now. Sometimes you can get incidents that maybe get a little bit exaggerated by contact like that. It throws the cars off in different directions. That is one of the very few moments where it actually benefits the fact that it goes, oh, you know what, these cars are both fine. They're going to continue in a straight line. They definitely got away with that there. Flippy neck.
Yeah, that was a hard catch from both of the drivers there. So the Mercedes, the AMG AK car, really catching up. They see the Porsche ahead, even though with that 50-second time penalty, they want to get around them. They just want to get further up the road, further to anyone really in their classes. There's the big chunk of silver class cars directly in front of the 88, but maybe not necessarily expecting the closing speeds that they had committed to the outside, just that 10th or so too late, and the light tap. But both cars continue on. It will definitely be in a moment where the drivers would have breathed in through their teeth and continue on. Look in the mirror. Speaking of looking in the mirror, the 977 goes for a bit of an off-track venture, continues on, but we've seen how dangerous that can be.
You say breathe in through your teeth, they breathe out through your backside, don't you, in those moments? It's an absolute nightmare. Just very quickly coming back, I know that I love these tangents, I'm sure you'll agree as well, to be fair, Ryan, but the wall after the exit of the chase, I was always intrigued as to how that actually makes it safer, bringing the wall closer rather than having it further away. And I couldn't really think of much of an argument for it, but I suppose the cars haven't got sort of long enough to go off the road to make it a massive accident. Then again, I would have thought it'd funnel it down and keep them near the racetrack if they make a bit of a mistake on the exit. It's intriguing because there's no tyre wall on it either, so it's much like most of the others. It's solid concrete.
I think they might have even been expecting the cars to come in at more of an angle, because of the kink. Maybe they're trying to expect crashes where cars are necessarily going through the gravel trap sideways and just trying to sort of stop them that way. As he says, it's one of those, it sort of makes no sense. It'll make sense to someone, and then we're going to see a move here, the 164 filling the windscreen, the 563 looks to the inside. Look at how much they tried to look back to the inside, but unsettles the Lamborghini, and then you kind of have to rodeo it back together.
Yeah, that was well, it is riding the bull, isn't it, really, with the Lamborghini? But yeah, it was certainly a very focusing moment indeed. This is our third place car, Arta Camera, in the BS Competition 2021 blue SRO machine, listed on our entry list as BMW Team BS Competition. He crosses the line to complete their 307th lap of this race around Mount Panorama. We're into the last 90 minutes of this race now, and I can tell you that is going to fly by very, very quickly as Bonacorsi looks back down the inside of the Aston Martin of Brioni. Nothing doing there, though, on the way into Quarry, and now he's going to sit behind as they now go up into the cutting, hard onto the brakes, let the car dive down into the camber on the left-hand side, and then guide it over the multiple crests here as they go into Reed Park, over the crest of the hill, start flicking the weight back down to the left, and then, of course, the incredible McPhillamy Park. Such a fantastic place to watch GT3 cars and watch any form of racing. Flying around here again on the exit, plenty of curb into Skyline, dive it down, balance the car on the way in, go down through the gears nice and gently, don't upset the car too much, and then of course down through the dipper, a massive jump down, mind the wall on the right, cut it close to the wall on the left, and then hug the wall on the right hand side, but be careful because it kinks out slightly. It's smooth all the way around, and then all of a sudden it tightens up, and there's a bit of a pointy bit on the wall that you have to stay clear of. Forest Elbow as well, navigated very, very nicely. But Marcello Bonacorsi doing everything he can to stay with the Aston, but I'll tell you what, Brioni looked really strong over the mountain that time round, Ryan.
And the 127 as well. They were briefly in the mirror at the start of the mountain. It looks like they've had a little bit of an issue with Forest Elbow and a drop back off. But yeah, that Aston Martin that time was completely hooked up. I thought the Lamborghini might have had, you know, the little bit of the advantage over the mountain, being able to sort of use that rotation that they have underneath their underneath their right foot, for example. You know, you kind of drive that car completely balancing the weight transfer of it, but yeah, the Aston Martin managed to hook it up and just give themselves enough of a safety margin that coming in, if they can do that a few more times, you just need to get outside where you break the toe, and then if you can be, you know, that sort of level of consistency, that's when you start to pull away. But the 563 says, that is not all that I've got, I'm going to catch back up to you.
Yeah, that's it. It's how you sort of play ping pong, as a fellow commentator of mine once said about these. You've really got to ace the serve or just continue to return the ball back to them as hard as you can. And the Lamborghini right now, very, very different car to the Aston Martin it's chasing, but still very equal on performance when you put these two drivers right together. Here is the number 51 Ferrari, hidden behind those garages somewhere, with, well, who was actually the last driver at the wheel of that? It was De Salvo, wasn't it? Giovanni De Salvo brings the car into the pits, and he has done 31 laps on this stint, and he may hand over the car. There hasn't been anybody during the race so far that has double stinted in that car, and that's completely understandable. But we go back to this battle between the 563 Lamborghini and the 164 Aston Martin. Mid-engined 5.2 litre V10 versus front-engined 4 litre. It's the twin-turboed V8, isn't it, in the front of the Aston?
Yeah, it's the twin turbo. It's the car that ACC has mimics the sound a little bit with the upshift. They have a little bit of a pop, as it was. But if you've ever heard this car in real life, that upshift pop, nope, sounds more like a shotgun going off.
It makes you wince.
It is incredibly loud, is the anti-lag on that car, just to keep those turbos spooled up, because if you let them drop off, I mean, we've seen this car at race starts, it always struggles a little bit. So once you're on the roll, you need to keep them, boosted up. But the Lamborghini looking ever closer each time. Just that 1/10. They need to keep edging closer and closer on the straights, because they know that over the mountain it actually looks like advantage to the Aston Martin.
It really does, and you're absolutely right on the noise that car makes. There is insane amounts of anti-lag on it. Every single upshift, it makes you wince. It really makes you wince. My brother and I were lucky enough to go and watch the British GT testing at Oulton Park. We only live about 5 miles from the place. We went and stood on the pit wall during the testing there when the Aston Martin Vantage, this current iteration, first made its break into the British GT scene, and we saw a bunch of them all going out and testing, no livery on them as well, all just solid carbon. They looked unbelievable, but all of them making their way out of the pit lane, just juddering and rattling away on the anti-lag. The noise, I love my air shows. I love loud jet noise. I love loud cars, but I've never actually felt like my ears actually hurt from a noise in motorsport, except for when that Aston Martin struggled to get away and it was just consistent backfire. It was like machine gun fire right in front of you, and we were only 2 meters away from the car. It's deafening, absolutely deafening. But what a fantastic car the Aston is. It looks insane, sounds insane, and it goes insanely as well.
The only time I ever saw it was Brands Hatch. Same thing. It was a British GT race, and I was stood on the hill after you've gone through turn 2, sort of through Druids.
Down to Graham Hill.
The run down to the hill, the Graham Hill, and where we were stood was exactly, and I mean exactly, where the Aston Martin upshift. Every single lap would the Beechstein car come through, deafen us, and then go off.
Oh yeah, I mean that was the same thing. We tried to get to the upshift point for a lot of the cars on the exit of Old Hall at Oulton Park as well, where they've got the big run down the avenue, because the Bentley especially, actually the first iteration of the Bentley was like that as well. You get that shotgun sound from the exhaust every single time. Jordan Sherritt there just having to negotiate a little bit of traffic, but still getting through it very, very nicely indeed. He leaves the Mercedes and the Bentley to fight amongst the scraps behind them. That was the number 10 Bentley, if I have got it right. And to be fair, that number 10 car was looking a little bit lonely earlier on, wasn't it? And the Mercedes in front is not for position, actually, right now, with Dominic Blyer at the wheel. but still he's going to want to get past it as soon as possible. The Aston Martin behind them as well is not for position either, so it can be a bit frustrating when you get to that point. You know, nobody around you is anyone that you're fighting for position. You're just sort of wasting time, as it feels like, with the cars around you, you know, thinking that you're getting held up. As we see, I mean, my car producer is very entertained by Marcello Bonacorsi there, but he's a flamboyant Italian and he's in a flamboyant Italian car. What more could you want?
Yeah, trying to dart, you know, this way, that way to just put off the driver in front, because when you've been running this close and this sort of consistent now, he knows that, you know, it's not going to happen over the mountain. There's a bit of a tap there for the 563, a touch of the wall. Might unsettle the car a little bit, but that's when you start picking up that small amounts of damage that A, will hurt the pace, B, just make your pit stop that little bit longer. But I think it's getting to the point now for the Italian that they've realised, obviously, it's not going to happen over the mountain. They have to do something. They're just trying to make it where the 164 takes their eyes off the road for just that 1 second, just that small thing of where, you know, the driver might look in the mirror and think, oh, are they going to go for it? And then you outbrake yourself. I think that's what's going to happen. Because at the minute, it just seems that they're running this close, and it's going to be the first person to blink, really. And the 127 behind as well, the Mobileye the BMW, sorry. They're looking at this battle. They've got the best position, really, because they're just sort of waiting for something to happen, possible follow through, but another look up the inside wasn't to be. I think the Aston Martin's going to defend it. They are going to stays all the way down, jolts to the outside, back to the inside. There's a Lamborghini, but it's just a little bit too far back.
Oh, Bonacorsi is absolutely fantastic to watch, really flinging this car around. I mean, if the Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo didn't look angry enough on its own anyway, Bonacorsi is making it look like a very, very aggressive car right now. But Brioni doing a wonderful job at keeping the Aston Martin ahead, making it as wide as possible right now. And this is very quickly going to become a 3-car fight, I think, because Biotto just behind them is closing in very, very quickly himself. Car in 23rd place, the number 127 machine of Mobileye Jean Alesi Esports Academy. And I apologise, it's Blotto, not Biotto. I apologise. I thought it was an eye that had slightly blurred into one, but that is my eye blurring it into one. Anyway, 3-car fight, 3 very different cars. I can't wait to see how this unfolds, because now Bonacorsi is in that horrible position that we all hate here, Ryan, where he's in a battle trying to overtake somebody, and now he's got to focus on his mirrors as well, because the car behind him is suddenly closed right in.
The middle position is never an easy one in sim racing or in any racing. You've got to make, you know, all of the moves even more calculated, because you go for a move, you're opening the door to the person behind you, you end up outbraking yourself trying to go for a move. We've seen it happen in the chase. You know, people go back, the switchback happens, and then you could very easily find yourself stuck behind the BMW again, and then that's going to just, you know, be even more infuriating for the Lamborghini, because if they want to go back for the car that's in their class, they'd have another car to pass. It's going to be another long old run down the Conrad Straight that might be a tiny bit closer this time around. The slipstream's going into effect. You could basically hide the Lamborghini all the way behind the Aston Martin. They pull out to the inside. They've got to be careful not to clip that curb. We've seen it happen a couple of times. The Aston Martin's still on the inside. It is late on the brakes for the 563. Gets it done for the corner, and there you go. Finally, the move has been made for the 563 VS Racing by Ballers Esports team up into 21st.
And to be honest, he needs to now bolt away from this as quickly as he can, because every single corner that 127 BMW is held up behind Brioni is an extra corner where there is a slight advantage for Bonacorsi. He's going to have to push now and get that Lamborghini screaming away. That 5.2 litre V10 will certainly give him the poke that he needs to get away for it, or get away from it. If I could speak English, that'd be a good thing as a commentator, wouldn't it? But still, again, we've got 2 very different cars battling out now behind him, the Aston Martin and the BMW. V8 engine versus straight 6. Single turbo on that BMW straight 6 as well, as opposed to the twin turbo Aston Martin. But that BMW, I mean, as much as the front end has caused a lot of controversy, and I definitely still hate it and think the back end of it looks like a Lexus, the actual car itself, in terms of its performance, you know, you can't knock it. It's been such a good all-rounder, as a lot of big BMWs always have been in GT3 racing.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, BM have really put, you know, everything that they can into that car. You really can feel, though, that the car was really designed for for the VLN, for Nürburgring, just the way it handles and the way the gear ratios are. I know a couple of people who've raced it in ACC kind of say, what are these gear ratios? Because the final, anything above sort of fourth, feels so long that it just feels like it falls flat on its face at some of the tracks with a really long straight, unless you've got any kind of slipstream. If you can get up into the rev range, get up into the peak power, then it does okay for itself. But when you're on your own, it just feels a little bit sort of flat. But it was designed for a purpose. But yeah, I mean, thinking back, as much as the car was it seemed to be successful right at the end of its life. The big M6, that was a car that that was very advanced for the time, very interesting car to see. And just before they retired it, just before the M4 was basically brought in and they said, right, that's the new car, the M6 finally did what it was set out to do, and it won a VLN. I think it was Rover Racing, wasn't it, that won that just right at the end before they put it away into the museum, as it was. But I've driven the M6 a few times in ACC. It makes me laugh. It's a car that I drive just to have a big childish grin on my face, because it has turbo noises, it flutters and chutters at you, and the straight line speed is just hilarious, really. You get onto a long straight, and you put your foot down and you watch Porsche drivers cry.
Yeah, you do indeed. And I was lucky enough actually to commentate on the Nürburgring 24 hours where that car won as well, and I was a humongous fan of it. I was really happy to see one again, because it had been a long time since I'd seen one in person. To go into the garage and have a chat with the team and everything ahead of even qualifying, I didn't even have an idea that car was going to be as competitive as it was that weekend. And then to see them go and win the race from the commentary box was an absolute dream that weekend. It's still one of the best weekends I've had involved in motorsport. And, the team deserved it. That car has been around for a while. It's been around the block a few times. It's had its trials and tribulations. But as a big all-round GT car, it's just an absolute beast, isn't it? And again, just shows that you can have your nimble mid-engine to rear-engine supercars like your Lamborghinis, your Ferraris, your McLarens and Audis. But you can still build a big, beefy front-engine GT car and it be just as competitive a formula.
Yeah, exactly. As we look on the screen, this is one of your top three runners, the 62, Robbie Stapleford for the BMW G2 Esports. I've been looking at the stats provided us by Michael Hamlet, really, as well. This car, the 62, in fact, no, yeah, sorry, the 62 for the stint last go around. Average lap time for them was a 2:02.3, but they have had the fastest time in the pits. It was a 10:52.166. That's overall that they've spent, and that is 2 seconds better than the 63. And it looks like the gap slowly has been reeling down for them.
Yeah, well, I mean, the car in front was even quicker on average over that last stint as well. The number one machine, 2:02.0, and like you said before, 0.3 of a second quicker on average compared to the leading Lamborghini, and that will add up to a hell of a lot in the long run. And the 62, like you said there, was the fastest in terms of their total time in the pits, so getting quite the advantage over everybody else. And I'll tell you what, Michael Hamlet, I must admit, is an absolute gem behind the scenes, as he always is. But one of the stats he's just posted for us here is the average lap time across the entire race. And get this, the number one car, their average lap across all stints is a 2:02.339. The 63 car, 12 thousandths of a second on average across over 300 laps of Bathurst. 12 thousandths of a second slower. You could not get it any finer than that. That's insane.
And then you got the 62, not only 62 thousandths off.
Yeah.
You've got to go to the 14 to get a car that is finally into a tenth. And they are just shy of 2 tenths, all the way down to the 149. There's 4 tenths, which is, in this grid we might say 4 tenths is massive, but 4 tenths represented, car to car is literally you would be on the bumper of the person. That is after, the 300 plus laps that they've done. That is how close they is, and that's what I kind of love about the esports as well, is it's close right from the get-go, from the green flag to the finish. In some real racing you might see some people spread out, cars happen, mechanical problems happen, driver fatigue, all of these. the esports people, they are relentless. All of these teams will keep going. As soon as the green flag drops, it's game time. And as soon as the checkered flag drops, then you breathe.
Yeah, that's it. And I mean, there's barely any rest while you do just even a hot lap around here, even in practice. You know, every single lap is a brand new challenge, and that depends on the conditions. It depends on any damage to the car. If you've kissed the wall even on one of these laps and just slightly knocked something out of kilter, you don't know how the car's going to behave the next time you go over the top of the mountain. It can be a real stressful time. We look at Matteo Blotto right now in that 127 BMW, still on the back of Brioni in the Aston Martin, trying to just fill the mirrors right now. And he's actually being hurried up a little bit now because the number 1 BMW is right behind him, and he knows that the blue car will have to give way to blue flags very shortly. We've seen them actually really respect the blue flags quite early on as this race has gone on, but I think right now he just needs to still fill the mirrors of that Aston for as long as possible. The lights being flashed by the number 1 is practically part of that Mobileye car, and he's actually even looking down the inside right now, is Arthur Camera, and he is trying very hard to get past. And I think he needs to do this right now, doesn't he? He has to put this pressure on, because it looks like the 127 isn't going to let him through as soon as he wants him to here.
Yeah, and you saw that he, the 127 dropped off. Just had that minute moment where they had to look in the mirrors. Think is the number 1 actually going to go up the inside there, and that dropped them all the way back. Or I say all the way back, a couple of tenths off where they wanted to be. We're right on board. Bonnet cam for Arthur Camera for the for the BS Competition 2021 blue car. They're gaining, and this is also a point that you get. Matched machinery racing is even, it's that little bit harder sometimes as well, where, unless you're in the slipstream, you don't have a speed advantage over your fellow person, as Arthur's having to fight the wheel of that car. You could tell that the weight was still wanting to transfer off as he had to throw it up the inside, but you can't brake later than your opponent. You don't have any more necessarily handling of your opponent. It's all down to what your setup is and how comfortable you are in the car, and that can sometimes lead in the same for lapping, because if you're both very fast drivers, both in good pace, obviously the car in front, even if they are blue flags, they're not going to want to slow down and let their race go for you. You just get kind of stuck in this area.
Yeah, and that's the worst thing as well, when you feel like you're stuck in a race like this. You start to get in your own head a little bit and start to panic about what you could potentially do to continue to move forward. As drivers, as competitors, you always want to move forward. That's the whole point in motorsport, isn't it? You need to be going forward further than the other people are going forward, or faster than the other people are going forward. It seems very academic, but honestly, it can be a real difficult challenge to try and get your head around, as Jordan Sherratt in the 63 car has just done a 2017, I've been told, and actually Robbie Stapleford in the 62 car has just gone only 22 thousandths slower than that. A 201.755 for Sherratt and a 201.777 for Stapleford. These boys have suddenly turned it up a notch here, Ryan.
Well, you just about over that 1 hour marker, and then realistically, a lot of people are turning it into a sprint race. They might have even, said to their driver, how does the car feel? How do the tires feel? Do you think that now we can push? Maybe we can gain something towards the end. And if they've turned around and said, yeah, I think we can. The fuel's lower. Let's just go for it now. It's completely. Doesn't matter what the tires do. Doesn't matter what the fuel loads do. We've got places to, we've got places to gain. We've got places to do, and there you go. The best for this car entirety throughout the whole race was a 201.13, but it was a 201.7 last time around. So it still shows that the pace for these cars just doesn't drop off.
No, it really doesn't. It's absolutely insane pace from them. Great to see it once again as we now ride on board with the incredible sounding Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. That big 5.2 litre V10 lump in the back of it, making a hell of a soundtrack to what is going to be a wild ride over the top of the mountain here. Jordan Sherratt there you see in the bottom left of your shot. Up through the cutting we go. Over the crest to the right, balance the car nicely as we go into Reed Park. You have to turn in so early there because of the natural understeer in the way that the surface sort of shimmies the front of the car around. You have to throw it in absolutely throw it in early and just pray that the wall is still in the same place as it was before. Back through McPhillamy Park, down the hill, clip the curb on the right, get right up to the wall on the left, and then of course you have Skyline this way. Then that, you can see the rubber marks where the cars have really been leaning on those front tyres, down the dipper again. And as I said before, try and just clip that wall on the left hand side. Be careful of the little kink in the wall on the right hand side and get it nice and flat into Forest Elbow. Hard on the power and back down the Conrod straight once more. And Jordan Sherritt, for the 318th time, has completed the mountain itself. Now he's just got the chase to worry about, and then the final couple of corners. But again, just incredibly fast, Ryan, but it just looks really tidy from Jordan Sherritt, doesn't it? There's no over-the-top drama about it. There doesn't seem to be anything quite on the limit. It just looks clean fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, it sort of has that feeling of a team, and a car and a setup that are really gelling together. They've got the car dialed in exactly how they want it, or the drivers have got it dialed in exactly how they want it. And that lap was a 2:02.1, so still the pace for that car just not falling off, as it says. But yeah, with how smooth it was, there's no vicious corrections like we've seen from example from our fellow flamboyant Italian in the 563. It's there wasn't any hard movements on the wheel. And I was briefly reminded about the 900 as well, the SMP Racing Esports leader in silver. But yeah, there was nothing untowards on the wheel, which is normally the Lamborghini can be quite a car that it will want to bite you. It will want to have a bit of a nibble, especially over the mountain where it's so hard on the suspension, it's so hard on the driver and the setups. But yeah, for that team, it's just all smooth sailing really, and that is when you see those cars that can do that. That is where all the lap time comes from. When you think, how can they go that fast? Well, it's that fast. It's just being that 1% faster through every single corner.
Yeah, that's it. It's carrying that extra 1 mile an hour. It's having that extra millimetre closer to the wall and knowing how to manage curbs as well. I mean, there's a number of circuits all around the world where you learn how the curbs affect the cars. You'll know if there's a certain bit that's a little bit more bumpy than other parts. And we see there, as Danilo goes up the hill out of Quarry, you can see that he got both of the left-hand wheels of the car over the curb on one side and then the right wheels of the car over the other side, almost straddling that curb along. Now, if he was to just let the left-hand wheels really rest up against that curb, it'd throw it off and lean it hard to the right and maybe unsettle the balance of it. So if you can negate that as much as possible and just keep the car as flat as you can, then you'll get a tidier exit. And like you say, Ryan, it's those tiny little adjustments, those tiny little differences that make all of, well, guess what? The difference over the course of a lap of Mount Panorama. And there's more circuits like that around the world, like I say, where chicanes are important. You could dip your two right wheels just on the inside of a curb just to stop the car bouncing up in the air, just to try and cut it that little bit. And then there's other places where you avoid the curbs altogether, and again, that then comes down to the car and more variables get piled on top of that. But a great looking lap here from Cherepinin in the 900 silver class Mercedes, and 5th overall as well. I mean, that's a top effort, to be fair. It's not often that you see silver cars as ridiculously high up the order as we can sometimes see them, but yeah, this is a really standout performance for me by the SMP Racing Esports car. A car that's been under the radar, actually, since we got on there, isn't it, really, Ryan? And no news is good news.
Yeah, the 900 had kind of, I think for a while we thought that maybe the 110 was the leader of silver, but it was just kind of being shaken out by the pit stops. It's a 202.7 for the SMP Racing car. But yeah, they've just been quiet, lapping around, and suddenly that 900's all the way up into 5th place. But the silver class as well, still was heavily contested, and it still shows the pace of any driver, pro esports or silver esports, what they really can do. I mean, I know when we had all the qualifying, as we've got, that is the Remwell and Esports Red Ferrari. It's the 71. It's had a big incident coming down the dipper, and the heavy damage on the front of that car, front and rear, I've seen. And well, so I think the face kind of tells it all as well from the steering. Look at how broken that steering is. The windscreen is ruined, the tracking's off. I think Ferrari will be getting a new order for some more parts, so Ferrari will be getting some more money for the 71. That is really going to put the brakes on their charge forward. but the qualifying, I took part in the qualifying, couldn't get anywhere near.
Yeah, I never even bother, to be honest with you. I know I've got absolutely no chance. And to be fair, speaking of no chance, I'd trade that Ferrari in right now and see what value you can get on a brand new 296 GT3, to be fair. Because that car, it's a very exciting announcement, obviously, that the 296 GT3 will be coming to championships such as this. And obviously it will end up on Assetto Corsa Competizione. One of, if I'm honest, the best looking GT3 cars I've ever seen, based on the pictures that have been taken of it so far, especially in the testing livery that we've all seen. It is an insanely pretty Ferrari. Not the usual rear end you'd expect from a Ferrari GT car as well. It's very much against the norm of what we've seen before, but still, we know that Ferrari will provide a very, very good formula with that car. Anyway, we look back at Dara McCormack in the Williams Esports Chillblast SRO Mercedes, car 55 at the moment. The highest placed of the two Williams Esports cars in the race, Mirera in the number 5 machine. Not having the easiest race, actually, that Bentley. We saw the big hit for them earlier, which damaged the car slightly. They don't seem to have lost too much since that moment, have they, Ryan?
No, you would have thought that that car would have dropped off a lot more, especially with the fact that they were flying through the air at one point. But it just obviously hasn't. The damage as well is modelled very well in ACC, and just having damage on your car might not necessarily affect the pace. It depends where the damage is. From aero damage cause understeer. If you get hit in the rear, causes your rear diffuser to be damaged or broken. You'll get oversteer. Damage on the side kind of just makes you a little bit slower. So it might even be that just with that rear quarter damage, they've looked at the time that's to fix it, looked at the delta for the lap times on average that they're losing, have taken the decision that, well, if the car's not feeling any worse and we're only losing X amount, we'll lose too much fixing it. Let's just continue on. We have now actually ticked onto the under 1 hour mark. It's essentially become a sprint race to the line, but maybe the team has looked at that and just decided that is the best call.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's incredible now that this is just going to be a flat out sprint. The final pit stops will be done, and everyone will settle down for what is going to be a real fight to the line. We look, though, at Dara McCormack in this Mercedes being very, very potent indeed. And I've had the question in the YouTube chat saying, is that a spoiler that the 296 GT3 is coming to ACC? I don't really think it's even worth spoiling. I don't know, but I'd imagine it would do at some point. At the end of the day, it's a brand new GT3 car coming onto the scene. It will obviously compete in GT World Challenge, and anything that happens in GT World Challenge will be virtually modelled here in the world of Assetto Corsa Competizione. So long as this sim continues to exist and GT World Challenge continues to exist, I think we'll see the 296 GT3 in the sim before too long. And I actually, again, as I always do with new GT3 cars arriving on the scene, I look forward to seeing how it initially gets on against other cars in the competition, because a number of them take quite a lot of development, don't they, Ryan, to sort of get into proper shape before they can be real top runners.
Yeah, well, like the BMW, that came in, and that's still kind of in a half testing phase. I remember when it was just being run in sort of test races. It was allowed to compete, but it wasn't sort of classified. And it'd be interesting to see the same with what happens with that Ferrari. I was of the same sort of venture as well when I first saw it. A friend of mine sent me a picture and it says, have you seen this? But it was only of the rear end, and my actual reaction, because I didn't see any Ferrari badge or anything, I says, oh, is that a Corvette GT3 car? And he sort of looked at me and went, no, it's the new Ferrari. I'm like, oh, that is a stark difference from the normal Ferrari that we used to, but considering they're already in this game, already heavily represented, Ferrari will really want to show off their new GT3 car, and I look forward to the day when we do get to see it in some sort of esports level.
Yeah, definitely. I think it'll be absolutely wonderful to have it as part of it, and I wish I could disagree and say, oh, it doesn't look like a Corvette. I think it kind of looks a bit like a Corvette. So I'm going to agree with you on that one, Ryan. There is another little bit of information from race control there. A warning to car 127 after an incident with car 77. That was the BMW that we were following earlier on, the 77 car being the Prime E-Racing McLaren. They were very close together on track, so obviously something getting a little bit argy-bargy between them there. We're looking here at Maximilian Shea in the WPS Racing Team Porsche, currently in 29th position in the 911. I love the sort of bronzy gold wheels on that car, actually. I'm a huge fan of gold wheels. I truly believe it gives you an extra 10 horsepower no matter what you're in. But I think that Porsche, blue with gold especially, looks very, very good right now. The Ferrari that's just got ahead of them is one of the Race Anywhere cars, I believe. Is it not?
It is with the green striped livery of the Race Anywhere cars, I believe as well. I saw the sort of their fellow, the 94 Race Anywhere Honda was in the pits as well. I thought they might come out of the track on the same point, but obviously not. We've seen those two Race Anywhere cars kind of sort of hug each other on the track. They've been going around for quite a while, following each other, and it's the battle of the Ferraris at the back. The 71, the Renwelton car, they had that big accident earlier on coming down, exactly here into the dipper. Have managed to fix the prancing horse and find themselves behind another prancing horse. And this is kind of what I mentioned earlier. They'll be wanting to get back up the order. Everything in front of them is for their class, so it is still points on the table. But match machinery, it means that you don't necessarily have one defining factor over the car in front of you, that you can use. Other than we were very fast at the start of the race.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, you can argue that maybe the driver is the only difference in these sorts of scenarios. I mean, we both know just how great one-make racing can be and how close it can be. And these two certainly getting very, very friendly right now as Orlando Rats looks like he was going to go for a move there on Clements down the inside. But you're very right there, actually, Ryan, that to mention that the cars ahead of them are all for their class. It would be very frustrating for them to be on this sort of comeback drive to try and salvage something from the race and have 5 cars in front of them on the next couple of laps that were all cars from the pro class. That would just be absolutely heartbreaking, because then it'd just be a case of holding station to the end. Not to say that teams ever give up, because these teams just don't, but I think in their minds, if that was the case, they would just pound around until the end and just take the points that they were given. Right now, though, they have the chance to change their sort of fate in this race, and they're going to try their very, very hardest to go and do it.
Yeah, well, they've got the 404 directly in front of them. The 949, another prancing horse, who's sort of all grouped together, is a long way up the way. It's 29 seconds as we just crossed the timing. 20 seconds, actually, I tell a lie. It sort of merged into one, but 20 seconds up the road. It's not impossible with 50 minutes left on the clock, but it means that they're going to have to take almost a second a lap chunk out of that 404, so they need to get around this 71, and they need to get around them fast and hope that they have some free air. You can see how much the 71 is pushing, running wide, potentially. They're trying to get every single inch of track, and look what's behind them, blue flag traffic. They're not going to want to let any one of these through, because that will really put the brakes on their own recovery drive.
Yeah, that's it. You need to think about the bigger picture all of the time in this race, and it's very, very easy to lose sight of that when you get yourself in the heat of battle around the cars that are directly in front of you and directly behind you on track. And right now that Mercedes is closing in double time on the back of the Ferrari, but they need to just make sure they don't get too distracted by it right now. That is the car, I believe, in 19th position, is it not? The 88 Mercedes of Amir Hosseini. And as you see there, Rats moves over to the right. Doesn't make it incredibly obvious that he was letting the Mercedes through there, actually. I would have thought he'd slow down a little bit sooner than that. He's got the BMW now behind him, and, well, he's gone off the road at the final corner. He's made a real meal of that, unfortunately, as Orlando Rats, and then more traffic makes its way through. And, well, look at that gap now, let alone with the 3 cars between them, but that is a hell of a gap. They're going to have to hope now that the 404 Ferrari in front of them, John Clements, has an absolute nightmare with these guys going past now, isn't he?
Well, they actually even ended up losing out that position to the 959. They'd sort of read the traffic ahead, and yeah, we saw the dust kick up going wide at the final turn, sort of ruined their run down the front straight, and just everyone powered past. And that is always the problem and the risk you run, with the traffic. What I said, when people literally tuck under the wing of a car that they might have just been blue flagged with, wait for the move to happen, and then you get the position basically for free because they have to move back over. So now the 71 has to pass the 959 again, which is not for their class. That is pro class car, and then it's on the attack for the for the Ferrari in front again. So it just makes it that little bit harder. And 48 minutes left to go. Time's ticking away for them.
Yeah, definitely. It's certainly a race against the clock now, as it often is in the sort of shorter races. But in these longer events, when you're thinking big picture, when the clock suddenly does get to that final hour, the whole mindset changes. People just start driving differently. Like we said before, it becomes a sprint race at that point. People buckle down and they crack on with the job at hand. And we're going to take a look back in a moment at some highlights very, very soon. We'll have a look at what's unfolded from the very start of the race. Ryan and I will just throw some words at it and just hope that some of it sticks. And then we'll get, of course, into what will be the final 3/4 of an hour of this race. And I'm excited to see if we get any major developments here, because let's not forget, Ryan, if there are any incidents in this last hour, they can be pretty much race ending. I know that these cars are very quick to be repaired in comparison to the real world where they would just retire, but if you do have a big incident anytime now, then you've not got long enough to make up for it, have you?
Yeah, well, anything up to the final pit stop, as we say that, commentators curse might have struck for the 900 for the SMP Racing Esports car. This was the leader in silver. They're hard into the wall, and they might even tow back to pits.
Oh man, that is an absolutely devastating. It's like I literally summoned it, and the car is glued to the wall by the look of it, and yet there you go, pops back to the pits. And that was class leader, as mentioned. So big drama there in the silver class. That car was looking absolutely faultless all the way through. They were running in 5th position overall, and now they drop way down, and they're going to continue to do so in the pits. I cannot believe it. And we were saying before, weren't we, Ryan? No news is good news, and as soon as that car flashes up on our screen, well, it's because it's had a major problem. That is a humongous shame. The driver at the wheel, not to point fingers, was Igor Murdasov, and the car now still sits in the pit lane, and we'll have to try and see where they come back out. They've lost a lap currently because the car has actually jumped straight to the pit lane, so obviously it doesn't count as completing the lap that it's on. So they're going to lose even more time because of that, but there was no way that they could get that thing back to the pits, was there really, Ryan? It looked completely undrivable. They couldn't get it away from the wall.
Yeah, and also then I believe the controls on the said will be locked also until the car is repaired. Well, with a hard hit, like that, where the car was completely basically immobilized, it's gonna be, I guess, hazard a guess, maybe even a 2-minute, before they're allowed to do anything again, which is going to be another lap, if not more. So for the 900, it is literally all come undone in the last sort of sprint to the line. I was just about to say, before we commentators cursed the 900, how anything up until the last pit stop you can still kind of deal with if you pick up a little bit of damage, or if you pick up some major damage, you can still kind of work it into your strategy. You might have to take an earlier stop, take some more fuel, and work with what you've got, but you can still run with it. Anything, once you've dropped off the jacks for the final time and you come back out onto the racing circuit, anything that happens then is just time lost for you. And well, for the 900, as they still sit there in pits, 15th, dropping higher more and more.
That's absolutely devastating indeed. And well, just shows you how harsh racing can be, doesn't it? It's not a forgiving industry, and this is certainly not a forgiving championship either. It's so hard for these drivers to put all of the effort in and then have an issue like that. But you have to take these moments on the chin, and I mean, bouncing back from them is the main thing that we all remember. I mentioned it earlier, didn't I, that in these situations, it's not what happened, it's sort of how you come back from it and the fight back that you make. And we hope, of course, that team can make a very strong recovery and still reignite their championship charge in later rounds. We look back now, though, at Dennis Schoeneiger in the number 14 Mercedes, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Unicorns of Love car, right on the back of fellow Mercedes Otoki right now in the number 4 car. Seems like we've had him in the car from the very beginning. Speaking of the beginning, though, we're going to have a look back now at the highlights of this race so far. Obviously, getting underway under lights here at Bathurst, and a fantastic start it was indeed for the number 63 Lamborghini. Very, very close indeed, though, to the Mercedes. The number 55 car certainly keeping them on their toes in the opening stages, but what a fantastic sight it was as they got the race underway. This is the number 41 car making advances on that number 4 Mercedes. Again, just showing how close you can get together down the hill. Maybe a little bit too close in certain circumstances. Just like that. The tiniest of touches, and suddenly you can see how a housing estate rotates. The Mercedes got away with that very, very cleanly, though, to be honest with you. Just a little bit of room needed to be left there by the Bentley. Then a massive, massive moment and a humongous wobble for the Ferrari, as we discussed earlier on, going down the hill. Just that tiny little bit too much curb and a bit too much grass can end your race. And well, it wasn't the only car to go in the wall. The Yassi McLaren going down the hill, somehow being missed by that BMW. More contact as well. Obviously the 2 Aston Martins battling on. I just joined the stream at that point earlier on. The 72 car suffering from that one. Just a little bit of misjudgment. And then, as we were discussing again earlier on, the Unicorns of Love Mercedes having a massive old whack down the hill before getting collected again by another car, the number 94 Honda NSX. That car would then go on to make one hell of a recovery. One of the Lamborghinis spent its time spinning around at the cutting. Maybe not the best rejoin in the world, but still, to park a bright green Lamborghini in the road is far from subtle. More dramas at Skyline though, more Ferraris spinning and having big old contact with the wall. That was the number 21 machine that went in, the 7.9 flash axle car, having big drama, and then while getting going again, collected by yet more machinery. That's one of the main problems here at Bathurst though. As soon as you are in the middle of the road, you have to make that decision on whether you are going to move or whether you're not, and it's hard for drivers and teams around you to know what you're going to do next. There's not much room to manoeuvre. Here was one of the incidents that we caught earlier on. The 23 Aston Martin ending up in the gravel off at the final corner after contact with the Bentley. Just that little move over to the left hand side and a little move over to the right from the Bentley was all it took to unsettle the 23 Aston enough and put it off into the gravel. More moves being made up through the order. This was the Rocket SimSport Honda down the inside of the Porsche. We did catch this incident earlier on, and we did wonder why the Porsche was flashing its lights, but there we see the root cause. Car 10 on car 94. This was the Triton machine somehow turning this into an overtaking manoeuvre after what looked like a very sketchy and very scary entrance to the chase. Again, highlighting the talent level in this championship and the skill of these incredible drivers. The number 10 Bentley would then disappear off up the road. Once more into Skyline, more dramas. This was the Williams Bentley. Looked like he had it all collected, but then catching the wall into the dipper. Actually got away with it quite well in the way that he could carry on. Speaking about getting away with it, how on earth these two cars did not go absolutely piling off the road, we do not know. At that point, making contact certainly looked like it was going to be scary. Massive impact again for the Ferrari, and well, to be fair, it's been a hell of a race for that team. They've not had a very enjoyable time of it, especially going down the hill, but it just shows you the level that these guys are pushing at, and the way they have to continuously push to stay on the pace is, well, right on the limit, isn't it? And there is that limit. The class leader, the number 900 Mercedes, ploughing into the barriers, causing a massive amount of repairs needed, and that brings us up to date with where we are in the race. And to be fair, Ryan, we hadn't seen the extent of the damage on that Mercedes fully until then. That looked like more than just a pig, didn't it?
That was steering completely broken. You saw the driver was attempting, full lock left to right, and the car was just going where it wanted. They had basically no option. You couldn't limp that back to the pits with no steering at all, and that's obviously when they had to tow it back to pits and lost a lap and lost all the time to repair that car, and that will be a long old time to repair that car. It's not just a wipe an oily rag over it and continue on. That is some serious repairs needed. So for the 110, who've been running this race very cleanly, sort of very we've seen them in some altercations and some battles, but nothing really too big for them, have just been gifted the lead of the silver class.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You've got to be in it to win it, haven't you? And at the end of the day, they've been doing their own job, pounding around in that 110 McLaren. They've still got 3 cars chasing them down for that class lead in direct competition as well, right behind them. The top 4 in the class altogether in 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th. 2 McLarens, an Aston Martin and a BMW. But the lead is 36 seconds from that McLaren to said number 23 Aston Martin. And Jordan Sherratt completes another lap here at Bathurst. This time round was a 2:02.307, so he's still doing incredible times. The last lap round by Gregor Schill was a 2:01.692. Now that is red hot pace by Gregor Schill in the BMW Team BS competition. BMW, funnily enough. That is, that's almost fastest lap of the race pace, isn't it, to be honest with you?
Well, 0.3 of a second, and it would be fastest lap of the race. I think that was the fastest for the 63 car. I think it's a 2:01.3 dead is what the current fastest goes. But yeah, 330 laps in, that kind of pace still. The number 1, obviously, they're trying to push as much as they can now at all, because obviously not necessarily the race lead unless something happens to them, but they're still looking at the up the road to that 62. Maybe something might happen. That's all they're thinking, is just maybe something might happen.
Yeah, looking through the history of it, actually, the fastest laps of the race have been traded between the 63, 62, the 65. Sorry, the 55 car actually did a really, really quick time of a 2 minutes 1.367 as well. About trying to look, actually, not too long into the race, actually. That was within like the first sort of 20 minutes or so. And then the 62 just beat it by a couple of thousandths. The 63 did the same. And yeah, the fastest lap of the race maintained by the number 63, a 2:01.3 exactly at this point in the race. And that was a long old time ago now, nearly 9 hours ago in the race. So the pace has still been there, but not enough to go completely banzai and go full purple lap. But part of me thinks that some of these drivers, well, if they really wanted to go for it, they probably could in this last hour, once they definitely knew the car was good to the end, and of course that the tyres would be good to the end as well, not to ruin them too quickly.
Yeah, well, the 9 hours ago as well, what will also really help those lap times is the fact that obviously we started under darkness. We started under a nice cool track. It wasn't the sun, the Australian sun hadn't come down and just baked everything, and that really will have helped, especially the turbo cars. They really prefer the cold air to chew on as well. So that will have helped them, and even more drama coming into the end of the race. We had another 5-second penalty there for causing a collision. So because they've served their final pit stop, that will just be added on to the end of their race timer, I believe, unless that team has another splash and dash. But I think everyone now still running on track is going to be good to the end. 35 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, that's it. I think if there is going to be any sort of major change, I think some people might just have a little splash and dash, like you say, just to make sure that the car is definitely there to the very end. That's the thing with timed races as well. You don't always know exactly how many laps you're going to get. So the leader could cross the line with 5 seconds left on the clock, and that means another 2 minutes of racing, another couple more litres of fuel that you might have needed. So calculations can get thrown out of the window. I'm sure we've both seen it before, but we've had a lot of timed races, especially at this level as well, where teams would cut it very, very fine. They would calculate it down to the nearest 100 millilitres of fuel, and then they'd need to do an extra lap that they didn't plan for. So they'd end up in the pits with 1 to go, drop a bunch of positions, and we'd get a big dramatic finale. Here goes the 63 past the 51 Ferrari, which I must say, actually, Ryan, even since we've come back onto the air, that team has just been absolutely amazing. They've left all the other Ferraris behind, but they've been really flying up into the top 10 again, considering they were outside the top 25. That's a mega effort, that.
Well, not only the top 25, I believe at one point they were almost 31st from all the way back there to get all the way back up to 7th. And what has happened for the 72, the fellow Renwelton car, the Esports Orange Aston Martin, spun around at the last corner.
Yeah, Renwelton not having a fantastic day of it, are they, to be honest with you? It was, of course, the Renwelton Ferrari earlier that flung itself down the hill many a times. I did try and scramble to see the team name, so I apologise for that one, for not picking that up straight away. But yeah, it was. It's not been the best day at the office for the Renwelton team. Looking through the overall race order, the 72 Aston Martin, which we just saw there, has lost a few places now and is down in 35th place. 71 Ferrari down in 41st place. So again, not an easy time of it, and it's easy to lose it here at Bathurst. That's the thing. It's so easy to lose it here, and you can sort of be forgiven for having an incident. You know, it's one of those circuits where no driver is immune. You know, nobody is a complete ace at this place. You've just got to try and try again and just keep pushing, and it's whoever can find the limit and balance so cleanly on that limit here that makes the difference. Just over half an hour though left in this race, Ryan. I'm not quite sure where all that time's gone. Through all of our reminiscing and our sort of speculating and our guessing, it's actually been quite a quick sort of 3 hours, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, we've never really had in battles up and down the road. You know, we've had dramas, we've had people coming off the road, and even right up until the last 30 minutes, as he says, maybe a bit of a sad day for Renwelton. Just seems that both of their cars are, you know, struggling. But there's been a few teams that have been like that, but I'm sure that, you know, a lot of teams will sort of, they're still in high hopes, and the thing that you can say, you know, is that you still finished the race, you still took the checkered flag. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you came to Bathurst and you don't leave with at least a few scrapes on the right hand side of your car, I don't think you've really been to Bathurst.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. You need to have kissed the wall a few times. Here's what happened to the 72. Just runs slightly wide, clips the barrier, and it flings the car around. And then on the right hand side there, it was David Michel that has had that moment. They've done 326 laps of this circuit so far in this race, and well, they're one of the first teams to go flying into that wall. Amir Hosseini is back on our screens again, the number 88 car, Mercedes AMG Acodis car. The Iranian driver doing a wonderful job. Here is Dennis DeMarco in the 563 Lamborghini. Not a single dull moment in this car's race so far, but he has got Van Druten in the 977 Porsche right up his exhaust pipe. The Kramer Racing Esports car piling on the pressure down the conrod. There it is, the beautiful red and black machine. A lot of red, black and white liveries in the field, to be fair, for us to choose from, Ryan, but I think the Porsche really suits that sort of colour scheme. You often see them in sort of cleaner, cooler colours, the Porsches, but I think red really suits the car.
Yeah, it's always kind of been like the Porsche style, though, to have a clean car. I think that just the styling of the car suits it more. You know, it's not got the kind of spaceship angles of a Lamborghini, or the angry face of a Ferrari, or basically the art canvas, which is the side of a Bentley. So they kind of gravitate to more cleaner liveries, which I think always looks a little bit better. But yeah, for the 563, they came out and they'd gapped a little bit of this Porsche, but they've decided that turn up the wick now. As the fuel load burns down, the Porsche is probably one of the most dynamic cars for this with the fuel burn. The more and more that the fuel burns off, obviously the tank's in the front of the car, the more light the front end will get, potentially the more pace you can get out of it at the cost of reduced stability.
Yeah, that's it. I think a lot of the cars, the way they develop over a stint is important as well. You know, some of them really start to feel almost better as the stint goes on. You know, the more you get used to the understeer slowly dialing itself back in, and with some of them you sort of get a little bit more understeer that sort of increases and increases lap after lap, and it's hard to sort of tune yourself into how that car is behaving later on in the stint. So I know people that would, they'll choose a car based on its long run potential rather than its one lap pace. So I think that's why we do see such great variation in this sort of championship as well. And I'm happy that it's not just a self-proclaimed sort of Porsche fest, as we used to see. Admittedly, in some of the original sim grid, I think it was the Sprint Championship or the Sprint Series that we did. I think one of the rounds at Monza, I think there was every but like 3 cars was a Porsche in the opening rounds. But since then, the balance of performance has been spot on. More and more teams choosing other cars to use, and we still get some of the cars coming out of the woodwork that we don't often see as much in the real world anymore, which is nice.
Yeah, and as we see some of the great onboard shots, the 997 having a bit of a tap coming out of Forest Elbow, sort of the child-bearing hips at the back of the Porsche, sort of clattering the wall, and the little bite that it had on Van Druten, just managing to save that car. But yeah, as he says, I remember when there always used to be throughout some series one car that everyone kind of gravitated towards. I remember for a while, a lot of the top-end esports categories was all dominated by the Ferrari at one point. It was really a car to have. Or we had the Fest of the Bentleys, and that was great when it was great in the wet, great on fuel, had a massive tank, and was great on tyres. It just used to be the car for endurance. But obviously the balance of performance ever being worked on, ever being tuned and refined, and now we see where you look at the timing board. Okay, there's a couple of shared cars, but that's only because it's whatever team feels the most comfortable in. You can basically now rock up in any car and be good in it. I mean, we've got some Hondas in here, for example. When was the last time you ever really saw someone take a Honda, for a full series, if it's not just a one make at Bathurst? But that's after it's been updated to the Evo 2 specifications. I've heard from a lot of teams that the car's actually quite nice now.
Yeah, I've not heard so much that it's nice. I've heard that
it's nicer than what it used to be. That's basically what they've told me, is that it's before it was only if you were going to do one race at Bathurst, maybe, or if it was a spec series. But there's a couple of people who've used it and said that they can actually get some pace out of it. I know one driver who's even in this field who still swears by the Honda, still can make it go incredibly fast, and he turned around and said, yeah, I actually quite enjoy it now. But I think Joe is also likes to punish himself sometimes, so that's why he drives the Honda. It's also, I think, why he drives for FFS.
Well, I remember commentating on Joe once when he drove the Lexus.
That's a good combination.
And it rained, and he was gone.
Yeah.
And he was absolutely gone. It was the one time where he was like, yep, watch this. I know exactly why I've picked this car, and here we go. But, I've heard that the Honda is, like you say, nicer than it was, but it's still a car that is rapid, but only if you can squeeze the time out of it. It can be a bit of a difficult car to drive sometimes, and that's often the way in GT3 machines. Some of them can be incredibly, incredibly hard to drive.